The hierarchy of power is delineated as follows: Jinin, elite Jinin; Chunin, elite Chunin; Jonin, elite Jonin. Kage, god ninja, sage. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy hue, while the earth lay desolate, a touch barren. In a wasteland strewn with lifeless bodies, the ground was stained crimson with blood. Crows were omnipresent, indulging in their feast without restraint. On one side stood armored warriors, while on the other, ninjas donned in uniform attire. This was the Warring States period, an era where life expectancy barely surpassed 40 years. It was a dark age, rife with warfare, conquest, and assassination. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The once dim sky blazed with flashes, resembling the apocalypse. In no time, a tempest arose, swirling dust and cloaking the land in a veil of obscurity. Drip, drop. The sound of water falling began softly, only to swell into a torrential downpour, transforming the world into a curtain of rain. Beneath a low, rugged cliff stood a humble thatched cottage, in the howling wind. The cottage creaked ominously, as if it would collapse at any moment. Inside flickered a faint light from a fire, where a boy, no more than 6 years of age, clad in a thin garment, leaned against the fire pit, yearning for warmth. His stomach growled in protest. Having gone several days without sustenance, he patted his emaciated belly and glanced out at the torrential rain. The boy, nearly skin and bones, retrieved a dark, clumpy object from his bosom, seemingly a morsel of food. Gazing at the meager morsel, he swallowed hard, pondering for a moment. This was his last bit of food. Yet, if he did not eat, he would surely perish from hunger. Reflecting on his days on earth, though not particularly splendid, they were 100-fold better than his current plight. With a sigh, he dispelled the unwelcome thoughts and placed the food into his mouth. A crunch resounded, echoing through the silence. The sound persisted for what felt like an eternity, until the boy finally consumed the last of his meager meal. Afterward, he collapsed onto the floor, as if he had just fought a fierce battle. Time slipped by, and the torrential rain seemed to abate slightly. The boy, who had lain motionless, opened his eyes. No longer did they reflect the earlier haze and confusion. Instead, they sparkled with determination and resolve. Rising to his feet, he gazed outside and seized a rusty samurai sword, albeit broken. He had salvaged it from a pile of corpses, and though it was fractured, he had paid a hefty price for. In this chaotic world, a weapon was of utmost importance, yet he lacked the strength to sharpen it. Concealing the broken sword within his garments, he stepped outside without hesitation, locking the door behind him. Though a mere thatched cottage might seem insignificant to others, it had been his home for several years. The relentless rain blurred his vision, limiting it to no more than 10 meters as a frail figure moved through the storm, each step steady as a mountain. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a row of houses emerged before him, leading to a residential area. He had come here in search of food, as he had no provisions left. However, his hopes were minimal in such a grim era, who had surplus food to spare. Yet, as he stepped into the village, his pace faltered, his expression shifted, then returned to normal as he continued onward. The rainwater pooled on the ground was tinged crimson, with bodies sprawled haphazardly across the road. It was evident that this place had recently suffered an attack. A boy accustomed to such sights displayed no fear or trepidation. Instead, he wore an expression of indifference. Having grown desensitized to death, as he pushed open the door of a house, he found the interior in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. One house after another. Ultimately, he sighed and exited the village. There were no survivors left, nor a trace of food. The boy did not turn back. He understood that without food, returning would only lead to one fate: death. A deafening crash resonated through the rain. The boy glanced at the unchanging sky, then looked forward, and took a step. He recognized that the sound was not thunder, nor a natural calamity. It was likely man-made. That tremendous noise suggested that formidable fighters were engaged in battle. Ahead, under normal circumstances, he would never take such a risk, but now he had no choice. To strive for survival offered a glimmer of hope. To refrain would only lead to his demise. The sounds grew closer, and the boy concealed himself, crouching in the muddy earth, inching toward a hillock, revealing only his small head. Before him were two shadowy figures, somewhat distant and obscured by the rain. With a clang, the two figures clashed, revealing their forms. Yet, due to the rain, he could only vaguely discern that one was clad in armor, wielding a samurai sword, presumably a warrior. The other bore a fan insignia on his attire, his eyes blood-red, likely a member of the Uchiha clan, though the number of Tomo was indistinguishable. Fire release fire dragon flame bomb. Against the Uchiha's fire technique, the warrior merely swept his weapon forward, dispelling the fireballs that approached from three directions. Though it was a single move, it was sufficient to ascertain their power undoubtedly at the Jonin level. Point one could effortlessly unleash Brank ninjutsu, while the other could easily counter it with brute force. The boy's expression shifted. The situation before him exceeded his capabilities. Remaining any longer could result in his untimely demise. Yet, leaving without taking action weighed heavily on his conscience. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he chose not to retreat, but to conceal himself better. Kuraki, Muku, Saburo, you have slain my kin, and today marks your end. Uchiha Y, one of the Uchiha clan's elite jonin, I did not expect you to be the one hunting me down. It seems I may have killed too many of your Uchiha brethren in the past. The opponent responded with a mocking grin. Seek death. Uchiha Y shouted, his three-to-mo Sharingan spinning wildly as he charged forward with his samurai sword. And oh, you are the one courting death. Muku Saburo met the formidable foe with unwavering resolve. However, at the moment of impact, Muku Saburo's gaze faltered, his form stilled at a sharp sound echoed. Though he narrowly evaded a lethal blow, a deep gash was carved across his chest. Jinjutsu. A glance at the opponent's Sharingan sent Muku Saburo's heart racing, but he dared not gaze too long. You have thoroughly enraged me, he declared, and astonishingly, his wound began to heal instantly. Witnessing this, Uchiha Y's eyes narrowed. The intelligence he had received indicated that his opponent lacked such regenerative abilities. Unfamiliarity breeds fear. I have recently grasped this technique. Let us see how potent it truly is. With that, Muku Saburo plunged his weapon into the waterlogged ground, invoking Tian Rue / Uchiha Y sensed impending doom and hastily retreated. Yet the water that had pooled on the ground surged as if alive, coalescing into a blade of water that pierced through him. Ha ha ha! The famed Uchiha clan is not all that remarkable. Muku Saburo's triumphant laughter echoed far and wide. However, abruptly, it ceased as a blade pierced through his abdomen from behind. Fool! You cannot even distinguish between reality and illusion. Uchiha Y revealed the truth. Gah! Muku Saburo bellowed. His expression twisted in agony as he staggered aside, clutching his wound. It appears I have underestimated the Sharingan, yet you believe this is the extent of my capabilities. Mimuzan Saburo gripped his weapon tightly, his wounds healing at a visible pace, though this time not entirely. It seems your bloodline ability is rather limited, he remarked, though his gaze betrayed a hint of apprehension. He feared his opponent might survive, but fortunately, their healing abilities were constrained. That will suffice for you, Muzan Saburo declared as he rose to his feet. Prepare to receive my most potent strike. That is precisely my intention, Uchiha Y replied. The celestial blade. Mimuzan Saburo raised his sword above his head and swung down with great force, unleashing a torrent of golden red light. Quite intriguing. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Uchiha's fire style. Fire, style great fire. Annihilation. A roaring wall of flames extended for several meters, vaporizing the rainwater within a wide radius. Even under the rain, the ability to unleash such a fire technique attested to the prowess of the user, confirming the formidable power of this strength technique. Boom! A tremendous wave surged forth, accompanied by searing heat, affecting even a boy standing 100 meters away. Moreover, it took several seconds for the rain to return to the ground. When the boy's vision cleared once more, he beheld two figures almost entwined. At that moment, Mimuzan Saburo's katana was plunged into Uchiha Y's chest, just moments ago, taking advantage of a brief opening due to the opponent's inability to fully control their jutsu. Mimuzan Saburo had decisively struck, inflicting severe damage. However, the price was heavy burns covering his body, though they were visibly healing at a slow pace. Huh! Did you think I could not evade? Uchiha Y suddenly raised his head, his crimson Sharingan spinning wildly. Jinjutsu Nightmare. In that instant, Uchiha Y seized the opportunity to slice through his opponent's throat, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He maintained his composure as he withdrew the weapon embedded in his body, clutching his wound as he approached Mimuzan Saburo's lifeless form. Although he had evaded a fatal blow thanks to his Threedemo Sharingan, the injuries he sustained were severe, especially a surge of golden chakra coursing through his veins. Yet this was not his primary concern. He yearned to ascertain the nature of his opponent's devastating technique. Possessing such power could elevate his own strength to that of a Kage, he thought, lowering his guard. However, the unexpected occurred. Mimuzan Saburo, whom he presumed defeated, suddenly surged forth, fingers aimed directly at Uchiha Y's eyes. Caught off guard, Uchiha Y was struck, tears of blood flowing as the vital eyes of the Uchiha clan were destroyed. Huh! To kill me, you must pay a price. Mimuzan Saburo's voice abruptly ceased as a fresh torrent of blood gushed from his previously slow-bleeding throat. My eyes! Curse you, Mimuzan Saburo! Uchiha Y howled to the heavens, his injuries flaring anew as he spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. The boy hesitated to reveal himself, uncertain if his adversary was truly dead. Yet as time passed, the boy's impatience grew. He did not know when someone might arrive. Given his abilities, discovery by other ninjas or samurai would surely spell his doom, compelling him to take a risk. The rain continued to pour, heavier than before. The boy first passed by Uchiha Y's body, glancing at it for several seconds before inexplicably turning toward Mimuzan Saburo's corpse. The moment he turned, Uchiha Y suddenly stirred. But in that brief moment of movement, a silver flash severed his throat. Uchiha Y pressed one hand to his wound while extending the other forward, seemingly intent on eliminating the boy who had attacked him. He had not anticipated that a mere child lay hidden in the shadows. Though he was powerful, he lacked the sensory abilities of a ninja and merely sensed the presence of someone nearby, whose strength he deemed feeble. Indeed, very feeble. Yet Uchiha Y could not be certain whether his opponent concealed their true strength, so he feigned death as time wore on. However, he sensed his life force waning. It would not be long before he perished. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the hidden figure finally emerged. Upon realizing the individual was merely an ordinary person, Uchiha Y cursed himself for being overly cautious. Nevertheless, he resolved to launch a surprise attack. To his astonishment, the child's speed was astounding, and their strike was swift and decisive. An elite Chunin of the Uchiha clan fell to a child who was not even a ninja. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly shock the ninja world. Had he not been so overconfident in his abilities, suffering grave injuries from Mimuzan Saburo, he would not have met such a fate. Who are you? Uchiha Y stammered, seeking to identify the child who had so swiftly dispatched him. The boy paused and replied, You may call me Yanhuang Tianxia. In the realm of Yan and Huang, this is the name of a boy. The surname Yan and Huang serves as a reminder of one's origins, a testament to one's lineage. As for the name Tianxia, it embodies the aspiration to achieve greatness, a stark contrast to a previous existence marked by mediocrity and a parasitic existence devoid of purpose. Approaching the lifeless body of Uchiha Yong, he began to search, collecting a scroll, weapons, and money before making his way toward Mumu Sanlang, who was not far off. After a thorough search, aside from some currency, he discovered only a skin from an unknown creature, inscribed with mysterious symbols. Glancing at it hastily, he stowed everything away and departed swiftly. An hour later, the torrential rain finally ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun's rays once again illuminated the earth. Just ahead, a group of ninjas clad in identical attire moved swiftly through the forest. They belonged to the Uchiha clan. Before long, they arrived at the scene where Uchiha Yong lay dead. Yong is deceased, and so is Mumu Sanlang. What transpired here? Did they perish together? Pondered the middle-aged leader, gazing at the grim sight before him. That is incorrect, a youthful voice promptly contradicted the man. Ban, as an experienced veteran, you should discern that this scene does not depict a mutual demise. It is merely idle speculation. Hearing his nephew's words, he seized the opportunity to investigate further. All weapons and belongings of his uncle and the deceased were missing, indicating they had been looted post-mortem. Comparing the wounds, it appeared that Mumu Sanlang had met his end at the hands of his uncle, yet the injuries showed signs of significant healing, likely due to an unknown bloodline ability or secret technique. As for the uncle, Ban observed the fatal wound upon him. Clearly, due to the adversary's self-healing capabilities, his uncle had suffered greatly, sustaining severe injuries before being slain by a hidden foe. Judging by the scars and their actions, it seemed likely that the assailants were not mere clan ninjas, but rather rogue ninjas or warriors. Your analysis is astute, Ban. Regardless, it is unacceptable for a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan to be assassinated by such insignificant pests. This grievance must not go unavenged. Although the rain hinders our pursuit of the perpetrators, I decree that all wandering ninjas and warriors within 100 miles be apprehended and searched. Those who resist shall perish. He understood that the strength of the target was far inferior to that of his clan's kin, and despite the opponent possessing a healing bloodline ability, it was evident they concealed deeper secrets. Dozens of miles away, within a concealed cave, Tianxia lay on the ground, panting heavily, having exhausted every ounce of energy in a frantic escape to evade pursuit. Finally, he found refuge in this forest after a relentless flight. After a brief respite, Tianxia propped himself up, sorting through the spoils of his adventure: a portion of food, a share of weapons, a collection of currency, a scroll, and an ancient skin. Gazing at these 5 items, Tianxia felt that the perilous venture had indeed been worthwhile. Without lingering on other matters, Tianxia first seized a few glutinous rice grains to quell his hunger. During this period, he had endured significant deprivation, and the recent frenzied dash had drained his every ounce of energy. Once his belly was sufficiently filled, he carefully stowed away the remaining food. After a prolonged period of starvation, it was unwise to feast all at once, and he needed to conserve his provisions for the future. After securing the food, he organized his weapons and tucked his money safely on his person before finally directing his gaze towards the scroll and the ancient parchment. Without much hesitation, Tianxia focused on the scroll. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he extended his hand to grasp it. Upon a gentle inspection, just at first glance, he felt an exhilarating rush that compelled him to close his eyes. The scroll began with a method for refining chakra, accompanied by annotations. The very reason Tianxia had dared to take such risks and remain steadfast was precisely for this. Although he had previously engaged in rigorous physical training, even leading to the demise of the critically wounded Uchiha Yong, it was far from sufficient. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. Governed by a unique and extraordinary system of power, chakra, Tianxia understood that to survive and avoid being crushed like an ant, he must grow stronger. The chakra refining method represented the initial step towards that strength. After calming himself once more, he unfurled the scroll further, revealing a range of ninjutsu, including the foundational body flicker technique, alongside various fire and lightning techniques, with a predominance of the former. However, to Tianxia's disappointment, the grand fire annihilation was not documented within the scroll, yet the techniques he did possess were already sufficient for his needs. At the conclusion of the scroll, there was a poignant inscription: "For my beloved son." Surely, this had been compiled for his offspring. Having long been accustomed to the cycles of life and death, Tianxia felt no profound emotion at this revelation. He had witnessed the grotesque acts of individuals who consumed the flesh of their deceased children, and even the living. This was an era of cannibalism. To endure, one must become formidable. Tianxia clenched his fists, resolutely contemplating his path. After a moment, his attention shifted to the ancient parchment. Although the script differed slightly from that of his era, the changes were minimal, and he could comprehend the majority. Over the years, he had diligently studied the linguistic system of this world. At the center of the parchment were 4 grand characters: Heavenly Blade Technique. Below was a brief introduction that recounted the origins of this technique. The narrative detailed how, during ancient times, after the decline of the Onmyoji, an unparalleled warrior emerged, invincible across the land, leading the samurai into the annals of history. This warrior was known as Musashi, and his singular mastery was the Heavenly Blade. It was said that when the Heavenly Blade was unleashed, the heavens would shatter, and the earth would crumble, capable of obliterating the very fabric of existence. As Tianxia read this, he felt it was undoubtedly an exaggeration. Even the Rinnegan could not effortlessly achieve such cataclysmic destruction. Yet, the implication of its power intrigued him. The Heavenly Blade was birthed from Musashi's profound understanding of the world, imbued with immense strength. Below this description were two sections. The first instructed practitioners on how to better grasp the momentum and intent of the blade. When one can cleave a mountain with the strength of their own weapon, without the aid of external forces, they are ready to cultivate the second part. This second part delineates the cultivation of the heavenly blade, while the first part serves as the foundation. Without mastering the first, it is exceedingly difficult to comprehend the heavenly blade, let alone fully unleash its power. It appears that the warrior must have acquired Musashi's insights into cultivation, thus creating those techniques, resulting in the severe injury of the pursuing Uchiha, who ultimately fell to his own hand, as Tianxia deduced with growing certainty. Gazing at the two objects in his possession, Tianxia rose slowly. It was time to engage in his training. In the dense forest, two shadows darted about, frequently clashing and producing the ringing sounds of metal upon metal. In one such collision, both weapons were simultaneously knocked aside, and the combatants resorted to physical techniques. After a few minutes, they ceased their movements, revealing themselves to be two manifestations of Tianxia. "Let this be the final blow," declared the original. Agreed. The two grasped their right hands firmly with their left, one crackling with lightning, the other forming a blue sphere. Chidori. Rasengan. Boom. The two attacks collided. But after a brief stalemate, the shadow clone was sent flying and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, vanishing upon impact. As the shadow clone dissipated, the original stumbled slightly, nearly losing balance, yet the Chidori in his hand also dissipated. Indeed, without the enhancement of wind attributes, the pure Rasengan could not rival the lightning-infused Chidori. After a year of training, Tianyin discovered his own affinity for lightning. Throughout this year, he struggled with fire and wind techniques, yet achieved notable success with lightning ninjutsu. By now, his repertoire included lightning release, lightning ball, body flicker technique, Chidori, and Rasengan. He also created a shadow clone technique based on memories from his previous life as Hokage, but thus far, he could only produce a single clone, with the remainder being basic ninjutsu. It was time to depart. He had acquired the strength for self-preservation, and his cultivation had stagnated. Packing his belongings, he cast a lingering glance at the cave and the surrounding woods before resolutely turning away. This place had altered the course of his life, and he knew he would never forget it. After leaving the place he had called home for a year, Tianxia chose a direction and set forth. Several hours later, atop a high slope, he gazed down at the once desolate village, now bustling with life again, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Destruction, devastation, and reconstruction. How long could this peace endure? As he walked through the village streets, observing the bustling crowds, it was evident that these people had recently relocated, having fled from the destruction of their former homes. Each face bore the weight of sorrow, as they understood that this place too might not escape the same fate. They needed shelter, a home. Even in the face of despair, they would grit their teeth and persevere. The sudden appearance of a young boy bearing weapons heightened the villagers' vigilance. Despite his youth, the mere fact that he dared to traverse the outside world alone served as testament to his strength. Ninjas cannot be measured by age. A single adversary could easily annihilate them all. He found a seemingly prosperous household, took some provisions, and left a few coins behind, all while witnessing the panic etched on their faces. In the past, he would have begged for scraps, yet now, they were utterly terrified, fearing his wrath might lead to their demise. Such is the transformation wrought by power. Not lingering long in the village, he set forth towards the humble dwelling he once called home. It had since been claimed by a new owner, who now sheltered a group of orphans. How reminiscent of his former self. If only it weren't for that fateful battle. With a soft sigh, he tossed some coins into the dwelling before turning away. There was nothing left for him here. His path lay within the vast expanse of the world. His future was not anchored here. This place was merely a fleeting moment in his life. That adult seems remarkably strong. If only I could attain such power, mused a boy of 6 or 7 among the group of children, clutching the coins he had just received. A slightly older boy, eyeing the coins in his hand, looked towards the receding figure of Tianxia. Little brother, I believe one day we too shall reach the level of our benefactor, perhaps even surpass it. Ha! This haul has proven quite fruitful. We've seized a considerable amount of grain and silver coins, especially the beautiful women. Boomed a man seated at the head of a clandestine mountain stronghold. Ahaha! He laughed, joined by a chorus of crazed laughter from his fellow leaders. Those damned fools dared to resist. They are merely courting death, one leader remarked. Indeed, Let us extinguish them all and see who dares to oppose us, another added. We are invincible, proclaimed the chief, raising his cup high. Invincible, echoed the crowd in response. On a high ground outside the stronghold, a guard lay in a pool of blood. Beside him stood a small figure. It is they, Tianxia discerned from the words of the slain bandit. He learned that this group had, a year prior, slaughtered the villagers not far from the place he once inhabited. His purpose in returning was fourfold: to avenge the innocent villagers, to rid the world of scourges, to test his strength, and to earn some extra coin. With 11 men guarding the perimeter and 10 more within, 78 rested, while 8 were leaders. Among the remaining were 211 elderly, women, and children, totaling 317 souls, minus the one who had perished. Gazing at the night sky cloaked in ominous clouds, Tianxia murmured, "On this dark night, when the winds howl, let the slaughter commence." The second and third waves of bandits scattered around the perimeter posed no threat to Tianxia. Soon, none remained. "Now, it is your turn," he declared, casting his gaze upon those within the stronghold, before vanishing. Inside another dwelling, a mature and alluring woman gently soothed a child, lifting her garment to nurse him. "Shoo, dear child, do not cry. Be calm," she cooed. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught her attention. Turning around, she found a young boy wielding a weapon. Beneath him lay the lifeless body of her husband. A flicker of panic crossed the woman's face, soon masked by a beguiling smile. "This little adult," she mused. "I was brought here against my will, yet the good men are nowhere to be found. They are all mere lechers." While such thoughts swirled in her mind, she drew closer, emitting a subtle, enticing moan that stirred desire. Just as she believed success was within her grasp, a blade pierced her chest. Perplexed by the cold demeanor of the youth before her, she could not fathom why he had struck so suddenly. As he deftly took the infant from her arms, the child opened its curious, dark eyes to gaze at him. Without a moment's hesitation, the infant's neck was snapped, extinguishing the sparkle in its eyes. The world knew that even if he were spared, survival was impossible. It was better to grant release. The figure known as Tianxia surveyed the varied corpses of bandits and their kin, showing no hesitation as he entered another dwelling. Just moments after he had dispatched one foe, a bandit who had been resting nearby awoke, startled to see Tianxia so near. The bandit's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the intruder had infiltrated their lair, questioning the effectiveness of their outer defenses. Alas, no matter how much he pondered, he could not escape his fate. The commotion from the bandit's final cry had evidently drawn the attention of his comrades, prompting a small contingent of armed bandits to rush forth. Since their cover was blown, there was no longer a need for stealth. Though the bandits were numerous, only about 50 retained any semblance of combat prowess. The rest were rendered ineffective. The ninja's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary men. Even a low-ranking ninja could easily dispatch a group of adult males, let alone Tianxia. The disparity in strength led to the bandits' demise before they even laid eyes on their assailant. Witnessing the intruder swiftly severing lives, a panicked leader dashed off to inform the chief. It was evident to all present in the hall that something was amiss, as the sounds of conflict echoed throughout the small mountain stronghold. After all, the compound was not vast, and now the enemy had breached their defenses. Was he a ninja or a samurai? The chief pondered as he observed the relentless harvest of lives by Tianxia. Aware of his own limitations, he knew he barely qualified as a mid-ranking ninja. Despite being several years younger than himself, he dared not underestimate his opponent, for he was aware that even the youngest of ninja clans could effortlessly end his life. While he contemplated whether to intervene, his bandit subordinates were swiftly being decimated. Several leaders exchanged glances, realizing their chief's paralysis, and charged into the fray. This stronghold was their home, and their men were mere tools for plundering resources. If they perished, it would spell doom for them as well. Regrettably, they focused solely on their future, oblivious to the vast chasm that lay between them and their foe. As they surged into the throng, they found no crowd remaining. By the time they reached the forefront, the besieging bandits had been entirely vanquished, save for a few who had managed to conceal themselves at a distance. At this moment, reality dawned upon them, yet it was too late. The leader, indeed somewhat stronger than his subordinates, could only withstand a few more blows before the inevitable fate ensued. Wait. As the leader emerged from his reverie, he witnessed the last of his men about to meet his end, instinctively calling out to halt the slaughter. But alas, the cry came too late. Blood splattered forth with a sickening sound. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, all hesitation and concern had vanished. Most of his men lay dead. Even if his assailants chose not to kill him, survival was hardly assured. Moreover, they appeared eager to eliminate him entirely. Regardless of who they were, having slain his brothers, they must die. He roared, shrieking to numb the terror within. Confronted by the blood-soaked wretch before him, a flicker of fear ignited within the leader's heart. Gripping his sword tightly, he found a semblance of solace. How dare this insolent wretch not evade? Those contemptuous eyes, let them perish. With a fervent scream in his mind, he accelerated toward the diminutive foe before him. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced through the figure he so dreaded. Disbelief etched upon his face. "Ha ha! You are dead. You dared to challenge me, reaping the fruit of your own demise." The leader raised his arms triumphantly, vociferously proclaiming his own valor. Yet, a sudden noise from behind interrupted his exultation. Turning around, he beheld the menacing glint of a sword and a familiar lower half. What is happening? Why are there two leaders? Confusion enveloped him, yet it was evident that he was already teetering on the precipice of eternal darkness. Flee! With that exclamation, chaos erupted within the mountain stronghold. With their leader fallen, who would linger to await death? The world stood in silence, no one daring to approach within a 50-meter radius. As the survivors fled in a frenzy, he refrained from pursuing. He needed to recuperate his strength for the impending hunt, to eradicate the roots of the menace while unafraid. He recognized the value in circumventing unnecessary troubles. Several hours later, as dawn began to break, he dispatched the last bandit and returned to the lair, liberating the captured women and children. Finally, he ignited a great fire to incinerate the remnants of the bandits, ensuring no further threats would arise. After such long observation, surely they would reveal themselves. Suddenly halting his stride, he addressed the thicket to his left. Having sensed eyes upon him shortly after entering the stronghold, he had initially dismissed it as he felt no intent to kill. Yet, with the adversary persistently tailing him, he felt compelled to acknowledge their presence. If you are reluctant to show yourself, then cease your following. Otherwise, I suggest you stretch your limbs. After several seconds of silence, he called out once more. Oh, fret not, dear boy, for I merely wish to make your acquaintance, having been struck by your extraordinary valor. A youth of modest stature revealed himself upon a tree trunk. Oh, do not depart, he implored as the boy, known as Tianxia, prepared to leave. He hastily pursued. Your attire does not resemble that of a family ninja or a warrior, yet it is quite impressive, not inferior to my own. Henceforth, we shall be brothers. I am Sarutobi Sasuke, and you are? The boy spoke with a boldness that was hard to ignore. Upon hearing the name Sarutobi Sasuke, Tianxia paused momentarily. I am Yanhuang Tianxia, he replied before falling silent. Yanhuang, I have not heard of such a clan. No matter, I shall draw him closer, mused Sarutobi Sasuke. Just as he prepared to speak, an unexpected voice interrupted. Isn't that the eldest son of the Sarutobi clan? What are you up to? Before them, perched on a sturdy tree branch, sat a boy of similar age. Uzumaki-min. Sarutobi Sasuke spoke gravely. Oh, do I strike such fear? The boy grinned mischievously. What do you intend to do? Sarutobi Sasuke inquired. Nothing much, merely a fortuitous encounter, and I thought to engage in a friendly spar, Uzumaki-min said, stretching his limbs before leaping down from the tree. The Sarutobi and Uzumaki clans, being closely allied, often found themselves in conflict over resources, leading to discord among the younger generations. Tianxia, however, held no interest in these familial disputes. He had merely introduced himself due to the noteworthy name of Sarutobi Sasuke. As the two parties appeared poised to clash, Tianxia contemplated his departure when an unexpected voice laced with malice halted him in his tracks. What a fortuitous turn of events. This is quite the windfall, a voice echoed from behind. Turning around, he beheld a young man in his 20s, donned in attire reminiscent of a ninja clan, though Tianxia could not discern which one it was. In the ninja world, apart from the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, he was largely unaware of others. However, Sarutobi Sasuke identified the individual. The Yuhi clan, an elite shinobi. We are in dire straits now. Min, this is your fault, and none of us shall escape. Sarutobi Sasuke's tone was laced with bitterness. Humph, Uzumaki-min huffed, offering no rebuttal. You must be perplexed as to why we express such sentiments, Sarutobi Sasuke remarked, noticing Tianxia's bewilderment. The Yuhi clan, in their quest to counter the Senju and Uchiha, tirelessly seeks to bolster their power. Thus, we, the prominent clans, have become prime targets. While our might holds considerable weight within the shinobi world, we lack the capacity to resist the likes of the Yuhi clan. Furthermore, being situated at their mercy, the Yuhi clan has no intention of sparing us to avoid being attacked from behind. Yet, although we may not match their strength, we can unite in resistance. To combat the pressures imposed by the Yuhi clan, the Sarutobi and Uzumaki clans, alongside the likes of the Toka, Mito, and Suki clans, have forged an alliance to collectively withstand the impending threat, thereby securing a space for survival. Due to the conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha clans, the Yuhi clan is unable to endure the strain of dual warfare, compelling them to adopt a conciliatory policy to prevent rebellion. However, in secret, encounters between the two factions' ninjas often lead to outcomes of mutual annihilation, though all parties are tacitly aware. This is why I articulated the previous statement. Is that correct? While verbally responding to the other, my attention was entirely fixated on the Yuhi clan's elite ninja. Since becoming a ninja, I have yet to engage in combat with a legitimate ninja, thus I remain exceedingly cautious. This time, by unfortunate coincidence, I have encountered a formidable jonin. The palpable aura of menace emanating from the opponent leads me to believe that escape is unlikely. What should we do? Shimura Min anxiously inquired. What else can we do but run? Sarutobi Sasuke responded. As the words left his mouth, the three of us simultaneously turned and fled, aware that charging forward against such overwhelming strength would be tantamount to seeking death. Ah, just as I arrived, you are already leaving. How infuriating. But fear not. I rather enjoy the presence of promising juniors like yourselves, especially those with commendable potential. You appear to possess the strength of a chunin, indeed. Tisk, truly talented individuals. I dare say, as long as you survive, attaining the rank of Kage seems a certainty. The Yuhi ninja pursued us leisurely, lamenting, alas, my own potential is rather lacking. I fear I shall remain at the jonin level for my lifetime. Witnessing such prodigious talent, particularly that which has yet to fully develop, fills me with a desire to rend and torment you, to dismember you. Mwaha, this guy is a lunatic, Shimura Min remarked, casting a glance back at the man. His frustration evident. How dare you speak? If you hadn't suddenly appeared to obstruct us, we would not have encountered him, Sarutobi Sasuke chastised. What does his presence have to do with me? Even if it does, what do you intend to do? Fight. After we escape this predicament, I will hold you accountable. Sarutobi Sasuke thought, knowing now was not the time for such matters. Huh, such bravado. I await your challenge, Shimura Min retorted defiantly. Observing our pursuers closely, I realized that continuing in this manner was unviable. Our stamina would eventually deplete, leaving us vulnerable. Tianxia, do you have any clever ideas? Sarutobi Sasuke inquired. While Shimura Min also shifted his focus to our adversaries, eager for a solution to our current predicament. Eliminate the opponent, I stated. What did you say? Sarutobi Sasuke believed he had misheard. I said, eliminate the opponent, I reiterated. You cannot be serious. Sarutobi Sasuke fell silent, while it was Shimura Min who spoke up. A jonin represents the pinnacle of ninja strength, their prowess far surpassing that of lower-ranked ninjas. Generally, even a dozen chunin would struggle to harm a jonin. Of course, this is under the assumption that they lack peculiar bloodlines, secret techniques, or sudden bursts of extraordinary power. What? Are you too afraid? I taunted, eyeing the silent duo. Do you underestimate me, Sarutobi Sasuke? Humph. As the heir of the Shimura clan, how could I retreat before a mere jonin? Although we aim to confront one another, it is prudent to prepare and strategize, considering our opponent's formidable rank. Thus, we engage in hushed deliberation. Heh, are you plotting your escape? I relish the game of cat and mouse. I shall grant you a fleeting moment of survival, only to let you perish in despair. Hee hee. What is this? Have you paused? Is there a hint of resistance? Heh, this could prove interesting. The village of Yui comes to a halt. As the three of us stand several meters ahead, we must restrict their movements for a decisive strike. I make the first move, drawing my katana and bringing it down fiercely upon the village of Yui. Clang. Sparks fly as I am thrown back, and Yui stumbles back a few steps. Intriguing. You possess considerable strength and wield that blade quite adeptly, Yui remarks. You still have time to speak. At this moment, Shimura Min brandishes his kunai, advancing towards you. I am certainly able to converse, albeit with a hint of caution in my gaze, for the three young ones before me are no trifles. Step aside. I evade Shimura Min's strike, and, with a swift motion of my right hand, seize his wrist and hurl him away with great force. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, I unleash a shuriken with my left hand to limit their movements, while my right hand tightly grips the sheath blade. Oh, a final technique is about to be unleashed. Despite being momentarily incapacitated, Yui exhibits no tension, for he knows he can escape this so-called cage at any moment. Blade technique. A glimmering silver arc rushes towards Yui. Observing the imminent attack, Yui furrows his brow, refraining from mocking, and instead deflects the surrounding shuriken while retreating at high speed. However, due to his carelessness, he cannot completely evade the strike, leaving a crimson mark upon his face. Touching the wound, he places his bloodied finger in his mouth, swallowing it as a dark scowl crosses his face. How dare you mar my beautiful visage? I shall see you dead. With a whoosh, before I could react, Yui appears before me, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Oh, I cry out in pain, but the torment does not end there. Yui plunges his kunai deep into my thigh. Do not forget me. Shimura Min emerges from behind to attack. Seeing the unconscious form of my comrade, Yui casually deflects Min's strike with a flick of his hand. Wind release, vacuum wave. Seizing the moment of confrontation, Shimura Min swiftly channels his chakra, launching a blade of wind. With a whoosh, Yui evades the attack using body flicker technique. Just as he lands, he feels an unusual sensation beneath his feet and looks down to find himself sinking into the ground. The Hell Swamp successfully reveals the hidden Sarutobi Sasuke. Behold, wind release, vacuum spiral. Shimura Min, filled with determination, unleashes a barrage of wind blades that carve through the ground. Aimed directly at Yui. Bang! The attack lands solidly upon Yui, yet his body shatters like clay. Substitution technique. When did that happen? Sarutobi Sasuke exclaims. Be careful. Shimizu Min waved his hand and shouted at his opponent. Upon hearing his call, Sarutobi Sasuke sensed the attack from behind, but at that moment, he was unable to defend himself in time. With a heavy thud, Sarutobi Sasuke collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At this point, aside from Shimizu Min, the other two had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Truly two useless individuals, Shimizu Min muttered under his breath, glancing at the approaching Yui village before turning to flee. Showing no concern for the fallen companions, Yui village was momentarily taken aback. Fleeing, are we? But can you truly escape? Several figures from Yui village swiftly blocked Shimizu Min's path. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Yui village exclaimed in surprise. Not expecting such a young opponent to wield jutsu of that caliber, it was evident that Shimizu Min was indeed desperate. While contemplating this, he swiftly executed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Listening to the heavy breathing from across the way, Yui village understood that his opponent was severely depleted and had ceased the output of chakra. At that moment, a sudden squeaking sound rang out, and Yui village felt a lethal threat, prompting him to attempt to flee the spot. Yet, his feet were ensnared by a large hand that had appeared unexpectedly. Damn it! Get off me! Yui village shouted, releasing all his chakra to shatter the hand. Just then, a hand crackling with lightning breached the earth flow wall, advancing towards him. With a crackle, Yui village narrowly evaded a fatal blow, though at the cost of half his abdomen disappearing. Ah, I will make you pay, Yui village yelled in agony, not forgetting to threaten the others. Although he was bewildered by how someone who had been severely injured could awaken, he had no time or energy to ponder it. Survive first, then we'll talk. Wind release, vacuum wave. At that moment, both Shimizu Min and Sarutobi Sasuke unleashed their attacks in succession. Damn it! Fire release, fire dragon technique. Die! With a mighty roar, several fire dragons surged forth, shattering the jutsu of Sarutobi and his companion, continuing their assault unabated. Truly, what a formidable jonin. Even heavily wounded, he remained strong, unaware that his strength was nearly spent, merely clinging to a thread of life. Let me deliver the final blow. Seizing the opportunity during the lull in jutsu, the figure known as Tinka launched his big ball Rasengan. No! With a deafening roar and explosive sound, Yui village was utterly obliterated, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing in the pit as proof of his existence. What a powerful jutsu! Along with the earlier sword technique and physical clones, just how strong was his true power? Regardless of how Sarutobi and his companion pondered, after 2 consecutive A-rank jutsu, Tinka was on the verge of collapse, yet he knew the time was not right to fall. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again, Tinka said to the exhausted duo on the ground. I suddenly find us rather ridiculous, Shimizu Min remarked, watching Tinka's retreating figure. Indeed. We once took pride in our strength, feeling somewhat invincible. Now we realize that we are nothing, merely clowns, Sarutobi Sasuke said with a bitter smile. What are you doing? As Shimizu Min suddenly rose to his feet, Sarutobi Sasuke inquired. I must return. I am determined to train diligently. With a chuckle, Sarutobi Sasuke replied, Haha. I shall await your return. With a slight scoff, Min cautioned, Do not let me defeat you. Listening to Sasuke's response, Min turned away, and both shared a faint smile. Neither held any interest in the confrontations between the clans. What mattered most was strength. He was acutely aware that with his current abilities, he would be utterly crushed if he were to engage. Recently, there had been a notable increase in insects, and it felt as though he were being watched. Min did not believe he possessed any qualities that would attract these insects. Thus, the notion arose that they were being controlled. Two clans capable of manipulating insects came to mind, the Aburame and the Kamizuru. Given their current location, it could only be the Kamizuru. Min pondered the true intentions of his adversaries. He did not recall any conflict with the Kamizuru clan. Nor could the Yuhi clan have known about his actions against their elite ninja. What could be the cause of this? While Min was lost in thought, the insects that had been scattered around suddenly surged toward him as if receiving a command. Observing the swarming mass of insects that nearly obscured the sky, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lacking the elemental affinities of fire and wind, he had no means to eliminate these insects en masse. With a furrowed brow, Min realized that fleeing was imperative. However, against the airborne insects, his speed was insufficient. Within mere moments, a vanguard of insects had closed in on him. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. With a cacophony of buzzing, numerous insects were scorched or incapacitated. Yet, this effort seemed trivial against the overwhelming swarm. Shortly thereafter, another wave of insects approached, distinct from the previous group. These were entirely black, their tails extending beyond the length of their bodies. As Min retreated, clutching his weapon tightly, he noted that while 1,000 birds could effectively harm the insects, the chakra consumption was exorbitant. At this rate, even if he managed to slay half, his chakra would be nearly depleted. Strangely, as the black insects drew within mere meters, they ceased their advance, surrounding Min and presenting their tails toward him. What is this? A sense of foreboding washed over Min. As anticipated, with a resounding bang, a plume of dark energy erupted from the tails of the black insects. The moment he inhaled even a trace of it, a tingling sensation enveloped his entire body. Realizing something was amiss, Min instinctively held his breath and dropped to the ground. Yet the black swarm followed closely behind. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, visibility reduced to less than half a meter, and the incessant buzzing filled him with trepidation, rendering him hesitant to act rashly. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sounds of projectiles slicing through, and there appeared to be no escape from the onslaught. Assessing his perilous situation, Min's expression grew grave. Facing the unknown threat, he had no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. Blade shield clock. A golden blade of energy coalesced into the shape of a large bell, and soon after, dozens of black arrows were thwarted from breaching the barrier. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that a multitude of insects is present. With a resounding force, the colossal bell expands violently, repelling the dark mist and arrows, allowing for a fleeting opportunity to escape. Gasping for breath, the exertion from the recent assault has drained a substantial portion of Tianxia's energy. Throughout his arduous training with the Celestial Blade, he has mastered only two techniques, the draw technique for offense and the blade shield bell for defense. Suddenly, a chilling realization washes over him as he hears a buzzing sound. He turns to witness towering creatures, approximately 5 meters in height and 10 meters in length, looming behind him. The sky has darkened ominously, the air thick with swarms of various insects. To make matters worse, these creatures emit flames, icy blasts, and toxic substances. Have I entered the realm of insects? The vastness of the insect horde envelopes Tianxia with a profound sense of helplessness. Even with his current strength as a Chunin, or even as a shadow-level warrior, one could be devoured by this relentless tide of insects. However, if they wish for my demise, they shall first lose a few of their precious teeth. Faced with imminent peril and no apparent escape, Tianxia resolves to fight valiantly, even if it means dragging down millions with him. Just as he prepares to unleash his full strength, something grips his ankles, rendering his legs immobile, while the swarm of insects draws ever closer. Damn it! In frustration, Tianxia curses silently, closing his eyes, ready to sever his own fate. Wait, brother. Please don't die. I cannot bear to be alone. Someone. I'm not dead yet. Hearing a youthful voice nearby, Tianxia opens his eyes to find a small spirit, nearly his size. As he surveys his surroundings, he realizes he is in an underground cavern. The entity that had previously grasped his legs must be this small spirit before him. Yet, the creature's pallor is alarming. Its complexion is waxy, skin stretched taut over bones, suggesting it has suffered from hunger for a considerable time. Tianxia's assumption proves correct. It was indeed this spirit that had pulled him underground. Do you have any food left? Noticing the spirit's eager gaze, seemingly preparing to feast upon him, Tianxia retrieves some rations from his ninja tool pouch and hands them over. Thank you, the boy exclaims, snatching the food from Tianxia's hands and hastily stuffing it into his mouth, nearly choking in the process. There's no need to search. There is no exit here. Just some water and nothing else. By the way, my name is Shun Ming. I appreciate your generosity. Observing Tianxia rummaging around in the pit, Shun Ming deduces that he is likely seeking an escape. Shun Ming, from the Shun clan? How did you end up here? This place is so small. With no signs of an exit, Tianxia inquires, returning to his previous position. I am indeed of the Shun clan. As for why I remain here, I have endured a harrowing experience, consuming all my remaining food. By the way, I am 8 years old and have yet to find a companion. Well, if your story is lengthy, perhaps you could share the highlights? Tianxia interjects, unable to contain himself upon hearing the spirit's introduction. Shun Ming let out a cold snort, yet he continued, I was initially on a mission heading back to my family's territory, and during this journey, I encountered a multitude of insects. Upon seeing me, these creatures launched an assault, and I found myself encircled by their sheer numbers. Just when I thought my demise was imminent, some of the insects that had consumed my chakra suddenly turned against their brethren, driving them away. Overwhelmed with joy, I contemplated the possibility of controlling these insects and utilizing them to bolster my family's strength. Wait a moment, you initially couldn't control the insects? Tianxia inquired, his face displaying a hint of surprise. Indeed, our clan is merely an ordinary ninja clan, lacking bloodline limits or secret techniques. Thus, when I encountered those insects that consumed my chakra and obeyed my commands, I followed them here. What of it? Shun Ming's head was adorned with question marks. And nothing at all. At that moment, Tianxia harbored doubts, pondering whether the Shun clan had transformed into an insect-controlling tribe due to this young imp. By the way, I recall there being a barrier here, isolating us from the outside world. It was due to the insects that I arrived, but how did you come here? Observing the curiosity on his companion's face, Tianxia found it difficult to articulate, as he himself was unsure when he had traversed the spatial barrier to arrive here. To avoid further inquiry, Tianxia shifted the topic. There's no need to discuss how I arrived, since you've been here for quite some time. Have you discovered a way out? Naturally, one only has to consider who I am. Although these little insects have ensnared me here, I have never ceased my ambition to conquer them. As Shun Ming spoke passionately, he suddenly sensed a chill in the air. A glance revealed Tianxia gazing at him with a frosty expression. He continued, there are two methods. First, we can retrace our steps, but my path is blocked by them. The second option is to return to the place from whence you came. My place of origin? Tianxia shook his head, indicating that was not a viable option. He certainly did not believe he could survive a fall from several hundred meters in height. Given that, there is another route. By releasing the insects outside, I can identify the queen insect. If we attack the queen, the other insects will surely retreat, and we can seize that opportunity to escape. The queen insect. Upon hearing this name, Tianxia understood that this second option would not be easily traversed. He had witnessed the colossal insects, and it was evident that they were not the queen. Just how large and powerful could the queen be? More crucially, how many guards surrounded her? You seem troubled, Shun Ming observed, noticing Tianxia's worried demeanor, likely concerning the queen insect. Fear not. While she is indeed large, she is so corpulent that she struggles to move, and she does not favor the presence of other insects nearby, making it relatively safe. Then why haven't you gone? Tianxia countered. Isn't it evident? I have been too famished to muster the strength. Moreover, I must expend chakra to nourish my little companions, allowing them to gather intelligence. Yet, why have they not returned? I distinctly instructed them to return upon detecting any presence. Shun Himing pondered, stroking his face with a perplexed expression. You mean to say that you controlled the insects to monitor me? Tianxia's expression darkened. Do not utter such unpleasant words. I merely followed along and happened to encounter you. Moreover, had I been unaware of your presence, you might have already met your demise. Tianxia paused, reflecting on the situation, and it indeed seemed plausible. No, wait. Tianxia suddenly recalled something. If that is the case, why did you command the insects to attack me? Attack you? No, that was not my intention. Shun Heming replied, perplexed. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that the insects began their assault upon sensing they were being observed? Precisely, Tianxia affirmed. As far as I know, these insects typically do not attack unless provoked. If I had not sought to capture more of them, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Unless something commands them, and the only entity capable of doing so here is the insect queen. Shun Heming deduced. You mean? Tianxia gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the insect queen has been dormant, and we might have escaped unnoticed, but now that she has awakened, our situation has drastically worsened. We shall face an army of intelligent insect warriors. Whether we attempt to break through, create a diversion, or aim for a decisive strike, all options appear futile. Shun Heming lamented. A thunderous rumble erupted from above, and the ground trembled as a massive, iridescent insect limb broke through the surface, coming into view before the two. That limb, could it be? Impossible. Shun Heming cried out in terror. What is it? At that moment, Tianxia had drawn his weapon. It is the insect queen. The insect queen. Damn it. You said she lacked combat capabilities and could not even rise. Even the usually composed Tianxia could not help but feel a surge of panic. Merely observing that single limb was enough to convey that their opponent was formidable. The countless insects were already overwhelming. Now they faced this seemingly powerful insect queen as well. Darkness loomed ahead, devoid of hope. Humans, how long has it been since I last encountered one? A coarse voice, laced with sharpness and magnetism, barely hinted at its gender. The pit's apex vanished, replaced by a colossal figure towering over 10 meters, its body extending over 20 meters in length. Adorned with dozens of sharp, bone-like appendages several meters long. Its vast form was a milky white, resembling a gigantic worm. Strangely, its limbs bore no resemblance to those of a worm, but rather resembled those of a beetle, exuding immense power. However, an unsettling sight emerged as a delicate female face appeared upon the creature's visage, strikingly beautiful yet grotesque in its juxtaposition with the insect body, evoking a sense of profound unease. Humans, it has been far too long. The voice transformed from a harsh, piercing tone to a melodious, enchanting timbre as the woman spoke. Tianxia felt a sudden, inexplicable desire to listen endlessly. Damn it! He jolted back to reality, biting his tongue to maintain his consciousness. An illusion? Gazing at that ethereal yet beautiful face, a chill coursed through Tianxia, for the voice possessed a beguiling quality that could easily ensnare the unwary. Yet he remained completely oblivious. I had inadvertently unleashed my alluring voice. Although I did not consciously wield the power of seduction, it emanated from me unintentionally. Nevertheless, this was not something an ordinary spirit could easily dispel. The will of the individual seemed remarkably formidable. The woman murmured to herself, her gaze fixated upon the heavens as if she had discovered something intriguing. Fool, awaken! Her eyes fell upon Shun Heming, who wore a dazed expression. With a swift motion, she delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Ouch! That hurts. Shun Heming rubbed his head, gradually regaining consciousness. Wait, what just happened? As he pondered this, Shun Heming cautiously regarded the insect queen, preparing to speak of her exquisite visage. It has been quite a while since I encountered a human. Did you arrive here through reverse summoning? Forget about that, she replied. Would you mind staying here with me? I feel so lonely surrounded by these grotesque creatures, she said, casting a glance around at the insects. I shall remain to keep you company. Despite having weathered numerous storms together, the two of them shuddered at her words. The crux of the matter was that she herself was an insect. Though endowed with human intellect, she could not escape the essence of her being. How could she regard her own kind in such a manner? Ah, this beautiful insect lady, we all have lives beyond this realm. Shun Heming stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he began to speak nonsense. Do not deceive her. You are not even a decade old. How could you possibly have a life? She retorted, turning shyly to the side, her cheeks flushed. Tianxia and Shun Heming exchanged glances, barely suppressing their urge to retch. We truly must take our leave. Farewell. Tianxia raised a hand, turning to depart, and Shun Hemming hurriedly followed. Did I say you could leave? A seemingly casual remark caused the insects, previously scattered, to converge upon them. Above, below, and all around, countless insects filled the air. Since you refused to stay, then, the woman's breathtakingly beautiful visage suddenly contorted, transforming into a grotesque, devilish countenance. I shall claim your heads and drain your brains. Ah ha ha ha. Is there any way out? Tianxiao inquired of Shun Hemming, who stood nearby as the insect horde advanced. There is a way, but what? I can command the insects to lift us into the air. But against this endless swarm, we have no means of breaking free, Shun Hemming replied, exasperated. Fly from above? Tianxiao surveyed the dense mass of insects, biting his teeth in frustration. At this moment, aside from this method, there seemed no other avenue for escape. I can break through. You? Shun Hemming regarded the boy, who was of a similar stature to himself, with skepticism, doubting his capabilities. However, as the insect army drew nearer, remaining stationary would only lead to their demise. It was better to take a chance. With this thought, a swarm of insects erupted from Shun Hemming's body, carrying both Tianxia and himself gently into the air, soaring towards the direction from which they had originally come. No commands were needed from the insect queen. The airborne pests surged toward the heavens in a relentless assault. Do not halt. Advance with utmost speed. Tianxiao bellowed at Shun Hemming. In this critical moment, Shun Hemming understood that every second counted in the battle for survival. A moment's delay could mean the difference between life and death. A colossal bell, approximately 3 meters in diameter, materialized around the two. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds of impact echoed as countless insects relentlessly hurled themselves against the bell, vying to eliminate the intruder and please their queen. Below, realizing the danger beneath, Tianxiao remembered that they were vulnerable, yet maintaining the bell's integrity consumed all his energy, leaving him little strength to defend against the onslaught from below. Shun Hemming, sensing Tianxiao's exhaustion, gritted his teeth and released another swarm of flying insects to block the breach. These creatures were intended to bolster his family's strength once they emerged, but survival took precedence in that moment. The gap below was temporarily sealed, but the external defenses were under dire threat. Smaller insects made way for larger ones, each over a meter in length, positioning themselves in the path of the impending assault. Nothing shall impede my path. At this moment, Tianxiao appeared remarkably composed. He dispelled the defenses and, with the aid of Shun Hemming's insects, took the lead. With a swift strike, a large insect resembling a bedbug was cleaved in two, its green ichor splattering nearby. However, instead of deterring the others, this act ignited their ferocity. Come forth. Tianxiao, with a bloodthirsty grin, plunged into the fray, each swing of his blade claiming one or several lives. Unbeknownst to him, he recalled Musashi's teachings on the essence of the blade and its momentum, entering a trance-like state. Time passed unmarked until a ray of sunlight broke through the darkness, followed by a second, a third, and then a multitude. The sky, once shrouded in gloom due to the insects, began to illuminate as their numbers dwindled. Tianxia deftly evaded the attacking insects, especially with his eyes closed. Kill him. Eliminate this human. The insect queen howled, suddenly perceiving the threat posed by Tianxia. She resolved to keep him here, lest she face a terrifying foe in the future. Responding to the queen's command, the insects, including the ants, laughed maniacally as they rushed to devour Tianxia. Meanwhile, in a concealed glade on the ground, Shun Hemming remained hidden. Lacking the strength to confront Tianxia's formidable prowess, he was fortunate that most of the insects were drawn to Tianxia, allowing him to remain unnoticed. Watching Tianxia, ensnared in a swarm above, Shun Hemming felt a void within, fixated on the relentless dance of Tianxia's blade. In the face of danger, Tianxia began to move gracefully in the air, wielding his katana with fluidity. The insects clinging to him moved in synchrony with his intent, altering their trajectory to assist in his attacks and enhance the execution of his techniques. This left him feeling peculiar, yet more so awakened. For the ability to freely maneuver his body through the air greatly enhanced the potency of his strikes and the likelihood of his escape. Unbeknownst to all, within him resided a strange insect, capable of emitting unique energy waves that could sense the thoughts of sentient beings. However, upon releasing these energy waves, the creature would gradually perish. Even within the realm of insects, such beings were rare, yet it had fortuitously been tamed by the divine crane's call. It was due to the existence of this insect that, In the absence of commands from the divine crane, it acted in accordance with Tianxia's will, allowing him to better harness his power. Under the insect's assault, Tianxia danced through the void, each strike cleaving his foes in twain, causing a veritable rain of insects to fall wherever he ventured. Each swing was accompanied by a radiant flash that bewildered his enemies, obscuring his form and movements. Though the insects possessed little intelligence, they were driven by instinct. As they witnessed more of their kin fall to the enemy, their offensive gradually waned, granting Tianxia a momentary respite. Let us call it the dance of the sun. Reflecting upon the essence he had just grasped, he gazed at the sun hanging high in the sky, unconcerned with his own predicament, instead whimsically naming the technique he had just conceived amidst peril. "I want you dead." A piercing voice suddenly resounded in his ears, causing Tianxia to momentarily lose consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he beheld an 8-winged creature soaring above him, the insect monarch. This must be a trick. Tianxia was confident that he had not observed any wings upon his adversary at the outset, and even if there were, how could it possibly take flight? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Confronting the unknown boss and its endless minions required immediate action. Here, the divine crane waved his arms, directing Tianxia toward a nearby cliff, which was ultimately a dead end. Nevertheless, Tianxia did not believe the opponent would choose such a path to destruction, and he swiftly altered his course toward the foe, with the colossal insect monarch closely pursuing him. The divine crane's expression tightened as he turned to collide with the rock face. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of splintering did not unfold. The figure simply vanished. In that fleeting moment, Tianxia perceived a ripple, unmistakably indicating the presence of a spatial barrier, likely an exit. As the exit loomed near, the insect monarch was already upon him, prompting Tianxia to curse under his breath. Drawing his blade, he met the monarch's advancing foot with all his might. With a resounding clash, the insect monarch remained unscathed, while Tianxia's weapon shattered into 2 pieces, and he was thrown back, blood spilling from his wounds, yet he managed to surge into the exit. "Are you all right?" As they emerged on the other side, within a cave atop a mountain, the divine crane inquired with concern, noticing the blood at the corner of Tianxia's mouth. "I'm fine." Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. "Let us leave this place." Under the divine crane's guidance, the two traversed a subterranean passage to reach the surface. The exit lay concealed behind a massive boulder, shrouded in a dense thicket, rendering it quite secretive. However, this matter bears no significance to the world at large. Whether or not it is discovered has no bearing on him, as he is reluctant to venture further in the absence of strength to confront the queen of insects. Reflecting on the earlier sense of helplessness, he clenches his fists, reminding himself that his power remains insufficient. After the divine crane departed with the few remaining bugs, he cast a glance at the crevice behind the colossal stone and resolutely turned away. Surely, one day he would return to reclaim his honor. Within a restaurant in the town, he sat at a table laden with several servings of food. A newly acquired katana rested at the corner, while his original blade, which he had previously acquired from the esteemed Mikomo Saburo, could be deemed a masterpiece. Yet, it had succumbed to a single strike when facing the queen of insects. Despite its prior minor damages, a fine weapon is a rare find. Thus, he could only make do with an ordinary blade for now, contemplating a future journey to the land of crafts to forge a weapon of his own. "Have you heard? The 3 great clans of the Land of Fire have clashed once more," spoke 3 wandering ninjas at the adjacent table, narrating the current state of the ninja world. He, seated not far away, listened intently to their discourse. "The 3 great clans. Are you not familiar with them?" One among them expressed confusion. The initial speaker, disdainful, replied, "The 3 great clans are the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Yuhi clan. These clans are not only the most formidable in the Land of Fire, but the most powerful across the entire ninja continent. I know of these 3 clans. Yet I have heard that the Hyuga clan is also quite formidable." Another interjected, "Indeed, the Hyuga were once quite notable, but in recent years, they have been surpassed by the other 3 clans. Had it not been for the presence of Hinata Tennin from the Hyuga clan, they would likely have been consumed by the other clans long ago. The 3 great clans have been at odds for over a century, without any clan facing annihilation." The previously silent one remarked, "It seems this time will be no different, merely a skirmish." The other 2 nodded in agreement. Have they truly begun to fight? As he listened to their conversation, he recalled the time he, along with Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Min, had united to vanquish a high-ranking ninja from the Yuhi clan. Would this impending conflict bear any connection to that? Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the entrance of a small child, around 6 or 7 years old, who bore a katana on his back. The child's arrival abruptly silenced the bustling restaurant, all eyes, including his own, turning toward the young one. As the child sat down and ordered a meal, the restaurant resumed its previous ambience, the chatter returning to life. Such a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from the child. It seemed he had recently taken a life. He cast a fleeting glance at the child before averting his gaze. The overwhelming bloodlust radiating from the boy instantly heightened the tension among the wandering ninjas and samurai present. Had he exhibited even the slightest sign of discord, chaos would surely have erupted. What does it mean to exude such murderous intent? Is it a display of strength, an enticement, or a sign of one's inability to control their own bloodlust? In comparison to the latter, he deemed the first two interpretations far more plausible. Not long after, 3 wandering ninjas appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. They first cast a glance at the young boy who was dining, then discreetly surveyed the patrons within, ultimately choosing a spot to sit and rest while they ate. The individuals present were far from foolish. In this era, only the astute could survive. Thus, they quickly deduced that the young boy and the newly arrived trio were interconnected. Both groups bore the signs of a fierce struggle, their garments stained with remnants of battle. Yet, within the restaurant, a diverse assembly of characters remained motionless, well aware that any rash action could lead to dire consequences. Before long, the young boy finished his meal and departed, closely followed by the 3 men. Tianxia, observing the 4 departing figures, pondered before deciding to follow suit. In his estimation, while the boy appeared youthful, he exhibited considerable strength, and the trio possessed the prowess of Chunin. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what the outcome would be. However, not everyone shared Tianxia's penchant for spectacle. Sometimes, curiosity could lead to peril, entangling others in unfortunate fates. In a secluded corner of the restaurant, one individual chose to follow, while the remainder resumed their own affairs, indifferent to the lives of others. In the grand scheme, life itself held greater significance than mere entertainment. Several miles outside the town, Tianxia realized that the 3 had encircled the young boy. "You killed my brother and usurped our mission, and yet you still dare to flee," exclaimed the tall man among them. "The mission is open to anyone capable," the boy retorted coldly. "Blame your brothers for their lack of strength. If you wish to kill me for the mission funds, be prepared to face the consequences." "Huh, after being pursued by us for 3 days, you still have the audacity to boast," chimed in a stockier man. "Are you fools? The only reason I was being chased is that the deaths of your companions injured me slightly. Now that I have recovered, do you truly believe I would still flee?" With that, he drew his weapon, pointing the blade defiantly at them. "Seeking death, are you?" 2 of the trio immediately erupted in fury, the first to speak among them. "Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Do you not remember how the others perished?" cautioned the shortest, darker-hued leader, attempting to restrain the 2 impulsive ones. Could he be the future second Suchikage? Tianxia muttered to himself, though he knew better than to assume someone's identity based solely on their name. "Attack!" the somber man bellowed. Charging forth, with a swift incantation, he unleashed a fire release. Great Fireball, combined with Wind Release. Great Breakthrough, a potent combination of ninjutsu. The young boy, named Wu, exhibited remarkable chakra control and innate talent. Though merely 2 C-rank techniques, their fusion unleashed a force rivaling A-rank. The trio, caught off guard, scattered in disarray, yet still suffered from the ensuing blast. Amidst the chaos, a scream pierced the air. The stocky man, who had been attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him, found his heart pierced by Wu's strike. When did he? The remaining 2 were taken aback, their expressions filled with dread. What a terrifying hidden ability. Just moments earlier, after executing the combination technique, Wu had concealed both his chakra and presence, eliminating one of the trio in an instant. The ability to become invisible while simultaneously concealing one's chakra is indeed a formidable skill, allowing one to engage in battles beyond their typical capacity. Yet, recalling the abilities of the second Mizukage, one cannot help but perceive the striking similarities between their powers. Both can initiate secret techniques undetected by adversaries. Returning to the battlefield, the remaining 2 combatants, now cautious due to the loss of one of their own, are filled with trepidation, though they fear their opponent's capabilities. The need for vengeance for their fallen comrade is paramount, particularly now when retreat seems improbable. Regret lingers in their hearts for having provoked this young foe. In just a matter of days, his strength has evidently surged. With the Earth-style technique, Earth Dragon Bullet, and the Fire-style technique, Great Fireball, they combine their ninjutsu into the devastating Exploding Dragon Bullet. The fusion of earth and fire attributes causes the mud bullets to explode upon nearing the enemy, catching them off guard. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifts. The tall, somber man among the remaining two is struck head-on by an exploding dragon bullet, shattering him to pieces. "I will kill you." Witnessing his comrades perish before his eyes, the dark-hued man unleashes his secret technique, his power escalating to that of a jonin. However, the excessive consumption of chakra forces the previously unseen ninjutsu to be dispelled. Faced with a frenzied opponent, the young warrior named Wu retreats, aiming to avoid direct confrontation. Yet, against the might of the jonin-level adversary, he proves insufficient. In mere moments, he is overtaken, and a close-quarters battle ensues. Ultimately, Wu's strength cannot rival that of his opponent, and he is pierced through the heart. "Ha! Ha! This is your fate," the dark man exclaims. However, his own condition is dire. Having expended his life force through his secret technique, he knows he will not survive much longer. Yet, at this moment, he cares not for his own demise, fixated solely on eliminating the young foe before him. Another piercing sound echoes as Wu, now reappeared, thrust through the man's heart. How can there be two? The dark man finds himself unable to close his eyes in death. Is this the art of splitting? He contemplates. A peculiar voice interrupts. Such a remarkable ability. Tianxia, startled, swiftly vacates the area, sensing no malice from the newcomer. "I am merely intrigued by the capabilities of that young demon. It seems to transcend the ninjutsu you speak of." The newcomer, a boy of similar age to Tianxia, is clad in a pristine, protective outfit. Though unaware of the boy's identity, Tianxia recognizes that his ability to approach within mere meters without detection signifies a strength or unique skill that he is loath to confront. It must be a bloodline limit. After all, it is not a secret, Tianxia admits. Bloodline, a power hidden within one's lineage? It appears to be formidable. While puzzled that this evidently capable individual lacks such fundamental knowledge, Tianxia continues, "You are correct. Possessing a bloodline limit can amplify one's power exponentially, making it a potent hereditary trait." "Oh, is that so? I understand now. Thank you." The boy bows in gratitude before promptly departing without hesitation, as if he had merely sought to inquire about the origins of Wu's remarkable ability. Though the identity of the individual remained uncertain, Tianxia felt an inexplicable certainty that they would meet again. Before he could ponder this further, a diminutive old man floated into view. Was it the first Suchikage? Meanwhile, Shurha approached Wu and articulated his intention. "I have observed you for some time. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Faced with Shurha's proposition, Wu did not hesitate. Recognizing his own limited strength, he realized that having a mentor would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. Just as the two were about to depart, Tianxia emerged from his concealment. "Oh, is there something you desire?" Shurha responded, having sensed Tianxia's presence earlier but not paying it much heed. Now, with the boy suddenly appearing, he felt perplexed. At that moment, Wu also recognized Tianxia. He could sense that the latter was stronger than himself, yet he believed that by the time he reached Tianxia's age, he would surpass him. However, the subsequent declaration from Tianxia would be etched in Wu's memory forever. "I challenge you." With his blade aimed directly at Shurha, the first Suchikage, Wu stared in astonishment. He sensed that Tianxia's strength was merely that of a jonin, while his own teacher emanated an aura akin to an unfathomable abyss. The chasm between their abilities was insurmountable. This was not a battle, but a fool's errand. Indeed, a fool's errand, Wu thought. Truly, he was the first Suchikage, one of the formidable forces that quelled chaos. Months had passed since that fateful duel, and the outcome was well known. Despite Tianxia unleashing all his might, he could not inflict harm, instead suffering a devastating blow himself. This experience illuminated the vast disparity between him and the elite of the ninja world. Suddenly, the rushing river came to an unexpected halt, and the waterfall split in two. Breathing heavily, Tianxia emerged from the cascade, barefoot upon the water's surface as he made his way to the shore. The pressure from the waterfall diminished significantly, prompting him to contemplate seeking a larger one. The Heavenly Blade chronicles that one should wield the blade when capable of cleaving a mountain. At this moment, he could barely divide a waterfall no greater than 20 meters. His aspiration to reach the foundational level of mastering the heavenly blade seemed a distant goal. Noticing an anomaly nearby, Tianxia halted and called out, "Do not make a move. I bear no ill will." Under his gaze, a youthful boy of about 10 with a refined appearance emerged from the grass. "Who are you?" Tianxia inquired, noting the boy's distinctive attire, indicative of a ninja clan. "My name is Luo. I apologize for disturbing you." "I hid because I sensed someone approaching," the boy replied shyly. Seeing no threat from the youth, Tianxia nodded and prepared to leave, but then recalled his inquiry about the location of a large waterfall. "I know where one is. Allow me to lead you." The boy, seemingly at ease with Tianxia, showed no signs of wariness, smiling as he walked ahead. "Here it is." After half an hour, they arrived at a vast lake, where the sight of a magnificent waterfall, resembling a galaxy cascading from the heavens, could still be seen in the distance. The waterfall rises majestically to hundreds of zhang in height and spans over a dozen zhang in width, standing as the grandest waterfall in my homeland, the land of waterfalls. "Quite spectacular, isn't it?" Before Tianxia could utter a word, Luo began to provide a brief introduction. "Thank you," Tianxia expressed his gratitude, as the other had saved him a considerable amount of time in locating this waterfall. Suddenly, Tianxia's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to glance at the forest of books behind him, where several shurikens materialized in the air. "Luo, are you all right?" A newcomer, also a 10-year-old boy, bore a familiar resemblance to Luo. Observing this scene, Tianxia's countenance darkened. He had just begun to appreciate the youth when he discovered that there were hidden foes among them. Noticing Tianxia's expression, Luo realized the misunderstanding and hurriedly spoke. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Kakuzu recognized that the two were not enemies and, with a hearty laugh, sheathed his weapons. "I am merely here to enjoy the sights. Is that so unacceptable?" As he spoke, he turned to Tianxia. "My apologies. I initially mistook you for an adversary." Tianxia nodded slightly, indicating no offense was taken. He was not one to hold grudges. Moreover, the one named Luo had referred to the newcomer as Kakuzu, which reminded Tianxia of the latter's 5 hearts. However, the boy before him bore no resemblance to the Kakuzu of the future, who would be feared and renowned. After a moment's distraction, Tianxia regained his composure. He had encountered formidable figures, including his father, the 3rd Hokage, so he was not easily intimidated. He knew that those he would meet in the future would be even more powerful and esteemed, and he was destined to become one of them, perhaps the strongest, revered and celebrated by future generations. "My name is Tianxia. It is a pleasure to meet you," he introduced himself, sensing no malice from the two. He anticipated spending some time training here and deemed it unwise to forge enmity. "Tianxia, what is your purpose in seeking this grand waterfall?" Luo inquired. "Training," Tianxia replied candidly, knowing they would eventually learn the truth. "Training?" Both Luo and Kakuzu echoed, puzzled. Setting aside their belongings, they shed their upper garments and approached the waterfall. As Tianxia stepped beneath the cascading waters, the forceful current made it nearly impossible for him to maintain his footing, let alone train under the waterfall's deluge. Luo and Kakuzu exchanged glances as they witnessed Tianxia repeatedly being swept away by the torrent, only to rise again. They too were eager not to fall behind. As the days turned into weeks, several months passed in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Tianxia's control over his chakra had significantly improved. He could stand serenely upon the tumultuous waters and withstand the waterfall's impact for a good half-hour. In contrast, Luo and Kakuzu found themselves at a considerable disadvantage, realizing the extent of Tianxia's prowess. Suddenly, amidst the roar of the waterfall, Tianxia felt a gust of wind behind him. This occurrence was not unfamiliar. He had previously refrained from investigating due to uncertainty about the situation within, as he could not endure the force of the water for prolonged periods. Now, he was determined to delve deeper and uncover the truth. After a brief discussion, the trio resolved to venture into the depths together. Faced with the force of the waterfall, the trio had acclimatized, emerging from the descent of several meters with a sense of clarity, finding themselves within a hollow expanse. Exchanging glances, they ventured forth along the passage before them. Moments later, a glimmer of light materialized ahead, revealing a paradise reminiscent of a celestial realm. "How beautiful," remarked Luo. Both Tianxia and Zhao Du nodded in agreement. "Let us explore this place," suggested Zhao Du as Tianxia wandered alone in this extraordinary space, absorbing the surroundings. He could not help but marvel at the wonders of this world. Could this be the future land of Waterfall Ninja? He pondered. recalling the location of the land of waterfall ninja from his memories, which seemed to coincide with this very locale. Suddenly, a distant scream pierced the air. It was Yingluo's voice. Over the past few months, a bond of friendship had formed among the trio, particularly with the innocent-hearted Yingluo. Although living in such a world posed significant dangers, one could not deny the presence of a kind and loving heart within him. Just as Tianxia arrived at the scene, Zhao Du also approached. At that moment, Yingluo bore several wounds, his pallor indicating excessive blood loss. What happened? Zhao Du inquired anxiously upon seeing his friend injured. While Tianxia's gaze shifted to him as well. There was a monster with many tentacles, Yingluo explained, tending to his wounds while gazing into the dark cavern ahead. Upon hearing his words, Tianxia and Zhao Du exchanged a knowing glance and drew their weapons, cautiously advancing. Suddenly, a whooshing sound filled the air as numerous black tentacles surged towards them, launching a coordinated assault. Caught off guard by the swift onslaught, the two had no choice but to defend themselves. The clang of metal echoed as they were pushed back by the incredible force emanating from the tentacles. In the darkness of the cave, footsteps echoed ominously, and a pair of eerie green eyes emerged, followed by a 3-meter-tall octopus, its form comprised of writhing black tentacles. Ha ha ha! The tentacled octopus emitted a strange cry, seemingly proclaiming its territory as inviolable. Once again, the whooshing sound reverberated, and this time, an attack enveloped the trio. Zhao Du swiftly evaded the onslaught, executing hand signs to unleash his Earth-style ninjutsu. The Earth Spear severed several tentacles. Yet the severed appendages appeared to possess a life of their own, writhing back to reattach to the octopus, restored to their original state. We must utilize powerful ninjutsu, or we will struggle to inflict any significant damage, Tianxia shouted to his companions, then unleashed Chidori to paralyze the advancing tentacles, seizing the moment. Yingluo and Zhao Du exchanged glances and unleashed their most potent attacks, Water Style, Iron Roar, and Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Boom. The combined assault struck the octopus head-on. Its body paralyzed. Is it dead? Yingluo asked, staring into the rising smoke. Perhaps, Zhao Du replied uncertainly. However, in Tianxia's perception, the presence of the tentacled octopus remained, albeit somewhat diminished, but it was not yet vanquished. As the smoke and dust settled, the tentacled octopus revealed its form, largely shattered except for its core. Nevertheless, it was rapidly regenerating, visibly returning to its original state. The octopus, in the midst of its bodily restoration, was evidently poised for a prime assault, and without hesitation, Tianxia charged forward. With a shrill roar, the tentacled octopus seemed to attempt to dissuade Tianxia, yet it was clear that Tianxia paid no heed. Once more, the octopus let out several fierce cries, extending its recently reattached tentacles to strike. However, against Tianxia's sharp blade, the attack was futile. Reluctantly, the octopus withdrew its tentacles, weaving them into a net in an attempt to thwart Tianxia's advance. With a swift draw of the blade, a gleam of steel shredded the net before cleaving the octopus in twain. After the assault, Tianxia observed the situation from the sidelines. He found the octopus peculiar, uncertain whether severing it in two would lead to its demise. A piercing, anguished wail echoed, striking the eardrums of the three companions. The once sundered octopus reformed into a mass of tentacles, swiftly reassembling. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the trio hastened to intervene. However, at that moment, the octopus surged with newfound might, repelling them with a single tentacle strike. The three exchanged glances, preparing to employ their ninjutsu once more. Yet, sensing their intent, 3 tentacles detached from the mass, targeting Tianxia and his companions. Having witnessed the earlier display of power, the trio did not dare underestimate it. As they approached, numerous fine tentacles surged forth from the 3, overwhelming them. Unable to evade due to prior injuries, Yingluo was ensnared. The minute tentacles pierced her skin, voraciously siphoning her blood. Die! Kaku bellowed, his face contorted in rage as he severed the tentacle entwined around Yingluo. Yet, the smaller tentacles persisted in their feeding, and Yingluo visibly withered at an alarming rate. Tianxia rushed over, unleashing lightning-infused chakra to paralyze the tiny tentacles. Damn it, wind release, wind cutter. Witnessing his friend in such a state, Kaku unleashed a jutsu upon the writhing tentacles on the ground, obliterating them entirely. A mournful wail erupted from the octopus, which had now vastly increased in size, towering at 10 meters. After its lament, it fixed its gaze upon the standing Tianxia and Kaku. With a whoosh, dozens of tentacles, now several times thicker than before, shot through the air. Grabbing Yingluo, Tianxia positioned himself in front to buy time for Kaku and the others. However, the sheer number of tentacles was overwhelming, and several bypassed Tianxia, pursuing Kaku and Yingluo. With a flourish, Tianxia executed the dance of the sun, evading and countering as if in a graceful ballet amidst the onslaught of tentacles. The octopus roared, transforming its tentacles into a colossal fist. The oppressive air strikes against the face, rendering one unable to gaze directly, yet knowing that two friends stand resolutely behind. One can only choose to confront the looming threat head-on. A colossal shield, radiating a faint golden hue, stands before Tianxia, valiantly absorbing the assault of the tentacled octopus. A flicker of mockery flashes in the creature's eyes as it suddenly intensifies its force. With a resounding crack, the shield succumbs to the overwhelming pressure and shatters completely, sending the three companions hurtling through the air, scattered across the ground. Coughing violently, blood spurts forth, being positioned at the forefront and the epicenter of the attack. Tianxia suffers grievous injuries, with numerous bones fractured throughout his body. The tentacled octopus pays no heed to the fallen duo beside him, instead advancing towards Tianxia, perceiving him as the greatest threat and inflictor of harm. Faced with the imposing approach of the massive creature, Tianxia stumbles back a few steps. Leaning against a giant tree for support, the octopus halts momentarily, casting its gaze to the side, and then quickens its pace significantly. Tianxia's keen eyes detect the creature's movements, following its line of sight to a small puddle of water beside the tree. Water? A moment of confusion washes over him, memories of the octopus's anxious expression resurfacing in his mind. Just as the octopus launches its assault, a long-buried recollection awakens within him. In this critical moment, Tianxia plunges his head into the puddle. Boom! As the attack descends, a distant figure, observing the battle, grows grim. Karasu supports Yingluo, preparing to flee the scene. With the strongest among them now deceased, staying would yield nothing but additional corpses. Boom! Another deafening sound echoes, and as Karasu and his companion look back, they behold the massive tentacled octopus lying defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, Tianxia stands, radiating a visible aura of chakra, employing the shadow clone technique. Tianxia has summoned several clones to converge and channel chakra simultaneously, forming an immense chakra sphere that gradually expands. The super-large Rasen Shuriken. Although Tianxia's control over chakra surpasses what one would expect at his level, the effort to gather a chakra sphere with a diameter of 10 meters proves daunting, necessitating the assistance of multiple clones. The octopus possesses formidable vitality. Against such resilient life, the Rasen Shuriken is more effective. However, at this moment, Tianxia remains only familiar with this technique, having had no time to develop other attributes, thus resorting to this singular move. Boom! An explosive sound far exceeding the previous echoes erupts, leaving a massive crater several meters wide in its wake, with remnants of tentacles still partially intact at its center. Let me handle this. Just as Tianxia prepares to obliterate the black tentacles entirely, Yingluo, pale-faced, produces a box and seals the remnants within. Seemingly struck by a thought, Tianxia refrains from intervening, allowing his chakra to settle into tranquility. Yet upon closer inspection, faint wrinkles begin to appear on his cheeks. The consumption of the life water will drain the user's vitality. However, faced with the dire circumstances, Tianxia had no other choice. In this perilous era, where danger lurks at every corner and the average lifespan scarcely exceeds 40 years, sacrificing a fragment of one's vitality to preserve a life is deemed worthwhile. Tianxia, are you well? Yingsuo and Jiaodu approached to inquire. Observing the sincerity in their eyes, Tianxia shook his head in response. With matters concluded and training at an end, he resolved to embark on his journey. Meanwhile, Yingsuo and Jiaodu, accompanied by a cohort of clan ninjas, retreated into the sanctuary of the waterfall realm, a place far more secure and concealed than the outside world. As the ninjas rose to prominence, the once dominant samurai were gradually supplanted. Yet, there exists a domain that retains a substantial number of samurai factions, the Land of Iron. However, in contrast to the chaos outside, this land is rife with its own warfare. The original samurai legions of the Land of Iron, alongside those composed of foreign warriors, frequently clash in their struggle for dominion over the territory. With half a day's journey remaining to Xingliang, a voice called out for caution, as recent incursions by the Kohan forces had targeted our troops in the wilderness. A group of samurai was en route. Teacher Saki, do you think the enemy might ambush us? A particularly notable boy, clad in iron armor and around 11 or 12 years old, stood out among the adults. Little Fan isn't scared, is he? Without a reply from his teacher, a young man in his 30s jested from the side. You're the one afraid. The boy, named Yun Fan, retorted defiantly, my strength is formidable. Oh, our little Fan is the strongest. Laughter erupted among the samurai, for within this group, Yun Fan was the weakest. Jiao, silence your tongue and remain vigilant. Do not fall prey to the enemy's ambush, Saki admonished the jesters. At that moment, arrows rained down from all directions. Everyone, take cover. Saki bellowed, alerting the group. Though they heeded his warning, 3 individuals were struck by the flying arrows, with 2 sustaining injuries. Are you all right? Jiao shielded Yun Fan, absorbing the brunt of the assault. Attack! A cacophony of battle cries erupted as hundreds of samurai descended upon them. Jiao, protect Fan. The rest of you, safeguard our supplies. After a long absence, Saki's forces clashed with the enemy. Amidst the turmoil, the leaders of both factions stood at the center, none daring to strike at them. Kazama, Saki seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes betraying a sorrow and regret that contradicted his tone. What's this, my dear senior brother? What expression do you wear? With a sudden assault from Kazama, Saki parried with his blades. Are you still unwilling to relent? Once you are dead, I shall cease. Kazama laughed maniacally. His visage twisted in madness as he swung wildly. A samurai who had just deflected an attack was suddenly beset by several blades from either side. Meeting a swift demise, outnumbered, Saki's side suffered grievous losses within mere minutes, with more than half of their ranks wounded or slain. You little brat, perish. At this moment, Yun Fan finds himself confronting an adversary, yet the situation appears dire, as he can only fend off the relentless attacks. Observing the predicament, Jiao is aware of the unfolding events, but his opponent remains vigilant, preventing him from offering assistance. With a sharp cry, the first wound appears on Yun Fan's body. Confronted by the advancing enemy, he grits his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm and devise a strategy. Foolish child, daring to lose focus in battle? Yet, it is evident that the enemy grants him no time for contemplation, as a blade flashes before his eyes. Clang! Yun Fan's weapon is sent flying. Die! The enemy sneers, seemingly envisioning the demise of the young boy before him. However, the once malevolent grin of the warrior vanishes, replaced by a visage of astonishment. A dagger has sliced through his neck, and though his weapon has pierced Yun Fan's abdomen, a hand tightly grips the blade, refusing to let go. In that critical moment, Yun Fan had extended his left hand to seize the enemy's weapon, causing it to veer off course. Though he nearly sacrificed his entire left hand, he has traded it for his own life as well as that of his foe. Well done. Jiao gives Yun Fan a thumbs up. The enemy, incensed by the boy's audacity to split his focus, retorts, I need not exert my full strength against you. You have successfully provoked me. Flying flow slash. Meanwhile, Chi Hu, witnessing the slaughter of his comrade at the hands of a mere child, commands several of his fellow warriors to converge upon Yun Fan. Gasping, Yun Fan clutches his wound tightly as he retreats step by step, faced with multiple opponents stronger than himself. Do you see? You will all perish, Kazama remarks, surveying the battlefield. Curse it. Explosive flow. Realizing that only 10 of his comrades remain, Saki finally unleashes his full power, employing his martial skills in a desperate attempt to repel the adversaries and rescue his men. No, Uncle Jiao, you mustn't die. Hearing the familiar voice, Saki, previously engaged in a fierce assault, turns to see Jiao, bloodied from numerous wounds, with Yun Fan calling out in distress. Just moments prior, Jiao had exchanged his own injury to eliminate the enemy when he perceived Yun Fan was in peril. However, by the time he arrived, it was too late to intervene. He could only use his body as a shield, retaliating and killing the attacking warrior before his demise. Little Fan, you must live well and strive to become as formidable as your father, Jiao murmurs with a smile as he passes. The dead cannot return to life. What remains is to transport the materials out. Soon, we will break through a gap, and you must take the opportunity to escape. The remaining 5 warriors huddle together, and Saki hastily hands several sealing scrolls to Yun Fan. Go, Saki bellows, leading the others into the fray. Is it going to rain? A young man clad in a black cloak gazes at the overcast sky, murmuring to himself. Quickly pursue. Do not let the boy escape. Shouts a voice from the distance. Am I to die? Yun Fan, drenched in the blood of both enemies and himself, feels his consciousness fading, on the verge of collapse. Is that the Grim Reaper? Ultimately, before losing consciousness, Yun Fan perceives a shadowy figure drawing near. The fugitive observes the fallen warrior boy at his feet and glances back at the multitude of warriors closing in behind him. Young man, refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, lest you face dire consequences. Originally, Tianxia had no intention of intervening, as it would only complicate his cultivation and waste precious time. However, a single utterance from his adversary shifted his resolve. I had no desire to engage with you, but now I shall use you to test a new technique. Lightning release. Karen. A quarter of an hour later, a cohort of warriors arrived at the scene, witnessing a massive crater and the charred remains of a warrior. The situation has changed. We must retreat. Yes, Lord Kazama. Within the confines of Xingliang City. In the Lord's mansion, a group of armored warriors diligently honed their skills. The movements, techniques, and aura of these warriors indicated their elite prowess. Though few in number, their strength was comparable to that of elite ninjas. Not far from this group, Tianxiao observed them intently. Not long ago, having rescued Yun Fan and subsequently encountering a bloodied Saki, Tianxiao found himself in this place. As he journeyed through the Iron Kingdom, he sought to witness true warriors, for mere reliance on Musashi's teachings was insufficient. The foundational elements and commonly employed techniques of samurai might seem trivial to ordinary warriors. Yet for someone like Tianxia, who possessed profound secrets but lacked a mentor, they were of utmost significance. My lord, the general requests your presence, a servant announced. Following the servant, Tianxia was led to a garden at the rear of the estate. Upon entering, a formidable aura assailed him. Faced with this overwhelming presence, Tianxia momentarily halted, then coldly snorted, unleashing his own aura in response. In the garden stood three individuals, the previously encountered Saki, one seated and savoring tea, and the third facing Tianxia, emanating a pressure meant to dominate him. With a clang, a remarkable blade aura radiated from Tianxia. Though it appeared feeble, its essence was strikingly formidable. Humph. The middle-aged man's demeanor faltered, gradually succumbing to the intensity of the blade aura. Enough of this. A man who had been seated rose, unleashing an astonishing presence that abruptly halted the confrontation between the two. Such is the nature of Giant. Do not take it to heart, young brother. And thank you for rescuing Saki and Yunfan. It was merely a trifling matter, Tianxia replied. You must be Lord Mokuzu, the leader of one of the two major samurai factions in the Iron Kingdom. Mokuzu nodded. I did not catch your name, young brother. Just call me Tianxia, he replied. I have been of assistance to you. I am uncertain how to express my gratitude. Mokuzu gestured for him to take a seat. May I inquire about your intentions? Young man, our esteemed leader is not someone you can simply question. If you wish to spar, let it be with me. Giant stepped forward, seemingly still dissatisfied from their earlier exchange. Mokuzu raised a hand to quell him. I see your understanding of the blade's intent and aura is on par with elite warriors. Why seek me out? This is merely the beginning. Observing Tianxia's composed demeanor, Mokuzu pondered for a moment and replied, that may indeed be true, but what conditions could have led to such an outcome, when one could have anticipated it? There was not the slightest hint of surprise. Indeed, half an hour later, the world followed Zhuamu's departure. General, the identity of the adversary remains unknown, he expressed with a hint of perplexity. Fear not. Without providing a direct response, Mutsong lifted his teacup and resumed savoring his drink. I truly apologize for my leader's decision. I cannot interject or refute, thus I can only bow in deference. After all, Tianxia saved my life. It matters not. We are merely two parties benefiting from one another. A person capable of leading an army would naturally not forsake attainable advantages for the sake of a subordinate, this advantage being Tianxia himself. Thank you. Yun Fan approached Tianxia and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving favor. I have already mentioned, there is no need for such formality. If you possess this time, it would be better spent on cultivation, thus preventing any loss of life due to your shortcomings. The young boy displayed commendable potential. With sufficient diligence, he might one day attain a shadow-level existence. Tianxia did not hesitate to offer a word of encouragement. Observing the seemingly aged Tianxia and the frequently nodding, obedient Yun Fan, Zuomu found himself puzzled by the stark contrast in their temperaments, despite their similar ages. Or perhaps, those who are formidable tend to mature early. I will become stronger to protect teacher Zuomu and those I wish to safeguard. Yun Fan raised his injured arm, clenching his fist resolutely. Good. Zuomu patted Yun Fan on the shoulder in a show of encouragement. I will train you even more rigorously. For now, focus on healing your wounds. Understood, Yun Fan responded loudly, watching the two depart. 3 days later, in a certain location within the Iron Nation, ahead lay an enemy encampment, comprising 13 low-level warriors, Jinin, 7 mid-level warriors, Chunin, and 1 high-level warrior, Jonin. From the shadows of a dense thicket, a scout quietly reported to Tianxia. After listening to the report and confirming the absence of ambushes, Tianxia brandished his katana and charged toward the enemy's stronghold. My lord has instructed me to lead him to the enemy's encampment. As for the assault, that will be left to him alone. But can he truly manage? Despite Tianxia's mature demeanor, he still appeared to be merely a youth. No matter. If he rushes in recklessly and perishes, I shall retreat. The scout pondered this when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. What has occurred? The scout widened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing the former encampment reduced to ruins, strewn with the bodies of warriors. In the clearing ahead, 2 figures were engaged in combat. The scout recognized one as the local high-level warrior and the other as the youth who had accompanied him. So swift, so powerful. The scout, possessing only mid-level warrior capabilities, found it difficult to discern the movements of the 2 combatants. Sword technique. Accompanied by a fierce shout, a flash of steel illuminated the air, prompting the scout to shield his eyes from the blinding light. When his vision cleared once more, he beheld the high-level warrior lying defeated on the ground, alongside the panting youth. He is surprisingly formidable, the scout gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. The reason the world has come to confront these warriors is due to a transaction made with Muko. He is willing to impart his knowledge to the world. But during this period, the world must pledge its service to him. Although aware of the unreliability of the other's promises, the world still chooses to remain here. Engaging with local warriors allows for better learning and adaptation, far superior to solitary practice. In a spacious courtyard, a youth and a middle-aged man are locked in a relentless duel, wielding their blades with fervor. The draw technique. In the face of the world's nearly all-out attack, Muko unexpectedly counters, disrupting the assault and directing his blade toward the world's throat. The sound of metal clashing resonates sharply. The once indomitable bell shatters upon contact. The Dance of the Sun. After days of rigorous training, the power of the Dance of the Sun has significantly increased, utilizing the sun's rays to refract and strike at the opponent's eyes. With a swift movement, the world's graceful attack is once again thwarted by Muko, halting the Dance of the Sun right after the draw technique. I concede, before the world can retaliate, Muko's weapon is already poised at his neck. Your prowess is truly remarkable, Muko. The world sincerely expresses this sentiment, recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, particularly in swordsmanship, which is undoubtedly that of a master. If it were solely a contest of swordplay, the world believes he would last less than a minute. I appreciate your kind words, young brother. Your talent is evident. Remember, even I only began crafting my own techniques at this stage. When I was your age, I was far from your level, let alone creating my own sword techniques. However, while you have indeed developed your own techniques, there are still flaws and vulnerabilities within them. For instance, the draw technique. Though it can unleash tremendous power in an instant, leaves you exposed if an opponent is swift enough to strike you before the full force of your move is realized. In the face of a stronger adversary, you may find yourself overwhelmed before your technique has fully manifested. You must be cautious in such situations. Though uncertain of the sincerity behind Muko's words, the world's understanding of techniques deepens under his guidance. Over the past 6 months, he has seldom relied on ninjutsu, choosing instead to engage in combat like a true warrior to address his shortcomings. Very well, I have a task for you. Soon you shall depart with Jiao. Understood. Alas, it is a pity to see such a talent potentially perish. As he watches the world depart, Muko quietly murmurs, seemingly envisioning the future of the world. Clang, clang. Yunfan and his mentor, Suk, engage in combat. Perhaps spurred by the death of a loved one, Yunfan trains relentlessly, his strength multiplying several-fold in mere months, now rivaling that of a typical high-ranking warrior. Upon the arrival of the world, the two ceased their sparring. During their time together, the world has come to acknowledge the younger boy, a year his junior, and has not opposed the title bestowed upon him. On a mission? Suk steps forward to inquire. Indeed, Tianxia handed a piece of paper to Yunfan and instructed Zhuomu that this document was only for him and Yunfan's eyes, and upon reading, it should be destroyed. What could it be? Zhuomu pondered, accepting the paper from Yunfan's grasp, on which was inscribed the profound insights extracted by Tianxia from the heavenly blade, with the actual techniques of the blade mysteriously absent, as the ancient scroll had long been obliterated by Tianxia. This is... Zhuomu's hands trembled slightly, given his understanding of the natural order. He recognized the significance of this item. It could indeed elevate a person to the rank of heavenly warrior, shadow level. No wonder the other party would make such a statement, yet parting with something so precious weighed heavily on Zhuomu's conscience. After all, the individual had saved their lives and bestowed such an invaluable gift, leaving him in a quandary. Rest assured, after we take note of it, we shall promptly destroy the original, he declared. Zhuomu initially considered declining the offer, but, upon reflecting on Yunfan, he suppressed that notion. I may never reach such heights, but perhaps my disciple can. Yunfan, cultivate diligently. I hope when we next meet, it will not mirror our first encounter. Zhuomu understood, though unaware of the contents of the paper, that the expression on his mentor's face indicated it was something extraordinary. He would not let down Tianxia's expectations. Farewell. Was he departing? Yunfan remained oblivious, yet the seasoned veteran discerned the implications within those words. It seemed the other party would leave following this mission. Follow me. Jiao led Tianxia and a group of mid-level and high-level warriors into the night, vanishing from sight. This is the enemy's supply station. All their provisions are dispatched from here, and our objective is to obliterate it, Jiao whispered to the group. The enemy's supply station. Tianxia did not anticipate that this mission would involve such a target. Initially, he had intended to depart after the mission, but it appeared that matters were not so straightforward. Undoubtedly, this location was teeming with elite enemy warriors. We shall rely on you, Lord Tianxia. Though the words were courteous, Tianxia could subtly perceive the mockery in the other's gaze. Commence the operation. With a single command, all sprang into action. As he observed the vanguard dispatching warriors one by one, drawing closer to the supply station, an ominous premonition surged within Tianxia. The enemy's defenses were alarmingly feeble, indeed, far too weak. Realizing this, Tianxia hesitated, slowing his pace. What is the matter? Jiao inquired with a hint of a smile. It's nothing. Everyone retreat. Suddenly, two warriors who had entered first turned back, shouting, there are explosive talismans. With the rise of ninjas, the remaining martial artists had also trained their chakra, thus many offensive items like explosive talismans were now in common use. Boom. Sparks flew, and a tremendous explosion not only obliterated the entire encampment, but also ensnared numerous surrounding warriors in its wake. In the aftermath, more than half of the warriors perished. Ha ha. You fools. Case, accompanied by a throng of warriors, encircled Tianxia and his companions. There's a traitor. It was evident to the discerning eye that this operation had been compromised, yet the pressing concern was how to break free. Upon glancing at the remaining handful of warriors, it was evident that, although their numbers were few, those who had survived were indeed elites. Breaking through would not pose a significant challenge. Yet it was likely that only a scant few would emerge unscathed. With a fierce cry, Kia charged forth to confront Kazama, while the remaining warriors chose a direction to break through, with Tinka mingling among them. They were encircled by over 100 local warriors. Tinka had yet to grow so arrogant as to believe he could handle numerous high-ranking and mid-ranking warriors simultaneously. As Tinka remained vigilant of his surroundings, his expression shifted slightly upon noticing Kia and Kazama engaging in combat, prompting him to discreetly distance himself from the group. Kill. Without warning. Under the sudden assault from the two, several warriors were caught unaware and fell into disarray. In an instant, the unexpected attack resulted in heavy casualties among the warriors, leaving only 4 standing, all of whom were injured. Kia, how dare you betray General Makuzo? One of the senior warriors bellowed, while the others glared with fury. Betrayal? Huh. I have never pledged my loyalty, so how could there be betrayal? Kia revealed a cruel smile. Enough talk, let us fight. Amidst the onslaught from numerous warriors, the 4 were swiftly overwhelmed and dismembered. Now it's your turn. It was you, Brad, who caused my last mission to fail. This time, I shall take your life as recompense. Kazama snarled. Huh, little brat, before you meet your end, let me tell you something. Mukuzo ordered your elimination during this mission. But it matters not. You are doomed regardless. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? Thinka, far off in the distance, halted momentarily as his shadow clone dissipated. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as he continued his journey unhindered. Long before he had heard the details of this mission, he had secretly departed, leaving a shadow clone behind. However, he had not anticipated that Kia was affiliated with the Kohan group. Yet, this revelation bore little significance to him. Over the past half-year, he had learned much from Mukuzo's teachings and from engaging with numerous warriors. Now, all that remained was to rely on his own efforts. Mount Raisan, located in the northern part of the Land of Thunder, is a mountain perpetually shrouded in lightning. The relentless storms render the entire area desolate and forlorn, devoid of any trace of life. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a massive boulder, which was pierced and subsequently shattered under the celestial force. This region, constantly under the threat of falling lightning, is known as the Thunder Zone, and few dare to tread there. While the mountain itself may lack life, it is home to a type of thunder beast. This creature bears resemblance to ordinary animals, yet due to its prolonged existence amidst the wrath of lightning on Mount Raisan, its body has grown exceptionally tough, and it possesses the ability to emit electricity. Thunder beasts are seldom seen on the mountain, particularly after feasting, as even those with strong resistance to electricity would be reduced to ash if struck by lightning. However, today, a particular area of Mount Raisan was bustling with activity. Several thunder beasts glared menacingly at a young boy, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern their palpable anxiety and rising panic as they continually howled, seemingly attempting to drive away the human before them. The boy, undeterred by their ferocity, provocatively smiled, as if mocking the thunder beast's impotence. Ah, the thunder beasts, now thoroughly incensed by the derision, recalled vividly how, since the emergence of this human several years ago, they had been relentlessly hunted, suffering heavy casualties. With a sharp crack, a few thunder beasts unleashed bolts of lightning from their mouths and horns. The boy, lacking any semblance of defense, allowed the electric strikes to crash against him. He slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased by the force of the lightning. Since his arrival here for cultivation years ago, he had been conditioning his body with electricity, and these thunder beasts were evidently the ideal means for such training. The strength of the thunder beasts was not particularly formidable, with the most powerful only reaching the level of a high-ranking ninja, while the ones before him were merely of intermediate rank. Beasts of this caliber typically wielded lightning with a potency that surpassed standard C-rank ninjutsu, and collectively, they could exceed the might of an ordinary B-rank technique. However, after years of training, the boy's physical resilience and resistance to electricity had significantly increased, rendering even B-rank ninjutsu ineffectual against him. Let us depart, he gestured, prompting the thunder beasts to let out jubilant roars before turning to flee from the perceived demon. Alas, it seemed yet another location was in need of change. Throughout these years, the boy had devoted most of his time to honing his swordsmanship and fortifying his physique. Aside from his foundational skills in drawing the blade, sword and shield techniques, and the dance of the sun, he had also developed the dance of the moon and the earthquake technique. As implied by its name, the dance of the moon was akin to the dance of the sun, yet it utilized the power of moonlight to unleash attacks far surpassing his usual capabilities. Moreover, it granted him a semblance of invisibility under the moon's glow, rendering him unseen to all who beheld him. The earthquake technique, on the other hand, released a more potent force, capable of rending the very ground asunder with a single strike. In addition to his swordsmanship, his repertoire of ninjutsu had seen little expansion. He had mastered techniques such as lightning release, lightning ball, body flicker, chidori, chidori stream, chidori sharp spear, lightning cutter, and kirin. Beyond lightning release, he had also developed fire release and wind release. The fire release was devised to complement the casting of kirin, and through memories gleaned from the world of Hokage. He had discovered techniques such as Great Fireball and Fire Dragon Song. While other fire release techniques existed, they proved of little utility to him, and his energy was limited. Alongside the fire release he had developed, there was also wind release. The wind release, Rasengan, was indispensable, as he had specifically created it for this ninjutsu. Unlike other Rasengan techniques, it possessed a significantly higher lethality against cells, making it particularly necessary for combating resilient creatures and humans. Upon returning to his dwelling within the cave, he gazed at the raging lightning across the sky, an irresistible urge to harness that very electricity for further physical conditioning swelling within his heart. However, it was quickly suppressed. He was well aware of the might of lightning. Not only could he withstand B-rank ninjutsu unscathed, but even the third Raikage of a later era would find it impossible to confront true lightning. Such power belongs to nature, transcending what an ordinary human can endure. Its force far surpassing that of typical S-rank techniques, nearly rivaling that of super S-rank. As he gazed at the sky, he wondered when he could reach such heights. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within Tianxia, and he swiftly ascended to a lofty peak, his sword pointed defiantly toward the heavens. What of the heavens? I shall grow stronger, more formidable than anyone else. Even if the heavens stand in my way, I will strike them down without hesitation. Reflecting on the tribulations of his past life and the sufferings of this one, Tianxia silently vowed to strengthen himself, powerful enough that no one could rival him, becoming a being that all must revere. In response to Tianxia's provocation, the heavens seemed to be incensed. The lightning in the sky grew increasingly turbulent, countless electric serpents flickering within the storm clouds. Ultimately, dozens of bolts of lightning erupted from the densely clouded sky, seemingly imbued with consciousness. They all converged mid-flight, directed precisely at Tianxia's location. God blocks me, I will slay God. Buddha blocks me, I will slay Buddha. At this moment, Tianxia's visage appeared exceedingly fierce, his eyes ablaze with a demonic fervor, his blade unwaveringly aimed. What is happening? Why has the lightning suddenly become so frenzied? On the mountainside of Thunder Mountain, a man in his 20s observed the sky, murmuring to himself. On the young man's shoulder was a character inscribed, Thunder. Beside him stood a boy of about 12 or 13 years. Teacher AI, what is happening? The youth asked, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the relentless tempest of lightning above. Though they were at a considerable distance, the boy could still distinctly sense the immense energy contained within. That place seemed to harbor someone named AI, a dark-skinned youth gazing toward the mountain peak, faintly perceiving a figure. Let's go? Grasping the boy's shoulder, the man swiftly made his way to the summit. Heavenly Blade. A colossal surge of blade energy manifested at the mountain's apex, soaring toward the heavens to meet the impending lightning. What on earth is this? The dark-skinned man was utterly astonished. Although he had also attained the level of a shadow, he was profoundly shaken by the apocalyptic spectacle before him. In the sky, a massive blade entwined with boundless lightning, both forces clashing and intertwining, until a point of light emerged and rapidly expanded. The ensuing roar and the overwhelming wave of energy followed closely behind. When he reached the mountain's summit, he beheld a youth half kneeling on the ground, wielding a katana. How can this be? He could scarcely believe that the young man before him was the one who had unleashed such a devastating strike. In his mind, it should have been executed by at least a middle-aged individual or an elder. Next to AI, the boy fixed his gaze intently on Tianxia, his eyes glimmering. He had always considered himself a genius, as had his teacher. Yet, as he looked upon this individual, only a few years his senior, he felt an inexplicable sense of incomparability rising within him. Do not despair. This world is filled with exceptional talents. Your sole duty is to fully unearth your potential. Noticing the shift in his disciple's gaze, AI softly expressed his thoughts, yet he harbored deeper reflections on the remarkable prowess of the youth before him. Who else on this continent could rival such strength at such a tender age? However, unbeknownst to AI, that particular technique was not easily summoned. Should the need arise for a more formidable display, it would indeed be insufficient. Is this the legendary Heaven's Blade? No, it seems to fall short by a margin. Nevertheless, I have now attained the capacity to battle at the shadow level. Dear friend, may I inquire? AI stepped forward, though his heart was now laden with uncertainty. Previously overlooked, he now discerned that the lad's strength merely aligned with that of a high-ranking ninja. Could it be a secret technique? Regardless, the youth before him was undeniably formidable, and forging an alliance would be wise. As the two approached, the world around them seemed to recognize their presence, for neither had bothered to conceal their tracks. In the realm of Yanhuang, shall we engage in combat? The young man radiated strength, rivaling that of the first-generation Earth Shadow he had encountered, presenting an opportune moment to test his own capabilities. A battle, you say? Observing the youth exuding a palpable sense of combativeness, AI contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. He too was eager to ascertain the true extent of his opponent's strength. Yanhuang, I am AI, he declared. Upon hearing the other's name, Tianxia mused to himself. As the man before him was dark-skinned and undeniably powerful, now enveloped in crackling lightning, confirming his suspicions. AI, unperturbed, summoned his lightning armor and executed the hell-piercing three-hand technique. The opponent's speed was astonishing, leaving Tianxia scarcely able to react. However, the years Tianxia had spent honing his skills were not in vain. He swiftly retreated, bracing himself with his blade. Just as AI's figure approached, he shattered Tianxia's weapon. Yet, at that moment, Tianxia had already completed his lightning release technique, Lightning Slash. Confronted with Tianxia's S-rank ninjutsu, AI was compelled to swiftly alter his approach, elevating his technique to the two-handed version. Their exchanges yielded no damage to either party, as AI seized the opportunity to close the distance, intent on overwhelming his opponent with his martial prowess. However, Tianxia was not one to confront his adversary's advantage with his own disadvantage. In the fleeting moment after their clash, he invoked the body flicker technique. Yet, in comparison to AI's swiftness, the body flicker could not hope to compete. As Tianxia reappeared in another location, AI was right on his heels. Earth collapse. Facing a formidable adversary, Tianxia unleashed his highest sword technique, one-handed slash. Their strikes collided, differing in that Tianxia employed swordsmanship rather than ninjutsu. This encounter once again culminated in a stalemate. In that moment, Tianxia pondered the futility of the struggle. His opponent's speed and strength far surpassed his own. He had scarcely enough time to utilize ninjutsu, and even if he did, it would hardly inflict any significant damage. In the realm of existing offensive tactics, apart from the Heavenly Blade, there are scarcely any means capable of inflicting harm upon the adversary. However, given the current prowess of Tianxia, summoning the Heavenly Blade would require a considerable duration, a span ample for the opponent to extinguish his life countless times. This must be the place. Concealed within the forest, Tianxia observed the cavern in the distance, emitting a radiant azure glow. Months had elapsed since his confrontation with the first lightning shadow. Although he had emerged defeated, he found a degree of satisfaction in the outcome. Admittedly, there remained a notable disparity in strength between them. Yet, should it come to a desperate clash, he harbored no fear of any opponent. Due to the repeated fracturing of his weapon, he deemed it necessary to procure a divine armament. The only place capable of forging such a weapon was the Kingdom of Artisans, specifically at the renowned Qingming, though this endeavor demanded substantial financial resources, hence his presence here. From the Underground Mission Board, Tianxia had accepted an A-level assignment to investigate a newly emerged cult and dismantle it. Accompanying the task was a dossier detailing the recent emergence of an individual claiming to be a dark god who seduced the populace, amassing a cadre of cultists and abducting young children for blood sacrifices. Evidently, the actions of this entity had raised the alarm among various factions. Upon realizing that no hidden foes remained except for the two guards at the cave's entrance, Tianxia surged forth. Swiftly, two shurikens found their mark, striking the guards' heads before they could react. Without lingering, he deftly advanced deeper into the cave, dispatching any adversaries encountered along the way. It was only when cacophonous voices echoed from ahead that he paused, inching closer. "Lord Pope, our mission is complete. Shall we return to report to the Dark God?" "Indeed. We have lingered long enough. It is time to return. However, for the Dark God, I must first inspect these sacrificial offerings." "Understood, leader," the religious figure replied, his eyes glinting with malice, hastily instructing his subordinates to deliver several young women to the Dark God's temporary abode. Well done, the religious leader nodded in satisfaction. Damn lecher. How could such a person become a follower of the Dark God, let alone lead a religion? The leader ground his teeth, watching the impatient figure depart. "Indeed," echoed a voice from behind, which the leader instinctively acknowledged before realizing its unfamiliarity. "Hello," Tianxia waved with his left hand, while with his right, he struck down the leader, who collapsed to the ground, along with a number of other cultists. Casting a glance toward the dwelling of the cult leader, Tianxia turned and made his way to another cavern. Within a barred enclosure, nearly 100 young girls, all under 18, were imprisoned. It was evident they were destined for sacrifice. "I am here to rescue you. Keep your voices down and follow me," he whispered before turning to exit. A few girls exchanged glances, then several took the lead, hastily following suit after one had stepped forward. "This is quite troublesome, young man. If you release these individuals, I will have no explanation for the Dark God." Just as they reached the center of the original cave, the Pope appeared. As they departed, a wave of their hand sent a shiver through the crowd, and many women turned pale at the sight of the Pope. Upon hearing the words of the one known as Tianxia, they rushed forth in a frenzy. The Pope remained unmoved by the departing offerings. He understood that as long as the youth before him remained, all else would be in vain. A glance from the corner of his eye caught sight of a woman's body sprawled in the cave behind the youth, chilling Tianxia's countenance. He did not consider himself a virtuous person, yet such deeds left him feeling quite unsettled. "Ah, what's this? Are you feeling pity, my lord? Fear not, even in death. There are still uses," the Pope said, brushing his hair back. "Humph, you shall meet your demise." With a swift motion, he brandished his weapon, but a massive trident swiftly blocked Tianxia's strike. "Do you dare provoke me, the Pope of the evil god sect, with your meager strength? Truly, you overestimate yourself." Wielding a trident more than 2 meters long, the Pope summoned fierce winds that swept through the area. The faithful on the ground were reduced to mere flesh under the slicing winds, and Tianxia found himself ensnared in the tempest. However, with the emergence of a magnificent golden bell, the onslaught of wind blades was thwarted. "I am not afraid of your wind techniques. Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan Shuriken." In the face of the S-rank wind techniques, the rampaging wind blades were either shattered by the Rasengan Shuriken or absorbed into its power. "Oh, powerful winds! Yet under the might of my master, all is but an illusion. Let it be transformed into my strength. Your blood and flesh shall be offered to the Lord of the evil god." With the Pope's incantation, the blood energy scattered around coalesced upon the iron trident, which suddenly transformed from a dark hue to a striking crimson, accompanied by a wave of sanguine aura. "Submit to the power of the evil god." As the Pope's strength surged, a massive blood-red trident appeared in midair, colliding with Tianxia's Rasengan Shuriken. "It seems your evil god is not as formidable as one might think." Under the overwhelming force, the Pope's attack was obliterated, leaving his chest torn asunder by the Rasengan Shuriken. "The Lord of the evil god shall surely descend with divine wrath to slay you." With those final words, the Pope of the evil god sect perished, his eyes wide open, unable to find peace in death. What remained was the one who claimed to be the evil god. Without lingering, Tianxia swiftly departed upon realizing there was nothing of value left. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit, the Pope suddenly opened his eyes wide. "This is the place." Observing the sanguine aura emanating from the cave, Tianxia furrowed his brow and pressed on without delay. What a grand endeavor! The vastness of the space left him in no doubt that the entirety of the mountain had been hollowed out. Furthermore, the area was densely populated with over 10,000 devotees. At the center of these followers stood a figure. He must be the so-called evil god. Unable to discern the strength of this being, Tianxia found it quite peculiar. At that moment, the so-called evil god stood like a statue at the heart of the cavern. Clad in a blood-red robe and bearing a scythe reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, dark markings twisted across his face, lending him an eerie presence. "My devoted followers, there exists a malevolent intruder. Vanquish him." The malevolent deity, who had once kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly spoke, gesturing towards the hidden location across the realm. "Kill him. How dare he show disrespect to the great Lord of Evil? Execute him." A follower bellowed, and in an instant, tens of thousands surged forth. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, troublesome indeed. Although they were mere mortals, their multitude posed a significant challenge, especially as he could not unleash his full power. For they were, after all, innocent. While the intruder remained still, the followers surrounded him, brandishing an array of weapons. "Die!" Without further ado, those followers attacked with lethal intent. The intruder was reluctant to engage too fiercely, yet the encirclement left him no choice but to endure injuries. Glancing at his wounds, he furrowed his brow and surveyed the frenzied eyes surrounding him. Fanatics, were they? As this thought crossed his mind, he met the gaze of the malevolent deity on the stone platform. "Kill!" As the wicked intruder sustained injuries, the fanatics, their eyes gleaming with malice, swung their weapons. Blood sprayed as the first wave of followers charged forth. The surrounding attackers hesitated momentarily, their howls of fury intensifying. Faced with an unrelenting onslaught, the intruder held nothing back. Though they were innocent, their allegiance to the so-called malevolent deity and their audacity to strike at him rendered them worthy of death. As the distance between him and the deity diminished, the toll of lives lost escalated. Nearly 1,000 lay upon the ground over a stretch of 100 meters. Awakening a flicker of awareness among the followers, who recoiled from the demon before them. My followers, fret not. In your time, you shall enter my divine realm, where you shall exist for eternity. Now, it is time to offer your lives. For the great Lord of Evil. For the great Lord of Evil. With each fervent cheer, the scattered followers ignited once more with zeal. I care not whether you are human or divine. Today, you shall surely perish. Huh, pitiful humans. Do you think you can kill me? The malevolent deity scoffed. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Without uttering another word, the intruder aimed at the loathsome figure before him. To his surprise, the adversary did not evade the attack, allowing it to strike him directly. I told you, you cannot kill me, the deity proclaimed, as the majority of his corporeal form visibly reconstituted. My Lord of Evil, my Lord of Evil, the Lord of Evil is the strongest. Witnessing this, the followers knelt in prayer, beseeching the deity. Vanquish the pitiful humans beneath my power. The malevolent deity swung his massive scythe, unleashing a long, sanguine blade of energy that tore through the air. The intruder countered with a strike of his own, and their attacks collided, dissipating into nothingness. An amusing human. But that is all you are? Allow me to showcase my domain. The tip of the scythe quivered, conjuring a peculiar circular formation that vanished in an instant. When it re-emerged, it enveloped a space of several dozen meters, suffusing the area with a faint crimson aura. Here, I am the god, the malevolent deity. He roared toward the heavens. Humph, the masquerade of the divine, whether the gods exist or not, remains a mystery to the world. However, their presence is undoubtedly absent in this realm. Oh, the ignorance of humanity. In the name of the divine, I curse you. You shall lose the very power you take pride in. As the words fell from his lips, Tianxia felt the chakra within him vanishing entirely. The malevolent deity chuckled contemptuously, his gaze brimming with disdain, akin to a god observing an insignificant ant. Next, I curse you. You shall face your demise. Hearing these words, Tianxia moved towards the crimson membrane, clearly aware that the adversary possessed peculiar abilities. Such a calm individual, alas, he is about to meet his end. Just as the malevolent deity was about to act, a sound reverberated from beyond the blood membrane. Blade technique. With a crisp sound, a fissure appeared in the crimson membrane, gradually widening. No, the malevolent deity roared, preparing to mend the breach, but the membrane shattered completely. At that moment, Tianxia regained sensation in his body and unleashed the great spiral sphere. With a resounding crash, the malevolent deity collided with the rock wall. Yet Tianxia refrained from following up with another strike, understanding that his previous assault had likely proven ineffective. Indeed, the malevolent deity brushed off the dust from his form and scathed. I concede that I underestimated you. At that moment, the malevolent deity's demeanor shifted. His expression turned cold and menacing. I had not intended for things to unfold this way, for it would tarnish my image. With that, he extended his right hand, raising his middle finger to his lips, a droplet of blood glistening at his fingertip. Witnessing this, Tianxia's expression tightened, and he charged at the malevolent deity with the heavenly blade, incomplete. To thwart any potential counteraction, Tianxia unleashed an incomplete version of the heavenly blade. Boom! With a single blow, the already hollowed mountain split asunder, appearing as though it had been cleaved in two. The mountain crumbled, boulders rolling down, while the acolytes who had once revered their deity abandoned their faith, desperately fleeing the cave. Thousands surged towards a single exit, resulting in a catastrophic stampede. Yet, Tianxia paid them no heed, his gaze fixed on a particular spot. There stood a figure, more precisely, two figures, one of whom had been cleaved in half, yet both remained alive, showing no signs of impending death. I shall curse you. Curse me? In that case, you might as well descend into hell to cast your curses upon me. Ultra Spiral Shuriken. The bifurcated malevolent deity lacked the capacity to move, directly struck by the attack. However, seemingly unsatisfied, Tianxia launched another offensive. Super Great Spiral Sphere. For such a formidable foe, Tianxia maintained a vigilant stance. Under the dual onslaught, the malevolent deity's aura vanished entirely, and the mountain itself crumbled into ruins. At last, it was over. Tianxia wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. Only then did he truly comprehend the bizarre nature of this world. With the mission complete, Tianxia lingered not. Approximately an hour later, the previously vanquished Pope limped his way to the site, rummaging through the debris until he unearthed a fragmentary ancient scroll. The malevolent deity shall not be extinguished. The Lord of the Malevolent will rise again. The The Pope vanished into the darkness, clutching a solitary fragment of flesh, commencing preparations for the resurrection of the malevolent deity. Decades later, an experiment yielded a singular success in a solitary individual. Yet it merely bestowed upon them a fraction of the deity's powers, while the entity itself remained unrevived. A curious scent of blood wafted through the air, intriguing the denizens of the artisan kingdom. Throughout the journey, the protagonist undertook numerous tasks, predominantly of a rank, with a scant few B rank, while S rank missions remained an ambition for a later time, as there was no urgency to take risks. After completing several tasks, the protagonist amassed considerable wealth and chose to continue their journey instead of accepting further missions. As they traversed the path, they decided to follow the intriguing scent of blood. Upon their pursuit, they stumbled upon the lifeless body of an animal, a sight that was peculiar, as its form appeared emaciated, as if its essence had been entirely siphoned away. Upon examining the deceased elk, they noted only a wound upon its neck, with no other marks to be found. The entirety of its blood and flesh seemed to have vanished. What could be the cause? Despite the strangeness of the occurrence, it only intensified the protagonist's curiosity as they had ample time before reaching the artisan kingdom. Strange occurrences continued to unfold, as the protagonist encountered an increasing number of animal carcasses, all exhibiting the same eerie condition, drained of blood and flesh. This anomaly perplexed them. If the flesh had disappeared, why did the scent of blood grow ever stronger? As they pondered this mystery, a sinister wind swept in from behind. Sensing the shift in their surroundings, the protagonist discerned the reason and feigned vulnerability, awaiting the assailant's emergence. With a jarring metallic sound, a shadow flickered before them, attempting an attack but swiftly retreating. Oh, since you've revealed yourself, why not stay? In a single strike, the protagonist gauged the shadow's strength, realizing its speed was on par with that of a seasoned ninja. This left them questioning the nature of the creature. As the shadow darted past a hilltop, the protagonist followed, only to discover a village, while the shadow had vanished without a trace. Was the shadow human? Though their encounter was fleeting, the protagonist was certain they had clashed with a claw. This was indisputable. Or perhaps it concealed itself among the human dwellings. Contemplating this, the protagonist entered the village. But after taking only a few steps, they were met with heartrending wails echoing from within. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the village was rife with sorrowful cries. What was amiss? The protagonist followed the sound to a household. There, a white cloth and lanterns adorned the entrance, while a group of mourners clad in funeral garments wept before a coffin. The protagonist approached, bowing respectfully, and although the grieving family did not recognize them, they reciprocated the gesture. After observing the deceased, the protagonist turned to leave, compelled to validate their suspicions by visiting several other homes. Each deceased individual bore 2 small puncture wounds and had bled out entirely. Could it be that this world is infested with zombies? Tianxia, feeling a sense of melancholy, resolved to linger here for a night, to observe the unfolding situation in secrecy. As he wandered through the streets in search of shelter, his gaze fell upon a beggar huddled in the corner of a dilapidated building. Tianxia paid him no mind. Death was a common occurrence in this realm, and he lacked the capacity or desire to intervene. His sole wish was to lead a life of comfort and freedom, a notion that, while selfish, echoed the innermost thoughts of his heart. However, just as Tianxia was about to shift his attention, the young girl seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her head, her bright, tear-filled eyes locking onto his. What a pair of eyes they were, pure and devoid of any impurities, as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Such a gaze seemed utterly incongruous in this world. He stared into those eyes for a full half-minute, lost in thought, before gradually approaching the girl clad in tattered garments. Her face was smudged with dirt, rendering her somewhat unappealing. Tianxia crouched down, and, amidst her apprehensive gaze, he gently wiped her face clean. "What is your name, little sister?" Tianxia inquired softly, fearful of startling her. Perceiving no malice in his demeanor, the girl lowered her guard, and her expression softened slightly. "I'm called you," she replied. "You? Then I shall call you Yuer. Will you accompany me from now on?" Observing the older boy before her, Yuer hesitated, then expressed her reluctance. "I cannot be with you." "Why not?" Tianxia questioned. "Others say I am the child of a demon, and misfortune follows me wherever I go," Yuer replied timidly. "How could that be?" "They are merely envious of your beauty as you grow," Tianxia offered with a light-hearted laugh. "No, it is true," she insisted, her countenance shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Huh. Even if it were true, your brother Tianxia is not afraid. I am quite formidable, he said with a cheerful grin. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tianxia found it impossible to maintain his customary stoic demeanor in the presence of this little girl. Her innocence seemed to erode his usual composure. Come with me. Ignoring her ominous claims of misfortune, he paid for accommodations and, after ensuring she had a chance to wash up, ascended to the rooftop to survey the village. As darkness began to descend, the village was shrouded in shadows. Save for the light emanating from the place where Tianxia had taken refuge, the rest of the village lay in utter darkness, lending an air of foreboding. Clearly, the repeated occurrences of death had alerted the villagers to the presence of some malevolent force nearby. Yet, in these tumultuous times, they had nowhere else to turn, nor the means to hire protectors. They could only pray that the monsters would spare them until morning. As twilight deepened, they hurriedly secured their doors and windows, retreating into their homes, afraid to make a sound. Suddenly, a faint whoosh pierced the night air. Though the sound was subtle, Tianxia's keen senses detected it. Stay here and do not venture out. I shall return shortly, he said hastily before making his way towards the northern part of the village. Honey, I believe I heard a noise outside. A woman whispered softly to a man beside her as she cradled her sleeping child. Shoo! The man gestured for her to remain silent, his eyes fixated on the window, his body trembling slightly with tension, fearing the intrusion of some monstrous entity. At that moment, a shadow flitted past the window, causing the pair within to hold their breath in fear. The shadow swayed outside before vanishing, and they exchanged a glance, exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the window shattered unexpectedly, and they beheld a dark figure drawing near. A foul stench of blood emanated from its gaping maw. Although it was challenging to endure, the couple, caught in a life-and-death struggle, had no time to dwell on such matters. Just as they believed their fate was sealed, another loud bang echoed, this time from above. I have awaited you for a long time. A figure named Tianxia laughed triumphantly as he burst into the room, wielding a blade that sent chaos swirling through the space. The child awoke, wailing in response to the commotion, while the couple huddled together with their infant, observing the unfolding situation. With a clang, a strike landed. Yet Tianxia's expression shifted to one of confusion. Although he felt the impact, his adversary remained unscathed, a stark contrast to previous encounters. If the creature's flesh was indeed so resilient, it would not have fled after their initial clash, and the shadow before him appeared significantly larger than before. The beast let out a pained howl and retreated. As Tianxia pursued it outside, he found no trace of the creature, only the sound of its retreat fading into the distance. What a massive serpent, he exclaimed, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the assailant to be a colossal red python. Measuring over 20 meters in length, sprawled across the village road. The serpent bore distinct gashes from Tianxia's prior unexpected strike. The red python glared fiercely at him, but suddenly, as if sensing something, it fled with a swift whoosh. Upon realizing the attacker was a giant python, Tianxia understood it was not the same creature that had initially ambushed him. The disparity in their sizes was too great. Glancing at the nearly vanishing serpent, Tianxia hurried to follow, knowing that if it escaped unharmed, no one in the village would survive. Tracing the python's trail, he ventured into the forest. And in the blink of an eye, several hours passed, the air growing cooler. Due to the dense trees, he soon lost sight of the massive serpent. Just then, an unusual sound echoed from afar. Following the noise, he drew nearer to a tremendous roar, evidently the sound of a fierce battle nearby. As Tianxia concealed himself and approached, he beheld a gigantic black eagle soaring through the sky, its sharp eyes locked onto the red python below. The python, the same one he had encountered the previous night, had initially intended to devour the meddling spirit, but was now cornered by the eagle's piercing call, ultimately trapped in its current predicament. The black eagle, heedless of the serpent's threats, boldly declared, "Do not provoke the snake too far, for I, the crimson flame, am not to be trifled with." The formidable red python suddenly unhinged its jaw, articulating human speech. Yet, the soaring black eagle appeared unfazed by the reptile's menacing words. You audacious creature. Having ventured beyond your territorial bounds, be prepared to be hunted." The red python, incensed by the eagle's arrogance, unleashed a torrent of sulfuric venom. However, the black eagle, seemingly prepared, evaded the attack with a swift maneuver and lunged downward with its powerful talons. "Wait for me, Black Eagle," The red python, in pain, transformed into a puff of smoke, vanishing from sight. Is it a reverse summoning technique? The Black Eagle scoffed. It was evident that the Crimson Flame's kin had employed their summoning arts to whisk it away. Although irritated, the eagle acknowledged its inability to intervene. The presence of a white serpent sage within their lineage rendered any confrontation impractical, compelling the eagle to bide its time and strike when the opportunity arose. The enmity between the two clans had persisted, with the Eagle clan continuously suppressed due to the formidable white serpent sage. Thus, they sought to vent their frustrations in this manner. Little brat, after observing for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself. Realizing it could no longer conceal its presence after witnessing the Black Eagle's prowess, Tianxia stepped forth, articulating its intent. How about becoming my familiar? Having recognized the Black Eagle's strength, Tianxia deemed it a worthy companion, one even surpassing its current abilities and exuding an impressive presence. The Black Eagle erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? Tianxia's expression darkened. Humph. Though your tone is irksome, you possess the requisite strength. The eagle produced a scroll and tossed it to Tianxia. Unexpectedly, Tianxia had not anticipated such straightforwardness. He had braced himself for a confrontation, yet this turn of events was preferable. With this in mind, Tianxia unrolled the summoning scroll, noting its unblemished surface, indicating he was the inaugural summoner. Very well, little brat. You shall henceforth summon the valiant warriors of the Tunnian clan. Farewell. A gust of wind swept through as the Black Eagle flapped its wings and vanished from sight. Phew, it was over. Although the perpetrator had eluded capture, their return suggested a temporary absence. Yet, he pondered the identity of the initial assailant. With these thoughts swirling, Tianxia made his way back to the village, only to be met with the horrifying sight of drained human corpses. Could it be? The gruesome scene evoked memories of the creature that had attacked him prior to reaching the village. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting a rush toward the place he had occupied the previous night. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the disarray of his dwelling, the ground stained with blood, and the remnants of familiar clothing, a garment he had recently purchased for wear. Damn it! Tianxia cursed vehemently, an inexplicable fury surging within him. He felt an overwhelming rage at the loss of the innocent girl he had known for less than a day. Was it her purity that stirred such emotions? As these tumultuous thoughts raced through his mind, he felt a familiar, ominous presence behind him. Daring to appear again, Tianxia shouted in anger, pivoting swiftly to unleash a powerful slash with his blade. With a resounding clash, Tianxia distinctly sensed the surge in his opponent's power, leaving him perplexed. How could it be that within the span of a mere day, the adversary had reached a level nearly equal to his own? This time, the shadow did not vanish instantaneously, seemingly believing it could eliminate the one before it, thus revealing its visage to Tianxia. How could it be possible? Tianxia's voice was laden with incredulity. Standing before him was unmistakably Yue, yet she appeared transformed, towering over him, her hands extended into sharp claws, her mouth smeared with blood, bearing two pointed fangs. So it was you all along. Tianxia found it utterly unfathomable that the once innocent and pure-hearted girl could morph into a bloodthirsty monstrosity. Howling like a wild beast, Yue seemed to taunt Tianxia. Although his expression reverted to its customary coldness, he implored, just return to your former self. If that is unattainable, then I am afraid it must come to this. Tianxia shouted, lunging forward, his heart heavy with sorrow, lamenting why fate would bestow such a pure and kind spirit upon a girl only to transform her into this wretched form. Clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce physical confrontation. Fearing for Yue's safety, Tianxia refrained from employing ninjutsu, opting instead to suppress her with mere martial skills and swordplay, hoping to restore her senses. An entire hour of intense combat wore on, leaving Tianxia somewhat breathless. Yet, the transformed Yue appeared even more beleaguered, nearly unable to continue the fight. Sensing her inability to contend with him, the monstrous Yue attempted to flee. Anticipating this, Tianxia swiftly pursued from behind, delivering a powerful blow to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. For reasons unknown, the unconscious Yue gradually reverted to her original form, her claws and fangs vanishing. Bloodline, curse, or something else entirely, Tianxia murmured to himself, lost in thought as he gazed at the sleeping girl. With every villager deceased, he had no choice but to bury them to prevent the spread of disease, subsequently departing with provisions and the slumbering Yue. Although he understood the complications of traveling with an unstable spirit, something within him compelled him to carry this pure-hearted girl, as if preserving a fragment of the goodness he had long forsaken. "Brother, why did you leave? If I wake up, won't I find you?" Yue inquired curiously, discovering she was no longer in her home, but amidst the trees. "Brother has pressing matters to attend to, so we must continue," Tianxia replied, gently patting her small head. "Oh, I understand now," Yue said. "Please set me down, brother. I can walk on my own." Blushing, she realized she was still cradled in Tianxia's arms. Chuckling at the sight of the adorable girl, Tianxia felt his heart open, smiling sincerely. Yet, as he recalled her physical state, he instinctively furrowed his brow. "Brother, what is the matter?" Yue asked, noticing his attire upon landing, her concern evident. "Are you all right?" Tianxia replied softly, and then, as if sensing something, gazed ahead. Following his gaze, Yue also looked in the same direction, yet found nothing unusual. However, due to her trust in her brother, she continued to gaze into the distance. After a brief moment, a red-haired girl appeared on the road ahead, her expression tinged with anxiety as she kept glancing over her shoulder, seemingly pursued by someone. Upon noticing the figures ahead, her face brightened momentarily, but upon realizing that it was merely a boy of similar age and a little girl, her expression turned grim. She shouted at Tianxia and Yue, urging them to flee, declaring that there were bad people behind her, before quickly adopting a defensive stance. "Why aren't you running?" she exclaimed in frustration upon seeing that they remained motionless. As she attempted to speak further, her expression shifted as her gaze fell upon two approaching men. "Haha, I never expected that while chasing a beautiful girl, we would stumble upon a little lowly as well. This is quite the windfall." One of the men, a lanky figure, leered. "I told you to run, now you can't escape." The red-haired girl hissed fiercely at Tianxia, insisting that he take the little girl and flee while she held them off. "Vortex Clan," Tianxia remarked, a mixture of uncertainty and affirmation crossing his features as he observed the girl's striking hair. "Are you even listening to me, you bastard?" The girl, Uzumaki Mizuhito, roared in frustration at Tianxia's lack of response, inadvertently alerting their pursuers to their predicament. "Want to run? That's not going to happen. We've been chasing you for several hours." One of the pursuers, a rotund man resembling a pig, stated with a serious demeanor. The duo, one fat and one thin, notorious for their lecherous ways, were the infamous lecherous brothers of the shinobi world. "Indeed, kid, we have no interest in you. You should just leave. As for the little girl beside you, she can stay." Terrified by their words, Yue shrank behind Tianxia, clutching his clothing tightly, fearful that he might hand her over. "No, that's not an option." Tianxia firmly shook his head. "You have no say in this." The thin man moved to eliminate the obstacle that was Tianxia. "Get back." Uzumaki Mizuhito brandished a kunai, positioning herself in front of Tianxia, determined to confront the two men alone. Acting recklessly, "You don't know when to tread carefully," the fat man warned, taking a step forward. The thin and fat brothers had evaded demise until now, not only because they exceeded the average jonin in strength individually, but also because, together, they rivaled the power of a Kage. Crucially, they understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. The Uzumaki clan was indeed a prominent lineage, and generally, they would not engage with such a ninja clan unless fate brought them to a lone Uzumaki Mizuhito. Thus the outcome was predictable. Attack. The thin and fat men moved swiftly. Barrier technique. 4 corners. Uzumaki Mizuhito produced several kunai imbued with her technique, but due to the exhaustion from being pursued, she was unable to complete the technique before being kicked aside, blood trickling from her mouth. "Damn it," she muttered, swallowing the blood, regret etched across her face. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind, and he slightly turned his head to see Tianxia standing motionless. Was this fool truly an imbecile? It seemed that upon noticing the expression of Uzumaki Shuhu, Tianxia turned his head and proposed, "How about I save you in exchange for your clan's sealing scroll?" A cold, disdainful smile crept across Uzumaki Shuehu's face as she retorted, "You should focus on surviving first." At that moment, she silently lamented the plight of the young girl before her, who, despite the evident absurdity of the situation, still sought to take advantage. In Uzumaki Shuehu's eyes, Tianxia stood no chance of victory. Even she, as a princess of the Uzumaki clan, could not triumph over the enemy, let alone this foolish child. Thus resolved, Tianxia unilaterally declared, disregarding the furious glare from Uzumaki Shuhu, "I am quite busy, so let us settle this swiftly." With a swift draw of his blade, he spoke, inciting anger in both opponents, who were prepared to shred the impudent child before them. However, an overwhelming sense of impending danger emanated from him. Instinctively, they dodged to the sides, only to find themselves faced with a similar onslaught from both flanks. In a fleeting moment, Tianxia launched a rapid assault from 3 directions, leading to the current predicament. The slender and stout duo exchanged glances, their hands clasped as they simultaneously formed the hand seals for Earth Release, multi-layered Earth Wall. Although the area of attack had increased, the power of their assault diminished proportionately, causing the blade's aura to dissipate after breaching the earthen barrier. "Raikiri," Tianxia shouted as he charged towards them. This time, the two had no time to form seals and could only retreat in haste, which inadvertently created a gap between them. Utilizing shadow clone technique, Tianxia produced 2 clones, one executing Raikiri while the other employed his sword technique, effectively dividing the adversaries. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, the duo attempted to join forces, but at that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within them. Just as they prepared to act, 2 shimmering, thunderous blades pierced through Tianxia, who was engaged with the slender and stout figures, swiftly followed by the astonished duo being impaled. The negative effects of the shadow clone weighed heavily on Tianxia's heart. However, he was relieved to have resolved the threat, a feat made possible by the opponent's ignorance of the shadow clone's capabilities. Although he did not fear a direct confrontation with the two, he naturally preferred a more effortless resolution. "Now, let us discuss our matters," Tianxia said, smiling at the astonished Uzumaki Shuehu. How could he be so powerful? Uzumaki Shuehu mumbled to herself, lost in the aftermath of the battle, completely oblivious to Tianxia's continuing discourse. A cold snort from Tianxia jolted her back to reality, and she was reminded of his earlier demands. "No, that is the foundation of my clan." She firmly rejected his unreasonable request without hesitation. "Such matters are not for you to decide." Tianxia's expression turned icy as he threatened her. "Damn it." As Uzumaki Shuehu walked away, she frequently glanced back at the relentless Tianxia following her, seething with indignation. She had not anticipated that after narrowly escaping a wolf's den, she would encounter a tiger. "Humph. Once I return to my clan, we shall see if you dare to be so arrogant." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Uzumaki Shuehu's mouth, as if she could already envision Tianxia pleading for mercy at her feet. Walking behind, Tianxia remained oblivious to the thoughts of Xuanhua Shuehu. Yet his audacity to proceed suggested he had his own means of assurance. Suddenly halting his steps, Tianxia let out a soft exclamation as he gazed ahead. Unexpectedly, Yue, caught off guard by Tianxia's sudden stop, collided into him. "What is this, uncle?" Xuanhua Shuehu exclaimed, initially taken aback before joyfully regarding the middle-aged man who had appeared, only to pause upon a gentle cough. Xuanhua Yao, witnessing the princess's unapproved escape, first displayed delight, but upon observing Xuanhua Shuehu's change in demeanor, shifted his gaze to Tianxia. Ignoring the scrutiny, Tianxia steadfastly focused ahead, where 2 others had yet to materialize. Given the ambiguity of the situation, Xuanhua Yao refrained from immediate action, opting to await the arrival of the remaining 2 before formulating a plan. As Tianxia and Xuanhua Yao waited, a youth and a middle-aged man emerged before them, eliciting a mixture of unease from Xuanhua Shuehu and curiosity from Yue. "That attire, is it from Sun no Senju?" Having resided in this world for an extended period, Tianxia possessed a fair understanding of the clans and powers within the ninja realm. The latter 2 exchanged a few hushed words after assessing the situation. "May I inquire who you are?" Xuanhua Yao stepped forward to ask. "Yanhuang Tianxia," he replied, pausing momentarily to reflect, and upon finding no pertinent information regarding that name, continued, "Might I ask how my clan's princess has offended you? I kindly request you do not take offense." As an elite jonin, Xuanhua Yao sensed an exceedingly perilous aura emanating from Tianxia, hence his politeness. Otherwise, how could a prominent clan in the ninja world exhibit such courtesy upon witnessing their princess bound by another? "She has not wronged me." Tianxia's words relieved Xuanhua Yao's heart. Recognizing the potential of a young powerhouse, no one would provoke him unnecessarily, even with the backing of the foremost clan in the ninja realm. However, she was pursued by wicked brothers, and I saved her, with the reward being your clan's sealing technique. "Uncle Yao, do not heed his nonsense. I never promised him the sealing scroll. It was all his one-sided wish." Xuanhua Shuehu, disregarding the proximity of Tianxia, exclaimed loudly, "You have saved our princess. We shall certainly express our gratitude." Yet the sealing scroll is a treasured artifact of our clan and cannot be shown to outsiders. Xuanhua Yao firmly rejected. In that case, Tianxia turned to Xuanhua Shuihu. She shall henceforth belong to me. This shall be the price of my saving her. What? Xuanhua Shuihu's complexion shifted. This is impossible. There is nothing impossible about it. Tianxia replied coldly. Is your action a provocation against my Xuanhua clan? Though you possess formidable strength, my clan is not to be trifled with. In response to Xuanhua Yao's threat, Tianxia remained non-committal, for in the current ninja realm, a major clan must possess at least 3 Kage-level shinobi to be deemed significant. Not to mention other elite jonin. Against such might, Tianxia knew he could not contend. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his pursuit of the sealing scroll, which he was determined to acquire. As for the necessity of mastering the art of sealing, it serves as a precautionary measure to confront certain entities that cannot be killed or subdued. Originally, I intended to visit the land of waves after acquiring my weapon, but upon encountering this situation, I found a fitting excuse to intervene. Of course, there exists an alternative approach. I must engage him in combat, shadow, and demand the sealing scroll. Should I lose, I shall take my leave, indicating the direction of the young man from the Senju clan. The opponent, of similar age, emanates the greatest sense of threat among the three. Possessing such strength at this tender age, his identity is unmistakably apparent. What? This is unacceptable, Uzumaki Yao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Tianxia's words, before promptly declining. The visitor had come to the Uzumaki clan for an engagement, yet no one had anticipated that the betrothed would flee. In their exasperation, they had set out together to search for him. Now, faced with such an embarrassing predicament, it seems inappropriate to compel them further, especially when it concerns the clan's treasured heirloom. Oh, are you referring to me? The young man paused for 2 seconds, then realized he was indeed the topic of discussion. I have no objections. By the way, I am Senju Hashirama. I look forward to your guidance, he said, bowing slightly as a gesture of respect. Is that so? Tianxia mused inwardly. Young clan leader. A guard from the Senju clan interjected, attempting to intervene. Do not worry. I shall be fine. Do you doubt my abilities? Hashirama reassured, glancing at the seemingly perplexed Uzumaki Sueho. Seemingly aware of being watched, the dejected Uzumaki Sueho lifted her gaze to find a face grinning foolishly, her future husband. Judging by his attire, she had already surmised the truth. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Tianxia's sudden laughter left the crowd bewildered, unsure of the cause of his exuberance. The reason for Tianxia's excitement lay in his newfound understanding of his standing relative to the era's foremost figures. Although the 17 or 18-year-old Senju Hashirama had not yet reached the pinnacle of his power, he nonetheless provided Tianxia with a measure of his own progress over the years of diligent training, evaluating his capability to survive in this tumultuous world. Senju Hashirama became the benchmark by which he would gauge himself. If he could not measure up to this individual, what prospects would he have for survival in the impending chaos? Or, when faced with peril, would he become prey to others? He no longer wished to endure such a fate. In his previous life, he had lived in the shadows, aimlessly, like a mere shell of a being. In this life, he aspired to live vividly, perhaps even achieving immortality, and all of this hinged upon strength. Tianxia slowly drew forth his weapon, acutely aware of the impending confrontation with the future god of shinobi, daring not to exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness. Clang, clang, as they faced each other. Senju Hashirama too felt a sense of urgency, unwilling to let his guard down. The two wielded their weapons, engaging in a fierce exchange that spanned countless rounds in the blink of an eye. After a decisive clash, Tianxia swiftly retracted his weapon and unleashed the lightning technique, Raikiri. Earth style, earth flow wall. Senju Hashirama leapt backward, conjuring a wall of earth. Tianxia's attack struck the earthen barrier, sending clouds of dust swirling and obscuring his figure. With a furrowed brow, Senju Hashirama did not believe that his ninjutsu could withstand the formidable lightning-based techniques. Initially, he had prepared a series of subsequent maneuvers, ready to confront the world, yet his opponent refrained from further assault. The sound of blades slicing through the air resonated clearly from the dissipating smoke, and Hashirama's expression tightened as a lotus flower materialized around him, followed by countless gusts of blade energy aimed at him. As the haze cleared, Hashirama, now drenched in blood, did not elicit joy from Tenka. Instead, he turned to block the appearance of Hashirama behind him. The bloodied Hashirama transformed into a piece of shattered wood. Having skillfully utilized the substitution technique to evade Tenka's strike during the moment of peril, the technique blossoming and withering flowers, grade S, was yet another swordsmanship Tenka had comprehended. Following drawing the blade, sword and shield bell, grade A, dance of the sun, dance of the moon, grade A, and earthquake, medium S. Phew. Hashirama patted his chest, ready to launch his counterattack. Water release, water surge wave. Strangely, Tenka leaped lightly onto the surface of the water, perplexed by his opponent's actions. While Tenka was momentarily distracted, the water on the ground had entirely vanished, having melded into the earth. The technique Earth Release. Mud Swamp was accompanied by the emergence of bear-like creatures, several meters tall. Composed of mud, Tenka realized his adversary was willing to expend vast amounts of chakra to saturate a 100-meter radius in water. However, this would not deter him. As he observed the roaring mud beasts charging towards him with their massive claws, Tenka casually struck and cleaved one in two. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the mud creature restored itself, now surrounded by numerous companions. Tenka frowned. Unbeknownst to him, his feet had been ensnared by muddy hands. Furthermore, the mud creature's hands had hardened, employing the Earth Release, hardening technique to enhance their offensive strength. Huh. A cold smile crept across Tenka's lips as he unleashed a surge of chakra, propelling himself into the air while swiftly forming hand seals. What seal is this? As a rival of the Uchiha clan, particularly against Uchiha Madara, he recognized that familiar seal. Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. Accompanied by a raging inferno that darkened the skies, the moisture in the ground was swiftly evaporated, causing the mud creatures to revert to dry soil. Gasping for breath after repeatedly executing S-rank ninjutsu, even Tenka found it somewhat taxing. In contrast, Hashirama, having inherited the sage body, a robust physique with an abundance of chakra, showed no sign of fatigue. Ha ha ha, only this makes it more challenging. Tenka felt invigorated rather than intimidated by his opponent's strength. Having spent a considerable time in this world, he had encountered numerous battles. Yet it was rare to find worthy adversaries among his peers. The latent desire for combat surged forth, as Tenka suddenly exuded intense combat fervor. Hashirama's previously foolish demeanor shifted to one of gravity. With a shout, the two engaged in a relentless clash of taijutsu and ninjutsu, the battle continuing for an hour. Yawn. Why is it still not over? Standing beside her, Uzumaki Sueho rubbed her slightly weary eyes. Hey, little sister, are you not worried that that rascal might lose? She inadvertently glanced at the moonlit figure sitting under the tree, merrily playing with the insects on the ground. No way, I believe Big Brother will surely win. Looking at the resolute smile on the moon's face, Uzumaki Sueho turned her gaze to the battlefield, astonished that such an odious individual could have such a lovely and trusting sister. Haha, it has been a long time since I felt this exhilarated. Senju Hashirama's gaze fixated on the battlefield, reflecting the same intensity he reserved for his cherished friend and foe. Let this be a decisive blow. This battle must come to an end, Tenka declared. All right, I hope you don't perish. This is my strongest technique. Rest assured, I shall also employ my utmost ability. One that I have yet to reveal to anyone, Senju Hashirama replied. Is it would release? Tenka speculated inwardly. Prepare to receive it. Heaven's Blade, incomplete. A sharp surge of blade energy erupted, shattering the surrounding earth and trees, forcing the spectators to retreat, with Uzumaki Sueho scooping up the moon. Would release, giant hand. A colossal hand erupted from the earth, as if challenging the heavens, reaching skyward to meet the descending strike. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar and shockwave, the onlookers instinctively shut their eyes. Sensing the diminishing aftermath, Uzumaki Sueho prepared to open her eyes, only to find the moon had vanished from her arms, leaving her seething with frustration at the echoing voice in the air. Haha, this battle was exhilarating. I will visit the Uzumaki clan someday, and I hope Lady Uzumaki Sueho will be there to welcome me. Senju Hashirama has been defeated. Upon hearing Tenka's words, Uzumaki Yao and the members of the Senju clan turned to Hashirama, who bore a horrific gash across his chest. Although it appeared terrifying, it was merely a flesh wound. Cough, cough, Tenka murmured, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, glancing at the fist mark on his chest. Could it be that he truly is the god of shinobi? Tenka mused, squinting his eyes. Quick, pursue them. In the forest, for ninjas clad in identical attire hurriedly chased after two cloaked figures ahead, one of whom was shouldering a burlap sack. What a bothersome bunch of insects. Yo, you stay behind to deal with them, the black-clad man ordered his subordinate. You three pursue the other one, Arima Yun instructed his three followers. If the opponent is formidable, focus on tracking. As the three separated from the black-clad man, a flicker of concern arose in Arima Yun when he noticed the cold smirk at the corner of the man's mouth. Be careful, he shouted. Too late. The black-clad man made no discernible movement, and the three ninjas from the Arima clan were sliced into chunks by an unknown force. Damn it. The Arima clan's Jonin drew his kunai, charging forward in fury. In the depths of the forest, Tianxia strolled alongside the young girl, Yue. Due to her delicate constitution, he refrained from hastening their pace, for time was plentiful, and there was no urgency to their journey. The reason for his soft exclamation was the unsettling sensation of another presence lurking nearby, its aura fluctuating unpredictably. After a brief moment of awareness, he sensed the entity hastily retreating and chose not to linger in observation, continuing on their path. Before long, a man clad in black darted overhead among the trees, and their eyes met momentarily before they each disregarded the other. Intriguingly, both presences he had sensed were distinctly peculiar, their strengths evidently formidable. Suddenly, Yue gasped in alarm, hastily covering her eyes as a grisly sight unfolded before them. Mangled corpses lay strewn about, with another body not far off. Upon witnessing Yue's terrified expression, Tianxia found it difficult to fathom what horrors the deceased might have concealed. Wait, hold on, he said, taking Yue by the hand, intending to steer her away from the grim scene. Yet, as they turned to leave, the corpse that lay motionless on the ground unexpectedly rolled over and spoke, startling Yue into a tight embrace against Tianxia. It was but a moment prior that he had sensed a flicker of life within the wretched being, though he had not anticipated it would call out to him. Observing the figure's demeanor and the signs of battle surrounding them, Tianxia surmised a connection to the two individuals who had departed earlier. If this is a plea for assistance, I am at a loss to help, he admitted. For he possessed neither medical scrolls nor healing jutsu, otherwise he would have long since examined Yue's condition. The matter was complicated further by his ties to the Uzumaki clan, which held the enigmatic ability to seal away such entities with their unique bloodline limits. I have a commission for you, the dying figure gasped. You must have noticed the two cloaked men who abducted members of my clan. I implore you to retrieve them. Alternatively, you may follow them and provide intelligence to my clan's ninjas. This is your reward. The elite shinobi of the Arima clan, despite being on the brink of death, entrusted this task to a nameless ninja, tossing a scroll to Tianxia. I did not consent to your request, he interjected, but the other seemed unperturbed, continuing, within this scroll are some of my jutsu, and if you succeed in reclaiming my kin, the Arima clan shall reward you generously. Tianxia found it curious that such peculiar individuals would place such significance on the members of his clan. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to involve himself, knowing the formidable capabilities of those strange figures, who were likely just pawns in a larger game orchestrated by powerful forces. With those final words, the Arima shinobi expired, leaving Tianxia to ponder the implications of the scroll in his possession. Brother, please help him. He seems so pitiful, Yue pleaded. Her fears seemingly dissipated as she tugged at his sleeve with a forlorn expression. Very well, I shall heed your request, he replied with a gentle smile, pinching her adorable cheek. With his agreement to the task, Tianxia unfurled the scroll in his hands. The text primarily chronicles the realm of illusions and ninjutsu. Yet what astonishes the world most is the detailed account of medical ninjutsu contained within. The world is unaware that the Onma clan, due to their inherently weaker constitution, has become remarkably adept in medical ninjutsu. This knowledge may indeed illuminate the precise condition of Yue's health. The thought lingered in Tianxia's mind as a group of Onma clan ninjas approached nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, Tianxia sealed the scroll and, upon recognizing the members of the Onma clan, resolved to inform them, believing that their assistance would enhance the likelihood of success. Suddenly, one among the group surged forward, crying out for the fallen Onma Hong. The remaining members displayed sorrow, yet their gazes remained vigilant, fixated on Tianxia and the scroll in his possession. You must be the one who killed Hong, exclaimed the youth, weapon drawn as he charged at Tianxia. The leader, Onma Yang, intended to intervene, having discerned from the sight of Yue behind Tianxia that he was likely not the assailant. However, seeing the scroll of their clan in Tianxia's hand, which was of great significance to their lineage, He refrained from stopping the confrontation. Tianxia frowned, taken aback by their refusal to heed reason, which irked him, for he was not one to be trifled with. In a flash, the youth from the Anma clan was sent hurtling back to the ground with a heavy thud, experiencing a painful jolt in his backside. Yet, the crux of the matter was not the pain, but the humiliation of being overpowered by someone younger than himself. He was hailed as a prodigy within his clan and had awakened the bloodline limit of his family. Enough. Anma he was about to strike again when Anma Yang's voice boomed. Who are you? And why do you possess our clan's scroll? Uncle. He must be the one who killed Hong and the others. Anma he insisted. Anma Yang, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, felt a mix of frustration and inevitability. His nephew possessed great talent, yet lacked prudence. How could he believe that a mere child could abduct their little princess? Moreover, the strength of the opponent suggested that they might not be able to capture him even together. Ignoring the outcry of the fool, Tianxia merely stated, I was passing through, and this scroll was given to me as a preliminary reward for a commissioned task. Commissioned task? Anma Yang inquired, intrigued. Indeed. I have been tasked with retrieving your little princess, Tianxia replied with a smirk. Who do you think you are? Anma he shouted defiantly. Tianxia narrowed his eyes. A palpable aura of menace enveloping Anma he, who had repeatedly provoked him. He had no intention of extending kindness to such insolence. Anma he paled, his body stiffening as he regarded Tianxia with a mix of fear and astonishment, shedding his previous arrogance. Do you know where they are? He asked, stepping in front of Anma he, his gaze laden with deep trepidation. Even he found the oppressive aura unsettling. Anma Yang assessed the situation, concluding that their opponent was no ordinary foe. I have my ways of locating them. However, regarding the subsequent reward you mentioned, Anma Yang was aware of whom Tianxia referred to and reassured himself that there was no cause for concern regarding the matter of compensation. Oh, the world feels a hint of unease. If you are merely the daughter of the clan leader of the Anma family, there would be no need for such gravitas. Or perhaps observing the other party's inquisitive demeanor, Anma Yang revealed a faint smile tinged with melancholy. Indeed, if she were merely the daughter of the clan leader, such concern would be unwarranted. However, she has unlocked the bloodline limit. The bloodline limit, you say? As a former anime enthusiast in his past life, he was well aware of the formidable nature of the Anma family's bloodline limit. The ability to manipulate the five senses. This is a power that can rival the Sharingan, though not the higher-tiered versions. Nevertheless, it remains a potent ability. The other party's age was pivotal to Tianxia's inquiry. 5 years old. To unlock the bloodline limit at such a tender age? What a prodigy. As long as she survives, she will undoubtedly become a figure of shadowy prominence. It is no wonder they are willing to pay such a price for her. What manner of individuals abducted her? Tianxia was particularly concerned about their identity. We refer to them as the Dark Anma, Yang replied, his tone tinged with gravity. We? Dark? From this, Tianxia discerned two critical keywords. Noticing the confusion on Tianxia's face, Anma Yang unveiled the truth without reservation. The we he spoke of referred to certain bloodline clans, while the dark pertained to those who sought to capture bloodline limit holders, inciting deep-seated animosity among the bloodline clans. Yet, due to their elusive nature and formidable strength, coupled with the fact that they primarily targeted lower-tier bloodline holders, they had yet to face a thorough purge. After all, no clan is willing to expend great resources to confront an organization of unknown depth. However, this time, they have abducted the princess of the Anma clan and the one with the most potential, triggering a relentless pursuit. How many of you are aware of the significance placed on that little girl by the captors? Tianxia speculated that they must possess more than one team. Aside from our 7, there are 2 additional teams of 7, Anma Yang replied candidly. 21 individuals, with each team leader possessing elite Jonin strength? Adding in a few more Jonin and Chunin, it seems feasible. Based on the team before him, Tianxia estimated their total strength, contemplating their next course of action. With these reinforcements, the mission should be somewhat easier. The summoning technique enveloped the air in a cloud of smoke, as a massive black eagle spread its wings and soon vanished from sight. Before long, the giant eagle returned, calling out a few times to convey confidence to his companions. We shall pursue them now. Tianxia summoned another giant eagle, allowing it to carry you behind the group, to avoid detection by their adversaries. Tianxia refrained from riding the eagle himself, concerned instead for Yu's stamina, thus permitting her temporary transport. Haha, I'm flying. Yu exclaimed joyfully, lying atop the giant eagle. her laughter echoing with delight, seemingly forgetting past pains. Have we arrived? Observing the barren peaks before them, devoid of any signs of life, Yanhuang expressed his bewilderment. This place, a cursory glance led Tianxia to surmise it to be an active volcano. The establishment of a base here was indeed unexpected. I will proceed ahead to assess the situation and see if I can rescue anyone, while you all await my signal to act, he instructed. Glancing at the gathered Anma clan ninjas, he, well versed in the strengths of the world, readily acquiesced to the others' decision, while the members of the Anma clan, led by Yanhuang, prepared themselves. However, before proceeding, they requested that a few individuals remain behind to care for my sister. All eyes turned toward the playful Yuer in the woods, then back to Yanhuang, who showed no hesitation as he designated several Chunin to serve as guardians. With the matter resolved, Tiantian's form flickered and appeared atop a rocky slope, whereupon the sunlight warped, and Tiantian completely vanished from sight. Yun, the captain of another team and a formidable elite Jonin, was perplexed by Tiantian's disappearance, unable to detect how he had evaded perception, regardless of the identity of the opponent. Provoking the last team captain, Anma Long, was ill-advised, as he spoke the words Yanhuang intended to convey. The group awaited a moment before advancing, as Yanhuang instructed. At the center of the mountain peak lay a vast chasm, from which the golden heat below was discernible. With another distortion of sunlight, Tiantian's form hazily re-emerged. Upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of any concealment or secret caverns in the vicinity. The only likely location was the volcano's mouth. Channeling chakra to his feet, Tiantian descended step by step, feeling the rising temperature as he neared the molten lava. Doubt crept in as he questioned whether he had been deceived by the great eagle. However, upon discovering a crack nestled within a crevice, Tiantian realized he had found the place he sought. Although it was somewhat distant, he discerned numerous signs of human activity. Yet, when he extended his perception, he found no sentinels guarding the fissure. Was it carelessness, arrogance, or perhaps a misguided confidence? Tiantian leaned towards the latter. As he landed on a small platform before the fissure, a stone-carved bird head directly above suddenly squawked in alarm. What he initially presumed to be mere decoration turned out to be an alarm system. Yet, now that he had been discovered, there was no time to spare. Destroying the incessantly squawking bird head with a swift motion, Tiantian charged forward. The Anma clan ninjas, who had been concealed near the volcano's mouth, recognized their exposure and ceased hiding, racing toward the source of the sound. Tiantian was bewildered by how they had excavated a passage over 100 meters long, as he encountered no obstacles along the way. However, upon reaching an open space, he confronted two individuals clad in black, the very same he had encountered earlier. "Didn't he expect to see you here, kid?" one of them remarked. "I should have dealt with you sooner. Quickly finish this. There's a whole group behind us, and we're bound to face repercussions. If we delay any further, we can only imagine the consequences," the other urged, his voice trembling. At that, the first black-clad figure removed his hood, revealing a young man in his 20s, strikingly handsome, with fair features. The second figure retreated to a corner, seemingly unwilling to engage. "Hush!" A young man emitted a peculiar sound, causing the two iron gates to swing open. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if something dreadful were about to be unleashed. In mere moments, an extraordinary creature emerged, possessing the horn of a rhinoceros, the jaws of a crocodile, and the wings of an eagle, along with a myriad of other bizarre beings, towering several meters high. The once spacious area became congested with these strange entities, whose appearances suggested they were grotesquely stitched together. At the joints that did not belong to any of the creatures, there were conspicuous irregular marks. With a peculiar cry, these unusual beasts surged towards the young man under his command. Although the opponent had summoned forth a horde of bizarre creatures through the technique of lightning release, Earth Lotus, the young man had no intention of wasting time in this encounter. Lightning crackled in a radius of several dozen meters, each bolt shimmering with glowing orbs, resembling vines laden with fruit. The Earth Lotus technique, an S-rank lightning release ninjutsu he had developed by fusing Earth Walk with lightning orbs, though classified as a lower-tier technique, proved to be significantly advantageous in the face of a mass assault. Since acquiring mastery of these two ninjutsu, he had never truly utilized them, as his opponents were invariably too formidable. Despite the high rank of these techniques, they had proven ineffective against such powerful foes. Thus, the young man, possessing considerable prowess in lightning release, conceived the notion of merging these two techniques, and to his surprise, he succeeded. Unbeknownst to the creatures, they trampled over the rising lotus on the ground without a hint of awareness. The first of the animals fell victim to the electrical discharge, subsequently shocking its companions. And within seconds, dozens of fierce-looking, grotesque beings lay incapacitated. The young man shook his head. In his estimation, these creatures, presumably modified by others, were not lacking in strength, with even the weakest rivaling a Chunin. The most critical flaw was their utter lack of intelligence, which referred to the innate wisdom of the creatures themselves. The attacking beasts resembled puppets, possessing formidable strength yet unable to harness it. What is the matter, Yong? Are you not going to act further? Look at those modified beings falling with a single strike, the young man urged, his gaze glimmering with intensity. Though his tone was commanding, it carried an undercurrent of threat, which even the young man could discern. Clearly, they were not unified. Observing the young man, Yong's eyes flickered with unease as he pondered something. Disregarding the commands from behind him, this individual radiated an icy glare, contemplating that once this incident concluded, he would cast the other aside for modification. Those who dared to betray the organization had no place in its ranks. As for this crisis, it was trivial to him. He was acutely aware of the organization's formidable strength, and even a shadow-level expert would find no advantage here. Yong exhaled heavily, memories of his past flooding his mind. Once, he had been a wandering ninja, his abilities limited to the Chunin level. He had sustained his family through meager mission rewards, finding beauty in the perilous tasks he undertook. However, one fateful day, a group of enigmatic figures clad in black had abducted him, led by the very partner he now served, Go. After being captured, the family was subjected to experimentation. Initially, it was the wife and daughter who possessed no chakra, followed by the son, whom he had taught chakra control, and ultimately, it was he himself. He witnessed the demise of each test subject, yet he found solace in the fact that his family remained unscathed. However, apart from his own relatively successful transformation, the others had been grotesquely altered, and he was coerced into carrying out their bidding. Presently, an opportunity presented itself. As he discarded his black cloak, a grotesque protrusion emerged from his back, resembling 8 spider-like legs, accompanied by the anguished cries of the youth. Drawing forth his kunai, he propelled himself forward, while the 8 appendages unleashed transparent strands of silk. The clashing of metal resonated as weapons became riddled with dents and fractures. Although he had infused his weapons with wind chakra upon sensing the anomaly of the spider silk, they suffered considerable damage in an instant, further fueling his desire for a superior weapon. Despite the overwhelming number of appendages and hands, they could not breach the edge of his blade, especially with the wind chakra enhancing its formidable sharpness. The corridor behind him concealed mechanisms, and the key lay within the hands of the man battling behind him. In the fleeting moment when their bodies intertwined, he conveyed a message. Their central laboratory was directly below the next cavern. What are you planning? The other inquired, perplexed. In one corner of the laboratory were the imprisoned test subjects, his loved ones. Rage surged within him as he watched the 2 combatants clash. Just as he prepared to intervene, he was struck down by a blade, collapsing into a pool of blood. Humph, pitiful fool, he thought, noticing his opponent's life force waning, dispelling any thoughts of trouble. You seek a path to heaven but venture into hell. Do you believe yourself invincible? The other mocked. Invincible? Not quite. But I am aware of my capabilities against you, rabble, came the indifferent retort. Humph, let us see how defiant you remain, he scoffed. As a throng of modified beings emerged from behind iron bars, their eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, filled with the essence of destruction and madness. Moreover, the previously incapacitated altered beings rose once more, their paralysis having worn off. Meanwhile, the approaching members of the Arima clan were ambushed by the modified creatures before they could reach the entrance. Yun, Long, and you advance into the breach. As for you, draw those abominable creatures outside. It's too perilous here. The Arima clan members found themselves on the rocky precipice, the searing magma below rendering combat with the mindless modified beasts a precarious endeavor. Arima Yang led the remaining 3 towards the fissure, while the others lured the modified creatures further away to the mountain's summit. Upon entering the passage, the 4 encountered not their nemesis, but rather a gathering of cloaked figures awaiting them. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Yang took the initiative. These figures clad in black were akin to transformed humans, each endowed with peculiar abilities. For instance, Onma's current adversary possessed hands resembling cleavers. After just a few exchanges, Onma found his weapon severed and was knocked to the ground. Humph! Behold my illusionary bloodline limit. Activating visual manipulation. The man wielding the cleaver, who had been advancing toward Onma, suddenly diverted his strike. Onma breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could act again, a blade of light surged directly towards his face. In a critical moment, Onma rolled to evade a fatal blow, yet a deep scar marred his visage. Damn it! Onma cursed under his breath, unleashing his full power to vanquish his opponent. Unlike Onma, both Onma Rei and Onma Yuan, though elite Jonin, lacked a bloodline limit. However, their illusionary prowess was formidable in its own right. Onma Yang, as the leader, commanded this operation not only due to his elite Jonin strength, but also because he had awakened his family's bloodline limit. In contrast to Onma Yang directly manipulated the senses of the black-clad individuals, causing them to perceive their allies as foes. Beneath the ground, dozens of meters below the surface, lay an expansive underground chamber filled with instruments. At the center of this array stood two individuals. One, an elderly man with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, and the other, a middle-aged man whose stern countenance bore a hint of cruelty. These useless fools have allowed someone to infiltrate the base, the elder remarked, observing a video display that showcased the battle between Tianxia and Onma Yang. I shall go see the rudest subject. This place is yours to manage, the elder continued, his voice dripping with disdain. What shall we do with the little girl from whom we drew blood? The middle-aged man inquired, his head bowed. The blood has been drawn. Use her as a test subject, the elder stated as he departed, leaving behind echoes of his contempt. Once the elder was gone, the middle-aged man's expression turned ferocious, exuding a murderous aura. Useless. Even if they are worthless, they were still products of your research. And that so-called experiment, the ultimate bloodline heir. The perfect test subject. I am the most perfect, the most powerful. No one can thwart me. After a prolonged roar, the man finally calmed himself, gathering his forces to confront the intruding enemy. At that moment, a blade of light illuminated the space as Tianxia emerged behind Gong. The creature known as Gong had lost all semblance of humanity, possessing the head of an eagle, the claws of a scorpion, the body of a serpent, and the tail of a crocodile, a grotesque amalgamation of beasts. How can this be? Gong extended his hand, surveying the ground littered with the remnants of transformed animals and humans. Suddenly, before he could finish his thought, his body was cleaved in two. With a sigh of relief, Tianxia sheathed his weapon and began to rummage through Gong's remains, discovering a silver ring adorned with intricate patterns. Glancing at the corridor ahead, Tianxia kicked a nearby weapon into the passage. With a hiss, lasers erupted from the walls, instantly reducing the weapon to dust. Tianxia involuntarily inhaled sharply, taken aback by the revelation that the adversary had indeed developed a laser weapon, an utterly astonishing feat. Had he ventured forward recklessly moments ago, his life would have been in grave peril. Discarding the silver disc into the recess of the square passage, a resounding rumble echoed through the corridor as it began to shift, ultimately rendering the original passage invisible and revealing an alternative route. Upon sensing that no immediate danger lurked ahead, Tianxia pressed onward, arriving at the innermost recess of the corridor, where a row of figures clad in black trench coats stood. Narrowing his eyes, Tianxia realized he had underestimated this obstruction. Before him stood dozens of individuals, each exuding a presence rivaling that of a seasoned Jonin. Notably, the figure at the forefront emanated an air of palpable oppression. He was none other than the man who had previously occupied the central position in the underground laboratory. Kill. Yo, with eyes gleaming coldly, gazed at the young intruder in his base and gestured to his subordinates. These black-clad figures were not only experimental subjects, but also guardians, each having undergone extensive modifications that rendered them unrecognizable as humans. Nonetheless, this could not diminish their formidable prowess. Their strength was sufficient to rival the great clans of the ninja world. If it were to be revealed that these individuals could achieve the power of seasoned Jonin through the amalgamation of humans and animals, it would surely incite chaos throughout the entire ninja realm. After all, seasoned Jonin are not mere trifles. Each one requires immense resources to cultivate, and without the requisite qualifications, even abundant resources would not suffice to elevate one to that status, underscoring the significance of a seasoned Jonin. The massacre continued, and though these modified beings possessed great strength, They were no match for Tianxia. Yo remained an indifferent observer, seemingly unconcerned with the demise of his subordinates. Yet, it was a rational stance. As long as the researchers remained, he could continuously produce wave after wave of modified humans. The sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. It was Koma and his allies, having dispatched their own adversaries. Kill. At a glance, they beheld Tianxia amidst a sea of foes, fiercely wielding his weapon. Koma, unwilling to lag behind, charged into the throng of enemies with his companions. Although only 4 in number, they alleviated some of the pressure on Tianxia, and the already faltering modified army suffered severe losses in an instant. I have notified our clan. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Koma informed Tianxia during a brief lull in the battle. Tianxia nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the formidable nature of their opponents, particularly one whose depth remained a mystery. Instinctively, his gaze darted toward Yo's previous location, only to find it now devoid of presence. Where is he? Tianxia pondered, confusion washing over him, until the sound of slicing air and Koma's warning reached his ears. Tianxia's eyes widened. He barely managed to block the incoming strike, only to be sent hurtling backward, colliding with numerous black-clad figures before crashing violently against the stone wall, creating a deep indentation. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Tianxia found himself gravely wounded from the blow. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Yo propelled himself forward, appearing before Tianxia in an instant, extending his right hand menacingly. At this moment, Yu's right hand had transformed into a wolf's claw, with 3 sharp bone spines extending approximately 20 centimeters, their tips glowing ominously, clearly infused with potent venom. Drawing upon his blade technique, in this life and death moment, the world compelled him to push his limits. Facing the onslaught of his adversary, Yu wielded his wolf claw, opting for a direct confrontation. With a crisp crack, his claw was cleaved in 2, yet he remained unscathed. Tianxia's eyes narrowed, though he had sustained an injury. The force of his prior strike had not diminished significantly, albeit at the cost of the opponent's claw. However, the ensuing spectacle left Tianxia feeling increasingly troubled, as the severed claw astonishingly regenerated. This indicated that the opponent possessed an extraordinary ability for rapid regeneration. Gasping, Tianxia felt a pang in his chest from his wound. Nevertheless, he did not cease his actions. Given his current injuries, he needed to end this swiftly, for otherwise, death awaited him. This was the most perilous encounter since his arrival in this world. Seemingly sensing Tianxia's intent, Yu paused. Do you still wish to resist? If so, allow me to demonstrate my true power. With a fierce cry, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Yu's being, simultaneously transforming his physique in astonishing ways. His feet morphed into talons, his legs into those of a leopard, his body into that of a crocodile, his head resembling a dinosaur. And from his back emerged a pair of muscular wings. At this moment, Yu bore no trace of humanity, yet his aura was exponentially more formidable than before. Hovering in the air, he flapped his wings, his wolf claws now gleaming silver. With a mere flick, a powerful gust laden with sharp wind blades surged toward Tianxia, obliterating the unsuspecting members of the Anma clan and the modified beings in its path. Tianxia gripped his battered weapon tightly, preparing to withstand the impending strike. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him, poised to intercept the oncoming wind blade. It was Yu. Blocking the attack was none other than Yu. But she had completely shed her former adorable demeanor, now clearly in a frenzied state once more. Compared to before, her once subtle black hair had turned a vivid red. Her claws shimmered with brightness, and her aura radiated greater strength. What was happening? Tianxia was baffled. Had he not instructed the Anma clan's ninjas to keep her at bay? How had she transformed into this fearsome version? Unbeknownst to him, the Anma clan had inadvertently drawn the modified animals to the mountaintop, capturing Yu's and the guard's attention. Concerned for Tianxia's safety, the Anma ninjas had attempted to intervene, leading to the inevitable outcome. When Yu cautiously approached, she happened upon Tianxia in peril, resulting in her current form. With a feral growl, seemingly oblivious to Tianxia's calls, Yu lunged at the enemy Yu, embodying the ferocity of a wild beast. Although the rampaging Yuer possesses formidable strength, it pales in comparison to the ultimate and flawless experimental subject, Yu, who embodies the fusion of various beings. Each of Yuer's attacks proved futile, and after sustaining injuries multiple times, it became evident that she was aware of her inability to prevail against her opponent. Upon catching sight of the black-clad fighter, and the members of the Anma clan engaged in battle. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she abandoned her pursuit of you and charged towards them. Anma Yang, who was observing the conflict, quickly recognized that Yuer had transformed from her previous self and had succumbed to madness. As she rushed towards him, he hastily called for his comrades to retreat. Although her performance against the airborne adversary was lackluster, he was astute enough to discern that, given her speed, they likely wouldn't have the opportunity to act before being dispatched. What transpired next left Anma Yang grateful for his earlier decision. Just as they had barely vacated the battlefield, the girl named Yuer plunged into the fray like a wolf among sheep, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. She was simultaneously slaying her foes while siphoning their blood, leaving them as mere husks. With the infusion of powerful blood, Yuer's hair became even more vibrant, and her aura intensified. Faced with the empowered Yuer, you dared not underestimate her and unleashed his full force. Despite her newfound strength, it was not long before you began to dominate their skirmish. Realizing she was unable to overcome her opponent, Yuer frantically sought other sources of sustenance. But you had preemptively thwarted her attempts, persistently preventing her from absorbing any blood. After Yuer's spree of carnage, the black-clad modifications suffered grave losses, all dispatched by the combined efforts of Anma Yang and his companions. Observing the combatants, they found themselves unable to intervene. Their stamina and chakra were nearly depleted, and they lacked the requisite strength. Moreover, charging into the fray risked not only death at the hands of the airborne foe, but also the possibility of being drained of blood by the transformed girl. With no blood to sustain her, the rampaging Yuer ultimately collapsed to the ground after being pierced through both shoulders, reverting to her original state. Remarkably, her wounds vanished, and her recovery speed rivaled even Yu's rapid regeneration. Tianxia, who had been on the sidelines employing unrefined medical ninjutsu to support the battle, seized the moment to launch a decisive strike. Meanwhile, you had positioned shadow clones on either side, aiming to momentarily hinder the opponent. With the technique Tianfeng Longwansha, you simultaneously wielded his claws and wings, summoning a violent whirlwind that obliterated the lower rock layers, expanding the underground space exponentially. On the other hand, Tianxia's blade aura sliced through the upper rock layers and earth, revealing glimpses of the sky above. The collision of the whirlwind and the slicing attack created a powerful shockwave that swept up the observers, causing the entire subterranean realm to tremble ominously. As if on the verge of collapse, the force of confrontation between the two parties did not dissipate. Rather, it transformed into a fierce resistance, rendering both unable to gain the upper hand. Perish. With a flick of her ethereal wings, the tempest intensified, pressing down upon the world. Faced with an entity capable of effortlessly reducing rock to ash, should the world fail to withstand the assault and be struck head-on, it would be utterly obliterated. You are still incapable of ending my existence. The world bellowed, igniting its very life force. Humph, even so, what of it? A cold smile curled on the lips of the ethereal as her powers surged further. Even with the sacrifice of life, the world's strength could not rival hers. Illusionary manipulation of the five senses. In this dire moment, the four of Anma Yang combined their powers, unleashing the most formidable illusionary technique of the Anma clan. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Anma Yang and his companions could not hope to shake their opponent, yet they could still create a fleeting opportunity for battle. Perish. The world suddenly augmented its power. The might of the heavenly blade magnified several-fold, shattering the ethereal typhoon dragon twister with a single blow, then cleaving her in two without hesitation. The spiral shuriken surged forth without pause, striking the divided body of the ethereal before it had fully separated. No. To the astonishment of Anma and others, the bisected figure managed to utter words, evidently still alive. Boom. The sound of thunder echoed once more, and as the dust settled, all that remained atop the ground was a colossal pit. Damn it! The world muttered angrily as it leapt into the pit. Anma Yang and his companions, bewildered, approached the edge of the chasm, discovering an empty cavity at the bottom, not significantly smaller than the expanse above. Realization dawned upon them that the ethereal must have escaped. Yang, what is the situation? Just as the four were lost in contemplation, a deep, powerful voice resonated from the passage they had come. Chief. The four were momentarily taken aback, having expected to see an elder, not the chief himself. Behind him trailed the initial trio of team members, along with a dozen elite shinobi and a shadow-level powerhouse. Such a congregation would deter anyone in the ninja realm. Where is he? Anma Yanhuang inquired. He should be below. Anma Yang pointed towards the central space of the pit. The youth is on his way. Our clansmen have reported the situation. He jumped down. Humph. While everyone else has descended, what are you all lingering here for? Anma Yanhuang chastised, then leapt down, prompting the others to follow suit. Professor, a guard exclaimed in panic. The ethereal has been defeated. A piercing sound echoed as a body was pierced. Professor Ma twitched, shaking the blood from his right hand as he muttered curses under his breath. Useless. After disposing of his subordinate, Professor Ma fixated on the immense container ahead, filled with a plethora of nutrients and numerous tendrils. In the center of the container lay a pale red mass of flesh, connected to the tendrils surrounding it. Soon, very soon, he cackled maniacally, I shall create the most powerful weapon. Suddenly, he halted, turning his head slightly. You have returned, he stated with an exceptionally cold tone. My lord, I have succumbed, kneeling on the ground, my body marred by a deep fissure at its center, my blood and flesh withered and hardened, as if they could fall away at any moment. At this juncture, you, am but a shadow of my former self, clinging to life by sheer will. Humph. Defeat is defeat. After all, I possess the most perfect R, showing no concern for the pallor of Yu's face. Observing the transformation in Ma's once tranquil, now ashen gaze, I rise from the ground. For this so-called R, you have compelled us to hunt down the bloodline users, reducing us to mere pariahs, hiding in fear. Wasn't our original plan to undergo human modification, followed by extensive cultivation, ultimately to dominate the ninja world? What is the purpose of your actions? Tears streaming down my face. I feel a profound sorrow, utterly incredulous that this man, possessing formidable power akin to a demon, could shed tears. Of course, it is for my R, with him. The world can be conquered at any moment. Listening to his slightly deranged proclamations, a torrent of indescribable resentment surges within me. Everything revolves around that R. What merit does he truly possess? In this moment, madness consumes me as well, perhaps out of my own unwillingness, or perhaps due to the elder's abandonment. If you care for him so deeply, then I shall destroy him. I advance, arm raised, ready to annihilate this entity that has stolen everything from me before it even fully materializes. With a sickening sound, blood spurts forth as I gaze at the wound that pierces my arm. Then I turn to the elder behind me, whose eyes now reflect a chilling madness. No one can stand against our bang. I collapse to the ground, a chilling, sorrowful laugh escaping me as my body begins to disintegrate, my cells accelerating their demise, until the last flicker of light fades away. At this point, I am utterly depleted, devoid of the strength to destroy the so-called R, merely going through the motions. Yet, I had not anticipated that my creator, my father, would so readily take my life. In the fleeting moment of death, I recall my childhood, living like a beggar at the bottom of humanity, every aspect of existence akin to hell. However, one day, a figure emerged to rescue me from this inferno, providing sustenance and imparting strength. This person was Ma. His innate talent and relentless effort forged me into a formidable warrior. And when my adoptive father sought to conduct human trials, I unhesitatingly consented. For the sake of the experiment's progress, I even offered myself as a test subject to assist my adoptive father. Ultimately, I persevered, though I became neither human nor demon. Yet, I harbor no regrets, believing it was all worthwhile. The success of the experimental modifications endowed me with extraordinary combat prowess, thereby strengthening the organization. Until one fateful day, when my adoptive father proposed another study, the synthesis of bloodlines, to amalgamate all bloodlines together, creating the ultimate weapon. The bloodline limits are held within the bloodline families, which are formidable in their own right. With the organization's current strength, discovery would lead to catastrophic repercussions. I advised Ma to postpone the plan, suggesting we wait until the organization has grown more formidable before proceeding. However, what he did not anticipate was the scathing reprimand from his adoptive father, who had always treated him with kindness, as he continued with the experiment. It was only when he received word that a mere 5-year-old from the Anma clan had awakened their bloodline limit that he realized the significance of such an early manifestation. The greater the energy contained within, the earlier it would surface. Despite the myriad of obstacles placed by you, the plan for capture was enacted, leading to the Onma clan's fierce retaliation and revenge. Decades of organizational efforts were obliterated in an instant. He held no psychological grievance against his adoptive father. All of his actions were justified, stemming from a singular source. He desired to annihilate him completely. Yet, he found himself devoid of the strength to do so, having been rendered lifeless by that boy, with little time remaining. Just then, that figure he regarded as a father figure without hesitation severed his last thread of vitality, his gaze fixed solely on those glacier-like eyes. Humph, with a dismissive snort. Ma ceased to pay any heed to you. The deceased held no further utility for him. Come, come, Ma shouted several times, but no one responded, inciting his fury and prompting him to seek out those ruffians for a reckoning. Bang! The door, once intact, was sent flying by a kick, and Ma instinctively squinted, effortlessly splitting the wooden door that flew toward him in two. Blade technique. Almost immediately after the shattered door, a youth appeared, and Ma recognized him as the architect of his base's destruction from prior surveillance. Having witnessed such petty tricks countless times, Ma's right hand transformed into a tentacle, piercing the youth before him directly. Bang! As the smoke cleared, the pierced figure turned out to be a wooden substitute. Ma murmured to himself, glancing upward. Lightning cutter. Huh. With a mere thought, a single tentacle morphed into countless others, transforming the unprepared youth into a veritable porcupine. The voice of the foolish old man echoed in his ears as he looked down, realizing the wooden figure had vanished, replaced by the youth. Now impaled, a testament to his audacity, the last phrase echoing in Ma's mind. Spiraling shuriken. With the youth's furious roar, Ma was struck directly, having no time to evade at such close range. The youth, bracing himself on one knee with his blade, was met with a bitter smile as the sound of his weapon shattering rang out once more. Thank you for saving my life. I am uncertain of your name. Onma Yanhuang, leading the main clan members, arrived just in time. The dark organization outside had been utterly eradicated, and his daughter had been rescued. Yet he still did not know the youth's name. Cough. Yanhuang Tianxia, a member of the Onma clan, skilled in medical ninjutsu, stepped forward to tend to the youth. Thank you. Young brother Tianxia, you sustained these injuries for our mission. This is the least we can do. Onma Yanhuang smiled slightly, gesturing for he to express gratitude. The 5-year-old Onma He, with her ponytail and flushed cheeks, had bright, shining eyes, though her pallor hinted at the trauma of her abduction. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. Facing the stranger, Onma He showed no fear, but rather rushed forward to plant a kiss on Tianxia's cheek. The elder brother exuded an air of authority, his hands clasped together as his eyes shimmered with a golden light. The young girl, upon her arrival in this realm, became aware of its existence and witnessed the scene where the elder brother dispatched the modified beings with ease. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and stones cascaded from the overhead rock formations. The volcano is about to erupt, exclaimed Arma, rushing in from outside. You all should retreat. With a sweeping gesture, Arma Yanhuang commanded his subordinates to lead the abducted blood heirs and experimental subjects to safety. As he observed everyone departing, Arma Yanhuang instructed his men to assist Tianxia in leaving. Wait, there is still one matter unresolved, he noted. Haha, little brother, your current physical condition is far from optimistic. No worries, I won't perish. Tianxia waved dismissively, turning to Arma and requesting, please take care of Yuer for me. At this moment, Arma held the unconscious Yuer in his arms, standing to the side, and nodded in compliance with Tianxia's request, having been humbled by Tianxia's demonstrated prowess. Haha, this lad talks a big game, yet he has been cowed by the little brother, he chuckled. Tianxia, responding lightly, turned his gaze toward the entity within the container. His expression grave, and Arma Yanhuang mirrored his seriousness. At this juncture, besides the two of them, no one else was present. The ground continued to tremble, its intensity increasing. Time is of the essence. We must destroy this thing and ensure it is thoroughly buried. Arma Yanhuang and Tianxia remained, sensing a palpable aura of malice emanating from the mass of flesh within the container. This aura was faint and difficult for ordinary individuals to detect, which is why only the two of them had noticed it. How peculiar. Let me take a closer look, Tianxia declared, stepping forward. Are you able to manage? He had learned from his subordinates the extent of his opponent's injuries, noting that an ordinary person would be unable to stand, yet this individual continued to fight, seemingly possessing reserves of strength. Even he, in his own estimation, could not reach such a level. This young man's potential was undoubtedly limitless. Thanks to the medical ninjas of the Arma clan and his own healing abilities, Tianxia's internal injuries had healed significantly, and his chakra had also been partially restored during this time. Thus, he retained the capability to engage in battle, a benefit of his years of physical training. "Allow me to handle this," Arma Yanhuang insisted. "Though our clan is renowned for illusion techniques, it does not imply we are incapable of ninjutsu." Ultimately, Arma Yanhuang prevented Tianxia from intervening, and seeing the determination in his eyes, Tianxia welcomed the opportunity, eager to witness the might of his ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Truly, as a shadow-level ninja, the power unleashed by this C-rank technique was no less formidable than that of an ordinary A-rank technique. With a crack, the glass shattered, and the entire container was instantly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Yet, they remained vigilant, for the faint aura of malice had not dissipated. "This is bad." The smoke billowed from the mass, which began to attach itself to the deceased specter. Though unaware of the peculiar entity's capabilities, the Chidori sharp spear was still effective in thwarting its intentions. The technique of wind release, wind cutter, had pinned the meatball to the ground with the Chidori sharp spear, rendering it temporarily immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Kamehameha Yoko unleashed another ninjutsu. However, this time his calculations were in vain, for the dissected meatball showed no signs of damage, allowing it to escape the control of the Chidori sharp spear, seeping through the mouth, nose, and ears of you. The lightning released Lotus, a rank. Unlike the Earth Lotus's area attack, it was a singular linear assault. As the attack approached, you soared into the air, transcending his former identity to become R. You all shall perish. The first utterance came out stiffly, chillingly devoid of emotion, yet it sent shivers down the spine. Under the watchful gaze of Tinka and another, R's eyes turned crimson, and a sinister black Magatama emerged, radiating an eerie allure. But this was not the climax. One Magatama transformed into two, then three, before gradually coming to a halt. Witnessing this, Tinka exhaled a sigh of relief, fortunate that the evolution did not continue, or he would have been compelled to flee. "The Sharingan!" exclaimed Kamehameha Yoko in astonishment. Who would have thought they could fuse bloodline abilities? Die! At that moment, R lunged forward, and with a single strike, sent Tinka flying, while Kamehameha Yoko, unable to cast ninjutsu in time, was torn apart. How is this possible? Tinka's mind was in turmoil. This was a shadow-level opponent, albeit diminished in physical prowess due to his constitution, with most of his strength residing in Jinjutsu. Yet, it was unfathomable that he could be annihilated in a single blow. Before Tinka could ponder further, R had inexplicably appeared before him, extracting his heart with a claw. "Ah!" Tinka gasped in shock. "Are you all right? Be cautious. The opponent possesses my clan's bloodline abilities, and with the Sharingan, it's nearly impossible to defend against," Kamehameha Yoko cautioned in a hushed tone. Only then did Tinka realize he had fallen victim to Jinjutsu. Had it not been for Kamehameha Yoko's intervention, even a second's delay would have sealed his fate within the illusion. Manipulating the five senses, if the illusion perished, so too would reality. However, observing Kamehameha Yoko, his condition was far from promising, as he was riddled with wounds. To extricate Tinka from the Jinjutsu, he had confronted R alone, and the dangers were evident. The adversary not only wielded the Sharingan and five-sense manipulation, but also commanded steel release, dust release, corpse bone pulse, and ice release. These were merely the known threats. Listening to Kamehameha Yoko's words, Tinka felt his heart sink further. It was apparent that the two of them stood no chance against the formidable opponent before them. It was the first time he felt so utterly powerless to escape. Noticing Tinka's silence, Kamehameha Yoko spoke with a hint of despondency. He had initially brought family ninjas to eradicate this malignant force, intending to demonstrate that the Kamehameha clan was not to be trifled with. Yet events had taken such a dire turn. Tinka nodded in tacit agreement with his comrade's intentions, but at that moment, R suddenly cried out, his voice laced with pain, panic, and fear. The two raised their heads to witness R's form beginning to disintegrate. "So that's it," Tinka exclaimed with delight. "What is happening?" Kamehameha Yoko asked, perplexed. "The entity occupying the body is known as you, who has been struck by my attack, resulting in the necrosis of every cell within. He clings desperately to existence. Yet now he is on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, his vitality is remarkably potent, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of his resurrection. This moment presents the most opportune chance. The Kuruma family hopes you can assist in restraining his movements. Without hesitation, Kuruma Yoko charged forward, drawing R's attention and rendering him incapable of controlling the fluctuations of his own body. Taking a deep breath, Tianxia began to relax his mind. He recalled the strike of the Thunder Mountain, the Heavenly Blade, which, despite possessing a slight flaw, approached the threshold of Super S-level power. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, in subsequent battles, even though he could wield the Heavenly Blade, it might only reach the upper S-level. As Tianxia reminisced, he couldn't help but think of the scene with the Heavenly Blade, a weapon that sought to rival the heavens and proclaim supremacy. The creator of the Heavenly Blade, Musashi, led his samurai onto the stage of history, establishing himself as one of the world's foremost figures. It was under such circumstances that the Heavenly Blade was conceived, imbued with the essence of unparalleled dominance, which has hindered Tianxia from unleashing his full potential. Though his ambition lay in becoming the strongest, he had no desire to relive his past life, neglecting thoughts of conquest and sovereignty, thereby losing a touch of elegance. In light of this revelation, Tianxia's aura underwent a transformation, an overwhelming presence emanating from him that startled Kuruma Yoko, prompting speculation about his aspirations to dominate the ninja realm. It is no wonder that Kuruma Yoko thought this. The aura exuded by Tianxia made everything evident. The Heavenly Blade. How could this be possible? In an instant, Kuruma Yoko swiftly evaded, having sensed a lethal threat just moments prior. The ensuing scene shattered his perceptions of Tianxia. A colossal blade thrust into the heavens cleaved a towering mountain, hundreds of meters high, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Furthermore, the blade's energy extended for hundreds of meters before finally dissipating. As for R, he had long since been reduced to ashes, scattered everywhere. At last, has he truly unleashed his full power? Tianxia spoke in fragmented phrases, his body swaying, appearing terribly frail. Is this the power of Super S-level ninjutsu? Contemplating this, Tianxia succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing just as Kuruma Yoko caught him. What a terrifying little demon. Gazing at the split mountain, Kuruma Yoko's voice trembled with fear as he looked upon Tianxia, a glimmer of trepidation in his eyes. Boom. After enduring a relentless barrage from Tianxia and others, the volcano could no longer contain itself and erupted. Months later, at the residence of the Kuruma clan, quick, give it to me. Hee, not a chance. In the courtyard, a 7 or 8-year-old girl chased after a 5-year-old, the former being Yuer and the latter here. Hee, watch my illusion. Just as she was about to be caught, Kuruma he employed her bloodline ability to manipulate Yuer's vision. Ouch. Blinded, Yuer stumbled over a protruding rock. Hee, you fell. Sister, how embarrassing. He jeered, making silly faces. How dare you mock me? Just as the opponent was caught off guard, you seized the opportunity to tackle them down, leveraging her physical advantage to subdue them. Not far from the two, in a pavilion, sat another pair. You have made your decision, Arima Yaoguang remarked. The injury has healed, and it is time to depart from the world of Tianxia after such a prolonged disturbance. In that case, I shall not hold you back, he continued, pausing momentarily. I wonder where you intend to go next. After a moment of contemplation, Tianxia replied, I will head to the country of crafts to see if there are suitable weapons. The country of crafts, you say? A glint of insight sparkled in Arima Yaoguang's eyes, as if struck by a sudden thought. Are you leaving, big brother? He pouted, her expression adorably forlorn, while you gazed at Tianxia, her eyes betraying her reluctance. He must be obedient and continue to train diligently, lest she be captured by evildoers. Tianxia said, gently patting her head. With the decision to leave made, Tianxia lingered no longer and bid farewell to Arima Yaoguang, departing alongside you, who was filled with profound reluctance. The country of crafts, is it? It seems the winds may be shifting, Arima Yaoguang murmured as he observed Tianxia's receding figure. The country of crafts is a small nation that has existed since the era of samurai, renowned for its weapon forging. With the advent of ninjas, it flourished further, beginning to forge ninja tools such as shurikens, explosive tags, and other devices endowed with unique abilities. Among these craftsmen, one stood out remarkably, Qingming. His talent for forging was extraordinary. Even at a young age, he could create various potent ninja tools, earning a modest reputation during the Warring States period. Amidst the tumult of competing factions in this era, the weapon-exporting nation did not attract much attention, as it was a place that none dared to meddle with. However, a singular event thrust the country of crafts into the spotlight. The most illustrious ninja craftsman, Qing Ming, forged a dozen weapons or ninja tools. While ordinary weapons would not warrant notice, it was said that each weapon contained immense power, some even possessing artifacts left by the sage of the Six Paths. Even a lowly genin could potentially rival or even slay a jounin with such tools, a claim corroborated by the craft ninja village. In an instant, the entire ninja world erupted in excitement. At this juncture, Qing Ming extended invitations to various factions to witness the birth of the strongest weapons and to partake in their sale. Upon receiving the news and invitations, factions hastily set aside their endeavors and flocked to this place, causing a tempest of activity in the country of crafts. On a narrow path approaching Craft Ninja Village, two groups unexpectedly crossed paths. While this might seem routine, given the current overcrowding in the country of crafts, the identities of the parties involved were anything but ordinary. One group was the famed Uchiha clan from the Land of Fire, revered throughout the ninja world, while the other was formidable in its own right, reputed to possess a bloodline limit that surpassed even the most elite. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna led their kin, while Ishii accompanied his disciple Wu and his own subordinates. Upon their first encounter, both parties recognized each other as formidable adversaries, one reluctant to invite trouble upon their clan, while the other wary of provoking the renowned battle clan within the ninja world. Each faction, leading their respective groups, maintained a cautious distance. Yet the emergence of a particular incident rendered conflict unavoidable. Ahead on their path, a group of individuals was embroiled in a fierce skirmish, a scene that, while commonplace, was nonetheless indicative of larger tensions. Disputes arising from animosities or rivalries often escalated into violence, particularly in the current climate where various factions and wandering ninjas converged upon the land of crafts. What drew attention, however, were the identities of the factions involved, one hailing from the Uchiha clan of the Fire Country, the other representing the Ninja clan of the Earth Country. Upon citing their respective leaders, both sides commenced vociferous denunciations of each other's misconduct, though at its core, it was merely a verbal altercation. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond mere words, as a throng of onlookers had gathered, eager for entertainment. It was clear to both parties that a clash was inevitable, whether to uphold their clan's reputation within the ninja world or to bolster their own standing in the Earth Country. Bloodline elimination? How does it compare to my clan's Sharingan? With resolve, Uchiha Madara, newly appointed clan leader, seized this opportunity to elevate his and his clan's stature. Determined to demonstrate that the Uchiha were not only a prominent clan within the Fire Country, but also a singular force within the ninja world. "Young man, temper your rage," exclaimed Ishikawa, floating above, embodying the role of a mentor admonishing a junior. Yet, this was not without merit. Ishikawa was indeed older than Madara's father. However, such considerations were irrelevant to Madara, for he stood as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Could age and strength grant Ishikawa the right to chastise him? The answer was a resounding no, for that would be a slight against his clan. "Old man," Madara bellowed, drawing his blade and advancing. Ishikawa, however, had no intention of engaging Madara in taijutsu. Although in the prime of his life, he excelled in ninjutsu, and as long as he occupied the aerial domain, he held the upper hand, rendering close combat unnecessary. Dust release, original world separation technique. Ishikawa's attack was swift, catching Madara in a moment of vulnerability where he could not defend himself. Yet, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara was not easily bested by such an assault. His three-tomo Sharingan rapidly transformed into its kaleidoscopic state, conjuring a cerulean chakra fist to intercept the blow. Amaterasu, with his right eye closed, Madara propelled himself forward with a fierce kick. Ishikawa felt an inexplicable sense of danger and hastily vacated the area, though not without sustaining a burn from the black flames that engulfed his left arm. Without hesitation, despite his ignorance of the nature of these black flames, Ishikawa tore off his outer garment, appearing quite disheveled. Faced with a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, Madara held his ground, even gaining the upper hand, thereby affirming to all factions present that Uchiha Madara indeed possessed the prowess to fulfill his role as clan leader. Evidently, after this battle, the reputation of Uchiha Obito will be irrevocably established. Strange eyes? As Ishikawa spoke, he continued to test his ability to counter this attack. Dust release, distance shot. Under Ishikawa's compression, the power of dust release was amassed to its pinnacle, ultimately erupting forth like a laser beam. Susanoo, a colossal figure, entirely manifested from chakra, enveloped Uchiha Obito, its crossed arms shielding against the oncoming strike. Beneath Uchiha Obito's Susanoo, Ishikawa's assault was rendered nearly ineffective. The current contest hinged on which side would exhaust their chakra supply first. That side would inevitably face defeat. Ishikawa, unprepared, sought to assist his mentor. But do not forget me. Uchiha Izuna smiled as he positioned himself in front of Ishikawa, seizing the moment to engage in battle. In another part of the land of craftsmen, a fierce combat unfolded. The combatants were the Hyuga clan from the land of fire and the Kagaya clan from the land of water. Both clans were renowned for their prowess in taijutsu, and despite being separated by two nations, they regarded each other as rivals. Possessing Byakugan and gentle fist techniques, the Hyuga clan was celebrated as invincible in close combat. The Kagaya clan, endowed with formidable physicality and even the awakened Shikatsumiyaku, was revered as unbeatable in martial arts. Upon their encounter, conflict became inevitable. Both leaders, the current clan heads, were eager to gauge each other's strength. "You have entered my Bagua domain," declared Hyuga 10 with a cold tone. Bagua 2 palms, for palms. 64 palms. Exhaling heavily, Hyuga 10 focused intently, attempting to discern his opponent's condition. Yet, the other seemed unfazed, merely brushing off his clothing. Is this the gentle fist? It appears to be of little consequence. It cannot even breach my defenses, let alone strike me. Now, it is my turn, Kagaya Bone declared, raising his right hand with fingers poised like a bullet. Return to heaven. Instinctively, Hyuga 10 activated his clan's absolute defense, only to hear a series of piercing sounds and the tremors of the return to heaven technique. Stabilizing the turmoil within, Hyuga 10 smiled slightly. So, you have awakened the bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku. Yet, can such a power truly disregard the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? With that, he advanced once more, swinging his Bagua palms again. I have stated it clearly, your attacks are futile. As he spoke, Kagaya Bone's expression changed, and he retreated hastily. Too late. Bagua Mountain Strike. Even realizing the peril, Kagaya Bone's chest caved under the full force of the strike, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips, clearly indicating internal injuries sustained from the previous blow. Ah, as expected of the Hyuga clan, let us continue this exchange, Kagaya Bone thought, embodying the spirit of a warrior. Undeterred, even in injury. Heh, I shall accompany you to the end, Hyuga 10 responded, his fighting spirit ignited. The land of water is home to three major clans, the Kagaya, the Mizunakes, and the Hozuki. Each clan aspires to be the sole entity within the land of water. Vying for ample resources, their relationships mirror that of the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Kagaya clan boasts formidable combat capabilities, yet their intellect leaves much to be desired, and the other two clans maintain a degree of indifference towards them. Aside from Kagaya, who is solely adept in battle, Mizuki stands in stark contrast to the Hozuki clan, as both the prowess and the bloodline abilities of the Mizuki clan firmly overshadow their adversaries. The relationship between the two clans can be likened to a raging inferno and an unyielding flood, and at this moment, both parties journey to the land of crafts to bolster their respective clan strengths. Serendipitously, they encounter each other unexpectedly. The Mizuki clan expresses no hesitation in eliminating this competitor and foe before the tournament commences. Mizuki Han, a name I have conjured in lieu of the third Mizukage, serves as the representative of his clan. He is acutely aware of his opponent, Hozuki Mangetsu's formidable strength. However, as a member of rival clans, he must engage, especially since the warriors he leads far exceed the capabilities of their opponents. With the ice release technique, Cold Moon Frost, he swiftly nullifies the Hozuki's ability to transform into water, rendering their physical attacks ineffective. The moment he strikes, he seals the rival's bloodline ability, knowing that upon activation of their water form, they will almost instantaneously transform into solid ice. Nevertheless, Hozuki Mangetsu, the current head of the Hozuki clan and a potential future second Mizukage, is no weakling, even without utilizing his clan's bloodline. The water release, water balloon technique conjures bubbles that, under Mangetsu's command, hurtle toward Mizuki Han. How dare you employ water release in my presence? Mizuki scoffs as the frost in the air suddenly expands, and the surrounding temperature plummets drastically. As the temperature drops, Mangetsu's ninjutsu visibly begins to freeze. With a resounding explosion, the bubbles, under Mangetsu's control, burst, sending shockwaves that disperse the frost. Utilizing the oil slip technique, Hozuki Mangetsu glides effortlessly across the ground, swiftly closing the distance to Mizuki Han. The water release. Water cannon technique unleashes water bullets from Mangetsu's fingertips, each carrying the force comparable to that of a bullet. Ice release. Ice wall. A formidable ice barrier rises to shield against the onslaught. A cry of distress captures Mangetsu's attention at that moment. He observes his clan members being besieged by numerous Mizuki warriors. This is intolerable, he mutters, his expression turning grave upon witnessing his kin in peril. It seems he must engage fully, unafraid of provoking that ancient wretch, Byakuren. Summoning the summoning technique. A colossal mirage appears before him. In a secluded forest of the Land of Crafts, Tenka strolls leisurely with Suki, relishing the picturesque surroundings. Haha, brother, do I look beautiful? Suki exclaims, dashing to pluck a pink flower, adorning her hair while blushing adorably. My dear Suki is undoubtedly the most beautiful, Tenka replies with a warm smile, affectionately patting her head, oblivious to her flushed cheeks. Stop patting my head. What if I don't grow up? Suki pouts. Haha, if you don't grow up. You can remain my little girl forever. I'm already not little. She protests, puffing out her chest. Tenka smiles gently, though a hint of anxiety flickers in his eyes. During their journey to the Land of Crafts, Suki's powers surge uncontrollably once more, escalating to a terrifying level. If this continues, he will struggle to keep her in check. But thankfully, through his studies of medical ninjutsu, Tenka has discerned the cause of her rampage. Within the veins of the moonlit maiden flows a tempestuous, yet potent bloodline, which erupts periodically, leading to her frenzied rampages. He resolved to journey to the Land of Whirlpools once the affairs of the Land of Crafts concluded, hoping to discover a means of sealing this power. Ah, that familiar chakra, it belongs to them. Several miles away, two burly men cloaked in darkness abruptly halted, yet continued on their path without deviation. Moments later, they encountered each other on a grassy meadow. The dark figures were none other than the first and second Reikage. You have grown stronger, the first Reikage remarked, sensing an unfamiliar menace emanating from the younger man. Indeed, over the years, his adversary had swiftly ascended in strength. It's him. The second Reikage instantly recognized the individual before him. Although he had matured from the youthful figure, he once was into a formidable shinobi of the highest caliber. The memory of that fateful encounter still instilled a sense of dread within him. Once again in the presence of that person, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. As if he could only gaze up in awe. Who would have thought we would meet again? The second Reikage mused, mindful not to let the passage of years diminish the memory of their previous battle. Now, having significantly enhanced his own prowess, he yearned to measure his current self against the legendary figures of the shinobi world. I am well aware of how far you have come these past years. The first Reikage chuckled. Moon, step back a bit. Brother must be cautious, Moon's sibling admonished while gesturing towards the dark-clad man. The first and second Reikage. They both chuckled nervously, beads of sweat forming on their brows. As the two retreated 100 paces, the figures of the first Reikage and the young man vanished from sight, leaving only shallow footprints on the ground. A thunderous crack reverberated through the air as they disappeared, akin to a clap of thunder. Almost instantly, they reappeared suspended in midair, their fists colliding with tremendous force. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, uprooting the ground itself for several feet. Caught in the blast, Moon was propelled into the air. Swiftly, the second Reikage, observing from the sidelines, darted forward to assist. Thank you, Uncle. Moon beamed adorably at the second Reikage. You uncle. His expression darkened momentarily, despite his naturally dark complexion. The shockwave continued to propagate, reaching several hundred meters into the thicket before finally subsiding. The two warriors exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, the first Reikage delighted in having found a worthy opponent, while the young man reveled in the validation of his hard work and the thrill of battling someone capable of matching his strength. Once more, they declared, bang, bang, bang. Their forms had vanished from the ground, moving at such incredible speeds that they became indistinguishable to the naked eye. So fast, the second Reikage exclaimed, straining to follow their movements. Even with his formidable abilities, he could only perceive fleeting shadows. However, the movements of the young Moon caught his attention. As her small head swayed in tandem with the action before her, he was startled by the sight of the two figures. Questioning the presence of the little girl beside him, was she aware of the same? Or could the other party perceive her as well? The second-generation AI was taken aback by his own thoughts. If he found it difficult to comprehend, how could a mere child grasp it? Despite these musings, he inquired gently, "What are you doing, little sister?" A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he endeavored to appear amiable. However, his gestures seemed to go unnoticed. She remained fixated on an empty space that resonated with incessant thuds. Naturally, she was observing the clash between Hideki and Tianxia, openly declaring her lack of defenses. "You mean to say you can see their movements?" The incredulity in AI's voice was palpable. Even he struggled to discern their actions. "Of course. Can't Big Brother Hey see me?" The girl asked innocently, her address becoming somewhat more conventional. Of course I can see." AI laughed nervously, his gaze shifting about as if to conceal his fib. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed, each impact marking a fierce exchange of dozens, if not hundreds, of strikes. Suddenly, the girl's exclamation of surprise caught AI's attention, and as he turned to inquire, he witnessed the fleeting silhouettes of the two in the air, one of whom was sent flying. Who was that? AI's eyes followed the figure until he discerned the identity of the one who had been struck, Tianxia. Taking the brunt of AI's blow, Tianxia had braced himself, yet the outcome was less than favorable. He skidded across the ground, carving a trench several dozen meters long and toppling numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. AI, who had gained the upper hand, was panting heavily, clearly not in the best of shape himself. "Haha, just as expected of you." Tianxia laughed heartily, wiping the blood from his lips, seemingly unfazed by his defeat. Years ago, he had been utterly overwhelmed by AI, but now he stood his ground. He had dedicated half of his strength to swordsmanship, while the other half was divided between body techniques and ninjutsu. Managing to contend with AI using solely his physical prowess was a remarkable feat. Tianxia understood that only a robust physique could unleash formidable strength. Otherwise, one would be powerless despite possessing great abilities. Aware of this principle, he had never relinquished his training in physical arts, ultimately achieving his current status. Nevertheless, he recognized that AI's power was partially rooted in lightning techniques, leading him to believe that AI's strength was far from limited. The ensuing battle would reveal the true measure of their capabilities. It was through combat that one could discern the stronger from the weaker. "Lightning armor, hell's piercing thrust," AI declared, summoning all his might to unleash his most potent shield and spear against Tianxia. "I never anticipated you could force my teacher to such lengths," AI murmured to himself, fully aware of his mentor's prowess. By chance, they had encountered the Eight Tails, yet it had escaped under the guidance of his teacher, reinforcing AI's belief in his teacher's superiority. To borrow a phrase from another, the same technique holds no efficacy against me. Moreover, this technique is not exclusive to you. The Thunder Armor, a formidable force. As the understanding of lightning release deepens, the world has come to master the same ninjutsu, wielding power that is no less than that of their opponents. AI's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to normal. Just because the adversary could employ his own techniques did not imply they could defeat him or even contend with him. He remained confident that the ninjutsu he had crafted was the most potent in his hands. In a corner of the land of crafts, they belonged to the Yuya clan. "Let us keep our distance," one advised. "Otherwise, given their temperament, we might find ourselves in trouble later." "What is there to fear? The Yuya clan has already fallen into decline, no stronger than an ordinary clan," came the retort. This statement held validity, under the pressure from the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Yuya clan was indeed on the brink of extinction, facing potential annihilation at any moment. The Yuya clan has always been arrogant. Now that they have weakened, it is only a matter of time before they are plundered. Listening to the concealed murmurs around him, Yuyasho's chest heaved with indignation, his face flushed. Yet, in the end, he refrained from retaliating against those who spoke ill of him. In the past, no one would have dared to speak so boldly. However, the Yuya clan no longer possessed that imposing presence. "What have you all decided?" Yuyasho inquired of Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimizu Min. "We shall not agree." Sarutobi Sasuke declined firmly. "Think carefully. Do not bring calamity upon your clan," Yuyasho warned with a tone laced with menace. "We all know why we are here. Why should we unite with you?" retorted Shimizu Min, lacking any semblance of civility. The Yuya clan was no longer as formidable as in the past, and he saw no reason to endure such insults. "Very well, just wait," Yuyasho replied coldly. We shall wait. Since the mask of civility has been torn away, I shall not extend any kindness," Sarutobi Sasuke responded with equal disdain. "Mark my words, when we obtain the supreme weapon, it will be your clan's downfall. The Yuya clan shall reign supreme in the ninja world. Yuya Shou committed the faces of those present to memory, vowing not to spare a single one. Those who dared oppose the Yuya clan would face death. Boom! A flash of blade light shot up to the heavens, and bolts of lightning ravaged the earth, causing the ground to tremble incessantly under the clash of two mighty forces. The sudden upheaval left the onlookers bewildered. This fierce aura of blade seemed oddly familiar. "Let us go," Sarutobi Sasuke commanded, urging his clan to depart. With Sarutobi, Shimizu, and Yuya leaving in succession, the crowd of onlookers followed suit. A relentless group of specters lingered in a certain part of the land of crafts, where a little-known battle among insect users was unfolding. Since Shinha Ming returned from the insect realm with a portion of insects, he had devoted himself to their cultivation. After nearly a decade of nurturing and hatching, he had successfully bred a substantial number of insects. Though their abilities paled in comparison to those of the first generation, they were sufficient to allow the once-declining Shinha clan to rise again, becoming a force with secret techniques, nearing the stature of a major clan in the ninja world. However, the resurgence of the Shinha clan had evidently caught the attention of another long-established clan of insect users, the Abure. Faced with the sudden rise of the Shinha clan, they were eager to uncover the truth behind this unexpected development. Shun Hemming naturally refrained from disclosing matters to the opposing party. Thus, the Oil Woman clan frequently troubled the Shun Crane clan. Over time, this led to escalating conflicts between the two factions. With the recent events in the land of crafts, Shun Hemming, accompanied by his kin, aimed to make a name for themselves and garner greater recognition of their clan's existence, thereby acquiring more tasks and resources. In response, the Oil Woman clan dispatched individuals to relentlessly pursue the Shun Crane clan, for to them, divine weapons and the like were mere illusions. Only the insects held true significance. Consequently, Shin Hemming found himself exceedingly vexed throughout his journey. Although the Shun Crane clan possessed considerable strength, they were merely in the nascent stages of rising, unable to compete with these long-established families, thus resorting to evasion. He was no longer the impetuous youth of a decade past. He now bore the weight of a clan leader, where every decision bore significant ramifications for his family. If only he possessed strength akin to theirs, he would not find himself in such predicaments. Shin Hemming could not help but reminisce about the days when he soared through the skies, vanquishing foes. Yet, even the most patient of individuals can be driven to the brink. What is your intention? Do you seek war? The prolonged suppression finally ignited Shun Hemming's fury. With a thunderous shout, the other members of the Shun Crane clan began to unleash their swarms of insects in preparation for confrontation. They had endured this tension for far too long. "We seek not conflict. We merely wish to understand the origins of your clan's insects." The current leader of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Moth, pursued them relentlessly for the sake of his family's prosperity, intent on uncovering the source of their adversaries' insects. Very well, Shun Hemming reiterated thrice, his face aflame with rage, poised for action. Though he contemplated revealing that location to them, his clan had sealed it off in pursuit of greater strength, making it impossible for him to divulge such information. Despite being the clan leader, he was not the sole arbiter of their secrets. Suddenly, a rumble reverberated through the air. Though distant, the scattering flashes of blades and lightning were unmistakable. Even from miles away, could it be the light of blades? This sight evoked memories of a familiar figure for Shun Hemming. "Move," he commanded, disregarding the Oil Woman clan and charging towards the source of the light. The Oil Woman clan pursued closely behind, clearly unwilling to relent easily. A brutish man with gray-white hair sprouting horns extracted his hand from the chest of a fallen ninja. "Golden horn, silver horn. Are you intent on instigating a conflict between our ninja clans?" A battle-scarred middle-aged ninja, gazing at his deceased kin, directed his words towards the Thunder Country ninjas led by Golden Horn and Silver Horn, hoping to invoke caution in them. However, he grossly underestimated their ruthlessness. A flash of lightning surged forth, piercing through his abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground. "Humph, so this is the extent of the Fire Country's ninjas?" Silverhorn scoffed. "The Fire Country still possesses formidable warriors, such as Senju and Uchiha," Goldenhorn remarked. "Then let us seek them out and eliminate them," Silverhorn proclaimed with unrestrained arrogance. Jin Jiao tapped his forehead in dissatisfaction and remarked, "Let us not forget our purpose. Once we obtain those few items, we shall eliminate that individual." As he spoke of the one they referred to, A profound sense of apprehension and fear flickered in his eyes, mirrored by Yinjiao beside him. Boom! The distant sounds of battle reverberated through the air. Glancing at the tempestuous lightning above, Jinjiao and Yinjiao exchanged a look, their trepidation deepening. They had recognized the wielder of the lightning. We must advance. With their subordinates in tow, the two made their way toward the site of the clash. Simultaneously, another group bore witness to this spectacle, yet their focus was drawn to the raging blade aura. He has indeed arrived, Senju Hashirama observed, gazing at the colossal blade energy in the sky. It is the person you mentioned, brother, Senju Tobarama added, also intently watching. Yet, who was the one battling him? After a confrontation with Tinka, Hashirama had discerned the formidable strength of his opponent, which equaled, if not surpassed, his own. In the years that followed, he had diligently honed his skills, believing himself to have made substantial progress. However, from the distant fray, it was evident that his adversary had also experienced significant advancement. Let us go and see. Coughing, Shurha clutched his bloodied chest as he descended slowly to the ground, facing Uchiha Madara, whose eyes were stained with tears of blood. Their battle had resulted in mutual devastation. Despite this, the onlookers held no contempt. Whether it was the realm-defying dust release or the towering black giant, they were in awe, witnessing the pinnacle of shinobi power. Boom! The resounding noise drew the attention of many, especially the ominous lightning and the slicing blade aura. Eager spectators rushed toward the scene, aware that such conflicts were rare opportunities to behold. Shurha and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances, contemplating their next moves, and then diverged in two directions. At the same time, Mizuki Han and Akatsuki's Hozuki Mangetsu, along with various factions, headed toward the same destination. As they approached, these forces encountered one another. Yet it was clear that the moment was not right for confrontation. All parties exercised restraint, eager to discern the identities of those engaged in battle. It truly is him, Hashirama exclaimed. Uchiha Madara, concealed nearby, followed Hashirama's gaze towards Tinka, realizing that even with his strength, he needed to activate the Sharingan to perceive the movements of the two combatants, underscoring their exceptional prowess. While Madara recognized the name of A from the Land of Lightning, he was unaware of Tinka's identity. Despite his notable actions, they had not been widely disseminated, rendering the onlookers ignorant of Tinka's true self. However, Hashirama's words suggested a familiarity with the individual in question. Among the crowd, a few recognized Tinka, Shinkome, Shimura Min, Sarutobi Sasuke, and others like Kaku and Ingluo. Let us settle this with a single strike. I had already sensed the presence of numerous formidable ninjas concealed around him. Clearly, this was not the time for continued conflict. And he nodded in agreement to Tinka's proposition. Crack! Crack! The lightning that coiled around AI's body suddenly grew agitated, and under AI's command, a bolt of lightning struck the clouds above. Instantly, the once white clouds darkened to an ominous black, slowly descending to loom over everyone. Thunder rumbled as the dark thunderclouds flickered with rampant lightning, intensifying to the point of reaching the ground. Utilizing the technique of lightning release, thunder punishment, S-level, AI harnessed the power of the lightning within the clouds above, transforming it into a singular flash of golden lightning. Its appearance was unremarkable, yet the gathered experts discerned the terrifying force contained within it at a mere glance. At that moment, all eyes turned to the sky, curious if the opponent possessed the strength to withstand this formidable attack. Such fearsome lightning. It must be perilously close to S-level. The ability to unleash a technique that approaches S-level with merely S-level prowess is remarkable. It seemed this technique was of his own creation. Yet he was not the only one capable of crafting unique techniques. Tianke, S-level. Ever since mastering the Heavenly Blade, Tianxia realized that this technique did not suit him, as it was not one of his own inventions. Thus, he dedicated himself to research and ultimately created an advanced version of the Earth Collapse technique, which wielded even greater power. As the blade light and lightning dissipated, the two remained standing their ground, appearing somewhat disheveled but seemingly unscathed. From the outcome, it appeared they had reached an impasse. In that moment, everyone recognized the might of the two. Perhaps no one else in the ninja world could rival them, as the strongest contenders for supremacy were surely these two. After all, at this juncture, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had yet to reach their zenith, while the first generations of earth and water had already begun their decline. Eliminate them. Upon realizing their formidable strength, Many with ulterior motives contemplated striking them down to eliminate future threats. However, contemplating their prowess left them hesitant, including Kinji and Jinji. "I never expected you to have grown this powerful," Sannin Horan remarked as he approached with his clan. Indeed, Sarutobi Sasuke, filled with emotion, also stepped forward alongside his ever-present companion, Shimura Min. From a distance, Jokai and Yoko observed Tianxia, who was encircled, exchanging glances before turning to leave. "As long as my friend is safe and alive, that is sufficient." "The little brat from back then has grown to this extent," spoke Ishikawa, standing beside the silent Wu. Those who had initially intended to act found themselves retreating upon witnessing the forces surrounding the two, realizing the futility of their intentions. After all, their purpose in this endeavor was the weapons of the land of crafts. "I had thought my own strength had grown rapidly. Yet I was struck down upon this first meeting." Senju Hashirama approached with his clan. "Long time no see. I trust your strength and potential will not be underestimated by Senju Hashirama, the future god of the ninja world." "Brother, did you not say you would present something to him?" Senju Tobarama quietly reminded. He was Senju Tobarama, and Tianxia gazed at the young man before him, whose hair was a striking mix of black and white, a few years his junior. However, this is not what the world concerns itself with. What truly matters to him is the opponent's space-time ninjutsu and the impure world reincarnation technique. Yet, it is likely that the opponent has not yet mastered these arts. Suddenly struck by a thought, Senju Hashirama patted his head and retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Within it lay sealing techniques, intended as a compensation for past deeds. "Unexpectedly, you still remember that I intended to visit the land of whirlpools after this matter concludes, which certainly saves a great deal of time." His brother, Suki, trotted over and embraced him, while he affectionately ruffled the young one's hair. Gazing into the distance where Ai and the others had already departed, "Let us set forth as well. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the land of craftsmen. I am Saimai. I trust you are all aware of my presence, so I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. You have all noticed the towering peaks behind me, haven't you?" He turned and gestured toward the nearly 1,000-meter-high mountain, home to all the exquisite weapons and ninja tools of the land of craftsmen, totaling over 100 pieces. The crowd's eyes sparkled. The mere act of presenting these items indicated their exceptional quality. However, given the multitude of heroes from the ninja world present, I have established a rule. With that, Saimai cast his gaze toward the prominent ninja clans. Originally, these items were intended for covert sale, but for reasons unknown, the news had leaked. Saimai was well aware that if he held on to these treasures too tightly, he would be devoured to the bone. Thus, he brought the matter to light. Anyone could enter the mountain and seize as many items as they could. What? Is this a joke? Is this for real? Not only the wandering ninjas, but even the clans were taken aback by Saimai's declaration. Crafting such weapons and tools would undoubtedly demand immense human and material resources. Had the land of craftsmen truly amassed such wealth? Of course, there was a prerequisite. To enter that mountain, each individual must pay 1 million. When Saimai uttered this phrase, the crowd erupted in uproar. 1 million is no small sum. Among those present, only a few elite ninjas possessed such financial means. This decision would effectively exclude 90% of those gathered, and if not handled carefully, chaos would likely ensue. Fine, no problem, just 1 million. Just as turmoil was on the brink of breaking out, several prominent clans of the ninja world, such as Senju, Uchiha, and Mizuki, expressed their agreement. With their endorsements, the crowd gradually regained its composure. Observant individuals could sense the underlying schemes, yet who could challenge their formidable power? Many ninja clans and wandering ninjas hastily exchanged their wealth for the chance to seize a powerful weapon or tool. It was then that he noticed a group of warriors mingling in the crowd, led by a familiar young man, Yun Fan, the boy he had saved long ago. Has he grown to this extent? His strength was immediately discernible at the shadow level. However, judging by the fluctuations in his aura, it seemed he had only recently broken through. He had no intention of approaching to greet him, nor did he care about the events transpiring in the land of iron. To him, the other party was merely a transient figure in his life, and their relationship was nothing more than a fleeting acquaintance. Initially, he entrusted the Tian Dao to the other out of a desire for this technique to be passed on, hoping that the recipient could continue the legacy of the warrior, thus repaying Musashi. After all, without the insights left by the other, he would not have evolved into who he is today. Yuer, stay here. Your brother will return shortly. I understand, Brother, Yuera replied with a nod, displaying her understanding. After handing over 100 taels of gold, Tianxia entrusted Yuera to the guardianship of the people of the land of craftsmen and joined the others at the foot of the mountain. From the base, one could vaguely discern an array of weapons and ninja tools scattered intermittently from the mountainside to the peak. However, Tianxia's attention was not captivated by these weapons, but rather by a katana positioned at the summit. This sword, known as the Black Blade Broken, was pitch black, its dimensions indistinguishable from that of an ordinary katana, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura, a sense of invincibility. This feeling was not unique to Tianxia. Others were equally transfixed. As Qingming stepped forward to reveal the origins of the lone weapon atop the peak, he declared, "Now, the contest begins. I wish everyone good fortune." At a signal, everyone vanished in an instant. More than 1,000 participants were involved in the contest, each possessing at least the strength of a high-ranking ninja. For these formidable shinobi, a 1,000-meter ascent was but a mere fleeting moment. Nevertheless, their abilities varied greatly, and thus their speeds differed accordingly. In the blink of an eye, a faction of elite individuals broke away from the main group, each one a shadow-level powerhouse. Among these shadows, there were 3 tiers of strength. The first tier included figures such as Tianxia, AI, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. The second tier comprised Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Azuna, and Hozuki Mangetsu, while the third tier featured shadow-level warriors like Sarutobi Sasuke, Shimura Min, and Kukazu. Although the number of weapons and ninja tools exceeded 100, their distribution across the mountain rendered them sparse. Those lacking shadow-level strength ceased their ascent at the foot of the mountain, as they lacked the qualifications to proceed further. A staggering 99% of the ninjas halted there, some seizing the opportunity while others did not, leading to inevitable conflicts. In the face of certain ninja clans, the rogue shinobi found themselves lacking the capacity to resist. However, having invested such significant resources, they were unwilling to squander their efforts. A group of rogue ninjas swiftly formed an alliance to confront the ninja clans, with plans to consider the outcome after the fray. Chaos erupted as they scrambled for supremacy. At that moment, no one cared about the might of your clan. They knew that possessing a weapon or ninja tool would significantly enhance their power. And what was there to fear then? The turmoil unfolding below did not affect those above. They were shadow-level elites, standing at the pinnacle of this continent, where everyone beneath them was akin to mere ants. Of course, a multitude of ants could still bring down an elephant. At the mountainside, a group of shadow-level warriors descended, fully aware of their circumstances. Although the treasures grew in quality the higher one ascended, so did the competition. Thus, they deemed it wiser to seize some valuable items here. Most among them were shadow-level powerhouses of the third tier, including over 20 individuals such as Yun Fan and Ying Luo. When combined with the several dozen shadow-level beings above, the number approached an astonishing 50. This revelation hinted at the considerable strength concealed within the Hidden Leaf Village, knowledge that would have remained obscured had it not been for this incident. Near the summit, the majority of shadow-level warriors lingered, for the resources available here sufficed for their endeavors. The sword of the Thunder God, Senju Tobarama, gently caressed the formidable weapon, feeling the electric energy coursing through it. He contemplated his mastery of water release. Possessing this sword would significantly enhance both his offensive capabilities and tactics. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached for the Thunder God's sword, attempting to wrest it from his grasp. Senju Tobarama stepped back slightly, observing the imposing figure before him. Realizing the opponent's strength was formidable. "This sword suits me perfectly. I shall claim it," he thought, shaking his head slightly. He had never encountered the second Hokage, let alone established any rapport with him. Thus, there was no way he would relinquish what was rightfully his. Then I must proceed with caution. The battle commenced. Elsewhere, the likes of Akatsuki's Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu were fiercely contesting over the explosive blade and decapitating sword. The brothers, Qin and Jin, both shadow-level warriors, were not easily provoked. Yet they stumbled upon the legendary tools of the Sage of Six Paths. Combat erupted throughout the entire mountain, save for the peak, which maintained a semblance of tranquility, though this peace was unlikely to last. Atop the summit stood 5 figures: Tianxia, AI, Shurha, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, each holding their ground in a delicate standoff. Suddenly, Tianxia made the first move with the blade shield bell. In an instant, as the other 4 were ensnared, Tianxia charged forward with his black katana. However, in less than a second, The quartet shattered the A-rank defense of the bell and unleashed their ninjutsu upon him. Dust release. Amaterasu. I release. Lightning release. Each ninjutsu bore an attack power no less than A-rank. Despite the brevity of the encounter, their might rivaled that of S-rank abilities, particularly as four simultaneous assaults converged. Following the onslaught, the four figures moved in unison, anticipating that Tianxia would attempt to evade, thus allowing them to strike. However, their expectations were swiftly dashed. In the face of their formidable assault, Tianxia merely maximized the bell's defensive capabilities, showing no intention of retreating. The four hesitated, pondering if the opponent was willing to sacrifice his life for that sword. With Tianxia's growing prowess, the bell's defensive level had now reached the lower S rank. Although Tianxia's golden bell boasted a higher defense than that which ensnared them, they knew it could only withstand 2 attacks at most. In the fleeting moment of their distraction, Tianxia approached his target, with the attack closing in. Boom! The four retreated simultaneously, and as the dust settled, they beheld Tianxia's state, save for some superficial wounds. He had suffered minimal harm. The armor of the Thunder God, AI murmured to himself. The opponent evidently employed their most formidable shield in a moment of dire crisis to thwart the subsequent assault. Although their physical prowess was commendable, it was clear they had yet to reach a level where they could disregard the onslaught of S-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, even he could not dismiss such techniques. Unlike the third Raikage, who was a master of physical prowess, he still retained a significant portion of his strength in ninjutsu. The weapon had been taken away, and Senju Hashirama and Ishikawa, having previously encountered the formidable adversary, were disinclined to engage further, opting instead to bolster their defenses on the mountainside. However, due to Hashirama's mention of the adversary's strength, Uchiha Madara remained atop the peak, eager to ascertain the true nature of their power, and thus launched an attack. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The S-rank fire technique boasted immense power, yet astonishingly, the adversary remained utterly unperturbed. As Madara gazed upon the enveloped figure, doubt crept into his mind, and just then, the flames parted, revealing the adversary poised with a drawn blade. Very well, let me witness your true strength. With this fierce strike, Madara activated his Susanoo, yet the absolute defense he had always relied upon began to fissure under the assault, ultimately being cleaved in two. How is this possible? Madara exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a grotesque wound on his chest. With just one blow, his most formidable ability, Susanoo, had been shattered. How could this be? In stark contrast to Madara's dismay, the adversary was filled with exhilaration, finally wielding a weapon that allowed for unrestrained combat. This weapon had augmented his combat prowess by a significant margin, and should he face a victory would undoubtedly be his. As the adversary defeated Uchiha Madara with a singular blow, the battle atop the mountain came to an abrupt conclusion. The Kingdom of Lightning's Jin and In had acquired the Sage of Six Paths artifact, while Mizuki, Hozuki, and Kagaya obtained 7 ninja blades. Others, including Sarutobi Sasuke and various clans, also secured their share. The weapon festival of the Land of Crafts concluded splendidly, yet most were aware that chaos was poised to ensue. Upon departing with Suki, the adversary soon discovered a throng of individuals lurking behind, ready to exploit the ensuing turmoil. Most were oblivious to the adversary's true strength, while those who were aware mistakenly believed themselves to be powerful. Beyond the adversary, others who had acquired weapons were also being shadowed by various ninjas. Due to Madara's injuries, numerous individuals were drawn to the Uchiha clan, some seeking to profit from the chaos, while others bore grudges. An array of motives abounded. Before even exiting the Land of Crafts, chaos erupted, leading to the demise of several clans in the struggle. Even some elite figures among the shadows fell prey to overwhelming assaults, though the majority were merely ordinary shadow-level ninjas. The adversary soon encountered obstructive foes, and notably, those with whom he shared a deep-seated history. Just as he had begun his journey in the ninja world, he found himself pursued by the Yui clan, and surprisingly, after more than a decade, was once again cornered. However, the adversary was no longer the same unremarkable figure. He possessed unwavering confidence that no one in the ninja world could claim his life. Yu Yixiong led his kin to encircle the world, summoning nearly all the elite forces of the Yui clan, with the exception of those left behind, in a bid to reap substantial benefits from this incident. True to expectations, he fiercely seized dozens of exquisite weapons and tools of assassination. not overlooking the pinnacle weapon that Tianxia possessed. Although Tianxia had triumphed over Uchiha Madara and withstood the might of the other three shadow-level powerhouses, this was unbeknownst to many. The onlookers at the foot of the mountain could not see, while those atop were too engrossed in their scramble for dominance. This very distraction allowed the Yue clan to boldly obstruct Tianxia, including those rogue ninjas. Ah, how nostalgic it was for the Yue clan. Tianxia recalled the harrowing scenes of his past when he was hunted. An elite jonin from the Yue clan noticed Tianxia's momentary daze and, with a swift motion, prepared to ambush him. In an instant, the onlookers blinked, and the jonin was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Attack! Yue Xiong commanded. For this operation, the Yue clan dispatched 3 shadow-level ninjas alongside numerous jonin. Excluding the 3 shadows, all other ninjas surged forward. For the opponent's ability to eliminate jonin in an instant attested to their formidable prowess. The technique Blossoms of the Blade, mid-S class. As an upgraded version of the Petal's Fall group attack ninjutsu, unleashed hundreds of strikes during its execution. However, due to the division of power, each individual attack was weaker than the original technique, yet still bore an A-class strength. Accompanied by a cacophony of screams, aside from a few exceptionally powerful elite jonin, the rest were reduced to mere puddles of mangled flesh. Such effortless might made even the rogue ninjas watching aware that the individual before them, who had so easily bested numerous shadow-level opponents, was not merely a figure of reputation. At this moment, all eyes were on the Yue clan, reveling in their misfortune. Their original intent to ambush had turned into a regrettable debacle. They were at a loss for how to counter this overwhelming tide. Yue Xiong, too, was filled with regret, yet the current state of affairs had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. The honor of the Yue clan was not to be tarnished lightly. Upon catching sight of Yue beside Tianxia, a plan took shape in Yue Xiong's mind. Under his command, the remaining 2 shadow-level ninjas and the jonin pressed their assault, each prepared to sacrifice themselves. Though the Yue clan had fallen from grace, their glory still lingered. As some ninjas witnessed the relentless slaughter of the Yue clan, a sense of melancholy swept over them. Even a once great clan could not escape the specter of annihilation. How long could these wandering ninjas survive? When would this chaotic era come to an end? Cease at once. A furious voice rang out. Yet Tianxia's actions did not falter as he dispatched the remaining ninjas before him. Did you not hear my command to stop? Yue Xiong was taken aback. In mere seconds, aside from the 2 other shadows, all his kin had been slaughtered. Particularly disheartening was the fact that, upon hearing his voice, the assailant showed no hesitation in continuing their assault. I advise you to relent, or I assure you, I will annihilate the entire Yue clan, leaving not a single soul. The atmosphere was thick with an ominous aura, previously dismissed, yet now, the adversary truly possessed the capability to act. The unfolding events were beyond anyone's expectations. The abducted Yue unexpectedly descended into a frenzied rampage, catching Yue Xiong off guard as she drained him of his very life essence. This unforeseen spectacle, coupled with her flowing crimson hair, sharpened fangs, and grotesque visage, left the concealed onlookers astounded. Quickly, depart from this place. Tianxia bellowed, charging towards the rampaging Yue. The crowd, momentarily bewildered by the events, soon grasped the dire situation as the transformed girl surged into their midst, reducing all in her path to lifeless husks, prompting a mass exodus. Upon encountering Tianxia, the frenzied Yue appeared to harbor a sense of trepidation, directing her assault towards the remaining 2 members of the Yue clan who had yet to vacate the scene. Despite their ignorance regarding the events that had befallen the young girl, the slaughter of Yue Xiong, the clan's second strongest warrior, rendered her beyond their mercy. In that instant, the 2 shadow-level members of the Yue clan fixated solely on vanquishing the approaching specter, oblivious to the disparity in their strengths. Hours later, the once verdant forest lay in ruins, the last 2 remnants of the Yue clan following Yue Xiong into oblivion as mere corpses. At this juncture, Tianxia stood in disarray, facing Yue, who was now sealed and immobile. To prevent her from further rampaging, Tianxia had been diligently developing a sealing ninjutsu. With the aid of the sealing scroll bestowed upon him by Senju Hashirama, he had finally devised his own sealing technique. The Thunder Release, 4 Pillars Thunder Domain required exceptional mastery of lightning release and chakra control, along with a profound understanding of sealing arts, classified as mid-S rank. Under Tianxia's command, arcs of lightning emanated from the surrounding pillars, striking the rampaging Yuer in an attempt to incapacitate her. As Tianxia cradled Yuer and soared away on a giant eagle, the concealed ninjas revealed themselves. Time flowed onward, and in the blink of an eye, several years had elapsed. During this span, aside from Tianxia's growing renown resonating throughout the ninja world, the annihilation of the Yu Yi clan stood as a significant event. The once mighty Yu Yi clan had significantly waned in power, and with their elite forces decimated while attempting to intercept Tianxia, they fell victim to a coalition of families within mere months. In the Land of Wind, a realm comprised of vast deserts, sandstorms frequently erupted, rendering the environment exceedingly harsh. Amidst the desolate expanse, a man and a woman, one tall and one short, cloaked in windbreakers to shield their heads, traversed through the swirling sands. Suddenly, an exceptionally large scorpion emerged from the earth, brandishing its menacingly arched tail. The two travelers appeared oblivious to this anomaly, while the scorpion's gaze gleamed with excitement. Anticipating a delectable feast, the scene shifted, revealing the man and woman continuing their journey, now accompanied by a rope tethering a deceased giant scorpion. As they wandered on, the ropes soon became laden with a variety of animal carcasses. With their provisions secured, the pair began their return, and shortly thereafter, a village encircled by a stone wall materialized before them. The two individuals in question are Tianxia and Yuer. After years of exploration, they have traversed the entire ninja realm and are now temporarily residing in Lulan. Indeed, it is the Lulan of the Land of Wind, but at this moment, it is merely a slightly larger village due to the presence of an oasis, which has gradually attracted a number of wandering souls. Nara, we have returned, they announced as they entered through the main gate, dragging behind them a long string of game, with a young woman possessing crimson hair leading the way. The inhabitants here are mostly innocent, devoid of aspirations for power. Even if such desires existed, they would yield no tangible benefits. Nara, blessed with excellent management skills, has been unanimously elected as their leader. You're back, Nara exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the provisions they brought. As the settlement is still in its nascent stages, it cannot yet sustain itself, necessitating perilous hunts. Previously, the community consisted of ordinary folk, but with the arrival of Tianxia and his companion, casualties have notably diminished. Observing Nara directing others to carry away the game, Yuer turned to Tianxia and inquired, "Are we to leave? Things here have nearly stabilized. Our presence serves little purpose now, and it is time we moved on," he replied. Upon hearing his words, Yuer fell into contemplation. No longer the innocent little girl she once was. The years of travel have transformed her into a graceful young lady, radiant and enchanting. "Are you really leaving?" Nara gazed at Tianxia, whose striking appearance and noble demeanor momentarily cast a shadow over her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Nara, she mused, he is a hero of unparalleled stature. One so extraordinary is beyond your reach. Although a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart, she concealed it behind a fragile smile. In that case, take care of yourself. If you have the chance, do visit us. Yuer, too, felt a twinge of sadness. Having formed bonds during her time here, a sudden gust of wind swept through, scattering sand into the sky. The villagers, including the now-trained ninja Yuer, dismissed it as an ordinary breeze. Yet, Tianxia's expression tightened. He sensed a chakra signature within the wind, indicative of human interference. Sandstorm. At that moment, the villagers became aware of the ominous black winds looming on the distant horizon, a tempest of sand and dust threatening to engulf them. "Brother, what do we do?" Nara asked anxiously. "Gather everyone into the underground base, Nara. Yuer, you must go as well." "No, I refuse," Yuer protested, her face set with determination. "Absolutely not." Tianxia's voice was cold with refusal. However, upon seeing her distressed expression, he softened his tone. "Yuer, my dear, your strength is insufficient. Staying here would only complicate matters. Do you not trust your brother's abilities?" "Humph. Brother, you are insufferable. I am strong." With a haughty tilt of her chin, she hoped the wind would whisk him away. And with that, she stuck out her tongue and dashed off. One tail, Shikaku. Though they were distanced, the overwhelming chakra emanating from the center of the storm was easily detectable. In the eye of the sandstorm, Shikaku relentlessly unleashed wind techniques to sustain the tempest's ferocity. "Destroy everything. Ha ha ha. I, Shikaku, am the mightiest. Has your mind rusted?" At this moment, The world had manifested itself over 10 miles away from the village. Gazing at the sky-darkening tornado, the expressionless figure of the guardian crane drew forth the black blade, severing the heavens. The ominous black whirlwind, which could instill fear in the hearts of many, abruptly ceased its rotation and without warning, split into two halves, dissipating into a tempestuous wind. Who dares to toy with me, the esteemed guardian crane? Despite the chaos, the guardian remained unscathed, shielded from the tempest. Humans? It was only then that the guardian crane acknowledged the presence of the world. They scrutinized each other. A moment of mutual appraisal ensued. Suddenly, without a hint of forewarning, a black-tailed beast bomb erupted from the guardian's mouth. Although the attack from the blade shield bell took the world by surprise, it remained composed, eager to test the limits of its absolute defense. With a resounding crash, the tailed beast bomb collided with the golden bell, but contrary to expectations, an explosion did not ensue. Instead, the bomb merely halted momentarily before propelling the bell forward. Due to the angle of impact, the world found itself thrust towards the underground. While it harbored no fear of being buried beneath the earth, it still encountered a degree of inconvenience. With a mere thought, the golden bell vanished, followed closely by a razor-sharp sword aura that cleaved the tailed beast bomb in two. Nevertheless, the bomb still detonated, albeit with significantly diminished force. It was precisely this explosion that incited the dormant dragon veins hidden beneath the surface, pulling the world into their tumultuous embrace before it could react. Upon sensing the world's essence dissipate, the guardian crane exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon their initial encounter, the guardian had sensed a palpable danger emanating from the other, prompting an immediate and resolute offensive to eliminate the potential threat. I, the guardian crane, am the mightiest. What is a mere human to me? The guardian proclaimed boastfully, their voice echoing far and wide. Here, it was imperative to seal this entity away, preventing any further transgressions. In the distance, raging Duel and Sandgate, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas, hastily approached. By the time the world regained its composure, it found itself within a vast cavern, illuminated by an aperture above. With a powerful leap, it emerged into the outside world, greeted by towering spires of cloud, their steel-like structures awakening long-buried memories within its mind. Thunderous roars echoed from afar, as a colossal puppet pursued a young boy with golden hair. The boy bore 6 whisker-like markings akin to that of a fox, dressed in a familiar yet foreign ninja attire. He was none other than the protagonist from Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. Had it returned to the past? The world pondered this thought, only to have its expression shift as it glanced beyond Lulan. Vanishing in an instant. You've arrived. A figure clad in a black trench coat stood outside Lulan, addressing the newly appeared world with an air of familiarity. Who are you? The world inquired, its voice laced with uncertainty. It is I, the figure replied, lifting the hood to reveal a visage strikingly similar to the world's own, save for the abyssal depth of its eyes. So it is you. The world responded, seemingly unfazed by the appearance of its future self. Allow me to witness the full measure of my future potential. In a matter of moments, the two individuals engaged in fierce combat, as if their sole purpose for meeting was to clash. Regardless of the past or present realm, their extraordinary prowess resonated through the air, with the shockwaves of their battle palpable even in distant Lulan. We must observe the actions of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Shimi as they promptly set forth. The puppet master, Baizu, also sensed the anomaly and directed his puppets toward the outskirts of Lulan. The atmosphere crackled with the ferocity of blade energy, creating fissures in the ground as the air was filled with the sounds of their confrontation. Such strength. Minato voiced the sentiments of Choza and Shimi. It's my brother Naruto, exclaimed a delighted voice, only to be perplexed by the sight of 2 figures resembling him. The forehead protectors bore the insignia of Konohagakure, yet Minato pondered why he had never encountered them before. Their formidable strength suggested they could not remain inconspicuous. Too weak. I suppress my power to a level beneath yours, and yet you are still inferior. You will not survive this calamity. The thoughts of the adversary echoed as he amplified his strength. What is happening? Naruto exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming surge of red chakra. This malevolent chakra, it belongs to the Nine-Tails. Minato immediately recognized the ominous transformation. Indeed, as he observed Naruto's golden hair and that familiar name. Coupled with his status as a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Minato was now fully convinced of Naruto's identity. With the sealing techniques befitting a member of the Uzumaki clan, Minato was well equipped. However, he misjudged the depth of the Nine-Tails' animosity. What began as a mere emanation of red chakra swiftly escalated as Naruto transformed into the Four-Tails state, hurling Minato aside before turning his gaze back to the ongoing battle. With a thunderous roar, the Nine-Tails unleashed its fury, its tails multiplying from 4 to 7. With a powerful thrust against the ground, the Nine-Tails launched its massive claws, swatting at the two combatants as if they were mere insects. Beside them, Choza helped Minato to his feet, the three of them feeling a tightening in their chests. They understood the formidable strength of the combatants. Yet they were facing the mightiest tailed beast, the Nine-Tails, albeit in a diminished form. An astonishing scene unfolded as the two fighters altered their tactics. The man clad in a black windbreaker sent the Nine-Tails soaring into the air with a kick, while his companion followed up with a punch that sent the beast flying. They resumed their duel, as if the Nine-Tails had never appeared. The enraged beast, shaking its tails, transformed from 7 to 9. This is troubling, Minato thought anxiously, fearing for Naruto's inner world, which might be consumed. Just then, Baizu, controlling a colossal puppet, emerged, directing his gaze toward Minato and the opposing fighter. Enemies meeting face to face ignited a fiery rivalry. The Konohagakure ninja had relentlessly pursued Baizu, and now with the newly developed immortal puppets, he was determined to seize this opportunity, leading to an immediate clash between the two sides. How bothersome. Let us first dispatch these ants. Agreed. The figure nodded, affirming his intent for the future. The super spiral shuriken directed its focus towards the 100-legged beast, effortlessly reducing the colossal puppet to mere splinters of wood. This revelation left Namikaze Minato utterly astonished. He had only learned of this jutsu inscribed in the sealing scroll of Konoha when he devised the spiral sphere, and he was aware of its advanced version, the spiral shuriken. However, according to the third Hokage, only one individual in the current ninja world possessed the mastery of this technique. Meanwhile, the entity known as Tenka remained motionless, nonchalantly executing a knife strike against the shielded bell. The Nine-Tails collided heavily with the golden bell, yet it remained unscathed, producing a series of resounding clangs. With a thunderous boom, the golden bell was propelled into the sky. Recognizing its indestructibility, the Nine-Tails decisively unleashed a tailed beast bomb to send the bell soaring. Oh, do you seek to invite suffering upon yourself? Tenka sighed, making no effort to hinder the Nine-Tails as it gathered its tailed beast bomb. Beside them, Namikaze Minato and his companions understood the formidable nature of their opponent, yet were eager to witness how the adversary would respond to the mightiest strike from the Nine-Tails. Particularly, Minato was keen to ascertain the prowess of one esteemed in the ninja world. Boom. The tailed beast bomb was released by the Nine-Tails, creating a gaping trench on the ground as it approached Tenka. How powerful could the future self be? The version of Tenka from the past was also curious about the heights to which he would ascend. In a flash, the gleam of the blade shone, and in an instant, the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb was rendered to nothingness. Blade technique, Flower Realm. Tenka relinquished the black blade, Daku, allowing it to fall. As Daku neared the ground, it vanished from sight, and soon after, the Nine-Tails disappeared, enveloped by a world composed of shimmering blades. What was this technique? Tenka felt an inkling of understanding, yet could not recall its name. The fifth stage of blooming and withering, Tenka uttered, falling silent as he retrieved the black blade and hurled it towards Tenka. A sudden tremor coursed through Tenka's heart as he vanished from his original position, only to find a spray of blood erupting. The black blade had inexplicably reappeared where he once stood. Time-space ninjutsu, exclaimed Namikaze Minato, articulating the very words Tenka had intended to express. It's not over yet, Tenka declared, stepping into the void, ascending as if climbing invisible stairs. Behold this technique of mine. Crescent Moon, Ultra S-Class. In a secluded forest within the Land of Fire, a few houses and a modest courtyard lay nestled amidst the trees. Not far from these dwellings, on a cliffside, a young girl practiced her ninjutsu, accompanied by a young man standing nearby. The water release, water surge cascaded forth, extending for several dozen meters before finally ceasing. It had been a year since they departed from the Land of Wind and settled here. During this time, Tenka had successfully sealed the violent bloodline within Suki, albeit with a small fissure remaining. The goal was to tame this power for Suki, akin to a Jinchuriki. Brother Tenka, how impressive am I? Suki exclaimed, her small face beaming with pride. Caw, caw, caw. The distant cawing of crows penetrated the air. Such an irritating sound made Suki scrunch her delicate nose in distaste. Stay here. I will check it out, Tinka said, gazing at the crow's perch. A wave of unease washing over him. Oh, the anticipated praise did not come, and Moon instantly resembled a flower deprived of sunlight, her entire demeanor wilting. Oblivious to Moon's distress, Tianxia swiftly made his way to the roost of the crows. In a desolate clearing within the woods lay dozens of corpses, adorned in a variety of garments. Yet, having traversed the entirety of the shinobi world, Tianxia recognized these individuals as members of the ninja clans from their attire. Most crucially, their blood had been entirely drained, with 2 puncture marks evident upon their necks. Before Tianxia could ponder further, a flurry of shurikens descended upon him. Without moving his body, an aura emanated forth, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. Realizing their attack was futile, the assailants brandished their swords and kunai, charging at Tianxia with ferocity. The clans of Falling Moon, Gale, Moonlight, and Mizuki flashed before Tianxia's eyes, and he swiftly discerned their identities. However, the immediate aggression of these individuals suggested a profound animosity towards him. After several moments of restraint, witnessing their relentless assault, Tianxia ceased to hold back, ruthlessly dispatching his attackers without mercy. He harbored no compassion for those who sought his life. Furrowing his brow at the fallen ninjas, an unsettling feeling burgeoned within Tianxia's heart. Alas, Tianxia, why such a profound lamentation? The tones of confusion, rage, and sorrow intertwined, making it hard to believe that such a cacophony of emotions could reside within a single utterance. Tap, 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 a battalion of ninjas emerged, encircling Tianxia. The voice of an old acquaintance, Hashirama Senju, resonated, flanked by several clan leaders, including Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Min. What? Tianxia responded, puzzled. What? How dare you speak? The voice of Hashirama thundered. The members of my clan have perished at the hands of the vampire by your side. Not only that, but thousands of families and wandering ninjas across the entire shinobi world have been drained of their blood and left to die. Moreover, we have extended invitations to you multiple times, only to have our messengers meet the same fate. And now, you brazenly slaughtered so many before our eyes. And yet you still dare to speak? Ignoring the grotesque visages of his visitors, Tianxia's gaze fixated on Hashirama Senju and Sarutobi Sasuke. Noticing their silence, he grasped the grim reality of the situation. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of his inner turmoil. It was indeed this. Approximately 6 months prior, a number of wandering ninjas had been drained of their blood. Initially, this incident went unnoticed, but as several clans reported similar occurrences, the matter escalated. Rumors began to circulate that following Tianxia's battle with the Yui clan, they too had met a gruesome end. The families who had suffered from blood loss spanned the 5 great nations and their smaller territories, leading many to conspire to unite against Tianxia. At this juncture, Hashirama and others like Ishikawa and Ai attempted to persuade the crowd that there might be a misunderstanding, sending emissaries to invite Tianxia for an explanation. Yet, after several attempts, they received no response, only to later discover that all the envoys had been slain. Now, Hashirama and his companions found themselves unable to quell the rising fury of the masses, as their own kin had also fallen victim to the bloodthirsty menace. Fearing the might of the world, the 5 great nations nominated their most powerful families or factions, dividing their forces into 5 paths toward the realm of the world. The first corpses encountered by the world belonged to the vanguard, while the subsequent ninjas represented the second echelon. As the world struck down the vanguard, it was fortuitously witnessed by the approaching main forces, leading everyone to conclude that this was the handiwork of the world and the sorceress by his side. The clamorous atmosphere caused the world to cast a cold glance at his adversary, silencing the leader of the Tianfeng clan, who was paralyzed by that frigid gaze. Since you have determined I am responsible, there is nothing more to discuss, the world stated, surveying the various ninja factions encircling him. If it were not your doing, we would assist you in clearing your name, remarked Sarutobi Sasuke, his expression tinged with urgency. The world remained silent. The situation had escalated to a point where resolution seemed impossible. Why bother speaking further? The leader of the Tianfeng clan, with eyes ablaze in madness, seemed to be driven by humiliation after being intimidated by an enemy's mere glance. Seeking death, he declared, disregarding the thousands of surrounding ninjas as he recklessly unleashed his attack, cleaving the Tianfeng clan leader in two. In that fleeting moment of impending death, clarity returned to the Tianfeng leader's eyes, filled with confusion, terror, and disbelief. Witnessing this scene, the world felt a surge of unease. Jinjutsu, he suddenly thought, recalling the striking resemblance between the eyes of the fallen and those of the earlier ninjas. Initially overlooked, it now seemed plausible that he had fallen victim to someone else's illusion. But who possessed such power? Although the Tianfeng clan leader was not on par with the Kage level, he was formidable nonetheless. Could it be the Sharingan? The world shook his head. The Uchiha clan had no apparent motive to orchestrate such a grand scheme. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no time for the world to ponder further. The remaining members of the Tianfeng clan, upon witnessing their leader's demise, rushed toward the world with eyes filled with rage and sorrow, accompanied by some rogue ninjas and other minor clans, seemingly hoping to seize some advantage. Yet their calculations were evidently in vain. Although aware that he might have been framed, the world showed no inclination to clarify. In this circumstance, even if he spoke the truth, none would believe him, and given his pride, he had no intention of explaining himself to a swarm of insects. With a swift motion, he unleashed a gust of blade wind, transforming the advancing dozens into a downpour of blood. As the group perished, the ninjas seeking vengeance displayed no fear. Instead, they charged recklessly at the world. Most of these individuals were of lower ranks, with only a few being upper ninjas. Regardless of their numbers, they were merely marching to their deaths. Sarutobi Sasuke urged his clan not to strike impulsively, but witnessing their foes so close, they could hardly remain passive. Not only did the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan engage, but even those from the Senju clan joined the fray. With a sigh of resignation, Sarutobi Sasuke exchanged a glance with Shimura Min, both resolute in joining the battle. They could not afford to hold back. Seeing the world strike without mercy, he dared not wager that the elite of his clan would receive any leniency. The decision made by the two was both right and wrong, yet the world would show no mercy. However, their joining could not safeguard their kin. "Eldest brother, what should we do?" inquired Uchiha Azuna, who was lurking nearby. "Let's observe first," replied Uchiha Madara, who, despite his desire to intervene, instinctively hesitated at the thought of facing the world after witnessing that dazzling blade. A sharp scream echoed from afar. Yanhuang Tianxia's expression darkened, his power surging as he repelled the trembling shadow-level ninjas around him. "Please, let her be unharmed." With the wind howling in his ears, urgency propelled Tianxia to his utmost speed, reaching the cliffside in no time. Upon his arrival, various ninjutsu and tools emerged from all directions. "Brother," hearing Yuer's cry, Tianxia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without hesitation, a golden bell materialized, shielding him from all attacks. As the onslaught dissipated, numerous ninjas came into view. Ishikawa, Wu, Ai, the Second Raikage, Kinkaku, Ginkaku, Rikudo, Hogetsu, and many other formidable shadow-level warriors alongside countless ninjas. How flattering! Tianxia scoffed as he surveyed the scene, taken aback by the meticulous orchestration against him. It was evident that over 90% of the strongest figures in the ninja world, along with a substantial fraction of ninjas, had gathered solely to contend with him, more accurately, with him and Yuer. Originally, such a display of might would not have been necessary. However, the vast majority of ninja clans had suffered grievous losses, compounded by Tianxia's overwhelming dominance over the 4 shadow-level warriors in the Land of Crafts, which had subtly positioned him as the foremost figure in the ninja realm. Consequently, clan leaders personally rallied their forces, and with some opportunistic ninjas joining in, the assembly swelled to over 10,000. At this moment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara led a contingent of ninjas from the Land of Fire to this location, thus uniting nearly all the powers of the 5 great nations. Tianxia disregarded the surrounding individuals, focusing instead on the ninja who held Yuer captive. From his attire, it appeared he was a rogue ninja, possessing shadow-level strength. Nevertheless, whether rogue or clan ninja, Tianxia cared only for the life in the adversary's grasp. "Release her," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dispute. "Humph, a dying man dares to speak so boldly," the rogue ninja retorted, undaunted by Tianxia's icy gaze and formidable presence. "What would you do if I refuse?" "Refusal means death." With those words, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the cliff, causing the surrounding ninjas to instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons. "Ha ha ha. It seems you fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. The rogue ninja increased his pressure slightly, as Yuer, her face flushed, clutched his arm, desperately trying to free herself, yet her strength was insufficient. You seek your own demise. The atmosphere thickened with bloodlust. Although the clan ninjas present felt sympathy for Yuer, the rogue's expression of deep-seated enmity, coupled with his shadow-level prowess, deterred any intervention. Furthermore, many from their clans had perished at the rogue's hands, making them hesitate to voice their concerns, mindful of their comrades' sentiments. Should you dare to harm even a single strand of her hair, even if it leads to your demise, I shall pull you from the depths of hell and ensure your suffering is beyond mortal comprehension. At this moment, the world bore a terrifying visage, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, as though it had emerged from the nether realms, ready to transform into a monstrous entity that devours souls. Ha ha! The rogue ninja laughed madly, his expression devoid of any semblance of normalcy. Instinctively, the protagonist sensed impending danger, causing his weapon to twitch in readiness for action. Crisp. Familiar sounds echoed, the unmistakable noise of a neck being snapped. Witnessing this, the protagonist's heart momentarily halted, only to then race with fervor. A mournful cry surged forth, infused with his indomitable spirit, forcing the surrounding ninjas to retreat several paces, even causing the clouds above to disperse. The rogue ninja carelessly discarded the moonlight, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a dark spot within his vision expanded rapidly, startling him. Just as he prepared to react, a chill gripped his neck. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered his head had been severed from his body. Gently, the protagonist cradled the moonlight and placed it upon the grass, delicately tucking away the stray strands of hair. In this moment, his expression was one of utmost tenderness, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, the onlookers perceived it differently, an instinctive chill emanating from him, instilling a profound sense of foreboding. What a benevolent child! How could you bear to kill her? The protagonist spoke softly, his breath returning to its normal cadence, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to reconcile the previous aura of bloodlust with the rapid transformation of his demeanor. He gazed quietly at the moonlight, memories of their initial encounter flooding his mind, those unforgettable eyes, so pure and radiant, devoid of any impurities. Yet now, those eyes had vanished, never to be seen again. You shall all meet your end today. The protagonist's expression remained tranquil, as though he were merely stating a mundane fact. Yet, not a single soul dared to counter his words, despite the arrogance lacing his tone. With a flick of his wrist, he enveloped the moonlight in a golden bell, brandishing his black blade towards the gathered crowd. In this moment, even the likes of Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Sasuke recognized the inevitability of battle. The outcome was merely a question of how many would perish. With a slight exertion of his legs, he stood suspended in the air before the ninjas could encircle him, stunning them into silence. In the current ninja world, only those possessing bloodline limits, like Shikaku and his disciples, could achieve such aerial prowess. Yet here he was, defying gravity. Did he also possess a bloodline limit? While ordinary ninjas might attribute this to a bloodline limit, the elite shinobi understood otherwise. They sensed the chakra emanating from the protagonist's body, resonating with the surrounding air, allowing him to maintain his levitation. This skill was something he had learned from his future self. However, he had yet to master true flight, requiring the force of his legs to remain aloft. Prepare yourself, boy. The technique of dust escape, the art of world separation, ascended to the skies, rendering the multitude of ninjas unable to act. Yet, this realm harbors more than one who can soar. Upon witnessing their master in action, none dared to be complacent. The two joined forces, intent on forcing the world to descend from the heavens. You might as well remain idle for now. The Blossom's funeral, upper S rank. The funeral of blossoms is adapted from bloom and wither, lower S rank, flourishing blossoms, middle S rank, and 1,000 flowers in harmony, upper S rank. The former represents a form-based attack, while the latter relies entirely on an innumerable array of blade auras. The ranking mirrors the previous, spanning from lower S to upper S across 3 tiers. All present beheld as Tianxia casually waved his hand, enveloping Shurha and Wubian in a radiant blade light, causing them to vanish without a trace, casting a dire shadow over their fate. Next, it is your turn. Forbidden blossoms in flight. Lower Super S rank. Upon hearing the word forbidden, Senju Hashirama felt an ominous premonition. He was well aware of Tianxia's formidable prowess. In their first encounter, he barely surpassed him. By the second, he had completely overwhelmed him. And now they were no longer on the same plane of existence. Yet, the technique he unleashed bore the title of Forbidden, hinting at its immense power. The wood release. Wooden blockade manifested as a colossal funnel-shaped wooden shield, enveloping the members of the Senju clan within. Nearby, Uchiha Madara instinctively activated his Susanoo to shield his clan members upon witnessing his old rival's actions. Just as they completed their ninjutsu, lotus flowers inexplicably rose beneath their feet, subsequently encasing them within. Each of these blossoms wielded power rivaling A-rank ninjutsu. However, to some shadow-level experts, they were merely inconsequential displays of force, easily shattered beneath their might. Nevertheless, Tianxia's true targets were not these elite shadows, but rather the nearly 10,000 ordinary ninjas. Moments later, as the ninjutsu dissipated, all that remained was a pool of blood, devoid of even bones. Madara, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of covert relief, mirrored by Hashirama. Neither had anticipated Tianxia reaching such staggering heights of power, capable of simultaneously assaulting over 10,000 ninjas. Yet, upon seeing the unexpected crow's feet etched into Tianxia's youthful visage and the strands of white hair, they understood that such a devastating strike did not come without a cost. After the attack, Tianxia could no longer maintain his levitation, gently descending to the ground. Kill. With over 10,000 ninjas left with barely a fraction alive, some mourned brothers. Others cherished friends. All plunged into a frenzy, charging towards Tianxia. Even those with some camaraderie with him, such as Sarutobi Sasuke, found themselves compelled to strike. They lacked the strength of Hashirama and Madara, and their own family ninjas had suffered catastrophic losses in that singular blow. As the leaders of their respective clans, they bore the responsibility and obligation to seek justice for their kin. The dance of Sun and Moon, lower S rank, faced with over 1,000 ninjas, each at least of Jonin rank, Tianxia exhibited no semblance of fear. Instead, he brandished his blade and advanced. Amidst the throng, Tianxia's figure flickered unpredictably, appearing and vanishing, claiming lives with every strike as rivers of blood flowed. At that moment, all ninjas joined the fray, save for the Senju clan. However, at this juncture, should they remain idle, they would be at odds with the entire ninja world. They must safeguard their clan and strive to avoid direct confrontation with the realm of Yanhuang. Though the reasons for his elder brother's inaction remain a mystery, Senju Tobarama dutifully adhered to orders and led their kin into the fray. In stark contrast, Senju Hashirama approached the encased figure of the moon, shrouded in a golden bell, alone. As the fierce battle raged below, Shurha and Wooly finally dismantled the ninjutsu enveloping the realm. Yet, both had expended the majority of their chakra and stamina, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, leaving them with scant fighting power. Upon witnessing the majority of the Earth Country ninjas reduced to mere flesh and blood, they erupted in furious cries, rejoining the conflict. The number of shadow-level masters present exceeded 100, yet the realm chose not to engage with these formidable foes. Instead, it pursued those beneath the shadow level, eliciting scorn from the onlookers. Lightning armor, hell-piercing strike, and various advanced techniques such as the kaleidoscope Sharingan, dust release, and boil release manifested in a dazzling display as the battle intensified. In a shadowy corner of the forest, a dark humanoid entity emerged from the depths of the earth, an unforeseen factor that should not exist in this world. No matter how potent the ninjutsu, if it fails to reach the enemy, it is rendered futile. Observing the golden bell surrounding the realm negate their attacks, the morale of the gathered warriors plummeted, filled with urgency and frustration. While they could not strike their adversary, the enemy's assaults reached them with impunity. Even if they were to shatter the golden bell, it would merely reconstitute itself in the blink of an eye, provoking a chorus of furious cries from the powerful ninjas who unleashed their might. With a heavy exhale, Senju Hashirama, though unaware of how he had survived, clung to the fragile breath of life, his fate resting in the hands of Providence. Shifting his gaze to the battlefield, he observed that, within a mere quarter hour, the throng of over 1,000 had dwindled to fewer than 300. With a heavy sigh, he began to weave the seals for wood release. Forest domain. Great trees erupted from the earth, with roots, trunks, and branches becoming formidable weapons. Moreover, the realm had to defend against the onslaught of the ninjas. Having inherited the sage body, Senju Hashirama possessed an acute perception of vitality, and he could see the life force of Yanhuang's warriors diminishing at a visible pace. Continuing the battle would surely lead to death. However, by that time, few would remain standing. With this thought, he intensified his assault. I have foretold your demise. The realm roared once more, yet to the onlookers, it appeared as a desperate gasp of a dying beast, unwilling to accept the impending death. The Forbidden Flower Domain, S-Class, unleashed a torrent of blade light that enveloped the surrounding miles, followed by an unending wave of blade energy flooding the space. Several years had passed since that battle, which had shaken the foundations of the ninja world. The outcome remained unspoken, yet the survival of only 100 ninjas attested to the battle's ferocity. The alliance of the 5 great nations' ninjas has survived, signifying the demise of Tianhua. However, from the original fervent mobilization of tens of thousands of ninjas, merely 100 remained, leaving the entire ninja world in astonishment. Even though Tianhua had perished, none dared to underestimate him. In fact, some well-meaning individuals dubbed him the god of death, capable of single-handedly opposing the formidable clans of the ninja realm. With the emergence of this ominous title, an increasing number of people began to revere Tianhua as a deity, referring to that battle as the War of Deification. As the annals of history continue to turn, the passage of time inevitably erodes all things, and the events instigated by Tianhua gradually faded into obscurity, supplanted by a succession of unfolding occurrences. 3 years following the conclusion of the War of Deification, the Uchiha and Senju clans erupted into another fierce conflict. In this clash, Uchiha Izuna suffered severe injuries at the hands of Senju Tobarama, leading to the defeat of the Uchiha clan. In the ensuing battles, the Uchiha clan leader was vanquished by the leader of the Senju clan, yet unexpectedly, a reconciliation emerged between the two clans, culminating in the establishment of the Hidden Leaf village. With the founding of the Hidden Leaf and the signing of a treaty between the Fire Nation and the village, various ninja clans, pressured by the threat of survival, began to join the Hidden Leaf. Other nations soon followed suit, and thus, the concept of a nation-village governance became the prevalent norm, bringing an end to the chaotic strife in the ninja world and ushering in a temporary peace. On this day, the Hidden Leaf welcomed an outsider, a venerable elder with flowing white hair, a weathered visage, yet possessing eyes that sparkled with a profound depth akin to the ocean. "Hey, you there, elder? Are you here to enter the Hidden Leaf? If so, please come here to register," called out a ninja stationed at the gate. The elder signed his details and stepped into the Hidden Leaf. Though established only a few years prior, the village already exhibited a bustling vibrancy. "It seems quite promising," the elder remarked, shifting his gaze towards the tallest edifice in the village, the Hokage building. Although the ninja realm had enjoyed a period of peace, the other 4 nations were beginning to stir once more, and it would not be long before war reignited. Within the building, 3 individuals sat around a circular table: Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara. It was Tobarama who spoke first. "Let them come. Are we to be afraid? In my view, we should directly deploy our forces to annihilate the other 4 nations and establish a unified ninja village to ensure lasting peace." Uchiha Madara, gazing at the two, voiced his opinion. "I still believe we should resolve matters peacefully if possible. I intend to capture the tailed beasts and distribute them among the other nations to maintain balance and curb the onset of war." Though Tobarama was somewhat at odds with his brother's perspective, he found himself even less inclined to support Madara's views. After much deliberation, they decided to adopt Hashirama's approach. "This decision is fraught with difficulty," a voice suddenly echoed. The 3 tensed, having been unaware of anyone's approach. However, upon recognizing the figure before them, they were taken aback. It was none other than Tianhua, the elder they had encountered earlier. The conflict ultimately concluded through Hashirama's mediation. Although both sides harbored intentions to eliminate their adversaries, they understood that such actions would only lead to mutual destruction, especially upon witnessing a young man transform into a middle-aged individual and even continue to age. The onlookers abandoned any notion of taking action. In their eyes, with the world depleting such an abundance of vitality, it was all but assured to meet a grim fate. At that moment, the world could be likened to a lamp running out of oil, ultimately choosing to spare the crowd. Thus, the conflict concluded rather anticlimactically. However, in the present day, when those presumed dead reemerged, the 3 could not suppress their astonishment, fearing the world might strike again. Yet, Upon sensing the flickering flame of life within the world, they breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the world's life force was exceedingly fragile, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. The three understood that the world no longer possessed the strength it once had. "What brings you here? Are you not afraid of being slain?" asked Senju Tobarama coldly. A glance exchanged, the world turned its gaze towards Senju Hashirama, stating, "I wish to join Konoha." Pleased to hear this declaration, Senju Hashirama responded without hesitation. Elder brother, Senju Tobarama attempted to interject but was cut off. "However, should you become a ninja of Konoha, you must lend your aid in times of crisis." The world readily agreed, adding, "I would like to borrow the Book of Seals, of course. I will inscribe all that I know within its pages." "No problem." Senju Hashirama assented once more without hesitation. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama clutched his forehead, appearing utterly exasperated. As the wheel of time continued to turn, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara made their moves, effortlessly capturing the tailed beasts with their wood release and Sharingan. Subsequently, Senju Hashirama invited the leaders of the four great nations to prepare for the equitable distribution of the tailed beasts, marking the commencement of the first 5 Kage summit. "I never imagined that we five could sit here together like this. I am immensely grateful," exclaimed Senju Hashirama, dramatically leaning his head against the table to express his excitement. "Elder brother, you are the leader of a village. How can you bow to the other Kage?" Tobarama reminded him from the side. "I cannot help it. I am simply too overjoyed." "Lord Hokage, lift your head. This is not the demeanor befitting a leader," remarked the first Raikage. "I indeed came here to support the Hokage's discussions, but I will not sign anything without due consideration," stated the first Tsuchikage. "If you speak in a subdued manner, it may seem as though you are seeking personal gain," cautioned the first Mizukage. "The terms of the treaty stipulate that the Hokage must allocate the collected tailed beasts among the various ninja villages. This is a transaction that must transcend personal sentiments," declared the first Kazekage. "Indeed, the distribution of tailed beasts must consider balance. However, contributions from all parties will be required," added Senju Tobarama. "Offering them for free would suffice," suggested Senju Hashirama from the side. "Silence," Tobarama retorted angrily. "Our village has historically sealed one-tailed beast. We do not require additional ones." The Kazekage proposed a condition unacceptable to the other three Kage, leading to an immediate eruption of discord. Just at that tense moment, Senju Hashirama stood up and forcefully struck his head against the table, beginning to articulate his purpose and dreams. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building stood two figures, the world and Uchiha Madara. Listening to the discussions below, the world shook its head. "You seem to disapprove of Hashirama's actions." With a gentle smile, "The world seems to embody the essence of nature. I imagine that if, at this very moment, you were the Hokage of Konohagakure, you would undoubtedly command the strength of the village, alongside the tailed beasts, to sweep through the ninja world. What do you think of this approach? With overwhelming power, one could indeed conquer the ninja realm. This plan, perhaps, holds the potential for success," and the world nodded in agreement. "I never anticipated that you would concur with my thoughts." Uchiha Madara offered a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with a cryptic light. The first 5 Kage summit concluded successfully, and the wheels of time continued to turn. In the secret chamber of the South Shrine, Uchiha Madara deciphered the sage's teachings left by the sage of the 6 paths through his ocular prowess. One god of the world, desiring peace, must balance the forces of yin and yang. The opposing powers, in unity, give birth to the myriad forms of existence. The meaning is that two disparate forces, working in harmony, can achieve true happiness, though in reality, it is only attainable through the infinite Tsukuyomi manipulated by Kaguya. Thus, Uchiha Madara prepared to depart from Konoha in search of a path forward, despite Hashirama's desperate attempts to retain him and offer the position of second Hokage. However, Madara discerned that, apart from Hashirama, none could truly resonate with his intentions, and the Uchiha clan would inevitably meet a fate of betrayal. The final battle transpired, culminating in a narrow victory for Senju Hashirama. The world observed as an outsider, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. A roar suddenly captured the world's attention, and in a flash, it found itself before a colossal fox. Due to the influence of wood release, the Nine-Tails chakra was firmly suppressed. Even with its infinite chakra, escape was futile. "Human." The Nine-Tails glared at the diminutive being before it, seething with rage. When did an insect dare to look down upon it? What a magnificent fox! For reasons unknown, the world felt a surge of curiosity and approached the nine tails, gently stroking its fur, pondering how splendid it would be as a fur coat. Roar! The nine tails bellowed in fury, yet to no avail. Ah, these whiskers are splendid, perfect for cleaning my ears, it remarked, as under the ferocious gaze of the nine tails, it transformed 6 whiskers into 3. The result appeared somewhat asymmetrical, prompting it to pluck another. Oh dear, now only 1 remains. How unsightly. Let us remove them all. Ah, human. The nine tails roared repeatedly, yet there was naught but empty space. The wheels of time continued to turn, ushering in the first, second, and third great ninja wars, each erupting and then concluding in succession. In the blink of an eye, over 50 years passed. Not far from the gates of Konoha, 3 figures clad in black cloaks approached slowly, 1 large and 2 small. It remains unchanged. Nothing has changed. The world lifted its hood to reveal a striking visage. Decades had passed, yet he appeared not aged, but rather youthful, devoid of any signs of time's passage. Brother, is this to be our future home? Spoke a girl of around 12 years, known as Suki. In that fateful battle, although Senju Hashirama had endeavored to save her, he ultimately could not revive her. After the conflict, the world sealed Suki's body, only to resurrect her not long ago. How bustling it is here. A youth, no larger than the moon, appeared utterly astonished, as if he had never encountered the world outside. Do not make such a fuss, Yuta admonished, her face reflecting disdain as she pointed to her own visage. It's quite embarrassing if someone sees us. I understand, teacher. Let us hurry inside. The boy exclaimed, darting forward, seemingly oblivious to Yuta's words. Honestly, she muttered under her breath as they continued onward. Ha ha ha. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the man destined to become Hokage. As they approached the gates of Konoha, a boisterous voice echoed. Hokage is the most powerful ninja of your village, isn't it? I doubt you will succeed. I am determined to become Hokage, and when that day comes, even you must acknowledge me. Even if you become Hokage, I shall never concede to you. However, I will kill you. Hey, Naruto. He is our client. We cannot resort to violence. At this moment, Yuta and the others had caught up, and Yuta pointed towards 5 individuals not far away, observing their forehead protectors. Indeed, she replied. Kakashi and his companions soon noticed the trio from the land of waves outside the gates. Kakashi scrutinized their attire with one half-lidded eye. Stepping forward, the youth assessed Kakashi and the others. Zabuza cast a glance at Tazuna, who took a sip of his drink, oblivious to the youth's identity. The youth then directed his gaze towards the other 4, his infatuation evident as he spoke to Sakura. Ah, Sakura, instantly infuriated, prepared to charge forth, but was restrained by Naruto. Calm down, idiot, Naruto muttered. Curse you, I shall kill you. Do not act rashly, Sakura interjected. The youth's gaze shifted to Sasuke, his expression stoic. Sasuke's veins bulged in frustration, and had he not been uncertain of the youth's identity, he would have lunged at him. Seeing the youth's attention turn towards him, Kakashi set aside his book, curious about how the youth would describe his half-lidded gaze. Brother, your description is quite accurate. Indeed, at the youth's words, the 5 were left utterly disheartened, their faces alternating between crimson and pallid, further exacerbated by Yuta and the other's taunts. May I inquire as to your identity? Kakashi interjected, sensing an impending conflict. I am, of course, a ninja of Konoha, the youth replied, producing the village's forehead protector from his ninja tool pouch, a relic that had lain unused for nearly 60 years. I see you are practicing ninjutsu, thus, I shall not intrude. The youth waved his hand dismissively as he entered Konoha. Why have I never encountered him before? Kakashi pondered, squinting in thought. Ultimately, confusion overwhelmed him, prompting him to pull out his book once more. After registering at the gate, the trio officially entered Konoha. I shall first take you to my former residence. The youth's abode was acquired when he became a jonin, though its current status remained uncertain. Youth is meant to be a continuous blaze. Lee, run 10 laps around Konoha. Hi, Gai-sensei. Truly, you are my disciple, Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee, are they all fools? Yuta and Uedai stood aside, clearly taken aback. It is not a fool, but a rare beast, Tianxia responded. Nearly a century has passed since Tianxia arrived in this world. Yet the passage of time has only intensified the memories of his past life rather than allowing them to fade. As he observed the 2 kappa, one large and one small, departing, Tianxia and his companions continued their leisurely stroll through the streets. Boss, I would like 50 skewered meatballs, please. Hongdo, can you finish that? Rest assured. Besides, you are here too. The phantom girl and the snake woman exchanged a glance, but chose not to engage, continuing their walk. You two are truly something else. One is always thinking of food, and the other only cares for sleep, a girl with golden hair exclaimed in exasperation, pointing at her companions. Women are such a bother, muttered a boy with a phoenix hairstyle in discontent. Wah, glutton, sloth, and hopeless romantic, Tianxia mused while observing the trio. Akamaru, let us go. It's time for your bath and teeth cleaning. Shino, Naruto-kun has gone on a mission. I must work hard, Hinata murmured to herself. Beast enthusiast. Bug enthusiast, shy type, Tianxia thought as he watched the three. Upon reaching their destination, the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to those of 60 years prior, albeit with a larger crowd and a more vibrant atmosphere. Nevertheless, this journey yielded some rewards, as they encountered several familiar faces from the original story, albeit only briefly. However, given the passage of time, these individuals had become largely inconsequential to Tianxia, eliciting at most a fleeting sense of fondness. Creak! So much dust! Yute exclaimed, raising her hand in front of her as if to disperse the particles, but to no avail, prompting her to seek assistance. Leave it to me. Yute puffed out her cheeks and whistled. With the sound of her whistle, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, scattering the dust. Now it's my turn. Water release, water flow. After a thorough cleansing, the courtyard was rejuvenated, appearing immaculate and astonishingly devoid of any stagnant water, showcasing an exceptional mastery of chakra control. All right, this shall be our residence from now on. You two can choose any room to settle in. As for me, I intend to rest well, after decades of wandering. I can finally enjoy a stable life. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was peering through a telescope technique to spy on the Konoha bathhouse, inadvertently causing blood to trickle from his nose. After observing for a while, he seemed to have a moment of moral clarity, beginning to assess the situation within Konoha. Suddenly, he noticed that the previously abandoned courtyard appeared to have been freshly cleaned. Could it be that he has returned? The third murmured, his hands trembling involuntarily. Lord, someone requests an audience, a voice announced. In the rocking chair, Tianxia was resting his eyes. Over the years, he had exerted himself tirelessly to restore his vitality, resurrect Yuer, and attain formidable strength, scarcely allowing himself any reprieve. Hearing Yute's words, Tianxia squinted. It seemed that news of his arrival had spread quickly, as someone had come knocking. Clearly aware of his true identity, only a few individuals within Konoha knew of his background, for he had left the village shortly after becoming a ninja, and only a handful were privy to such knowledge. Let him in. Not long after, Tai led an elderly man into the main hall. Upon hearing the commotion, Tianxia opened his eyes and scrutinized the figure before him. The elderly man bowed deeply in respect. Who are you? Tianxia inquired, feeling a flicker of familiarity. The elder, lowering his head slightly, reverently replied, I have seen you before when you visited the Onma clan to see the young lady. It is you. What brings you here? Tianxia's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to past acquaintances and events. The elder's heart tightened. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. I have come regarding the young lady of the Onma clan. The Onma clan, a family within the Hidden Leaf village, was renowned for their proficiency in illusions and once held a prominent position, rivaling the Uchiha clan. They had contributed numerous high-ranking jonin and chunin to the village. But their decline began when no one in the clan awakened their bloodline limit, relegating them to insignificance. Recalling some historical accounts from his previous life, Tianxia grasped the elder's intent. I understand your purpose, he interjected before the elder could finish. Ignoring the disappointment on the elder's face, he continued. I intend to return as a leading jonin, so let her come. After all, I had a good rapport with you back in the day. Thank you, my lord. The elder was exceedingly agitated, well aware of the stature of the individual before him. In his youth, this man had instilled fear across the ninja world. Now, as the steward of the Onma clan, he had feared the clan's impending demise. Just when despair gripped him, he fortuitously passed by Tianxia's residence, realizing that he had returned. For the sake of his family, he set aside his pride to plead for assistance, hence his presence here. With the response received, the elder's heart brimmed with joy. He believed that with Tianxia's help, the Onma clan would rise again. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice laced with trepidation. He has truly returned. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Minyan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. The esteemed one still lives. Tsunade exclaimed. Who could have imagined that he, who coexisted with the first Hokage, remains alive? We only wonder why he has returned to Konoha after so many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, puffing on his pipe. As his words hung in the air, the room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ah, you are all here. Just as the four were lost in contemplation, a familiar voice echoed, and a figure materialized before them. My lord. Upon seeing the newcomer, the four hastily bowed in greeting. Due to past interactions involving Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Min, Tianxia had crossed paths with these four when they were still young, albeit briefly. The conflicts of the past had left their relationships in ambiguous territory. I have returned to stay for the long term, and I came here to greet you, my young friends. Young friends. The four individuals found themselves in a perplexing situation, alternating between laughter and embarrassment. After all, the current appearance of the world was no more than 20 years old, yet their longevity and formidable strength were undeniable. This was the god of death, the first being to be deified in the realm of ninjas, with the second being the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Moreover, I intended to become a leading jonin, guiding three young prodigies, as I presented their profiles, Suki, Yu, and Onma Yakumo. By the way, my jonin status hasn't been revoked. Has it? The third Hokage managed a wry smile. Half a century had passed, and without any news, he had directly stripped the world of its jonin qualifications, leaving them in the archives. Reflecting on the time when his mentor had assured him of a possible return, Sarutobi felt a twinge of regret for meddling, wondering why he hadn't simply let the jonin slot remain. Observing Sarutobi's expression, the world deduced the outcome. I will ensure everything is in order. Lest the other party become incensed, Sarutobi replied slowly. Well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. And before his words had fully settled, he vanished. The four exchanged glances, a hint of bittersweet humor in their eyes, with the arrival of this god of death in Konoha. It was uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. In the Hokage's office, a few Umbu agents lay unconscious in the hidden corners, victims of their diligence and suffering an undeserved calamity, having collapsed without even seeing the adversary. Today, your task is to assist Granny Zhao with weeding or to search for the lost Wankai, or perhaps, Hokage-sama, could you not assign us some more advanced tasks? Ino sighed softly, her request earnest. Meanwhile, her two companions were lost in thought, one dazed and the other incessantly munching on snacks. Stealthily, she nudged Shikamaru, urging him to speak up and liberate them from this monotonous agony. No, you have only just graduated. At this stage, you are only fit for menial tasks. The responsible and caring Irika interjected vehemently. But Sakura's team just accepted a C-rank mission, didn't they? Ino persisted, unwilling to concede. If it's merely a C-rank, I believe we could manage, Shikamaru replied reluctantly, faced with Ino's relentless gaze. The third Hokage glanced at his son, assuring him, fear not, I am here. Furthermore, let us not underestimate their capabilities, Asuma added. Given this, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. Escort a merchant convoy to Osaka. Oh, Ino exclaimed joyfully. What a hassle. Shikamaru shook his head in dismay. At that moment, the office door swung open, and the sound prompted everyone to instinctively turn, revealing three young children, two boys and a girl. One boy, clad in simple attire, bore a long sword taller than himself, while the two girls were dressed, one in a fiery red coat, and the other in a white garment resembling a kimono. Greetings, Lord Third, Yakumo called out. Ah, so this is the Hokage's office. How humble, you remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Old man, give us a high-ranking mission. Suki boldly declared. You have just graduated. How could you possibly undertake advanced tasks? This situation is perilous. Although I am unaware of the identities of the three young ones before me, their youthful appearance suggests they are recent graduates. As such, it is imperative that I do not allow them to venture into danger. Hey, old man, who are you? Yuera demanded, gazing defiantly at Irika. Old man, I'm not even married yet. I'm merely in my 20s. She mused, instinctively touching her face as if to confirm her youth. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage produced a mission scroll, bestowing upon them a C-rank task. A C-rank mission. Yuera protested vocally. In that case, I shall assign you a B-rank task. The third Hokage declared, believing that as students of a certain individual, their abilities, while commendable, could only stretch to the limits of a B-rank assignment. Why is this happening? We pleaded tirelessly for a C-rank mission. Ino expressed her dissatisfaction. In contrast to Ino's frustration, Shikamaru observed Yue and her companions with a discerning eye. He understood the inherent dangers associated with B-rank missions, where encounters with ninjas could pose significant threats. Nevertheless, the third Hokage deemed them capable of undertaking this level of task. Could it be that this was all at the behest of their absent teacher? Hey, you three. The third Hokage interrupted Irika, who was about to reprimand the trio. Will that esteemed individual accompany you on this mission? The third Hokage mused that if that person were to intervene, even an S-rank task would be trivial. Are you referring to our teacher? He is resting at home and has instructed us to undertake the mission ourselves, replied Iam. Oh, did he specify what kind of mission you were to accept? The third Hokage inquired. An A-rank mission, Iam responded softly. An A-rank. At that moment, everyone, including the third Hokage, was taken aback, and all eyes turned toward him. Shikamaru and Asuma, aware of the significance of the mention of that esteemed individual, anticipated the third Hokage's reaction, while Irika's gaze implored him to refuse. Ino, though young, recognized that A-rank missions were typically reserved for Jonin. Choji, on the other hand, appeared increasingly intrigued, his gaze fixed intently on Yue and her companions. The third Hokage pondered, his eyes scrutinizing the trio before settling on Kuruma Iam. While the other two seemed formidable, Iam had only been under instruction for a week. How much could one's strength truly augment within such a short span? Considering this, the third Hokage intended to decline their request, offering only a B-rank task instead. Suddenly, a young man materialized in the room. Third Hokage, grant them an A-rank mission, he declared abruptly. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? The third Hokage thought with astonishment, then nodded in agreement. With the Flying Thunder God technique at their disposal, any unforeseen circumstances could be addressed swiftly. Once the figure vanished, the third Hokage exhaled thoughtfully and announced, very well. Here is a task to escort the Lady Daimyo back to her homeland. Although it may appear to be an A-level task, in essence, it is merely a C-level assignment, especially given that it takes place within the borders of the Land of Fire during a time of peace. Who would dare provoke the esteemed Lady of the Fire Daimyo? The trio gave it little thought and departed after completing their street mission. At the gates of Konoha, the group assigned to this mission was met by a middle-aged man resembling a butler, whose gaze was anything but friendly as he scrutinized the three young shinobi before him. Noticing his unfriendly demeanor, Yue dismissed him with contempt, while Yutai continued to survey the area, leaving Yun with no choice but to speak up. Upon seeing the three nod in acknowledgement, the butler transformed into a furious embodiment of the third Hokage. What does this mean? Do you look down upon the daimyo? How dare you send 3 freshly graduated genin? What of it? We are still capable of taking you down. Yue, who had been enduring his insolence, finally erupted. Whether in her previous life or the present, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. The butler, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yue, instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly remembered his status, and his bravado returned. You 3 are merely tools. Hey, old man, what did you just say? Yutai, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, was ready to charge at him. Stand down. Yun stepped forward, restraining Yutai. After all, the man before them was their employer. It would be wiser to wait until the mission was concluded before taking action. Her tone was light, yet the underlying menace in her words commanded respect. The butler trembled and pointed a finger at Yun, taken aback by the gentle-looking girl's boldness. Ha, Yun. I didn't expect you and I to share the same temperament. From now on, we shall be good sisters, she said, playfully patting Yun on the shoulder. Enough. A languid figure emerged from the carriage, as the curtain was drawn back to reveal the face of the daimyo's lady. She scrutinized the trio for several moments before speaking. Since the third Hokage has deemed it necessary for you to accompany me, I trust he has his reasons. We should set off promptly. With that, she dropped the curtain, lapsing into silence. Humph, Yue remarked coldly as the butler moved to the front of the procession, gesturing for departure. The 3 of them took their positions beside the carriage, following the convoy as it progressed slowly. Days passed in tranquil monotony, and as they neared the capital, it seemed that this A-level mission would conclude peacefully and happily. How can this be? Why are there no enemies? Where are the bandits and rogue ninjas? Yutai, who had anticipated a fierce battle, was increasingly agitated by the dullness of the journey. Fool, those bandits would likely be scared off at the mere sight of us. How could they dare to attack? Yu'er seized the opportunity to mock him. It is a time of peace. No ordinary ninja would provoke Konoha. One of the 5 great shinobi villages, Yun added. Does that mean this mission is merely a formality? Yutai expressed his dissatisfaction. I swear, when we return, I'll pluck the 3rd Hokage's beard for sending us on such a task. Do not pluck that old man's beard just yet. Your moment to shine will come soon. Yu'er suddenly changed her tone, her gaze sharpening as she scanned the surroundings. Enemies are near. At Yu'er's sudden movement, Yun immediately tensed, on high alert and ready for action. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Beside her, Yutai asked this question as if devoid of thought. Are you feeling a bit itchy? Yu'er's expression turned cold as she smiled mockingly. As soon as the words left her lips, Yutai instinctively recoiled, sensing the impending danger. Upon seeing Yu'er approach, he was so startled that he leapt into the nearby thicket. Witnessing this scene, the butler's expression subtly shifted before returning to normal. While the guards found amusement in Yutai's exaggerated reaction, wondering if the young girl was truly that fearsome. However, they would soon discover just how ruthless this beautiful girl could be. To everyone's surprise, as Yutai hung suspended in midair, several shurikens flew out from the surrounding trees, targeting the defenseless Yutai. The truth was finally revealed, and a faint smile crept onto Yu'er's lips, her aura shifting dramatically. With a thud, the shuriken struck Yutai, transforming him into a mere wooden figure. When he reappeared, he was back beside the convoy. With his cover blown, there was no longer a need for stealth. Approximately dozens of ninjas encircled the convoy. 3 were upper ninjas, while the rest were middle ninjas. As Yun disclosed the enemy's strength. Who are you? Do you know who is in that carriage? The captain of the guard, a middle-aged man wielding a katana, exuded an aura indicative of a shadow-level warrior. Attack. The enemy seemed disinterested in conversing, coldly gesturing for his subordinates to surge forward, filling the air with shurikens and ninjutsu. It appears we are being overlooked. As the enemy approached, Yu'er seemed to disregard them completely and instead engaged Yutai in conversation. Yutai wore a face of dismay, well aware of the temperament of the girl before him. This group was in for a rough time. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, catching the rogue ninjas off guard and sweeping most of them away, leaving only a few of the more powerful ones standing. The leader of the rogue ninjas regarded the trio with newfound seriousness, having initially underestimated them as mere freshly graduated lower ninjas. However, they had clearly underestimated their capabilities. Regardless, this plan could not fail. Konoha ninjas, I hope you will not interfere in this matter, Tenshin, the leader of the rogue ninjas, coldly threatened. Although Yu'er and her companions were merely lower ninjas, the recent display of water-style ninjutsu suggested that these 3 were not to be taken lightly. We are Konoha ninjas. How could we abandon our mission? Yu'er pointed accusingly at the rogue ninjas, her tone dripping with disdain. Besides, this is our first mission together. How could we simply give up? That would be utterly embarrassing. Your disregard for my existence is simply unforgivable. The one behind her is undoubtedly the crucial factor. Observing Yu'er's outburst, Yutai inwardly scoffed. Since they were unwilling to retreat, they would receive no mercy. With negotiations failing, words were no longer necessary. Although they had lost many ninjas, the ones remaining were all elites. One of the 3 upper ninjas charged at the guard's upper ninja, while the remaining 2 focused on Yu'er and her companions. The task of confronting the second adversary was entrusted to the duo, with the assurance that once I vanquished the leader, I would return to assist them. After issuing this command, Yu'er advanced to meet the enemy armed with her kunai, swiftly followed by the sharp clashing of metal. The anticipated outcome did not unfold as expected. The result of the battle astonished both factions observing closely. To the onlookers, it seemed implausible that a mere child, regardless of her formidable ninjutsu, could possibly rival the clearly powerful enemy leader in taijutsu. Yet, the outcome proved to be astonishingly contrary, as the petite figure managed to dominate her opponent, leaving many incredulous that she was merely a genin. Should the genin of Konoha possess such strength, the affairs of the other nations would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Nonetheless, this unexpected turn of events ignited a flicker of hope within the ranks of the protectors. In this era of peace, the strength of the guard was not particularly formidable, and they found themselves being steadily overwhelmed by the enemy's assault. However, The sudden surge of power from the three young ninjas from Konoha instilled a sense of optimism for victory. Meanwhile, the attacking ninjas paid no heed to the unfolding spectacle. Firmly believing in the invincibility of their leader, focused solely on their mission to capture the noblewoman just within reach. Witnessing Yuere's remarkable prowess, the protectors instinctively turned their gaze towards Yuta and Hachigomo. What they beheld nearly left them aghast. The boy ninja, faced with the menacing upper ninja, had dropped to his knees in submission. It was utterly unfathomable, raising questions about the vast disparity among the members of the same squad. Yet what transpired next not only shocked them, but also unsettled the enemy ninjas. Heavens! How can someone as handsome as I encounter such perilous circumstances? Almighty! Strike down this villain before me with a bolt of lightning. Yuta's melodramatic lament drew beads of sweat from the onlookers. However, the ensuing events ignited their imaginations. Could he possibly be a favored child of the heavens? Just as Yuta howled skyward, a bolt of lightning materialized from thin air. The upper ninja, demonstrating his prowess, deftly maneuvered in midair to narrowly avoid the strike. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, he heard the exasperating cry once more, "Oh heavens! You missed him. Please unleash more bolts of lightning." Upon witnessing Yuta's antics, the upper ninja grew increasingly wary. As more lightning appeared, he managed to evade danger, though his evasive maneuvers appeared somewhat frantic. Bloodline limit. Unlike the others who were perplexed by Yuta's bizarre abilities, the seasoned upper ninja understood that many wielders of bloodline limits possessed peculiar powers. Thus, the sudden appearance of lightning was likely a manifestation of the opponent's bloodline ability. Realizing this, he disregarded the peril and swiftly advanced towards Yuta. Strike him down! Strike him down! Strike him down! With each of Yuta's gestures, a bolt of lightning would emerge seemingly without end. However, every distance must eventually reach its conclusion, and as the two parties drew near, the enemy ninja revealed a cruel smile. In his eyes, as a proud jonin, it was an utter disgrace to be cornered to such an extent by a mere genin. Just as his kunai was poised to draw forth blood from the loathsome child before him, an elderly figure intervened, halting his attack. The third Hokage of Konoha. The rogue ninja was momentarily struck dumb upon recognizing the visitor, only to be swiftly overtaken by a sense of crisis, instinctively sidestepping. Yet, curiously, the surroundings remained unchanged. The rogue ninja felt an unsettling oddity, paralyzed by uncertainty. In the reality beyond this illusion, onlookers saw the Konoha child on the brink of disaster, when, at this critical juncture, a young girl, who had not yet engaged, exhaled deeply and completed her writing. With her words resonating in the air, the rogue ninja abruptly ceased his movements, his expression a mix of astonishment and bewilderment, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended, but the opponent instinctively evaded it. The Arima clan's greatest ability lay in their mastery of Jinjutsu, capable of ensnaring the human mind and trapping it within an illusionary realm, where one could suffer real harm. This was the terrifying aspect of their power, the manipulation of the five senses. However, while they could control perception, the intrinsic human instinct to sense danger could not be masked, especially in the presence of a formidable adversary. Ordinary Jinjutsu targeted the mind. When the psyche was disrupted, instincts could be dulled. Yet, the Arima clan's Jinjutsu, rooted in the five senses, though potent, bore its own flaws. Particularly as Arima Yagura was currently unable to fully harness her bloodline limit. At this moment, the rogue ninja within the illusion discerned the anomaly. How could the Hokage appear here? This line of thought led him to the conclusion that everything might indeed be an illusion. Without hesitation, he disrupted his own chakra, but to his surprise, the Jinjutsu did not unravel. As a result, he found himself under assault, spitting blood in the waking world. "My lady, this place is unsafe. It would be prudent for me to escort you to safety," the steward implored, observing the battlefield while addressing the silent lady in the carriage. "No need," she replied coolly, and silence enveloped the carriage. The three Jonin were intercepted, and although the Chunin were individually stronger than the guard team, their numbers rendered the conflict evenly matched for the moment. Aware that the enemy reinforcements could arrive at any moment, the two Jonin engaged in a desperate offensive. It is time to conclude this. Upon realizing the opponent's true strength was not as formidable as anticipated, Suki's demeanor shifted dramatically. An aura of murderous intent enveloped her, and her hair transformed to a vivid crimson. Bloodline limit. The rogue ninja leader marveled in disbelief as he instinctively perceived his opponent morphing into a streak of red light approaching him. He raised his hand to block, but an overwhelming force propelled him backward uncontrollably, crashing through several trees, blood erupting from his body. With a single maneuver, a formidable Jonin was swiftly vanquished, albeit with an element of surprise. This event was a clear testament to the monumental enhancement of Yuera's prowess following her transformation. The impact of the battle prompted the guard team to retaliate, and upon observing the skirmish between Tai and another opponent, Yuera discerned no imminent danger and swiftly darted towards yet another Jonin. Within the realm of illusions, the rogue ninja found himself beleaguered by the Hokage, yet amidst this turmoil, he remained resolute, convinced that all of this was but a fabrication. If this truly were the Hokage, he would have met his demise long ago. Nevertheless, the pain coursing through his body and the undeniable evidence surrounding him attested to the contrary. In a fleeting moment, the rogue ninja seemed to grasp a revelation: sight and the five senses, the Arima clan. With this newfound understanding, he disrupted the five senses, causing the world before him to warp unpredictably. Yet, before he could ascertain the true state of reality, an unseen gust enveloped him, followed by a sudden bolt of lightning striking true. After half an hour of combat, with 3 Jonin succumbing in succession, the outcome was all but sealed. However, an unforeseen development arose. To Yuera, the arrogant steward appeared unwaveringly loyal to his master, yet he had now taken the daimyo's wife hostage. Despite her predicament, the daimyo's wife remained remarkably composed, seemingly a mere observer, and questioned, "Why? Why? Why? I am of the Goad clan." "Do you still need to ask why?" Upon hearing the steward's words, the daimyo's wife instantly donned an expression of realization, as if comprehending that all of this was orchestrated by him. The steward nodded in acknowledgement, his earlier excitement fading to a more typical demeanor, asserting that the daimyo of the Land of Fire should belong to his clan. Yuera and her companions absorbed the steward's words, recognizing the grim reality that they were merely pawns in a game of power. "I shall exchange you for the return of the daimyo's position," he declared, casting a glance at Yuera and her companions. "And as for you lot," he gestured towards the entire guard, "you must all commit seppuku, or she shall perish." Yet, none moved. Not Yuera, nor her companions, nor the members of the guard. The current predicament was still beyond their comprehension. Furthermore, Yuera coldly queried, "Do you even know what you are holding?" The steward, taken aback, glanced down, only to find that the daimyo's wife had vanished, replaced instead by a colossal python. His countenance turned ashen, and he hastily retreated. The fallen rogue Jonin let out a despondent sigh and closed his eyes. Everything had come to an end. Upon hearing the sigh, the steward seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The once looming python had been none other than the daimyo's wife. There was no doubt. He had succumbed to an illusion. The steward crumpled to the ground, his decades of effort culminating in this dismal conclusion. Regardless of who the adversary was, it bore no significance to Yuera and her companions. Their mission was solely to ensure the safe passage of their charge. In the Hokage's office, a multitude of Jonin and elite Chunin had gathered, facing the 3rd Hokage. Each of these ninjas held a special designation as team leaders. The Chunin exams, held biannually, were imminent, and this was the very reason for their congregation. I trust you are all aware of this. I shall not elaborate further. Upon hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage, the gathered ninjas exchanged glances. Some stepped forward to submit their students' names, while the majority remained relatively inactive. After all, participating in the Chunin exams posed considerable risks, far less appealing than the prospect of steadily accumulating mission experience to attain the rank of Chunin. Suddenly, a young man appeared before the desk, exclaiming, "3rd Hokage, please allow my students to participate." The elite Jonin present were taken aback. They had not sensed his presence at all. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Since completing the mission in the Land of Waves, he had been investigating the enigmatic figure known as Tinka, yet had discovered no information regarding him. This left 2 possibilities. Either the individual was lying, or his status was significantly higher than Kakashi's, rendering him unable to access any relevant records. The latter seemed evidently true, as the manner in which he addressed the 3rd Hokage only underscored his remarkable standing. Kakashi pondered the potential identity of Tinka. Very well, but what about them? Though not explicitly stated, Tinka seemed to comprehend the unspoken concern that the others would return shortly, likely before the conversation concluded. As Tinka vanished, The other ninjas departed, their minds abuzz with speculation about his identity. I'm back, came a cheerful shout from the gates of Konoha. A sense of indescribable nostalgia washed over Ayam's face. Despite the brevity of her absence, the journey had been unforgettable for someone who had never strayed far from Konoha. This must be what it feels like to be home, she mused, her serene demeanor reflecting the sentiment. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced the air, tinged with fear. Help. Let me go? Konoha, being the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, was not a place where anyone dared to act recklessly, especially in broad daylight. The 3 girls exchanged glances and made their way to the scene of the commotion, which unfolded in a narrow alleyway. There, a group of young ninjas stood, comprising both Konoha ninjas and outsiders. Assessing the situation, the trio of girls took stock of the young ninjas before their eyes. With Moon and Yuta's gazes drawn to 2 trees nearby. Let us go. It's merely a farce, Moon remarked, dismissing the underwhelming display of skill from the lower-ranked ninjas before her, all of whom were decidedly weaker than the newly joined Ayam. After completing their mission, the trio returned to their residence, only to find a gathering of scantily clad young women attending to Tenka, who reclined on a lounge chair, receiving massages, tea, and even ear cleaning. The expressions of the 3 girls displayed a spectrum of human emotion. Moon wore a frown laced with indignation and disappointment, while Yuta gawked at the women, his eyes wide with awe and drool threatening to escape. Ayam, on the other hand, blushed and lowered her gaze, embodying the demeanor of a proper young lady. I have toiled tirelessly for nearly a century, now that I have a semblance of vitality. It is only natural to indulge in life's pleasures, Tenka remarked with a half-closed gaze. Humph, even the destruction of the ninja world would not bring about your demise, Moon retorted, dissatisfied. Enough of this chatter. I shall enroll you in the Chunin exams, but do not let me down, Tenka concluded, invoking a sense of anticipation. The Chunin exams. Boredom enveloped me as I found myself amidst a group of immature youngsters. It seemed that the moon was rejecting me as an act of vengeance against the world. I had pressing matters to discuss solemnly with Tai. My abilities were still insufficient. Perhaps I would wait for the next opportunity. This was Yakumo. Tianxia, with a slight smile, urged against hastily dismissing the situation. Moon, do not underestimate this examination. There are at least 3 participants capable of besting you. 3. How intriguing, Moon's expression shifted. As for you, Tianxia gazed at the young boy before him. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Pray tell, how did you come to this state? When I took you in, you were an exemplary student. Naturally. I learned from you, esteemed teacher, Tai replied earnestly, deflecting all responsibility. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. I will teach you the art of the telescope shortly. After dealing with the 2 most troublesome individuals, Tianxia turned his attention to Yakumo. I shall strive to improve. Haha. There remains a well-behaved child, Tianxia nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, 2 beauties transformed into Tianxia before Yakumo's astonished eyes. What is this? Shadow clone and transformation techniques. Unbelievable. Yakumo's demeanor shifted from gentle to icy as he coldly uttered 2 words to Tianxia before turning to leave. Haha. Moon laughed joyfully, following closely behind, leaving Tianxia in a state of awkwardness. Noticing Tai's eager gaze fixed upon him, a chill ran down Tianxia's spine. I am not fragile. Teacher, you misunderstood my meaning. Gazing at the tightly shut door and Tai's dejected expression, he added, moreover, I do not share your interests. I am quite straightforward. As the Chunin exams commenced, Moon and the others sauntered leisurely towards the venue, fortuitously encountering Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee engaged in combat. Let us proceed. Moon did not cast a glance at anyone present as they passed through the fray, Tai following suit. Over the years, the 2 had traveled and trained with Tianxia, their prowess far exceeding that of their peers. Though they held no disdain for others, they possessed no desire to engage with them either. In contrast, Yakumo observed the 2 combatants. One was adept in physical techniques, while the other possessed the bloodline limit of the Sharingan. With such strength at their tender age, they were destined for greatness. Lost in thought, Yakumo failed to notice the unfolding battle until Uchiha Sasuke was sent flying by a kick from Lee, hurtling directly towards her position. Watch out, Sakura Haruno exclaimed. Upon hearing the warning, Yakumo snapped back to reality, but it was already too late. The onlookers, unable to bear the thought of a charming girl being harmed, shut their eyes. To everyone's surprise, however, the plummeting Uchiha Sasuke suddenly halted midair, gracefully floating before gently descending to the ground. A bunch of youngsters. Moon turned around, casting a discontented glance at the crowd. Thank you. Yakumo approached Tai and bowed in gratitude. No need to thank him. It was only right. Tai attempted to speak, but Moon swiftly interjected, silencing him. Due to the bizarre phenomenon of Uchiha Sasuke's levitation, no one dared to dispute Moon's words after the trio departed. Although they left behind a group lost in contemplation, the battle continued unabated. The three individuals entered the grand hall, where an assembly of ninjas from various villages had already congregated. After casually selecting a spot to sit, they began to observe their surroundings. After all, their mentor had mentioned that among this crowd were three formidable opponents capable of besting them. Before long, Naruto and his group arrived, with the 12 young prodigies chattering animatedly, while the spy, Kabuto, also sought to assert his presence. As Kabuto produced a dossier, Uchiha Sasuke inquired about several teams before directing his attention towards the trio of girls, Suki, Yu, and Kuruma. What about them? Kabuto rummaged through his files and ultimately presented a document, his expression oddly perplexed. Speak quickly, Sasuke urged, growing impatient. Their names are Suki, Yu, and Kuruma Yakumo. As for their mentor, the dossier does not specify. Regarding their missions, Kabuto paused before continuing. D rank 0, C rank 0, B rank 0. Due to the unfolding events, all the lower-ranked ninjas in the hall were keenly observing this exchange, particularly the bespectacled man as he divulged information about various ninjas. However, when Kabuto announced that they had a single A-rank mission, the reactions varied. Some were puzzled, others disdainful, while some were astonished, as they contemplated the implications. Indeed, Kabuto's next statement confirmed their suspicions. They have only this one mission marked, yet they succeeded without failure, reportedly involving the presence of 3 jonin. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the 12 young prodigies and other ninjas from different villages, their astonishment directed towards the composed trio of Suki, Yu, and Kuruma. Damn it! Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, having encountered opponents he could not surpass within such a short span, and more critically, they were of a similar age to him. Meanwhile, Kabuto observed Sasuke's expression, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Silence, you rascals! A gruff voice announced, signaling the commencement of the first written examination. None among the three were dullards, including the seemingly simple Yu, who naturally grasped the underlying meaning of the examiner's words. However, instead of immediately taking action, they remained seated, leisurely observing the other candidates, a behavior that did not escape the notice of the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. As time drew near, Suki's figure suddenly blurred and then reappeared in its original form with remarkable speed. What extraordinary speed, Ibiki silently assessed, then shifted his gaze to the other two. With a creaking sound, Yakumo rose from her seat, approached a ninja who had completed the test, and audaciously flipped his answer sheet before returning to her place, all without eliciting any reaction from those around her. From the Kuruma clan? It seems this clan is poised for a rise, he mused. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing him to squint. Upon reopening his eyes, he caught sight of Yu placing her completed answer sheet on the table. A remarkable group of youngsters. When did Konoha witness such prodigious talent? He pondered. Have you noticed? Suki whispered, as they had now entered the forest of death. Commencing the second phase of the examination, the one with the long tongue, who speaks with a dangerous demeanor, is Yakumo. It is rather repulsive to hear him express his opinions. The instructor mentioned that 3 individuals could potentially defeat me. Surely, this long-tongued one must be among them, as he emanates a sense of peril. However, I am not so easily dealt with, Moonlight said with a cold smile. The trio made their way toward the central tower, but unexpectedly, they encountered no ninja along the path, which left them feeling disheartened, until Yute, utilizing his bloodline ability, sensed the presence of others ahead. They exchanged glances and cautiously approached, only to find the proctor of the second exam alongside an unfamiliar ninja. However, upon the revelation of his elongated tongue, they recognized his identity. Orochimaru, having abandoned the manipulation of Mitarashi Anko, turned his gaze toward the concealed location of Moonlight and her companions. Since they had been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment, and the 3 stepped forward boldly. Run! Anko cried weakly upon seeing their forehead protectors, fully aware that the possibility of their escape was non-existent. The trio cast a glance at the incapacitated Mitarashi Anko before their focus shifted to Orochimaru, and thus they locked eyes in a silent standoff. Haha, intriguing, quite intriguing, Orochimaru remarked, as if he had stumbled upon a fascinating toy. The trio showed no reaction to his imposing presence, which piqued his interest further. As he unleashed a fraction of his killing intent upon them, still, nothing changed in their demeanor, which only intensified his curiosity. 1/5, 1/3. Until the entirety of his malevolent aura enveloped Moonlight and her companions. Yet, apart from Yakumo, who struggled to withstand it, Moonlight and Yutei remained unaffected. They had long faced the might of the world during their training under the heavens. Compared to their teacher, the disparity in strength was immense. Had Yakumo not been under their tutelage for so long, even he would have remained unperturbed. Fascinating, fascinating. Haha, this visit was not in vain. I have discovered a few amusing little ones, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of excitement. Conversely, Mitarashi Anko felt a rising anxiety. Witnessing Moonlight and her companions disregard the pressure of someone she revered made her realize these youngsters were extraordinary. However, if such promising talents were taken away, the consequences were dire to envision. Stop it, Orochimaru, she yelled in desperation, though her cries bore little weight. To wield such pressure and still act so recklessly. Are you not afraid of making others laugh? Yutei scoffed. Moonlight, in the presence of outsiders, referred to the heavens as her teacher. Your teacher? Orochimaru's mind raced with countless thoughts. Was it the third? No, he was too old. Then, it must be him. A vision of a white-haired fool flashed in his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. He was well aware of that individual's prowess. Who else could it be? As he pondered, memories of the circumstances surrounding the reanimation jutsu resurfaced. Indeed, was he still alive? If these three little ones were his disciples, it meant he had returned to Konoha. It appeared that plans would need to be adjusted. Are you, by any chance, the legendary Orochimaru of the three legendary ninjas? Upon hearing this question, Orochimaru was roused from his reverie, the voice belonging to a young girl who had nearly succumbed to his overwhelming presence. To think that there were still those in Konoha who recognized me after all this time. Orochimaru shifted his focus from Suki and Yuta to the girl, noticing her attire, which indicated she was a ninja from Konoha. However, he could not immediately recall the clan to which she belonged. Lord Orochimaru is a senior of Konoha. Surely he would not trouble us, she exclaimed. Ah, that statement is a grave misjudgment. You see, I am an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, he replied abruptly. Launching an attack, dozens of serpents were obliterated by Yuta's wind technique before they could approach, just as Orochimaru prepared to form seals for defense using earth techniques. He found himself momentarily immobilized, as if ensnared. Yet, this was merely a fleeting instant. However, that brief moment was sufficient to thwart his ability to continue weaving seals, compounded by the imminent threat of lightning that sealed his escape. With a crashing sound, torrents of water shattered nearby trees, gradually dissipating, while Orochimaru stood unscathed, seemingly untouched by harm. Orochimaru, do you still dare to return? A familiar, aged voice resonated. It was his teacher. A cold smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips, as if he had unearthed something amusing. In the real world, Hondo observed Orochimaru standing motionless after regaining his footing, only to be cleaved in two by a gusting wind blade. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru exuded an aura of danger, and they were fortunate to have caught him off guard. Ah, so it is the bloodline limit of the Akimichi clan, manipulating the five senses. Orochimaru's upper half suddenly spoke amidst the astonished gazes of Suki and her companions, seemingly unfazed by his bisected form. Hondo's expression darkened. Witnessing Orochimaru being severed in two was of little consequence to him, as he was acutely aware of his teacher's formidable powers. Following this, another Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of the original, the entire spectacle grotesque to behold. How intriguing. Come, follow me. I can offer you anything, Orochimaru exclaimed, arms wide open, exuding charisma. You repulsive creature, we shall not accompany you. Yuta shouted defiantly, stepping forward. It seemed that only drastic measures remained, Suki contemplated. Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression darkened, as though under duress, casting a reluctant glance at Suki and her companions before his form dissolved into a pile of earth and vanished. Witnessing Orochimaru's flustered retreat, the trio exchanged knowing glances and, having noted the recovering proctor, departed without delay. Throughout their journey, fortune favored the three. They encountered several teams that they swiftly overcame, successfully reaching the central tower. The tower stood empty, indicating they were the first to arrive. After some time, a sand ninja team appeared. The trio recalled that this team had previously completed a B-rank mission, yet they were of little concern, for their prowess paled in comparison. As time passed, a multitude of teams emerged, ultimately culminating in 8 groups comprising 24 individuals completing the second examination. With the conclusion of this round, the participants were met with the preliminary matches. However, due to the withdrawal of the pharmacist, an additional individual was added to the mix. Following a random selection, Yuera advanced directly, a clear indication of some hidden manipulation at play. Yet, she did not oppose this turn of events, for in her eyes, the others were merely insignificant, incapable of reaching any notable heights. Among the 22 participants, there were 11 matches, and Yuera discerned no individual with the potential to defeat her, casting doubt upon the whispers circulating in the world. Was it truly the case of the cataract and the gourd child? To Yuera, only those two seemed to possess a modicum of strength above the rest. Perhaps by design, Yutai's opponent turned out to be Yakumo, who, aware of the disparity in their abilities, chose to forfeit. The final candidates included Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamu, Yutai, Temari, Kanjiro, Gaara, Yamanaka Shino, and Toes, totaling 11. Due to the simultaneous disqualification of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, a 12th participant was needed. Consequently, the third Hokage decided that Yuera, having advanced directly, would randomly select another contestant to ensure an even number. To her surprise, the random draw yielded Toes, a person she had never regarded with even a cursory glance. Although Toes was a competent genin, facing Yuera would result in nothing short of annihilation. With the matches concluded, the list of Chunin exam participants was officially established. Hey, you two, while others are engaged in rigorous training, you are here slacking off. Be wary of being surpassed, Tianxia remarked, observing Yuera and Yutai leisurely reclining in their chairs. He expressed his dissatisfaction, noting Yakumo's diligent efforts. Behind them, Yakumo was immersed in physical training, her bloodline limit awakened, requiring only diligent development. Despite her body being healed, her physical prowess remained a weakness. She was determined to rectify this flaw to avoid being exploited by adversaries. The entire Kuruma clan had dwindled in numbers, leaving her as the sole individual to awaken the bloodline limit and the only ninja shouldering the fate of her family. Thus she could not afford to slack. Those little brats won't surpass me even in 100 years, Yuera remarked lazily, squinting her eyes. Life is meant to be enjoyed, Yutai declared, donned in sunglasses, sipping juice, exuding an air of tranquility. Tianxia shook his head, choosing to disregard them. It would not be long before they understood the prowess of those small yet formidable opponents. The Chunin exam arrived as scheduled, and as contestants, Yuera and Yutai arrived at the venue early. The area was filled with commoners and nobles, most drawn there to witness the scion of the Uchiha clan and the son of the 4th Kazekage. Amidst the clamor, Naruto made a striking entrance, and the first match featured Uzumaki Naruto against the Hyuga clan's prodigy, Hyuga Neji. From Yuera and Yutai's perspective, the outcome of this battle seemed predetermined. However, the eventual result would defy all expectations. The little imp is not to be underestimated. Finally, Yuera has begun to pay attention to Naruto Uzumaki, while Wutai nods in agreement beside her. The second match features Temari from the Sand and Shikamaru Nara from the Leaf Village. In this battle, the world has thoroughly witnessed the cleverness and ingenuity of the Nara clan. In the face of absolute might, all words are but folly. A cold smile crept upon Yuera's lips, clearly looking down upon Shikamaru. I find this fellow quite impressive, especially his ability to feign weakness. Wutai perceives the situation from another perspective. The third exam pits Sasuke Uchiha against Gaara. In just a few short days, one would not have anticipated such a significant improvement in his strength. Wutai gazes at Sasuke with mild astonishment. What was once an easy victory for him now seems to demand a considerable effort. Perhaps it is indeed, as the teacher said. Hey, why is it snowing? Naruto's foolish voice interjects from the side. Fool, it's an illusion. Before Yuera could finish her words, Naruto had already collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Wutai observes the chaos around him, with ninjas attacking each other in a frenzy, clearly lacking in common sense. It appears to be a joint assault on the Leaf by the Sand and Sound ninjas. What? Do these fools not realize that I, Wutai, am a ninja of the Leaf? Wutai shouts in indignation. They truly do not know, Yuera sighs, rubbing her forehead, without a doubt. This fellow is about to lose control again. Ah! Wu Tai cries as he ascends into the air, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. You audacious fools! Prepare to face the wrath of Wu Tai. Thunder descends from the heavens, sending a wave of terror through the ranks of enemy ninjas. What is happening to Wu Tai? Yagura inquires from the viewing platform. It's nothing, just a case of his delusions acting up again. Ignore him, Yue replies. While the three engage the enemy, the others, including Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino, begin their pursuit of Gaara and his companions. Within the arena, the sudden assault from the sand and sound ninjas has thrown the Leaf Village into disarray, while the outskirts are besieged by ambushes from their enemies. Yet, in stark contrast, the main battleground, the Four Purple Flames formation, remains eerily quiet, though this tranquility does not last long. The summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation, manifests as coffins marked with the symbols of the first, second, and fourth Hokage, along with one unmarked coffin, slowly rise from the ground. The third Hokage is taken aback, realizing he can only suppress the coffin bearing the four symbols for a brief moment. With a thud, the sound of two coffins hitting the ground resonates, and the first and second Hokage emerge. They are. The Umbu outside the barrier stare in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. Lord First, Lord Second. The third Hokage speaks with a nostalgic gaze. Little monkey, Senju Tobarama remarks coolly. I never expected you to have aged so much. Senju Hashirama then turns his gaze to Orochimaru behind him. Did you summon us? The younger generation is indeed impressive. To maintain such composure while being summoned through impure world reincarnation, one must truly commend Senju Hashirama. A figure emerges from the shadows. Who is he? And how did he come to be there? Judging by his attire, he appears to be a ninja from the Leaf. He appears to be quite familiar with the first and second Hokage, as the Umbu members murmur among themselves. Ah, Tianxia, you are still alive. Senju Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. Yet his words left Tianxia feeling a bit darkened. Haha, you truly have not changed. Humph, enough of idle chatter. Orochimaru from behind swiftly thrust two specially crafted kunai into the napes of Senju Hashirama and Tobarama, rendering the two once-thought sentient individuals momentarily dazed. Haha, the god of death. Tianxia, I never imagined you were still alive, Orochimaru said with a chilling smile. What? You seem quite interested in me. Naturally, my ambition is immortality, so I am indeed quite concerned. I had originally planned to lure you in, but now you have willingly walked into my trap. Let us see the gift I have prepared for you. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and the final coffin creaked open, revealing a middle-aged ninja from Konoha. This is Father. Outside the barrier, Might Guy immediately recognized the figure emerging from the coffin. Now, let him entertain you. My current objective does not involve you. Might Guy glanced at the scene, turning his attention to Guy. You have indeed matured. Dad. Tears streamed down Guy's face. The seventh gate, the gate of shock, opened. A surge of potent chakra erupted forth. This is the 8 gates. The Umbu gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that he had already managed to open the 7th gate. So powerful. Might Guy radiated a green chakra, its intensity visibly overwhelming, eclipsing even the 4 other shadow-level fighters engaged in battle. Too weak. Tianxia effortlessly raised his right arm to deflect this piercing strike. I recall you are capable of opening the 8th gate, the door of death. Why not unleash it? The first 7 are utterly insufficient against me. He actually blocked it with one hand. That is the 7th gate of the forbidden 8 gates technique. Not to mention the Umbu, Guy was also keenly observing the battle. He understood the potency of the 7th gate, whose offensive capabilities rivaled that of the shadows. Yet, it was easily thwarted by someone so young. Who is this adversary? Acquainted with the first and second, their strength is unfathomable, and the name Tianxia seems eerily familiar. Without expressing their thoughts, at that moment, the third Hokage found himself facing 3 opponents who were every bit his equal. He had summoned his summoning beasts, yet even so, he was still at a disadvantage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. However, Orochimaru was acutely aware that if the Konoha forces regained their composure, he would be in trouble. Thus, he urged the reincarnated to intensify their assault. Wood release, advent of the trees. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. The 8th gate. The door of death has opened. How formidable. Are they still human? The legendary wood release, advent of the trees. I never anticipated I would witness such a scene in my lifetime. Boom. As the spectators marveled at the Hokage's battle, The shockwaves from another battlefield directly obliterated a significant portion of the advent of the trees. The full opening of the 8 gates is astonishingly powerful, effortlessly shattering the first Hokage's technique. Such speed, the air itself ignited. Yet, it is still insufficient. A clear voice pierced through the cacophony of explosions, reaching beyond the barrier. At this moment, the crowd finally noticed that the young man within the barrier was still fighting with just one hand. Yet that solitary hand withstood the torrential onslaught of supersonic attacks. Impossible. The voice of terror was that of Might Guy. He could hardly believe that there existed a person capable of enduring his father's dead door technique. Is this the dead door of the 8 gates? It was at this moment that Kakashi truly comprehended the formidable power of this forbidden technique. Evening Elephant. Countless foot-shaped air cannons surged forth under the supersonic strikes of Might Guy. It was then, facing the attacks from his former teacher and disciple, that the third Hokage finally resorted to the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. Boom. Just as the third had sacrificed his life to seal the first and second Hokages along with Orochimaru's hands, a surge of immense energy filled the entire barrier. The tree realm descended, instantly reduced to ashes, followed by the 4 purple flames formation being shattered, leaving the sound for severely injured and bleeding. The power of the 8 gates was indeed overwhelming. Let us go. As the Leaf Ninjas began to encircle them, Orochimaru and his subordinates retreated. The others did not pursue, for there remained a formidable adversary. What had happened to the opponent? It was a ninjutsu capable of withstanding even the Hokage's assaults, yet it had been broken. Quickly, we must distance ourselves from here, Might Guy shouted, simultaneously preparing his chakra to take over the battle after the unidentified individual's failure. As the dust settled, Tinka stood calmly amidst the ruins. Not far from him, Might Guy was watching intently. Although Might Guy could not fully unleash the power of the dead door due to being in the reanimation state, the very fact that he possessed an immortal body allowed him to permanently open the dead door, thereby indirectly augmenting his strength. Indeed, was this not the dead door? Tinka gazed at his right hand. It was with this very arm that he had absorbed the evening elephant, though his sleeve had turned to ashes. Oh, it seemed that Might Guy, realizing he had not vanquished the enemy before him, let out a fierce roar and activated the ultimate technique of the 8 gates, Night Guy. Upon opening the 8th gate, a technique that exacts a toll on life itself, he first assumed a starting position, channeling chakra to rush forward at a speed capable of distorting space, delivering a devastating kick infused with the essence of taijutsu. Alas, at that moment, Might Guy was essentially a lifeless entity. Where would his vitality come from? Nevertheless, the power he unleashed was cataclysmic. It is time to end this, Tinka murmured, extending his index and middle fingers towards Might Guy. Thunderfire Wave. A wave of energy imbued with lightning and searing heat engulfed Might Guy's body. Its might undiminished as it soared skyward, piercing through the clouds above, creating what seemed to be a gaping hole in the heavens. This strike compelled not only the Leaf Ninjas, but also the Sand and Sound Ninjas to halt their attacks, dumbfounded as they beheld this earth-shattering blow. Outside the Leaf Village, Naruto and Gaara had just concluded their battle. Not far away on the treetops, Suki stood observing the entire spectacle, initially drawn by the unusual auras of the two. She had not anticipated witnessing such a grand conflict, realizing that she indeed had to exert herself further. In just a brief span of less than a month, those whom I once regarded with disdain have evolved into beings of such significance that I can no longer afford to underestimate them. As your esteemed senior, it would be a tremendous disgrace to be surpassed in this manner. The battle has concluded, and after Orochimaru's retreat, the Sand Shinobi have wisely chosen to abandon the fray, clearly realizing they were ensnared. They have suffered considerable losses in this conflict, and to return home safely, they must pay a certain price. Konoha has lost its 3rd Hokage and is in urgent need of a new leader to undertake missions. Are you truly sincere? The world gazes with a smile upon the 3 young ones before me, though this sentiment is undoubtedly directed towards them. With the demise of the 3rd Hokage and a joint burial alongside 2 advisors, they have the audacity to consider me for the position of Hokage. What a colossal jest. It goes without saying that they are merely testing the waters out of fear of my capabilities. I have no interest in such matters, so refrain from bothering me. Otherwise, do not forget that the Senju clan still has a granddaughter, does it not? With that, I refrained from speaking further, casting a glance at Jiraiya before vanishing. Thus, Jiraiya, the task of locating Tsunade is entrusted to you. Should you fail in your search, then perhaps you should consider taking on the mantle of Hokage. The two advisors, disregarding the discontent evident on Danzo's face, commanded him. Although they once stood united against Sarutobi Hiruzen, they would never allow Danzo to ascend to the role of Hokage. Jiraiya paid no heed to the scheming of the three old foxes. Instead, he pondered the identity of the world. There have been only two legendary figures in the history of the shinobi world. I trust you are aware of this, Minato reminded him. He is still alive. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. How remarkable. He appears quite youthful. I must seek his counsel. Jiraiya contemplated departing Konoha with Naruto to search for Tsunade. Despite enduring a fierce battle, Konoha has not suffered significant losses in terms of strength. Rather, it has merely endured a blow to its reputation, given the death of its Hokage. On this day, the world remained at home, immersed in tranquility, until an unexpected visitor disrupted his repose. The young member of the Yamanaka clan? What brings you here? The visitor was Shino Aburame, who had come bearing news from his family's ancestral records regarding a matter concerning the esteemed individual. Oh, what news do you bring? My clan, the Aburame, had a formidable rival decades ago, known as the Kemizuru clan. Initially, they were merely an ordinary family, but it seems that due to the influence of the esteemed individual, they underwent a peculiar transformation and became the insect-controlling clan. Shino, shrouded in his long coat and wearing sunglasses that obscured his expression, concealed his thoughts from view. How does this pertain to my interests? I wish for the esteemed individual to impart to me the methods for entering the insect realm. It seems your investigations have progressed substantially. However, I must caution you. That realm is fraught with peril. I seek to acquire a greater number of insects. After witnessing Naruto's growth and the events that transpired, Shino has come to recognize the profound importance of strength. Yet, such power cannot be attained in a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, after perusing the records of his clan as predecessors, he became aware of certain matters concerning the world. Although the Aburame clan had learned of the connection between the world and the Kemizuru clan, they lacked the courage to approach, especially since the world had only recently been honored with the title of God of Death. Soon, the world faded into obscurity, and the Shinhorn clan fell into decline after their defeat in battle, leaving the matter unresolved. Yanushi Shina, upon discovering this news, chose not to inform anyone and made his way here directly. As long as he could acquire an extraordinary or unique insect, his strength would undoubtedly experience substantial growth. Since you have mentioned it, I shall share this with you. Yanushi Shina was taken aback, clearly not expecting the world to agree so readily. By the way, summon Suki and the others to Training Ground 7. It's perilous there. Just tell them it's from me, and they will accompany you. Although he was baffled as to why the world wanted his 3 students to join him, this would not deter his objective. Days later, the 4 arrived at the outskirts of a basin, which was more accurately described as a depression spanning several miles. It seems the entrance is here. Let us descend. Yanushi Shina took the lead, with Suki and the others following closely behind. Shortly after their departure, another 4 appeared, and this was undoubtedly the location recorded in the clan's genealogy. Young clan leader, it is said that decades ago, many of our kin ventured here, hoping to retrieve insects like our ancestor, the Shinhorn, but none returned alive, one of them remarked. The entirety of our clan now consists of merely us. If we cannot resurrect the glory of the past, then what does it matter if we perish here? If you are reluctant, you may leave. With that, he leaped down without hesitation. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, sighed in resignation, and followed. Not long after their descent, the 4 encountered an array of peculiar insects. While this was curious for the 3, for Shina, his clan lacked such creatures, and they were of no use to him. Moreover, his purpose was not these insects. Yagumo exclaimed, her right hand brushing against her neck, where a red spot had appeared. What happened? With concern, Wu Tai inquired. It seems I was bitten by something, she replied, intending to continue walking. However, as she stepped forward, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. What's wrong? I can't move at all. I feel utterly weak. Yagumo said feebly. I spotted a small golden insect flying away. That must be the one that bit you. But fret not, this type of insect only induces paralysis. You shall recover shortly. Now, I must pursue that insect. It may yield unexpected rewards. Honestly, seeing Shina chase after it, Suki expressed her dissatisfaction. You all stay here. I will follow him. Let me help you to a resting spot. After they departed, Wu Tai assisted Yagumo to her feet, but she was utterly immobile. In resignation, Wu Tai scooped her up and carried her to a nearby large rock to rest. "What's wrong? Your face is so red. Could that insect be poisonous?" In a fleeting moment of distraction, Wu Tai noticed Yagumo's previously healthy complexion now resembling that of a ripe peach. "And no, it's nothing." Yagumo averted her gaze, flustered and anxious. Wu Tai, momentarily relaxing, then became alert again, positioning himself protectively behind Yagumo while scanning their surroundings. Yagumo, sensing the abnormality, knew she was in no condition to rise. "It appears that the sound just now emanated from you. Pray tell, what brings you here?" The divine crane, accompanied by the black bee, the sparrow bee, and the earth bee, encircled the two individuals. "I shall not divulge that we are here in search of insects," as Wu Tai, lacking in intellect, inadvertently revealed their intentions. Alas, having let slip such information, Wu Tai clasped his mouth in regret as his mind returned to normalcy. "Insects." The divine crane's eyes sparkled as swarms of insects emerged, fluttering around before heading towards the direction of Tsukino and Shino. "You shall observe them here. Should anything unusual occur, eliminate them immediately. Can you also control insects?" Wu Tai inquired of the three remaining individuals, watching the receding figures. "Insects." Upon hearing Wu Tai's words, the trio fell into silence. Recalling the great battle of yore that led to the decline of their divine crane clan, though their own lineage's inadequacies also played a part. To this day, their clan boasted only a few cats, and the once abundant insects they had domesticated were now nearly depleted, all under the control of the divine crane, leaving them with naught. "You can control insects? Are you perhaps of the Aburame clan from Konoha?" The three recalled the implication of Wu Tai's words. Yet neither Wu Tai nor Yakumo bore the Konoha forehead protector and were dressed quite differently, leaving them uncertain of the pair's identities. "We are ninjas from Konoha, though not of the Aburame clan." "What, pray tell, is the nature of your connection?" "Well, it is said that one of the Aburame clan accompanied us. That individual just pursued them, and you shall likely meet soon," Wu Tai replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the growing darkness on the faces of the three. "There is indeed a connection. The Aburame clan annihilated my divine crane clan. Since your clan is involved, we shall not spare you." Alas, what provoked this sudden aggression? In the face of the assault, Wu Tai remained serene, exhibiting no intent to evade as he continued to speak. Thunderous roars. 3 bolts of lightning struck the trio, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. "Pray, do not leap so high while wielding iron. You might attract the lightning." "Are they unharmed?" Yakumo, stretching his body, slowly rose. "You are fine now. Fear not. They shall not perish." "In that case, let us follow and see." "Very well." Aburame Shino trailed behind a golden little insect towards the edge of a basin, densely overgrown with vegetation. Upon the insect's entry, it vanished from sight. Shino surveyed the surroundings, noting no anomalies, and subsequently released a multitude of parasitic insects to scout the area. Shortly thereafter, Shino arrived at a prominent boulder, clearing the surrounding weeds to reveal a small fissure, likely the entrance the insect had taken. "Have you uncovered something?" Tsukino, upon arriving, noticed Shino's peculiar behavior. "There is a passage behind this stone." With a glance at the massive boulder, several meters in diameter, Shino declared, "Leave this to me." Drawing a deep breath, Shino's once black hair transformed to crimson, his aura multiplying in strength. Raising a hand indistinguishable from that of a human, 5 sharp claws extended before Shino's gaze. With a swift motion, Yuera waved her hand a few times before coming to a halt, her appearance reverting to its original state. The large stone emitted a creaking sound, cracks appearing and widening until, with a thunderous roar, it shattered into fragments. Is this truly her strength? Although Shino had recognized the formidable power of the girl before her during the Chunin exams, witnessing it firsthand still left her underestimating the reality. "Let's proceed," Yuera declared as she walked ahead, with Shino closely following. Not long after they departed, Shinkaku Baitu stealthily revealed himself, trailing behind them. "Is this the end of the path?" After traversing for approximately half a minute, they reached a dead end. "No," Shino refuted as she touched the stone wall in front of her. With a sudden step forward, the wall rippled like water, causing Shino's figure to vanish. "It seems this is the entrance to the insect realm," Yuera murmured, stepping inside. Upon exiting the vast stone cavern, they encountered an enormous, pale white caterpillar with dozens of insect-like legs, the most striking feature being a human face atop its head. It was the queen of the insect realm. "Oh, This sent a human, and a reminiscent familial essence. Could it be that the descendant of that human brat has arrived? How tiresome. It spoke slowly as its eyes opened, only to close again, intending to return to slumber. Its offspring would handle everything efficiently, leaving it disinclined to move. Wait. The queen abruptly opened her eyes, sensing a familiar presence. After a careful examination, she confirmed it. Indeed, it was the essence of another brat, albeit somewhat faint. No matter. The previous brat has been consumed by me, and now another's presence has emerged. Perhaps a stroll is in order. It has been a century since I last moved. Rising slowly, each step the queen took caused the cavern to tremble, her corpulent form nearly filling the entire passageway. Damn it! The exit needs to be expanded, she cursed, her body jiggling as it shrank visibly. Upon passing through the exit, she returned to her normal size, and with a flutter of her translucent wings, she ascended gracefully into the air. Found it. This is the place, she chuckled, as Shino, who had remained calm throughout the journey, erupted into laughter, subsequently retrieving a fragrant incense from her bosom and lighting it. As the smoke billowed upwards, the insects that had previously been hostile towards them fell into a stupor. Shino produced a black cloth bag, preparing to collect the incapacitated insects. Be careful, came a familiar voice from behind. Instinctively, Shino rolled to avoid an attack from a shuriken, which had been launched by Shinkaku Baitu, while Yutei, who had coincidentally rushed in, shouted in alarm. You two are here. What happened to Kiribi and the others? Shinkaku Baitu inquired, concerned for his clansmen upon seeing Yutei and Yakumo. Don't worry, they're fine. Yutei reassured, waving his hand dismissively. Shino recognized the attire of the newcomers. The Oil Woman clan. When enemies meet, tensions rise, especially given the clan feud between them. Just as both parties were on the verge of confrontation, a cacophony of sounds erupted as swarms of insects encircled them completely. Excuse me, could you both pause for a moment? What time is it? Despite being encircled by a horde of insects, Shino Oil Girl and Hayakatai Kamitsuru remained locked in a tense standoff, utterly indifferent to their predicament. Humph. Upon hearing the frantic voice of Suki, Shino retracted her offensive stance. If you manage to survive this, I shall certainly seek your counsel. How arrogant, Hayakatai retorted defiantly. If it weren't for these pesky insects, I would have drenched you in blood. Then let us engage in combat now. It is exactly what I desire. Have you two had enough? Do you believe I won't let you deal with those insects right now? Sensing the murderous aura, Shino and Hayakatai exchanged a glance and snorted in unison, turning away. Humph. Having vented her dissatisfaction, Suki's gaze fell upon the overwhelming swarm of insects, her body trembling slightly. She had always harbored a fear of bugs, especially in such numbers. A sense of regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have come here. Why aren't they attacking? She pondered, perplexed. It was then that the others realized that, although the insects had them surrounded, they showed no intent to attack. Their purpose seemed solely to confine them. Observing the various movements and diverse species of insects, it was evident that something was controlling them from behind the scenes. As Yakumo spoke, the densely packed flying insects began to stir, parting to reveal a massive white caterpillar slowly approaching. Disgusting, Suki thought. What a gigantic insect! Was Yuta's astonished exclamation. It appears formidable. If only we could capture it, mused Shino, while Hayakatai contemplated that little demon's descendant and a human controlling its kin. This chakra reminds me of a man called Oil Girl Outyen. The insect queen scrutinized Shino and Hayakatai. Oil Girl Outyen, the founder of my clan. Shino adjusted her glasses, recalling her memories. His descendant, you say? It has been nearly a millennium, hasn't he it? Back then, I was merely a youthful and beautiful little bug, she said, revealing a hint of human-like shyness. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Now, tell me your purpose for being here. I am here to seek insects endowed with extraordinary abilities, Shino replied truthfully, her mind wandering to the connection between this colossal insect and her ancestor. Just like him. He mistakenly ventured here and nearly faced death at the hands of my clan's elders. It was I who escorted him out. Yet, not long after, he returned, intent on capturing my kin. He promised to take me with him, and I believed him as we secretly captured numerous members of my kind. However, to my dismay, he betrayed me. After leaving, he never returned. Due to the constraints of the spatial barrier, only ordinary clan members could exit. I was unable to seek him. Yet, I held steadfast in my belief that he would eventually return for me. But he did not. Not once in 1,000 years did he show his face. As her narrative reached its conclusion, her tone shifted from calm to fervent, laced with resentment. Interspecies romance. Yuta exclaimed in astonishment, his jaw agape. While the others mirrored his shocked expression, only Shino maintained her usual nonchalant demeanor. As for the three little imps, I sensed a familiar aura emanating from you. That young lad wielding a blade. What connection do you have with him? The one with the knife? Could he possibly be referring to our teacher? Yutai glanced at the side, where Yu stood. It must be correct. Since the teacher has informed us of this place, it is likely he has visited here. Excellent. So you are indeed the disciples of that lad. After a brief pause, although it is somewhat regrettable that the little imp did not arrive. Dealing with you first is still quite satisfactory. Ha ha ha. You shall all perish. All of you shall meet your end. Accompanied by the shrill cries of the insects, swarms began to mobilize from all directions. The water release technique unleashed a torrent, sweeping away a significant portion of the insects from the ground, while Yu and the others stood firmly upon the water's surface. Though a certain number of insects still attempted to traverse the waters, the numbers on the ground had been sufficiently diminished. With a grand gesture, Yu Tai summoned the wind barrier, creating an invisible shield that kept all insects at bay. The secret technique summoned a multitude of black insects that flew forth from the barrier to attack the encroaching swarms, resulting in a substantial number of insects being vanquished by Shino's summoned creatures. Humph! Witnessing Shino's triumphant expression, Shinkaku Byakudo released merely a few hundred flying insects. Be cautious. Go forth. Under Shinkaku Byakudo's gentle touch, the insects were sent forth to attack. In comparison to Shino's countless swarm, Shinkaku Byakudo's forces seemed insignificant. Yet, the insects he commanded could amalgamate into various formations for acute assaults, inflicting damage on the enemy swarms that rivaled Shino's efforts. With a soft exhalation to recover some of the recently expended chakra, Yu once again formed seals for the water release, rain spear technique. A deluge of rain arrows surged forth. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the insects had little room to evade, and even if they managed to dodge, they would still strike those behind them. However, not all insects were devoid of means to retaliate. Some defended against Yu's onslaught with their hardened exoskeletons, while others with special abilities retaliated by spewing fire, conjuring ice, or exuding acid for defense. The remarkable abilities displayed by the insects delighted Shino and the others, their minds racing with thoughts of how to capture these charming little creatures, momentarily forgetting their perilous situation. In comparison to the others, Yakumo's assaults were particularly devastating. By manipulating the senses of smell, hearing, and sight, he incited the insects to turn upon one another. Meanwhile, Yutai sustained the protective barrier. Though it would not be breached immediately, the chakra consumption was staggering, especially as the swarms outside seemed endless. If this continued, everyone's chakra would soon be depleted. Retreat. Though indifferent to the fate of these common insects, they are nonetheless descendants of the same kin. As they withdrew, light re-emerged, providing a moment of relief. Though tensions soon returned. Enormous beetles, the smallest measuring 3 meters and the tallest exceeding 10, brandished scythe-like claws, and with a single strike, pierced through Yutai's defenses. As the multitude of insects launched their attack, the protective barrier shattered. Prepare to meet your demise. Wind and Rain Needle. As the defensive barrier shattered, Tai initiated an assault without hesitation, unleashing a flurry of needle-like winds aimed directly at the beetle's vulnerable spots. The air was filled with a cacophony of various shrieks, causing the swarm to falter momentarily. Run, you shouted, dashing towards the exit. Although Shino and Kamakura were reluctant to abandon the fight, remaining would only lead to their inevitable demise. Stop! The insect queen, who had remained silent until now, commanded with a single utterance. Instantly, the 5 fleeing figures froze as if strings had been pulled by an unseen puppeteer. With a furious roar, Yu's hair transformed to a fiery red, sharp fangs and claws emerging as she tapped into her metamorphic powers, breaking free from the sonic bonds. How presumptuous! The queen scoffed at the approaching human, exhaling lightly. Yet, this gentle exhalation morphed into a tempestuous gale upon reaching Yu, delivering a devastating blow that severely wounded her. We're doomed. We're definitely going to die? Tai lamented, his face ashen with fear. The formidable creature seemed to possess human emotions. Would it truly kill them one by one? As Tai wrestled with despair, he declared, I refuse to surrender. I will take my own life. He brandished a kunai towards his throat, contemplating if his death might deter the beast. Panic clouded his features as he teetered on the brink of madness. "Stay back," you shouted, knocking Tai aside while facing the slowly advancing insect queen, who appeared to toy with them. Despite her newfound strength, she felt woefully inadequate against such an adversary. Must I resort to that technique? She pondered, recalling that her brother had strictly forbidden its use. Just as she wrestled with this dilemma, the queen drew closer, preparing to devour them. The queen bared her grotesque maw once more, unleashing a violent gust of wind. "We're finished." Despair washed over the group as Tai screamed, while Yu's resolve hardened as she gathered her chakra, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. "Relax," a familiar voice comforted her, a hand resting reassuringly on her shoulder. "You're late," Yu grumbled, though her tone had softened significantly. In the face of the raging winds, Tianxia merely waved his hand, dissipating the tempest into nothingness. "Teacher, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, that giant insect would have had its way with me," the others exclaimed, relieved at his arrival. "Long time no see. I'm back," Tianxia greeted, ignoring Tai's frantic state as if they were old friends. "Humph, I never expected you to return," the queen sneered, unperturbed by the presence of Tianxia. "This isn't exactly a perilous place. Why would I fear coming back?" Tianxia replied with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed by the queen's threats. "Humph, your companions who accompanied you before have perished at my hands. Soon, you shall meet the same fate. Is that so?" Tianxia recalled the moment when the Kamakura clan fell into peril and Shino's sudden disappearance came to mind. It seemed he had ventured here, likely seeking to capture a multitude of insects to combat their adversaries, perhaps the oil clan from Konoha. "Today, I have come here to propose a spiritual contract between these two young individuals and your clan, specifically pointing at Shino and Kamitsuru Hayakuto. After all, Kamitsuru Hayakuto is a descendant of an old friend, and given the decline of his clan, it would be wise to offer some support. As for Oil Girl Shino, a junior, it would also be prudent to lend assistance." "Haha, I have never heard such an amusing jest." The Bug Queen's human visage radiated mirth, as if she had heard something extraordinary. "Is it amusing? Let us see how you fare against my blade first." Suddenly, with the appearance of a knife strike, the laughter of the Bug Queen abruptly ceased as she sensed an impending crisis. A sharp sound of metal grinding echoed through the air, causing numerous insects, including Suki and others, to feel their flesh and insides tremble, as if their eardrums might burst. "It seems I underestimated you." The Bug Queen managed to block my strike with her forelimbs, and while Tianxia was slightly astonished, it was merely surprise. The disparity in strength between them remained vast, akin to the past rivalry between Tianxia and the Bug Queen, albeit with their roles now reversed. "Very well, I shall employ the sword-drawing technique." The essence of this technique lies in delivering a lethal blow, utilizing a swift and unexpected strike to catch the enemy off guard. As one's strength increases, so too does its potency. Faced with an even more formidable attack than before, the Bug Queen's previously soft flesh suddenly tensed, becoming as hard as jade. The blade wind that could effortlessly rend the earth left no mark upon her. Half an hour later, atop a highland outside the basin, Kamitsuru Hayakuto declared coldly, "I shall revitalize the Kamitsuru clan. That day will mark the demise of your Oil Girl clan." Behind him stood the trio of black bees. "I await your challenge, Shino." Wounded gravely by Tianxia's strike, the Bug Queen begrudgingly agreed to sign the spiritual contract with Oil Girl Shino and Kamitsuru Hayakuto. "All right, it's time for me to take my leave. You may continue your journey at your own pace," Tianxia said before vanishing with the Flying Thunder God technique. "Oh, what an annoying teacher," muttered Suki. "So increasingly troublesome," lamented Suki. "How cool my teacher looks," thought the pure-hearted Yakumo. "Shino, I hereby bestow upon you the rank of Chunin among the four of you." In the Hokage office, the newly appointed fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, addressed Shikamaru, Suki, Sataya, and Yakumo. "Hokage-sama, I did not make it to the finals. I cannot possibly become a Chunin." Though elated at the prospect of becoming a Chunin, it was evident that he felt unqualified. "The rank of Chunin is not solely determined by strength. If I have appointed you as such, it indicates that you are indeed qualified." This is quite bothersome, Shikamaru thought, yawning repeatedly. Everyone dismissed. Seemingly displeased with Shikamaru's demeanor, Tsunade impatiently shooed them away. On the streets of Konoha, feeling bored, Tianxia decided to take a stroll to relax and cultivate his spirit. Ichiraku Ramen, one of the great highlights of the Hokage, Let us go in and take a look. Welcome. What would you like? The staff greeted him. I'll have the best-selling dish, Tianxia replied, unsure of the menu on his first visit and opting for a random selection. Before long, a bowl of ramen was placed on the table. Just as the meal was about to commence, a voice resonated from outside, calling out, "Handmaid uncle, give me an extra-large bowl of miso ramen." Upon hearing this voice, Tianxia immediately recognized the visitor. Naruto had arrived. "Just a moment, it will be ready shortly," he replied with a smile. "It's been a while, you foolish brat," Tianxia greeted warmly. "Ah, it's you, annoying uncle," Naruto retorted, feigning surprise at Tianxia's presence. "Orochimaru." Tianxia's mouth twitched slightly. "Though I am old, you ought to call me brother, understand?" "Humph, annoying uncle." Naruto pouted defiantly, turning his head away. Tianxia glanced at the ramen on the side and suggested, "If you call me brother Tianxia, I shall treat you to ramen." "What do you say?" Facing this enticing temptation, Naruto felt conflicted. However, recalling the insult to his intelligence, he resolutely refused to yield. "I'll treat you to 3 bowls. How about that?" Seeing Naruto remain unresponsive, Tianxia raised the stakes. 5 bowls, 10 bowls, 20 bowls. Any more than that, and it will be unavailable. You must think carefully. Tianxia was left with no choice but to threaten Naruto to make him concede. "Humph, seeing your earnestness, I shall reluctantly comply. Handmaid uncle, give me 3 bowls at home. Today I shall indulge. In the future, if you have time, feel free to come play at my place, located at 26 East District, 13th Street, he added. Although Ichiraku ramen was merely average and not particularly remarkable, after tasting a bowl, Tianxia extended an invitation to Naruto before leaving. After taking a few steps, Tianxia patted his head and remarked, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I wholeheartedly agree with what you said at the Konoha Gate that day. You will surely earn everyone's acknowledgement and become Hokage." As he watched Tianxia's retreating figure, Naruto's eyes gradually glistened with emotion, for he had found another who believed in him. "Uncle, bring me 2 more bowls." "Certainly." Seeing Naruto's joy, the handmaid uncle smiled in return. Time flowed on, and Tianxia continued to relish life at his residence, seemingly embodying his own words about savoring life. As for Suki and her companions, they remained a small team, frequently undertaking missions together. "Tianxia, have you seen Yute and the others during this time?" Suki inquired. Having grown familiar with the group due to their shared experience in the Chunin exams and their similar ages. "Ah, you mean them? They undertook an A-rank mission a few days ago and have yet to return." "What has happened?" she asked, glancing at her companions, Shikamaru, Kiba, Niji, and Choji. "Uchiha Sasuke has defected. We received orders from Hokage-sama to pursue him, hence the inquiry about Yute and the others. However, judging by their expressions, it was evident they were not present." Shikamaru sighed. "What a hassle. Even if it's just us, we can bring that guy back." Kiba expressed his discontent, believing in their collective strength. "Let us go. I hope it's not too late," they resolved, watching as the group ventured forth. Tianxiao again closed his eyes, pondering the traitor. The plot was unfolding step by step. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions were in pursuit, while Uchiha Sasuke encountered the Sound Four. The Sound Four offered Sasuke a pill to enhance his cursed seal state. After consuming the pill, Sasuke fell into a state of false death and was sealed within a specially crafted coffin, which the quartet then carried to Orochimaru. At this moment, Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Niji, and Choji, under Shikamaru's leadership, had caught up. Subsequently, both sides commenced a chase, and ahead, a battle ensued. The trio decided to investigate. Upon arriving at the site of conflict, they witnessed Choji precariously enduring Jirobo's assault. Exchanging glances, they swiftly dispatched the enemy from behind and inquired about the situation. "Has Sasuke Uchiha defected? How peculiar. With so many beautiful women in Konoha, what compels him to desert? Or has he been wronged by someone?" With thoughts spiraling into absurdity, they found his musings all too familiar. Otherwise, a rational person would surely deem him mad. In that case, let us pursue. Upon reaching the next battlefield, they discovered Niji had already vanquished his foe, albeit suffering severe injuries. Leaving Choji to tend to him, the trio pressed onward. It appeared their intervention was unnecessary, as not far ahead, Kanjuro and Kiba were engaged in a joint effort against the formidable Zoken and Ryoken. Suddenly, a flute's melody echoed, an illusion. The trio advanced cautiously, relieved that Yakumo, skilled in illusions, remained unharmed. "Tamari of the Sand Ninja, it seems our arrival was redundant," Moonlight remarked. somewhat discontented at having come to assist only to find others had already intervened. Wow, a stunning kunoichi from the sand. She is precisely my type, Yuta exclaimed, his expression one of utter infatuation, drooling in admiration. Humph, as long as she is female, you have no complaints, Moonlight retorted, displeased by Yuta's behavior. That's a bit harsh. Yuta does possess considerable skill, Yakumo interjected, lowering his gaze, a hint of shyness adorning his features. Did you hear that? Yakumo speaks profound wisdom. Unlike you, tomboy, Moonlight's forehead was etched with veins, clearly exasperated. You're courting death, she shouted, immediately entering a frenzied state. Just kidding, just kidding. Noticing Moonlight's anger, Yuta hastily retreated. Everyone, stand clear. Ignoring Yuta's provocation, Moonlight barreled past Shikamaru and the others without a second thought. My apologies, Yakumo said, trailing closely behind and offering his regrets to Shikamaru's group. Despite Moonlight's rapid transformation endowing her with great speed, Yuta, bolstered by the wind, was not far behind. Is that Lee? And the Sand Ninja's gourd boy? Wait, Bones, are they members of the Kagaya clan, wielders of the bloodline limit? As Yuta halted, Moonlight finally caught up, witnessing the fierce confrontation involving Gaara and others. Sand Coffin. Gaara unleashed his ultimate technique, entombing Kimimaro beneath the earth. He has grown stronger, Yuta observed intently, noting Gaara's serious demeanor, a stark contrast to his former self. Dance of the Seedling Ferns. A deep voice resonated from the sand, as colossal bone spikes erupted from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kimimaro broke free, brandishing the bone spikes, poised to strike Gaara down. Ice release, absolute zero. The rapidly moving Kimimaro was abruptly encased in ice. Gaara exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of this mysterious woman, he might have perished at the hands of this peculiar adversary. Why? What brings you here? Truly, you are the last scion of the Mizuno-kuni clan. Haha. I am now a ninja of the mist, primarily tasked with locating the scattered heirs of the bloodline limit from the days of the bloody mist. Oh, it is indeed Sister Bai. After several years apart, you have become even more beautiful, and with a subtle twist of her body, she leaned closer. Yute, you are still alive. Bai greeted her with a smile. What do you mean by still alive? How courteous of you. It was I who pleaded with the teacher to spare you all back then. With a swift motion, Yuera approached and kicked the chattering Yute aside. So your aim is this skeletal man? She glanced towards Junmaru. Indeed, ever since the 5th Mizukage ascended to power, he has begun to overturn the blood-stained policies of his predecessor, seeking the scattered bloodline heirs of Ur to restore the strength of the Mist Shinobi. Alas, it seems I have arrived too late. His vitality is rapidly waning, and it won't be long before he succumbs. Mizuki Bai gently caressed the icy surface, gazing tenderly at Junmaru encased within. Once, they were bound by shared suffering. Now, she has found solace, while he faces the brink of death. Have you forgotten about my brother? No ailment could ever defeat him. Yes, at URS reminder, I recalled that enigmatic man. Let us go. Join us in Konoha. Ur beckoned. Sasuke has yet to pursue, and Naruto is also missing. Shall we not continue the chase? Yute questioned, perplexed. Humph, others have already set off. My presence would be futile. Just moments ago, Ur sensed familiar chakra sweeping past nearby. Surely it belongs to that dead fish-eyed one. There is no need to return. I have already arrived. Tianxia suddenly appeared beside them. So the teacher has been following us, spying. Yute feigned knowledge. Ahem, it's not wrong to follow you. Spying is a different matter. Now, let me assess this young man's condition. With a gentle touch, the ice began to melt as he enveloped Junmaru's form in chakra to examine his state. The bloodline is tainted with a virus, and his life force is nearly extinguished. This is rather troublesome, Tianxia mused, his brow furrowing. Is it impossible? I asked, her expression fraught with concern. Do not worry. Have you forgotten who I am? With a flick of his hand, the chakra dissipated, replaced by a fierce blade-like energy coursing into Junmaru. Approximately 15 minutes later, Tianxia exhaled in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. I have eradicated the virus from his bloodline and restored a portion of his vitality. He is now well. However, to prevent him from returning to Orochimaru, I have sealed part of his memories. You may safely take him back now. Thank you, Lord Tianxia. Bai expressed her gratitude joyfully. What is there to thank him for? It hardly cost him any effort. Ever since Tianxia's downfall, Ur has continually hurled cold jibes at him. sparing no harshness. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. I carried Junmaru away. I will also depart. What a scoundrel! You are exclaimed in frustration. The flying thunder god technique appears quite impressive. Yutei pondered, stroking his chin, deeming it an essential tool for home, travel, assassination, looting, and impressing the ladies. I must learn this technique at once. Eager, Yutei hastily left, as Kakashi returned bearing the unconscious Naruto. The group then parted ways, each returning to their respective villages and loved ones. Time has swiftly passed, marking 2.5 years. While the surface of the ninja world appears tranquil, beneath it lies a tumultuous current. On a street in Konoha, a youth with 6 whisker-like markings stands atop a height, gazing out at the village, none other than Naruto, returned from his training. Is that really you, Naruto? Sakura and Konohamaru rush over upon hearing the news. Ah, Sakura, long time no see. Naruto exclaims. Oh, you seem taller than me now. Sakura notices the change in him. Indeed. Naruto gestures in affirmation. So, do you think I've become more feminine? Sakura inquires, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Ah, you're just the same as before. Naruto replies without a moment's thought. Sakura's forehead twitches in irritation. Naruto, look at this. Konohamaru transforms into a beautiful woman with a puff of smoke. How do I look? Ample curves, right? He boasts proudly. Konohamaru, I'm no longer a child. And you shouldn't remain like this, Naruto states with solemnity, shedding the playful demeanor of their youth. However, your tricks are outdated. Watch my new seductive jutsu. Naruto shouts, preparing to transform. Suddenly, Naruto is flung several meters away without warning. Sakura strides over, pulls him from the pit with one hand, and vigorously shakes him by the neck. After 2 years of training, you haven't changed at all. In just 2 minutes, you've exposed yourself. Where am I to place my heartfelt sentiments? She scolds. Sakura, you've not changed either, just become more violent. Naruto resigns, lying there in silence. Ah, so it's you, Naruto. I wondered why it suddenly became lively here. Ten approaches from the gathering crowd. Hello, Ten. Naruto greets, glancing around. What about Shikamaru and the others? Oh, they're on a mission, of course. By the way, Naruto, I forgot to mention, you're the only genin in our class now, she informs him. Naruto stares blankly for a few seconds before reacting. What? So yes. I'm now a chunin. As for Kankuro, Temari, Niji, Shikamaru, Ayam, and Tsukino, they all become jounin. What? Naruto exclaims, looking utterly disheartened. He suddenly raises his head. What about Gaara? Where is he? Desperate to know the fate of someone who shares his past, Naruto learns he is now the Kazekage. To his astonishment, Gaara has risen to such heights. But I will strive as well. I will definitely become Hokage, he declares, pointing towards the Hokage monument. Meanwhile, Ten's expression subtly shifts, as if sensing something, her demeanor darkening. In a certain part of the Land of Fire, 2 factions stand opposed, one clad in Konoha jounin attire, the other in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. Who would have thought we would encounter 2 formidable opponents so casually? Over 2 years have passed, and Shikamaru has matured noticeably. Seeking death, Tsukino, with time, has grown ever more alluring, her innocent demeanor from childhood now a distant memory. The opposing force is not weak. Ayam has shed her former fragility, her expression now imbued with resolve, her figure and appearance increasingly captivating. The 3 stars of Konoha now bear a bounty of 40 million each. Who would have thought that merely walking would lead to such lucrative encounters? Allow me to handle this. I wish to summon the blade of the wicked deity, commanding the scythe to advance a few steps, wielding the scythe as a weapon. He must be a master of physical combat and profound analysis. Both he and Yakumo possess the bloodline limit, rendering their physical prowess merely average, while Suki, being a ninjutsu-oriented ninja, does not exceed their capabilities significantly, at least under normal circumstances. However, a test would reveal the truth. Suki, brandishing a kunai, took flight. In a matter of mere moments, Suki withdrew from the skirmish, realizing her opponent's physical skills were rather mediocre. She had an opportunity to unleash her ninjutsu, but refrained. Was this an indication of her adversary's limited strength, or did he harbor some concealed abilities? After a series of probing exchanges, the trio had gleaned a general understanding of each other's martial prowess. Their discerning eyes would not misjudge one another's true capabilities unless the opponent vastly surpassed them. Of course, if that were the case, the adversary could have easily overpowered them without hesitation. Whatever abilities he might be concealing, the solution was to eliminate him directly. with a decisive stride forward. With Tai raised his hand and bellowed, "Wind." Haydn, just about to speak, found himself immobilized. Lightning. With a crack, Haydn was reduced to a charred remains. Over the years, with Tai's bloodline power had surged. What once was merely B-class lightning now rivaled A-class ninjutsu. The trio's gaze shifted to Kakuzu, who had remained passive, raising suspicions about his lack of reaction despite being presumed an ally. "Ouch, that hurts." Haydn wailed as he struggled to rise from the ground. "How could this be?" With Tai exclaimed in disbelief, having struck with an A-class ninjutsu and expecting certain death. Yet his opponent appeared unscathed. Suki and the others wore grave expressions, realizing that the foe's average physical prowess belied some peculiar ability for not employing ninjutsu. "Damn you." Accept the judgment of the wicked deity. Faced with Haydn, who had been struck yet remained unharmed, with Tai felt a fleeting moment of confusion, only to quickly regain composure as a fierce gust encircled his adversary. Regardless of the damage inflicted, Haydn exhibited no signs of injury, resembling an immortal being. As Haydn advanced menacingly with the scythe, a sense of dread engulfed Yakumo. "Be cautious, do not let him harm you." Despite Yakumo's warning, with Tai fell prey to Haydn's reckless assault, sustaining a minor wound that prompted Haydn to retreat, a sinister smile betraying his cunning success. "Curse it, you've marred my beautiful visage." With Tai lamented, caressing the wound on her face, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. "Ha. Prepare to receive the baptism of the wicked deity." Haydn cackled maniacally as he savored the blood on his scythe. "Suki!" Yakumo shouted urgently. Suki cast a puzzled glance at her companion, uncertain of the reason for such alarm. Yet, years of camaraderie had attuned her to Yakumo's intent without the need for explicit words. In an instant, Suki transformed, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Haydn. With a resounding thud, a pristine head fell to the ground. "Heh, I did not anticipate your vigilance." The long-silent Kakuzu finally spoke, and upon hearing his words, Yakumo instantly validated the conjectures in her mind. Sakino and Yutei also grasped the general meaning of his statement. It seemed that the figure wielding the massive scythe was preparing an extraordinary technique, only to be detected by Yakumo. "My companion possesses a unique ability, cursing, but it requires the acquisition of the opponent's blood. Once obtained, the opponent is almost certainly doomed." The revelation from Kakuzu tightened the hearts of the three. They had not anticipated such a bizarre ability existed in the world. Fortunately, the earlier suspicion prompted Sakino to act. Otherwise, Yutei's life would have been in grave danger. Yakumo pondered. "Be careful." At that moment, a cry rang out. Yakumo snapped back to reality to find a scythe, growing ever larger, aimed at her neck. "Wind." In this life-or-death moment, Yutei hastily employed his abilities. Nevertheless, Yakumo's abdomen was still slashed open, rendering her devoid of combat strength, though not fatally wounded. "What do you think I have been saying all this for?" Kakuzu's laughter dripped with derision. Just moments before, he had been diverting the trio's attention with his words while sending his tendrils underground to retrieve Haydn's head. Kakuzu laughed mockingly, while Haydn cackled as he contemplated how to deal with these injured nuisances. In that instant, the two seemed to forget that behind them stood an immortal being. How intriguing. A chilling voice echoed from behind Haydn, and before he could turn around, he felt his blood boiling, surging violently, eager to burst forth. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, Haydn's body erupted, blood gushing out in torrents, which Tsukino promptly consumed. This is... An expression of disbelief washed over Yakumo's pale face. In contrast, Yutei wore a grave countenance, showing no surprise, clearly accustomed to Tsukino's transformation. At this moment, Tsukino had shed her human form. Her fleshly wings beat furiously, and her hands and feet had morphed into sharp claws. Two pointed fangs protruded from her mouth, her complexion as pale as paper, with blood-red pupils and hair of an enchanting green hue. "You should be aware that Tsukino can transform, now. She can be referred to as frenzied," Yutei remarked while keeping a keen eye on Tsukino, simultaneously addressing Yakumo's inquiry. "Why?" Yakumo wished to ask something, but hesitated, unsure of how to phrase it. "You ought to know that Yakumo's identity is not trivial," Yutei explained, to which Yakumo nodded in agreement. "Tsukino, like my master, lived in Konoha before." "Ah." Yakumo was astonished to learn that Tsukino, who appeared younger than herself, was in fact so ancient. "I remember she was friends with your ancestor." "Arama no." Yakumo had initially thought that Tsukino was taught by the master due to her connection to the Arama clan, unaware that Tsukino herself was a significant presence. However, the next revelation from Yutei left Yakumo even more astounded. But long before Konoha was established, Tsukino had perished in a battle, or rather, a war. So, Tsukino. Yutei understood the implication behind Yakumo's words and shook his head. Years ago, Tsukino was revived by the master. Of course, this has little bearing on the current situation. Tsukino's bloodline harbors the power of ancient demons. Though sealed by her teacher, when emotions erupted into chaos, the force surged into her mind, rendering her uncontrollable. Yakumo understood why Tsukino was in such a state. It must have been the sight of her own injury. However, at this moment, she seemed to discern Yakumo's concern and felt reassured. Observing Tsukino's current demeanor, it appeared she had not lost her sanity. Gazing upon the lifeless husk of Haiden, who remained yet unperished, a flicker of curiosity emerged in Tsukino's cold, lifeless eyes, which held an air of disdain. A plume of green gas erupted from her mouth, settling upon Haiden's form. Following a piercing scream, silence ensued. Moments later, the toxic vapor dissipated, leaving no trace of Haiden, only a foul pit where he once lay. Witnessing this, Tsukino's previously emotive gaze vanished, seemingly bored by Haiden's swift demise, and shifted her attention to Kakuzu. Instinctively, her presence overshadowed Yakumo and Yutei, who stood before her. Kakuzu, who had been dazed by Yutei's words, regained his senses under Tsukino's lifeless gaze. Ha ha ha. I never expected to receive news of an old friend after nearly a century. To see that little girl from back then is quite the surprise, Kakuzu exclaimed, laughing without a care. I thought they had all perished, yet that fellow still lives. I had my doubts. With his strength at that time, how could he have died? As he spoke, tears streamed down Kakuzu's face. But what does it matter? Living forever means nothing when one is alone. He shook his head, realizing the futility of trust in others, asserting that only self-reliance and wealth remained. His demeanor shifted to one of madness. Die. Fire release. Head hardening. Wind release. Pressure damage. Suspended in the air, Tsukino unfurled her wings, effortlessly dispersing the S-rank ninjutsu with a mere flick, and cast a cold glance at Kakuzu before vanishing. Suddenly, Kakuzu felt a gust of wind sweep past him, and his body shattered into segments. 3 shadowy figures emerged from his fragmented form, forming a defensive circle back to back. Tsukino's speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye, compelling him to adopt such precautionary measures. However, in the face of absolute speed and strength, all defenses were rendered futile. As a dark silhouette lunged forward, the 3-masked tentacle creatures unleashed their attacks: lightning release, false darkness, earth release, earth spear, and water release, water dome, the last being a defensive technique. But with a resonating sonic wave, both the ninjutsu and the 3 tentacle creatures were obliterated, reduced to ash. Kakuzu's secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, which had been divided, suddenly reassembled, extending its tentacles to launch a surprise attack from behind Tsukino. Yet, what awaited him was a wave of corrosive poison. The immortal duo stood no chance against Tsukino's frenzied onslaught, succumbing to a brutal slaughter. As the imminent demise of Kakuzu unfolded, Tsukino's gaze shifted to Yutei and Yakumo nearby. Soaring into the air, she approached them slowly, while Yutei, with a grave expression, positioned himself protectively in front of Yakumo, bracing for an impending battle. Suddenly, Tsukino fell to the ground without warning, her form reverting to normal. Yet she fell into an unconscious state. With a deep sigh, Yutei helped the moonlit figure to rise. The side effects of the berserk state were profoundly debilitating. It would take several days for the body to regain its strength, and the most significant consequence was the severe mental toll it inflicted. At this moment, Bayun, under the influence of his medical ninjutsu, had already recovered considerably. The trio paid no heed to the still-breathing Kakuzu and hastened toward the village of Konoha. With vacant eyes gazing at the sky, Kakuzu seemed to glimpse scenes from decades past. He and Ing Luo had once stood hidden, observing the world in turmoil, where both sides reached an uneasy truce, albeit with the world already on the brink of death. They had initially intended to intervene, but the world had vanished from sight. Subsequently, with the advent of the nation and village system, Kakuzu and Ing Luo found themselves sharing similar aspirations. Thus, under their influence, several clans convened in the cave within the waterfall, collectively known as the Takigakure. With the backing of his clan and Kakuzu, along with his own renown, Ing Luo ascended to become the first generation of Takigakure. However, This promising era was short-lived, as the higher-ups grew increasingly uneasy about Kakuzu's formidable presence. They subsequently conspired to pressure Luo into assigning Kakuzu a mission to assassinate the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. Without hesitation, Kakuzu commenced his mission upon receiving the order. Upon reaching Konoha, Kakuzu engaged in battle with the first Hokage, only to be vanquished by Hashirama's wood-release techniques, narrowly escaping death and eventually returning to the village. However, upon his return, he was met with the stigma of failure and severe punishment. As a ninja who wagered his life for the village was met with cruel treatment. Kakuzu harbored a deep-seated hatred for the village's leadership and was incredulous that his closest friend was among them. In his fury, Kakuzu secretly eliminated the village's higher-ups, including his dear friend Luo, leaving the Takigakure with a heart full of resentment. Having suffered betrayal, Kakuzu vowed never to trust companions again, placing his faith solely in wealth. After a lengthy period, he joined the Akatsuki and became their treasurer, teaming up with Haiden until the present day. The memories faded here, and Kakuzu was left with but a final breath. How he longed for the days of training together. As darkness enveloped him, memories flickered in his mind, ultimately resting on the moments shared with Luo and the world during their training, adventures, and playful times. As Yu Tai and Ba Yun explained everything to the unconscious moonlit figure, the world came to understand the unfolding events. Memories surged within his mind, manifesting as a deep sigh. That gored child, Gaara, has been abducted. Who could be so audacious as to strike against a village leader? In the mere span of 3 days since his return, Yu Tai received news from Tsunade. He had initially contemplated rushing to the rescue, but upon learning that Naruto and others had already set off for Sunagakure before their own return, he abandoned the idea of assistance. Yu Tai surmised that by the time he arrived, the individual would have already been rescued, leaving him no opportunity to showcase his prowess. It would merely be a waste of time. By the way, teacher, I forgot to ask you. One of our adversaries from back then seemed to know you. I am curious to uncover some secrets. His name is Kakuzu. I met him in my youth. With this statement, the world fell silent, indicating that he had no further intentions to elaborate. Having gained nothing from the encounter, Taijian decided to leave and assess the situation regarding the moon. Within a dimly lit cavern stood a colossal golem, upon whose fingertips several individuals were perched. Among them floated a youth bearing a gourd. With the demise of Kakuzu and Haiden, Kurojitsu suddenly appeared to convey a piece of news. Those devoid of an appreciation for art ought not to exist in this world, Deidara proclaimed with audacity. Who executed the deed? Pain inquired coldly. It was a ninja from Konoha. Ah, could it be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? He mused, believing that at this juncture, only he possessed the strength to accomplish such a feat. No, it was the 3 newly appointed Jonin from Konoha. Oh, the disciples of Itachi. Kisame grinned widely. What a bunch of worthless fools, unable to even best 3 juniors. Yet they prattle on about their own exploits, Scorpion remarked, evidently displeased with Haiden and Kaku, unable to resist the temptation to mock them even in death. Among the trio, one possessed the ability to transform indefinitely. Once transformed, her power would undergo a monumental shift. And it seemed no one here could contend with that little girl, including the leader, Kurojitsu, who spoke with derision, seemingly forgetting that he too was among them. Mere children. I shall ensure they experience the essence of art. Deidara expressed his disbelief in Kurojitsu's words. Child, your art is lacking. Eternity is the true truth. Scorpion articulated his philosophy. A momentary explosion is the essence of true art, Deidara countered. Enough. Pain interrupted their dispute, and the entire space fell into a brief silence. The key point is not them, but their teacher. Kurojitsu suddenly spoke, shattering the stillness. Their teacher was once a figure of great renown, Yanhuang Tianxia, he stated, leaving the others bewildered, clearly unaware of who he referred to. In the past century, 2 individuals have been deified within the ninja world, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and the god of death. Kurojitsu ceased his words at this juncture, yet none present were fools, and they naturally comprehended whom he spoke of. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Evidently, faced with a figure of such historical significance from a century past, particularly one who had survived to this day, the group harbored no aspirations of victory or even the will to resist. Let us set him aside for now. When the time is right, I shall personally venture to Konoha. As for the two-tailed beast that Kakazu and Haiden were responsible for, I shall leave that to Itachi. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, Konoha has dispatched 2 squads to rescue the one-tailed beast. They are likely not far off. What shall we do? Kurojitsu revealed another piece of unfortunate news. Let us employ the technique of Shoten to intercept them. Ah, Scorpion, your sand ninja's shadow actually requires Konoha's assistance for rescue. How utterly disgraceful. In response to Deidara's scorn, Scorpion merely snorted dismissively. When Naruto and his companions defeated Itachi and Kisame, the Shoten clones arrived at the Akatsuki stronghold, only to find that Gaara had been extracted of his tailed beast and perished. Gaara. In a fit of rage, Naruto pursued Deidara recklessly, with Kakashi hastily following. Meanwhile, Sakura joined forces with Chiyo of the Sand Village to battle Scorpion, who ultimately chose to perish in the long-awaited embrace of his mother and father. Faced with the combined might of Naruto and Kakashi, Deidara was compelled to feign death to evade his fate. Chiyo the Elder sacrificed her own life to resurrect Gaara using the rebirth ninjutsu. With the events concluded, Naruto and his companions returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi, exhausted, was hospitalized, and Yamato from the Anbu took his place to lead Kakashi's team. A new member, Sai, joined the group under the orders of the team leader. They utilized intelligence obtained from Sasori to venture to the Tenchi Bridge in search of information regarding Sasuke. However, unbeknownst to them, Sai was secretly tasked with assassinating Sasuke by his superior, Danzo. Initially intent on fulfilling his mission, he reconsidered upon witnessing the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. At last, Naruto and his comrades reunited with Sasuke at Orochimaru's hideout, yet Sasuke remained resolute in his decision to depart with Orochimaru. Consequently, Sai, seizing the opportunity presented by this mission, became an ally to Naruto and the others. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Tsukuyomi and his companions were engaged in an S-rank mission before Naruto's return, thus missing their encounter. Now, they found themselves within the borders of the Land of Lightning, exercising caution as they concealed themselves upon a tree trunk. Recently, a Leaf Village Jonin had defected with crucial information, heading towards the Cloud Village, which warranted serious attention. The newly restored Tsukuyomi, along with Yuta and Akira, was entrusted with this mission by Tsunade. With Kakashi's and Gai's teams still absent, only their small group possessed the necessary capability for this task. Moreover, should danger arise, their mentor would certainly intervene. Given the various signs, it was highly probable that the defector had been bribed by the Cloud Ninja. They had to resolve the situation before he met with them. The area already belonged to the enemy, thus requiring utmost discretion to avoid detection. Rest assured, Yuta declared confidently. Let us proceed. Our quarry has turned into a frightened bird. It is time to capture him. The trio pursued relentlessly, managing to trace their target multiple times, only for him to escape each time. Their chase eventually led them into the Land of Lightning. However, based on previous indications, it seemed the target was growing weary. It would not be long before they could apprehend him. His trail has been discovered, Tsukuyomi announced, sensing the wind's response from atop a tree. We must accelerate. He may have noticed something. A quarter of an hour later, the three encircled the defector, Jin Yuliang. You cannot escape, Tsukuyomi coldly declared. Who said I intended to flee? Jin's earlier panic vanished, replaced by a smirk of schadenfreude. An ambush. Yuta and his companions swiftly regrouped, backs against one another, facing their surroundings. With a flurry of movement, dozens of ninjas clad in cloud attire surrounded them. Haha, I had already informed the Cloud about your pursuit. They were quite eager to deal with the new Leaf rookie, Jin explained, revealing his motivations. You see, your looks are so unappealing that your defection was for the best. It would spare the Leaf from losing its appetite at the sight of you, adversely affecting its reputation. Yet, to my dismay, you had the audacity to steal vital documents, forcing me to chase you across great distances. Do you have any idea how much weight I've lost, or how my skin has darkened? How am I to charm the beauties of the Leaf Village now? This is not the most detestable aspect. The most despicable is that after wreaking havoc in Konoha, you have now set your sights on the hidden Cloud Village. Your heart is truly dark. Brothers, do you not agree? At last, he turned to the surrounding Cloud Ninjas. The Cloud Ninjas instinctively scrutinized Jin Yuliang's appearance, and the sight was indeed unsettling. Furthermore, you have defected from our Konoha. Who knows when you might betray the Cloud as well? As the unfriendly gazes of the Cloud Ninjas intensified, Jin Yuliang, in a panic, exclaimed, Do not heed his nonsense. How could I betray you? I have already forsaken Konoha. If I were to betray the Cloud, would I still have a path to survive? The Cloud ninjas, upon hearing this, found a semblance of truth in his words. After all, they were the foremost ninja village, and if he dared to defect, they would ensure his demise. Such words are difficult to believe. Konoha nurtured you with great care, training you as a ninja, only for you to murder your comrades and steal confidential information in your betrayal. What unfaithfulness and ingratitude could one like you not commit? I suggest you eliminate him now. Otherwise, who knows when he might stab you in the back? No, it is not as such. Jin Yuliang, perceiving the encroaching Cloud ninjas, instinctively drew his kunai and retreated. However, what the Cloud ninjas observed was that Jin Yuliang appeared enraged and humiliated, brandishing his kunai as if to attack them. A powerful figure, a robust man, knocked Jin Yuliang unconscious, prompting those around to cease their movements. The reputation of the Akimichi clan's bloodline limit indeed holds true, remarked the newcomer. The surrounding ninjas then realized that the adversary had fallen into an enemy's trap, causing them to remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared themselves. Hey, you big fool. Who are you? One called out, feigning ignorance. Haha, big fool. How amusing. I have never heard anyone refer to my brother in such a manner. Another stepped forward. Oh, another one selling blades. A figure emerged, adorned with 7 samurai swords. You idiot. You fool. I am a singer. I am the 8 Tails, Killer Bee. Foolish imbecile. It was revealed that he was indeed a madman, causing others to realize the truth. Stop feigning madness. Today, you shall not escape, AI warned. TSK, such words. I did not expect that for our sake, you would mobilize the Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. We are truly honored, although with such words. The unconcerned expression on the speaker's face made it clear to all that he was merely jesting. Konoha Sannin, each possessing the prowess of a jonin. Bolstered by the strength of their bloodlines, I must take this seriously to deal with you. It appeared an arduous battle was inevitable as Utai and Air readied themselves for confrontation. You foolish fools, you cannot defeat us. You might as well take your own lives. Daydreaming. Wind, lightning. 5 senses manipulation. Water release. Water wave burst. In a subterranean passage not far from the hidden Cloud village. 2 figures clad in red clouds and black cloaks faced off against a female Cloud ninja. Suddenly, the female Cloud ninja transformed into a monstrous black creature, the 2 Tails, Nakomata. Let us resolve this quickly, Itachi declared as his eyes morphed into a Sharingan. Your body? Kisame inquired with concern. The weasel remained silent as Amaterasu's flames ignited the body of the cat demon. Lady Tsunade, we have intelligence on Orochimaru, Shizun reported, clutching a document in the Hokage's office. What is Orochimaru planning? After pondering for a moment, Tsunade resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. Hasn't that brat Naruto completed his training? Let their team see what Orochimaru is up to. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had turned his attention to his chosen vessel, Guren, who led the surviving members, Kitsuchi, Kuratsuchi, Nara, Kiri, and 21 others, through their stronghold, preparing to capture the 3 Tails. On their way, they eliminated 16 individuals who attempted to resist, subsequently using the ghost pill to ensnare the beast. With Naruto and his companions' arrival, Orochimaru's intentions became evident. Upon learning of this, Tsunade dispatched the sealing team, aiming to seal the 3 Tails for their own use. Determined that Orochimaru should not succeed, even if they could not achieve their goal. Lightning armor, lightning release. A furious A transformed into a streak of light. With a crack, the transformed Suki blocked the attack, but at the cost of a shattering fracture to her arm. Despite her severe injury, Suki's recovery capabilities in this state far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and she would mend in a short time. However, A clearly would not grant her that reprieve. Due to a moment of carelessness in their previous skirmish, half of his ninjas had suffered casualties, fueling his rage. At this moment, the conditions of Suki and her companions were equally dire, battered and bruised under the relentless assault of the Raikage, the 8 Tails, and numerous elite shinobi. Especially against the speed and strength of the 4th Raikage, they found no opportunity to execute ninjutsu. Fortunate was Suki, for without her, they might have been swiftly eliminated. Yet, regardless of whether it was Suki and the Raikage or the duo with the 8 Tails and their fellow ninjas, all parties were in a position of absolute disadvantage. With a resounding impact, Kuratsuchi was severely injured by a ninja and fell to the ground. You foolish fool, how dare you try to clone yourself? while facing me. With that, several more wounds appeared on the body of Nara. Boom. Suki was once again sent flying by the rakeage, and the trio had reached the brink of exhaustion. Yield. A. Wishing to avoid a deadly clash with Nara and the others, sought to capture them without bloodshed. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that. Absolutely not. Nara interrupted before A could finish his thought. Each use of the wildflower would inflict immense damage upon the body, particularly affecting the mind, ultimately turning one into a mindless monster. The demonic power concealed within Suki was a fusion of malevolent thoughts, unlike the tailed beasts, which held a possibility of control. Now was the time for Nara to speak in a manner that seemed utterly incongruous. Is it possible that you? Suki exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Nara. Oh, after following my teacher for so long, I am not a fool. Nara smiled, reaching for the katana that had been strapped to his back. Kuratsuchi had seen this sword since their first encounter, yet to this day, she had never witnessed Nara wield it. Now, the moment had finally arrived. In a moment, I shall carve a path. You take Kuratsuchi and leave, Nara declared, positioning himself before the two. You? The moonlit night cast an uncertain shadow over Yuer as she contemplated Tai's capabilities. Fear not. You are well aware of my prowess. Unless they possess the ability to soar, they shall not impede me, Yutai declared with a confident smile. Indeed, Yuer nodded emphatically. Just do not falter. Rest assured, since embarking on my journey with the blade, my master has imparted but a single technique, one that resonates deeply with my essence. Yutai mused to Lei Ying and the others. Fool, what are you babbling about? Oh, nothing. I merely request your evaluation of a sword technique. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he proclaimed, Heavenly Blade. Hong Lian and Do attempted to summon the three tails multiple times, yet each endeavor ended in failure, as they were no match for the formidable beast. However, they managed to thwart the Leaf Village's sealing mission aimed at confining the three tails. In a twist of fate, Hong Lian and Naruto were inadvertently swallowed by the creature, leading them to gradually comprehend each other's sentiments in the depths of its belly, fostering a bond that transformed enmity into camaraderie. During their time with Yugue Wan, Hong Lian and Yugue Wan developed a relationship founded on mutual dependence and trust. Hong Lian ultimately recovered the painful memory of having slain Yugue Wan's mother, which filled him with remorse, prompting a solemn vow to protect Yugue Wan and become her eternal sanctuary. Aware of this, Do, employing the Death Soul technique to summon Liner, unleashed a bat's ultrasonic wave capable of dismantling crystal release, forcing Hong Lian into a dire situation, poised to take his life. In a desperate bid to shield Yugue Wan, Hong Lian grasped Liner's hands, rendering her incapable of controlling the bats, and with a final act of crystal release, they met their fates together. Subsequently, they plunged into a lake, Liner shattered, while Hong Lian was rescued by the mud release of the bullhead, leading him and Yugue Wan to retreat into seclusion. As Orochimaru's scheme unraveled, the three tails remained concealed beneath the lake, refusing to reveal itself, compelling the Leaf's inhabitants to depart. The three tails was later captured by Deidara and Akatsuki. Upon returning to the Leaf, Naruto and his companions found themselves ensnared in peril, while at that moment, in the land of wind at the ancient ruins of Lulan, a figure named Tianxia stood atop the remnants, perceiving the desolation that had befallen once prosperous grounds, a lamentable fate in less than a century. Hey, who are you? Inquired a girl with crimson hair, driving a herd of cattle and sheep towards that site. Upon catching sight of her countenance, Tianxia momentarily lost focus, as her features merged with those of a girl etched in his memory. Little girl, what is your name? I am Navi, she instinctively replied, but her expression shifted. I asked you first, not the other way around. The girl glared at Tianxia with indignation, though her charming visage made it difficult to remain angry at the little girl, particularly due to her adorably radiant smile. Tianxia responded with a slight smile, extending a finger that summoned a surge of azure and white light, which swiftly enveloped Navi. Ah, what have you done to me? She exclaimed, hastily checking her body. Finding no abnormalities, she lifted her head, only to realize that the vicinity was now utterly desolate, devoid of Tianxia's presence. What a peculiar person, Navi mused, shaking her head as she guided her flock of sheep away, seemingly dismissing the strange occurrence. Meanwhile, beneath Lulan, in a vast pit, an altar-like circle lay in the center, a kunai imbued with temporal techniques embedded within it. At that moment, Tianxia stood by the kunai, poised for what was to come. The two forces he had previously infused into Nawi's being were a potent vitality and his own sword intent. One bestowed upon her an extraordinary life force, while the other served to safeguard her peace. His actions were entirely spontaneous, driven by instinct. Yet his primary objective remained the dragon vein of this realm, a preparation for the unknown abilities that traverse time and space. At this juncture, he had ascended to the pinnacle of existence within this world, rendering him impervious to threats. His curiosity was piqued regarding the enigmatic power of the dragon vein and whether it could yield success. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the kunai, channeling his time-space ninjutsu into it, simultaneously releasing his chakra and activating the time-space technique inscribed upon the kunai, alongside the power of the dragon vein. In a flash of light, his figure vanished from this space. Under the blazing sun and amidst a raging wind, the endless layers of sand swirled like a golden beach. Suddenly, a ripple in space heralded the emergence of a figure. Where's this? He surveyed his surroundings, extending his perception. This familiar sensation, indeed, it was chakra. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had not departed from the ninja world, though he felt little disappointment, as this outcome had been anticipated. The experience of time travel had deepened his understanding of the temporal realm. He soared toward the area dense with chakra, the air around him crackling with explosive sounds. Within mere moments, he arrived at his destination. Is this the Sand Ninja Village? He felt perplexed, for this sand village bore little resemblance to his memories. The most striking aspect being the towering concrete edifices. After reassessing his perception, he confirmed that he had indeed arrived in the future, though the specifics of the timeline remained elusive. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended into the airspace above the sand village. A sharp alarm pierced the air, prompting the civilians on the ground to pause momentarily before hastily seeking refuge, while the ninjas converged towards his location. The amalgamation of ninjutsu and technology became apparent to him. He discerned a barrier enveloping the airspace above the sand village. However, the barrier emanated from a type of ninja tool that combined contemporary technology with ninjutsu. From the shrill alarm, he inferred that the barrier did not react to ordinary beings. Rather, the alarm grew louder in response to stronger chakra signatures. This deduction explained the civilians' and ninjas' swift reactions. Within 3 seconds of the alarm sounding, ninjas appeared, yet they made no aggressive moves, evidently awaiting reinforcements. He, too, had no intention of engaging. Instead, he resolved to observe who the current Kazekage of the sand village was. Approximately half a minute later, a squadron rushed forth, one member treading upon the sand. Upon glimpsing the visage of the approaching figure, he surmised the temporal context in which he found himself. It could not be more than 90 years post-Konoha's formation, for the individual was none other than the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, who appeared to be in his 30s. "Who are you?" Gaara inquired, arms crossed. "Oh, do you not recognize me?" The other party, puzzled, was reminded by Tianxia that we met during the Chunin exams. "I am the teacher of Tai and the others. I can be certain that I have never seen you before," Gaara contemplated. "It appears I have arrived in a void space, where my existence should be absent." Though he thought this, Tianxia still intended to verify. "Have you heard of the god of death in the ninja world, Yanhuang?" "No, but I am aware of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama." "Well, after so much discussion, can you tell me what you intend to do in Sunagakure?" "Nothing much. Just inquiring about a few matters. Farewell, Gaara." Kanjuro observed Tianxia as he departed, questioning him. Shaking his head, he remarked, "He is formidable. We cannot detain him." Although displeased by the intrusion into Sunagakure, Kanjuro had no choice but to relent. Who exactly is that person? Gaara reflected on the information in his mind. And that direction seems to lead to Kanahagakure. I must inform Naruto. Gaara was not mistaken. At this moment, Tianxia's objective indeed lay in Kanahagakure. However, as he reached the border of the Land of Fire, his expression shifted, and he veered northward. After several hours, Tianxia ceased his flight, hovering in the air as if awaiting someone. Minutes passed, and 2 white figures swiftly approached from a distance. Upon noticing someone ahead, they halted a dozen meters away from Tianxia. "Intriguing. Seeing you both reminds me of someone." Observing the 2 before him, one slender and the other tall, both donned in white garments with horns atop their heads, Tianxia felt a sense of familiarity. If his memory served correctly, Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to have a similar appearance. The lowly humans, Otsutsuki Momoshike's eyes narrowed, unleashing a shockwave with the intent to obliterate Tianxia. Bored, Tianxia maintained an expressionless demeanor and coldly uttered 2 words, casually waving his hand, causing the shockwave to dissipate. Some skill, Kinshiki, eliminate him. Although Tianxia effortlessly dispelled his attack, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not consider Tianxia's strength particularly formidable, as he had merely acted casually moments before. Otsutsuki Kinshiki emerged from behind, wielding an axe that instantaneously appeared before Tianxia, striking down. Crack! Tianxia, grasping his black blade, single-handedly intercepted the blow. Such immense strength and speed, rivaling even the 8th Gate's Might Guy, perhaps even slightly surpassing him. Tianxia mused, yet merely possessing this would not suffice. During the confrontation, Tianxia's speed suddenly surged by a third, delivering a kick that sent the taken-aback Otsutsuki Kinshiki flying, leaving a deep crater in the ground. As one of his subordinates, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was well aware of Kinshiki's prowess, yet he found it unbelievable that this lowly human could best him in mere exchanges. Producing several pills, Otsutsuki Momoshiki consumed them without hesitation. Tianxia made no move to obstruct him, intrigued to see what the other could do. Such knowledge would undoubtedly facilitate dealing with Otsutsuki Kagaya in the future. However, what Tianxia did not realize was that their abilities were fundamentally distinct. In an instant, the chakra of Otsutsuki Kinshiki surged exponentially, not only in chakra but also in presence. It was evident that his strength had augmented due to the earlier pill. A hint of a smile graced Tianxia's lips. He was determined to possess that pill. Although his opponent had grown stronger, it remained within the realm of his endurance. With a swift motion, Otsutsuki Kinshiki vanished, merely a blur of speed. The clash of his black blade against the opponent's claws produced a shower of sparks. The two then separated only to collide again, leaving behind a trail of sparks and the sound of air being rent asunder. At that moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had been driven underground, finally emerged, and together they besieged Tianxia. After yet another confrontation, the trio momentarily paused, though Tianxia bore a fresh wound. With a steely gaze, he charged at them. In their next engagement, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki distinctly sensed that the weapon wielded by Tianxia now radiated a far denser intent, sharper and more potent than before. Within mere minutes of battle, the two had transitioned from a position of advantage to one of overwhelming suppression, suffering injuries frequently. When they finally separated, Otsutsuki Kinshiki refrained from further assault. Instead, he raised his palm, adorned with the Rinnegan. A colossal black chakra sphere manifested above his hand, prompting Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had been entangled in combat, to withdraw swiftly. "I fear no one more than chakra itself," Tianxia proclaimed, retracting his black blade. A massive Rasen shuriken suddenly appeared, rivaling the black chakra sphere in size. Observing that his opponent seemed unwilling to make the first move, Tianxia swung the Rasen shuriken with great force. In an instant, the enormous Rasen shuriken was devoured, and it was then that Tianxia noticed the hand with the Rinnegan. Ha! Perish! After absorbing Tianxia's chakra, the black chakra sphere swelled to an enormous size, casting a shadow over the entire sky. With both hands bearing the Rinnegan, the amount of chakra in his left hand surged by over tenfold after the right hand absorbed it, amplifying its destructive power. Thus, it appeared that his Rinnegan abilities were enhanced through the absorption of chakra to unleash even more formidable attacks. As Tianxia pondered the nature of his opponent's powers, Otsutsuki Kinshiki hurled the black chakra sphere forward. Faced with this imminent threat, Tianxia had no time for contemplation. He positioned his hand upon the hilt of his blade, assuming a stance to draw it. With the powers of Daitenkai and Tenkyu, it was arduous to contend with the looming menace before him. The more potent Tsuki no Otsuwa was better suited for ranged assaults, making the technique of drawing his sword far more convenient. As the attack approached with alarming proximity, Tianxia's essence, vigor, and spirit converged to their zenith. Drawn with this strike, the fabric of space emitted a sound of unbearable strain. Even time seemed to halt its progression. All that remained was a flash of blade light, and the black chakra sphere cleaved in two. "You've truly made a mess of this place. Prepare to face judgment," shouted 3 identical blonde youths, pointing at a bear towering several meters high. "Foolish child. It is merely a bear, not a panda." A girl with ebony hair and glasses, accompanied by a boy with bluish-gray hair, approached the golden-haired youth. It was the girl with the dark tresses who spoke. "It matters not whether it is a panda or a bear," the boy with golden hair replied nonchalantly. "How can it not matter, you imbecile?" the girl exclaimed, exasperated. This is not the time for such discussions. Our task is to guide this bear to teacher Konohamaru, interjected the boy with bluish-gray hair. The bear, oblivious to the trio's conversation and disinterested in their concerns, had only one intention: to eliminate the annoying brats before it. In the face of the bear's sudden aggression, the three effortlessly subdued it. Faced with their formidable strength, the bear, prioritizing its own safety, turned to flee. How easy was that? Boruto grinned at the girl, and as the shadow clones dissipated, one of them pursued the bear. Leave it to the son of the 7th Hokage, the grandson of the 4th. Surely he will one day ascend to the position of Hokage, he said as he dashed after it. I am the Hokage, declared the girl, also following suit. Shortly after the trio departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Tenka. Originally, he had intended to eliminate the two, but was taken aback when they seized the opportunity to escape. However, since they had ventured into this world, he knew they would not easily depart. So he did not rush after them. Instead, he made his way towards Konoha. Upon hearing the commotion, Tenka concealed himself nearby and then observed the three young ones. Boruto? Uzumaki Boruto? And that girl with black hair must be Uchiha Sasuke's daughter. Tenka mused, stroking his chin. As for the last individual, his presence felt peculiar yet familiar. Particularly those eyes. How intriguing indeed. Not wishing to pursue Konoha just yet, Tenka decided to follow the trio. Not long after, a young man appeared and swiftly dealt with the bear. He was none other than their teacher, Konohamaru Sarutobi. That ninja tool is quite remarkable, Tenka noted. It can seal jutsu within and unleash them as attacks, granting even an ordinary person formidable strength. However, such a development could lead to a troubling dependency among ninjas, diverting their focus from honing their innate abilities. Over time, the number of ninjas would dwindle, erasing the distinction between commoners and ninjas, heralding a disaster. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Tenka, as his stay in this timeline would be brief. The nature of temporal correction would soon expel him. Along the way, Tenka followed the four into Konoha with an air of confidence, garnering no notice. Are we heading to the Hokage's office? It is an opportune moment to observe this world's Naruto. As Tenka admired the Konoha of this era, he took in the bustling pedestrians and the advancements in modern technology. Has light industry developed to such an extent? Tenka pondered. Indeed, although the heavy industry had stagnated due to the influence of ninjas, light industry had deeply integrated into daily life, making such progress quite reasonable. Lost in thought, Tenka trailed behind Konohamaru and the others until they reached the door of the Hokage's office, seemingly intent on entering together. With a sharp click, the grand door swung open, and Tenka entered in a steady stream, yet not a single person, including Naruto, paid him any heed. A child untouched by hardship. After witnessing the bond between father and son, Tenka finally spoke. As his voice echoed, the assembled ninjas and the Umbu protecting the Hokage shifted into defensive stances, suddenly aware of his presence. Who are you? Naruto inquired, his expression grave, unable to fathom how someone could remain undetected in the current ninja world. You may call me Tenka. Despite the imposing aura of those around him, Tenka remained unfazed. The disparity in their powers was immense. You must be the mysterious figure from the skies, Gaara. What brings you to Konoha? Oh, no need to be alarmed. I'm merely a traveler. As the leader of the 5 great nations, I felt compelled to observe Konoha, and of course, to see you in your current state. Sensing no malice from Tenka, Naruto gestured for the Umbu to stand down. Since you are here to visit, I shall ensure you have a delightful time. That won't be necessary, Tenka replied, waving his hand dismissively. I am quite familiar with Konoha and can explore on my own. I shall not intrude any further. With a faint smile, Tenka turned and headed towards the exit, completely unguarded. Hokage-sama. Konohamaru glanced at Naruto. Their power is formidable. Let him be, Naruto sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the demands of his duties and the complexities surrounding his son. The emergence of this powerful, enigmatic figure weighed heavily on him. Inside a fast food establishment, Tenka sampled the local cuisine, nodding appreciatively. Compared to before, the variety and flavors had significantly improved. The Chunin exams, is it? He opened his senses, clearly overhearing the conversations of several young ninjas in the distance. The offspring of the 12 ninja guardians and ninjas from the 5 great nations, an intriguing spectacle indeed. Finishing his meal, Tenka vanished, leaving behind a startled proprietor. The Chunin exams commenced, and Tenka observed the preliminary rounds and the finals as a mere spectator. Cheating, huh? Although Naruto's strength at this age pales in comparison, he refrained from such underhanded tactics, relying solely on his own prowess. Watching from the structures surrounding the arena, Tenka noticed a glimmer of potential in Boruto Uzumaki. However, he discerned that few possessed true talent. In his eyes, only those on par with the 5 Kage could be deemed exceptional. Ah, someone approaches, he mused, glancing skyward and recognizing a familiar presence. It seemed an entertaining scene was about to unfold. The newcomers were none other than Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki, who immediately launched their assault. Naruto stepped forward to protect the crowd, ultimately captured and taken away. Ah, the plot thickens. I suspect young Boruto will come to terms with himself and follow Sasuke to rescue him. The unfolding narrative was precisely as Tenka anticipated, as Sasuke, utilizing his Rinnegan, opened a dimensional portal, accompanied by Boruto and the other 4 Kage. In the eyes of the world, the likelihood of Naruto's victory appeared exceedingly high. In terms of strength, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was on par with Naruto and Sasuke, yet Naruto's side boasted the presence of 4 additional Kage. As the battle commenced, Naruto and his allies first collaborated to temporarily seal Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Subsequently, they left the earth and water Kage to guard him while the rest united to assault Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Under the combined onslaught of Naruto and his comrades, Otsutsuki Momoshiki found himself at a severe disadvantage. Unfazed by his bound form, Otsutsuki Kinshiki broke free to intercept their attacks, willingly sacrificing himself. Under the allure of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Kinshiki transformed into a fruit. At that moment, the enigmatic Tenka, who had long lurked in the shadows, finally made his move, extracting a fruit resembling a peach. His appearance threw everything into chaos, drawing the attention of all present. It is said that after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya awakened the Rinne Sharingan, becoming the progenitor of ninjas. One could only wonder how Tenka would toy with the fruit now in his possession. Initially, upon witnessing the remarkable increase in combat prowess after the enemy ingested a pill, Tenka had intended to examine the drug, never anticipating that he would ultimately seize this object instead. It's you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki spat out in fury. Yet he hesitated to act rashly. Your strength is rather underwhelming. If Kagaya's power were akin to yours, it would be a tremendous disappointment. Enraged by Tenka's condescending gaze, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt a tumultuous hatred swell within him, but the fruit in Tenka's grasp restrained him from making a move. Unbeknownst to Tenka, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's weakness stemmed from a lack of sufficient chakra. The prowess of his Rinnegan lay in its ability to consume chakra and unleash greater power. With ample chakra, even Kagaya would struggle against him, which was why she created the white Zetsu. With everyone watching, Tenka took several bites of the so-called fruit, all eyes on him, eager to witness any transformation. After a moment of concentration, Tenka frowned and sighed, realizing that aside from a significant increase in chakra, there were no other noticeable changes. Ha, fool. That was merely a chakra fruit. How could you mistake it for the fruit of the divine tree? Are you truly that dim-witted? Perhaps aware of his impending doom, Otsutsuki Momoshiki disregarded the potential to infuriate Tenka. Flushed with embarrassment, Tenka realized he had misjudged the situation, especially with so many witnesses. You shall pay. In a fit of agitation, Tenka unleashed his full combat potential, mercilessly pummeling Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Damn it! I will annihilate all of you. He swallowed the remaining pills in a single gulp. Do you think I am insignificant? Just as he finished swallowing, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was cleaved in two. Lightning flame wave. With a cry of despair, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was reduced to ashes. After vanquishing Otsutsuki Momoshiki, a throng of allies converged around Tenka, effectively encircling him. How is it that you treat your savior in such a manner? Though aware that you can resolve matters independently, it does not preclude the possibility of utilizing such experiences for narrative purposes. Who exactly are you? Naruto inquired, his voice heavy with concern. The presence of someone as formidable and enigmatic as Tianxia unsettled him, for he feared that this individual might undertake actions detrimental to the world, despite not sensing any malevolent intent. Who am I? You may ponder that yourselves. I must take my leave, Tianxia declared. Upon hearing his words, Naruto and the others tensed, ready to unleash a thunderous assault should Tianxia make any sudden movements. However, Tianxia paid little mind to their readiness, as he had already attuned himself to the forces of time and space. Farewell. With that, His form gradually dissipated before the eyes of the assembled crowd. This scene felt eerily familiar to Naruto, who muttered to himself as he observed the unfolding events. To be honest, you have truly disappointed me. Upon Tianxia's return to Konoha, he was met with the sight of the 3 members of Team 7 lying in a hospital bed. You couldn't even defeat a mere Raikage. It seems I have been overly lenient with you, Tianxia remarked coldly, his expression grave. But there was not just a Raikage, there was also a Jinchuriki, along with dozens of ninjas. Though he yearned to voice this protest, Yutei understood that speaking up would result in dire consequences. Very well, once you have recovered, I shall conduct rigorous training. Only when you can vanquish my shadow clones shall you be allowed to undertake missions outside. Shadow clones. Indeed. Shadow clones that possess 1/5 of my strength. The 3 members of Yutei underwent Tianxia's grueling training, while Naruto prepared to depart from Konoha. Having received word that Sasuke Uchiha had slain Orochimaru and sought to bring him back. In another realm, Sasuke believed he had surpassed Orochimaru's power and abruptly turned against him, successfully unraveling his rebirth jutsu and defeating him. Sasuke then sought out Orochimaru's former subordinates, Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo, forming a team called Hibi to track down Itachi. During this time, Sasuke encountered Deidara of the Akatsuki and engaged in battle. Deidara was ultimately defeated by Sasuke's subordinates, opting for self-detonation to prove his artistry. However, Sasuke evaded disaster by hiding within the body of the Great Serpent. Jiraiya infiltrated the Hidden Rain village to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki, where he encountered Pain and Konan. Recognizing Pain as his former disciple, Nagato, although Jiraiya activated Sage Mode to battle the 6 paths of pain, he was ultimately bested by the power of the Rinnegan. In a final act of valor, he sacrificed himself to relay crucial information back to Konoha. Sasuke finally confronted Itachi, leading to an intense duel in which both unleashed their ultimate techniques. As Sasuke depleted his chakra, the dormant presence of Orochimaru within him re-emerged, only for Itachi to seal Orochimaru away with the Totsuka blade of Susanoo. However, Itachi, already afflicted by a grave illness, succumbed to his injuries after the fierce battle. Sasuke, too, fell from exhaustion and was subsequently taken away by Tobi, who revealed to him the truth about Itachi. Upon discovering Itachi's intention to protect both himself and their village, Sasuke resolved to annihilate the Hidden Leaf village. He rebranded the Snake Team as the Hawk and agreed to assist Akatsuki in capturing the 8 Tails in exchange for their support. Without bringing Sasuke back, Naruto and his companions returned in sorrow. However, upon Naruto's return to the Hidden Leaf, he was met with tragic news. Jiraiya had perished. In pursuit of vengeance, Naruto followed the Toads to Mount Myaboku to learn the Sage Mode. Teacher, is there something you summoned us for? The trio, who had been training diligently in the training grounds, were suddenly informed by Tenzin's shadow clone to return, as there was something to discuss. Confused, they ceased their training. For the past few months, they had endured relentless training at Tenzin's hands, but they had also reaped the rewards, experiencing significant growth in their abilities. Due to the previous crisis, they had been grinding hard, so when they recognized their newfound strength, they felt somewhat uncomfortable with Tenzin's abrupt interruption. Naturally. I summoned you because I noticed your strength has increased, and it is time for some real combat. Could it be that our strength has reached the required level? The trio, having focused on their training to redeem their past humiliation, were unusually calm and did not exhibit their previous restlessness. They were uncertain if they could now defeat Tenzin's shadow clone, reaching the required level. Not just yet, Tenzin interrupted their reverie. However, I have found you an opponent. An opponent? The trio queried, puzzled. He has already arrived. As soon as Tenzin's words fell, the alarm bells of the Hidden Leaf rang out. Go, handle this intruder. Exchanging glances, the trio moved towards the source of the disturbance. What is going on? From what the teacher implied, it should be just one opponent. Why are there now 6? Or are they clones? Regardless of whether they were clones or not, they resolved to confront the enemy. Yutei and Ayumu shared a knowing look, filled with resignation, and then separated to face their respective foes. The moment Yutei laid eyes on the enemy, he noticed their peculiar eyes. Yet, before he could utter another word, the opponent's arm shot out with a tremendous force, creating a massive crater in the ground. Phew, that was close. Yutei gasped, clutching his chest. The opponent, endowed with immense strength, had a cannon protruding from their shoulder, aimed directly at Yutei, unleashing a laser. Utilizing his mastery over wind, Yutei effortlessly evaded the laser blast. Hey, Let us not start with fighting right away. How about we share some pleasantries and discuss how wonderful the world is? It's far more pleasant than brawling. The Azura path ceased its attack, and Yutei sighed, reflecting on how his verbal prowess had improved. Goodness, Yutei exclaimed, conjuring a shield of wind before him. Do you really need to go all out? You nearly cracked my skull. Beneath the skull was an array of laser cannons, densely packed, making evasion nearly impossible for Yutei. Do you think I'm easy to bully? After fending off the attack, Yutei launched his counteroffensive with a mighty wind hammer. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside the Azura path, seemingly wielding something formidable. Boom! The Azura path was sent flying several meters away. However, such an attack posed little threat to him. With a loud bang, a rocket was launched, aiming to strike him. Yutei, having positioned himself sideways, narrowly evaded the onslaught. Yet he did not anticipate that the rocket would turn back and fly toward him. Boom! The rocket exploded beside Yutei, prompting the Azura path to pivot and prepare for his departure. Hey, I'm not dead yet. As the smoke cleared, Yutei stood unscathed. Upon witnessing this, the Azura path transformed without hesitation. What a terrifying sight! At that moment, the Azura path's visage underwent a grotesque metamorphosis, becoming grotesquely inhuman with 3 faces and 6 arms. This ends here. I shall seek other foes. In the face of the transformed Azura path, Yutei remained unfazed and turned to leave. As he presented his back to the Azura path, the latter readied all his weapons for an assault. However, before he could act, his body began to swell in an eerie manner. The wind blast must have taken effect, Yutei murmured from a distance, just as a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. He had previously allowed a substantial amount of air to seep into the Azura path's body, subsequently releasing the compression to strike from within. Damn! Yuera cursed under her breath, swiftly evading the impending danger as a massive foot descended from the sky. In front of Yuera stood 4 identical summoned beasts, while her adversary observed from a distance. Summoning technique. Accompanied by Yuera's delicate voice, a majestic eagle adorned with golden feathers emerged. Golden Eagle, block them, Yuera commanded, gesturing towards the summoned beasts ahead. With no obstruction remaining, Yuera finally closed the distance to her opponent, preparing to draw blood from her finger to continue the summoning. Not a chance. Water release, great waterfall technique. The Azura path was engulfed by water, though it caused no harm. Instead, he continued forming seals within the torrent, summoning yet another beast. Once inside, do not emerge, Yuera declared, standing outside the flowing waters while simultaneously executing the 4 corners water prison technique. The Azura path, along with the newly summoned beast, found themselves completely immobilized within the water prison. Consequently, the Azura path commanded the scattered summoned beasts to return, attempting to disrupt the jutsu from the outside. Water release, hard vortex water blade. While the 4 water clones controlled the jutsu, the original took the opportunity to attack. Under the relentless assault of the swirling vortex and water blades, the Azura path was mercilessly shredded into fragments. In another battlefield, Yakumo faced a barrage of physical attacks from his foe, parrying numerous blows until finally being captured in a decisive move. The human path placed a great hand upon Yakumo's head and activated his ability, extracting a soul. With a resounding thud, a corpse collapsed to the ground. It was indeed the human path, while Yakumo stood several meters away. Sensory manipulation successful. Yakumo wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to leave. When the 3 arrived at another combat zone, they encountered an enemy sporting circular eyes. Alongside the lifeless body of Kakashi sprawled on the ground. Wow, even Kakashi-senpai has fallen to this guy. It seems he is stronger than the others. Should we perhaps retreat? Yutei suggested weakly, glancing at the motionless Kakashi before turning to Yuera. Others have already breached the village. Where can you flee? Or are you simply afraid? The moonlight mocked, while casting a gaze upon Yutei that suggested, so, you are indeed human. Humph. Yutei merely scoffed, for I was merely indulging in a moment of levity. Pointing towards the figure of Pain, who audaciously dared to assault Konoha, was clearly a slap in the face to both Konoha and myself. Such insolence could not be tolerated. As I spoke, a series of footsteps approached, and 5 individuals, all bearing the same circular eyes, emerged, among them 3 who had fallen in battle. They were not dead, Yutei asserted with conviction. Then they can be resurrected? A question arose from Yakumo. After we dispatched them, they did not immediately return to life. This implies that their revival may require a certain duration or could be facilitated by their companions, Moonlight calmly deduced. The ability to resurrect poses significant complications, Yute mused. Now adorned with a hint of gravity, the wind must be utterly suppressed. Regardless of their potential for revival or any external assistance, all certainties must be resolved. Yute harnessed their powers, exerting a formidable suppression, aware that their endurance was waning. All senses completely stripped away. Yakumo once again diminished the enemy's capabilities. At this moment, Moonlight transformed, her hair a vivid crimson as she performed the water clone technique. 6 moonlights brandished their claws, targeting the neck of the 6 paths. With a swift motion, both Yute and Yakumo simultaneously coughed up blood, while pain vanished from sight, leaving only the lifeless forms of the remaining 5. You shall face the wrath of the divine. Pain cast a cold glance at Yute and the others before slowly ascending to a height of 100 meters. What is this fellow planning? Is he about to unleash some grand technique? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yute gazed at Pain in the sky. Shinra Tensei, Yute, possessing the ability to manipulate the wind, immediately sensed an overwhelming repulsive force descending upon them. Windshield. In an instant, Yute conjured a protective barrier, enveloping the 3. In the next moment, the towering structures around them crumbled to dust, accompanied by the creaking of the shield above. In a heartbeat, Yute's barrier was on the brink of shattering. With a fierce shout, the barrier barely held together, yet it faced immense pressure, sinking like the ground beneath it. When the repulsive force subsided, the trio found themselves buried underground, though fortunately not too deeply. Coughing, Yute expelled a mouthful of blood. His once rosy cheeks now pale as death. Damn it, that nearly cost me my life. He gasped, clutching his chest. The 3 emerged from the pit, only to behold a vast abyss. Though they had anticipated such devastation, witnessing the once thriving Konoha vanish in an instant left them momentarily paralyzed. Yet, not everything had been obliterated. A solitary courtyard remained untouched amidst the chasm. The entirety of Konoha had nearly been erased, save for that one house, which stood eerily intact. The trio recognized it at once. It was the dwelling of their beloved teacher. As Tiandao strode forth, his gaze icy, he regarded the 3 individuals, whose strength had waned to the point of impotence against their formidable foe. Months had elapsed since the crisis in the Land of Lightning, and now they once again found themselves on the precipice of life and death. They were acutely aware of Tiandao's character, having compelled them to confront their adversary. He would not intervene, regardless of their fate. In a moment fraught with peril, accompanied by a billow of smoke, Naruto finally made his entrance. Where are we? Have we arrived at the wrong place? He questioned, standing atop the head of Gamabunta, flanked by 2 elder toads on his shoulders. This is Konoha, though it has already been laid to waste. Tiandao, recognizing the arrival of Naruto, diverted his attention from the 3, and thus the battle commenced, one side striving to vanquish the enemy, the other pursuing personal ambitions. Despite the absence of the other 5 paths, the prowess of Tiandao Pain was not to be underestimated. The narrative resumed its original course, with Naruto ensnared by the black rod, rendered immobile. Subsequently, he witnessed Hinata succumb to a berserk state in her attempt to save him. Confronted by the 9 tails, Pain unleashed the earth-shattering stars, intending to seal Naruto away. Yet he grossly underestimated the 9 tails' might. With the assistance of his father, Naruto succeeded in sealing the 9 tails once more, and through his sage mode's heightened perception, he located Pain. Employing his extraordinary verbal prowess, Naruto succeeded in persuading Nagato to reclaim his former ideals. Nagato then executed the rebirth technique, resurrecting the fallen villagers of Konoha, including Kakashi, at the cost of his own life. Naruto, having safeguarded his village, emerged as a hero, earning the admiration of the villagers. However, despite their triumph, Konoha lay in ruins, with even the 5th Hokage plunged into unconsciousness. The concealed organization, Akatsuki, began to reveal itself, seizing control of the situation. The immediate task was to restore Konoha, a monumental undertaking, though the arrival of an individual would ultimately facilitate this process. I once promised Senju Hashirama that I would intervene in Konoha's hour of crisis. Thus the reconstruction shall be entrusted to me. Tiandao declared as he arrived at the very heart of what was once Konoha, now a vast pit. Surrounding him were numerous Konoha ninjas and civilians, eager to witness the prowess of the being revered as a god. Taking a deep breath, Tiandao closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, His pupils had transformed into a kaleidoscopic hue, including his eyelids. "This is Sage Mode," Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Earth Release, Super Elevation Technique." The ground trembled, and one could distinctly perceive the earth rising, a phenomenon that persisted for a full half-minute. Were one to hover above, they would observe Konoha as the epicenter, ascending nearly 100 meters over a radius of several dozen miles. Tiandao commenced weaving signs for the Earth Release, Super Heavy Stone Technique. The earth quaked once more. Yet this time the sensation was one of descent, the process considerably shorter than the previous elevation. Shikamaru squinted, tapping the ground with his toe, the sensation akin to striking steel. "Yamato!" A resounding call echoed through the land, heralding the appearance of a jonin clad in the Leaf Village vest. Yamato, a wielder of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's cells. Without granting a moment's pause, he seized his opponent with one hand while the other began forming hand seals. Wood-style, super great forest wall. Massive rectangular wooden planks erupted from the ground, rising one after another, tightly arrayed to forge a formidable new barrier. The ninjutsu persisted for a full quarter of an hour, culminating in the creation of a vast circle, over 10 miles in diameter, enclosed by the wooden planks. Now taking shape. Wood-style, multi-road wooden pillar technique. To the astonishment of all present, rows of wooden structures materialized, appearing in the blink of an eye, totaling over 100, and this was merely the beginning. The technique continued for another quarter hour, with houses springing up throughout the entire encircled area. With a heavy sigh, Yamato released the Sage Mode, contrasting the calm demeanor of the world around him with his own exhaustion as he collapsed to the ground. "Phew, I'm so tired," he called out as Kakashi approached. "Ah, I think I heard someone speaking," Kakashi remarked, setting aside his book to glance around, only to find no one before he moved on, leaving the prone Yamato behind. Meanwhile, Reikage, incensed by the abduction of his brother Killer Bee by Sasuke, resolved to convene a summit of the 5 Kage to impose sanctions against Akatsuki. Tsunade, having succumbed to unconsciousness from the depletion of her chakra in prior battles, fell prey to Danzo, who seized the position of Hokage and proceeded to the Land of Iron for the summit. Sasuke, intent on eliminating Danzo, infiltrated the venue, where he faced relentless assaults from the 5 Kage. In a moment of peril, he was rescued by Tobi, who proclaimed his intention to enact the Eye of the Moon plan, announcing to all present the commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War. Subsequently, Sasuke pursued Danzo as he fled the assembly, engaging in a fierce battle that culminated in Danzo's demise. In preparation for the impending conflict and to safeguard the 8 Tails and 9 Tails, Naruto was dispatched to a secret base prepared in the Land of Lightning. There, he encountered Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, and sought to learn the art of controlling the 9 Tails. Within the realm of his mind, Naruto met his mother, Kushina, who recounted the events of his birth and unveiled the truth behind the 9 Tails assault on the Leaf Village. With his mother's guidance, Naruto successfully gained mastery over the 9 Tails, acquiring newfound strength and sensing the presence of the stealthy Kisame. As Kisame attempted to escape, he clashed with Guy, who ultimately subdued him, choosing to take his own life to protect vital information. Tobi, intent on acquiring the Rinnegan, ventured to the Rain Village, where he murdered Konan, who had devoted herself to guarding Nagato's body and the Rinnegan. He then allied with Kabuto, who had harnessed Orochimaru's powers, launching a war with Kabuto's reanimated army and Tobi's White Zetsu troops. The ninja forces of the 5 great nations united, forming a ninja alliance, and the 4th Great Ninja War erupted. During his training, Naruto sensed the external conflict and, alongside Killer Bee, raced to the battlefield, while Sasuke, having undergone the transplant of Itachi's eyes, also made his way to the front lines. Yet, at this moment, where were Naruto and his companions? In a relic upon the moon, Naruto's allies gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the azure planet hanging above them. With Tai, they were all eager to explore the enigmatic cave, and now they found themselves on the moon, with the moonlight illuminating their faces, particularly one filled with fury. The tale begins with the formation of a ninja coalition by the 5 great nations. The 3 had been tasked with gathering intelligence on the enemy's location. But during their journey, Tai stumbled upon a secret cave. After much insistence from Tai, the trio pressed onward, ultimately arriving at this peculiar place. "Well, it's not like we can't return. We might as well enjoy this detour as a little vacation," Tai remarked nonchalantly. However, Akatsuki expressed concern. "But this means we cannot complete our mission. Worry not. After all, this mission involves more than just our team. Yet, I am curious about how we managed to travel from Earth to here, Tai mused. It must be a temporal passage, Moonlight conjectured. Suddenly, Tai's demeanor shifted as he warned. Someone's coming. The trio concealed themselves in the underbrush and observed a youth clad in white soaring through the air, albeit with his eyes tightly shut, suggesting a visual impairment. Remarkably, there are humans on the moon. Shall we follow him? Tai proposed, noticing Moonlight and Akatsuki hesitating. A sly grin crossed Tai's face as he directed the wind to carry the other two discreetly after the boy. The three trailed the white-clad youth for about 15 minutes until he arrived at a grand palace. Shall we enter or not? Akatsuki inquired, watching the boy step inside. Of course we shall. We've come this far, Tai replied with unwavering certainty. Proceeding cautiously, they ventured deeper until they finally overheard voices. Exchanging glances, they crept closer to the hall's entrance and peered inside, where the boy they were tracking stood beside a colossal sphere of white light, murmuring to himself. At present, Earth is in turmoil, and some even seek to resurrect the Ten Tails. Indeed, the world created by the Sage of Six Paths is fundamentally flawed. Outside, the trio listened in shock, glancing at one another, before Tai gestured for them to continue eavesdropping. In accordance with your dying wish, I shall awaken the rebirth eye, obliterate Earth, and forge a new world. They exchanged knowing looks, deciding it was time to reveal themselves. Hey, who are you to audaciously proclaim your intent to destroy Earth? Tai exclaimed, stepping forward. The boy initially displayed a look of alarm, but soon regained his composure, turning to face the trio with calm assurance. I am Otsutsuki Shuren, a descendant of Otsutsuki Yuki. You must have traversed the Moon-Earth passage to arrive here, but that is inconsequential, for you shall all perish. Clearly, Tai and his companions understood the boy's sinister intentions. He intended to eliminate them to cover his tracks. Huh, just you? Tai scoffed. Judging by the power radiating from the boy, he appeared to be merely at the shadow level, which hardly intimidated the trio. Come forth, Otsutsuki Shuren commanded, summoning a multitude of humanoid puppets. Little trinkets, Tai exclaimed, extending his hand, ready to unleash the wind and crush them. A beam of laser suddenly shot forth from the mouth of the puppet. Damn it! Casting a glance at the seemingly bottomless pit on the ground and the tattered sleeve, Yutei could not help but curse in frustration. Yuer, Yutei called out, and upon hearing this, Yuer gently nodded. Seize control, Yutei commanded, binding all the puppets in place. However, despite their immobilization, the puppets were still capable of emitting lasers, causing a flurry of light to dance throughout the hall. Die! At that moment, Yuer had transformed, and in a blur, countless puppets shattered into fragments. While Yutei and Yuer battled the puppets, Yakumo, due to her unique abilities, could not join the fray, instead focusing her gaze on the boy with tightly shut eyes. Manipulate the senses. Although she could not influence his sight, the remaining 4 senses were more than sufficient. After extensive training, Yakumo was no longer the frail girl who could only hide behind Yutei. She had fully harnessed her bloodline ability and possessed formidable strength. The Otsutsuki Shin, initially standing still, suddenly vanished from his position, only to reappear moments later, severing his own arm. Yet his assault did not cease there. He continued to attack other parts of his body. With a cough, Otsutsuki Shin spat blood, while a faint trace of crimson appeared at the corner of Yakumo's mouth. A chilling voice echoed in the ears of the trio, as Yutei and Yuer had already dispatched all the puppets. In that case, it is time to implement the destruction plan ahead of schedule. Despite certain flaws, it was only now that Otsutsuki Shin opened his eyes, revealing not the expected orbs of sight, but rather dark, hollow sockets. These voids exuded an eerie chill, causing Yutei and the others to shudder involuntarily. Before they could react, Otsutsuki Shin charged towards a nearby white sphere of light. In an instant, the sphere writhed as if alive, creating an unsettling spectacle. Within mere moments, the light orb merged into Otsutsuki Shin's body, and when he opened his eyes again, they had transformed into pale, white orbs. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shin hovered in the air, gazing down upon Yutei and the others with a divine disdain reserved for mortals. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful repulsion that sent Yutei and his companions flying, reducing the palace to ruins. It is time. The earth is destined for destruction. Alas, she is not here. Otsutsuki Shin ascended slowly, directing the moon to collide with the earth, intending to bring about the end of the world. Meanwhile, on Earth, the reanimated ninjas and White Zetsu were being swiftly defeated. At this moment, Kabuto unexpectedly summoned the true Uchiha Madara using the reanimation jutsu. The 5 Kage arrived on the battlefield to confront Madara, while Naruto and Killer Bee engaged in battle against Obito and the Jinchuriki army. On his way to the battlefield, Sasuke encountered the reanimated Itachi and pursued him to inquire about past events, ultimately joining forces with Itachi to defeat Kabuto. Itachi unraveled the reanimation jutsu and bid farewell to Sasuke, who, in his quest for answers, resurrected Orochimaru using the cursed seal. Accompanied by members of the Hawk, he journeyed to the Hidden Leaf Village, employing the reanimation jutsu to bring forth the past Hokage. From the first Hokage, Sasuke acquired the answers he sought. Hoping to uphold Itachi's will, and together with the former Hokage, he rushed to the battlefield. Under the relentless efforts of Naruto and his comrades, Obito's mask was shattered, revealing his true identity as Uchiha Obito, a former friend of Kakashi. During the Great War, Obito had narrowly escaped death, saved by Madara, and having witnessed Kakashi slay Rin. He succumbed to despair, vowing to realize Madara's vision of the Eye of the Moon. Together, Obito and Madara resurrected the 10 Tails, amalgamating the powers of all tailed beasts. Under their control, the 10 Tails gradually evolved into its complete form. All ninjas from the ninja world converged upon the battlefield where Naruto stood, heralding the onset of the ultimate confrontation. Obito commanded the 10 Tails to unleash an assault, obliterating Nara Shikaku, Ino's father Yamanaka Inoichi, Miss Jonin Ao, Cloud's female Jonin Mabui, and numerous civilians still stationed at the Cloud Village headquarters. Subsequently, he used the wood clone technique to eliminate many members of the Leaf's Jonin alliance, including Hyuga, inflicting a profound blow to Naruto's spirit. Naruto nearly wavered under Obito's verbal onslaught, yet, due to the inadequacy of Obito's rhetoric, he ultimately regained his composure. Bolstered by Hinata's comforting words and the admonishment of the 9 Tails, Naruto adapted the chakra generated by the 9 Tails to suit each ninja's needs, distributing it amongst all alliance members. At this juncture, Uchiha Sasuke resurrected Orochimaru, breaking the Shiki Fujin seal and summoning the first 4 Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato. After a thorough explanation, Sasuke and the Hokage joined the fray. Naruto, alongside the united forces of the Ninja Alliance, engaged the enemy, with Sasuke arriving shortly after, marking the reunion of Team 7. Obito, now empowered by the 10 Tails, thrust everyone into a grueling battle, intent on using the 10 Tails' true form, the God Tree, to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. It was at this moment that the unusual phenomena in the sky captured everyone's attention. The moon loomed perilously close to Earth, appearing nearly 100 times larger than usual, making it impossible to ignore. In the battlefield, amidst the towering clouds, Tenten sensed the peculiar chakra from the moon along with 3 familiar chakra signatures. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards the atmosphere, aware that as a human, he could not escape the grip of air, and his flight depended on its support. That moon seems to be on a collision course with Earth. One ninja shouted in terror. At that moment, whether it was the 6 Paths Obito, Naruto, and his allied ninjas, or the reanimated 4 Kage and Madara, all ceased their actions to gaze at the approaching moon. If this world were to meet its end, what was the point of continuing the battle? As Tenten's figure vanished from sight, the gathered crowd watched in anticipation. Damn it, he cursed darkly, recalling the devastating blow from a few days prior. A surge of anger welled up within. The 3 companions had suffered severe injuries at the hands of Otsutsuki Kagaya, only recently recovering. As they approached Earth, it appeared that she was indeed intent on annihilating it. Yakumo gazed at the gradually clearer planet, determination etched on her face. They must thwart her. With a resolute glance exchanged between Yakumo and Tsukiyo, they set forth. Earth was their sanctuary, home to their loved ones, and it must not be allowed to be destroyed. Like mere ants, the trio faced the advancing Otsutsuki Kagaya, who declared, "If that is the case, I shall eradicate you completely." Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A colossal tempest arose, shrouding the sky and engulfing everything in its path, stirring up clouds of dust. Are you attempting to confront me with mere wind? Do you underestimate my power? With a wave of his hand, Tsukiyo sought to control the tempest, yet its force clearly exceeded his grasp. Blood trickled from his lips as he grit his teeth, Refusing to relent in the face of adversity, behind him stood his comrades, and he could not falter. Yakumo's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she unleashed an illusion against Otsutsuki Kagaya, but in an instant, it felt as if she had been struck down. Collapsing to the ground, Tsukiyo, with his crimson hair flowing, approached Kagaya, though he had yet to make a move. A green chakra enveloped Kagaya, with two floating green orbs by her side. Under the assault of the orbs, Tsukiyo was thrown back, his chakra consumed entirely, leaving him powerless and collapsed on the ground. His transformation dispelled. Witnessing both Yakumo and Tsukiyo fall, Wutai let out a furious roar, fully unleashing his abilities, yet still struggled to dismantle the tempest. Ultimately, amid a torrent of blood from his 7 orifices, Wutai strained his body and succeeded in dispelling the obscuring storm. In the Rebirth Eye mode, Otsutsuki Kagaya's power had surged exponentially, rendering Wutai and his companions utterly outmatched, and they were swiftly defeated. Sensing their dwindling energy, Kagaya narrowed her eyes, gripping her black blade. After all, Wutai and his companions were her disciples, having spent a significant amount of time together. Should they meet their demise, she would not hesitate to obliterate the moon. A harsh cough reverberated through the silence of the lunar expanse as Wutai unsteadily rose to his feet. Impressive, he managed to utter between coughs, his body swaying precariously. On the verge of collapsing. I have one last move. Dare you to accept it? Without awaiting Kagaya's response, Wutai slowly drew his weapon, his hands trembling as he grasped it. Kagaya made no move to stop him, merely observing in silence, perceiving Wutai's actions as a desperate struggle for survival. Heavenly Blade. Wutai executed his soul technique, but it did not end there. Wind, rain, thunder, frost, clouds, mist, snow. The elemental energies intertwined, enveloping the blade's aura. 5 senses manipulation. Power augmentation. Yakumo cried out, channeling her strength, causing the Heavenly Blade's might to swell exponentially. Meanwhile, Tsukiyo, in a state of frenzy, unleashed his blood-red energy to augment the attack. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shinjuro no longer exuded the same composure as before. His countenance reflected shock. The golden wheel of reincarnation erupted. A colossal chakra sword materialized, colliding with the Heavenly Blade. Simultaneously, ninjas on Earth turned their gazes skyward, witnessing the luminous clash of sword and blade upon the moon. As the smoke dissipated, tranquility returned to the lunar surface. While the onlookers awaited, the resounding explosion eventually reverberated through the silence. Was it over? Tianxia murmured to himself, sensing the peculiar chakra dissipating. However, upon observing the moon inching closer at a constant pace, he furrowed his brow, realizing the peril of their proximity. If this continued, the moon would inevitably collide with Earth, leading to the demise of humanity on a catastrophic scale. With a whoosh, Tianxia vanished within the atmosphere, reappearing on the moon. Teacher, the trio of Yutei exclaimed with joy. In light of their exuberance, Tianxia merely nodded. He had arrived here via the Flying Thunder God technique, not for a reunion. Instantly, he activated Sage Mode, summoning over 100 shadow clones to simultaneously weave the Earth Release, Ultra Light Heavy Rock technique. Tianxia relentlessly employed this technique on the moon to diminish its weight, then exerted all his strength to propel it back to its original orbit. With a swift leap, Tianxia, his corporeal form, launched himself at the moon, delivering a powerful kick that left a crater hundreds of meters deep, simultaneously increasing the distance between the moon and Earth. With each successive kick, 50, 100, Tianxia exhibited the endurance of an unyielding titan, relentlessly assaulting the moon. After nearly an hour of exertion, he finally restored the moon to its former trajectory. With a resounding thud, the heavy object landed, and Tianxia descended from the sky, his sage mode having already faded. Without the constraints of chakra, the moon regained its original weight. Otsutsuki Shinjuro, having undergone a profound realization regarding his ancestors' true intentions, resolved to maintain vigil upon the moon. As the lunar incident concluded, the battle resumed. Naruto unleashed an extraordinary verbal technique that unsettled Obito's spirit. Subsequently, through the collective efforts of the warriors, the tailed beasts within Obito began to detach, prompting Naruto to persuade him to reevaluate his own path. Just as Obito teetered on the brink of collapse, he became ensnared by the hidden Black Zetsu, who initiated the rebirth of the world technique, fully reviving Madara Uchiha. Upon his resurrection, Madara was blinded but gradually regained the powers of his former self. Utilizing the chakra black rods he had previously embedded in Hashirama to restrain his movements and siphon his sage chakra. Soon after, Madara escaped the entanglement of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sai, turning his focus to capturing the tailed beasts. Yet, without his sight, Madara was ill-equipped to withstand the relentless assault of the nine-tailed beasts and suffered a severed right arm. At that moment, a white Zetsu appeared, offering Madara his right eye, the Rinnegan, and his own right arm. Madara affixed the white Zetsu's arm and installed the right eye, embarking on his formal hunt for the tailed beasts. He wielded the power of the Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path Golem from within Obito's body, swiftly defeating the tailed beasts with the Rinnegan's power, while extending the Outer Path chains to ensnare all the tailed beasts within the Golem's form. At long last, the 8 tails within Killer Bee and the 9 tails within Naruto were extracted, with the 9-tailed beasts being absorbed into the demonic statue one by one. At this moment, Tobirama Senju attempted a surprise attack from behind using the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he was swiftly vanquished by Madara. Sasuke soon arrived to thwart Madara, but he too was immobilized by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara showed no regard for kinship, and without hesitation, he mercilessly pierced Sasuke's body with a kunai resembling the grass sword. Having defeated Hashirama, Naruto, the tailed beasts, Tobirama, and Sasuke, Madara summoned the 10 tails and utilized the 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal to absorb it. Becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki and assuming the mantle of the third sage of 6 paths as he ventured to another battlefield to reclaim his left eye. In a desperate bid to save Naruto's life, Minato Namikaze resolved to transfer his Nine Tails chakra to Naruto, but he was obstructed by Black Zetsu, who also seized the 9 tails. Shortly thereafter, Madara arrived on the scene. In an effort to reclaim his Rinnegan, Madara once again attempted to persuade Obito, at which point Minato entered Sage Mode and launched an attack against Madara. Kakashi and Gaara simultaneously moved to prevent Obito from approaching Madara. Yet their combined assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Madara, who severed Minato's other arm and sent Kakashi and Gaara flying. As Obito appeared to succumb once more to Madara's influence, he unexpectedly thrust his hand into Madara's body, revealing that he had not succumbed to Madara's deception. Instead, he extracted a portion of the 1 tails and 8 tails chakra from Madara while absorbing a small fraction of the 6 paths sage technique. In a bid to save Naruto, Kakashi transported him to a different dimension. Subsequently, the combined efforts of Kakashi and Obito's Kimui allowed Obito to evade Madara's interference. With Kakashi being rescued by the arriving Might Guy, faced with the godlike Madara Uchiha, Guy, embracing a resolve to face death, opened the 8th gate of death and engaged Madara in battle. In the face of Guy's unparalleled martial prowess unleashed by the 8 gates, even Madara in his Sage of 6 Paths form found it challenging to contend. Guy initiated his attack with the Evening Elephant, executing a physical assault that transcended human limits, forcing Madara to retreat under the onslaught. Despite sustaining severe injuries, Madara remained unharmed in a vital sense and grew increasingly exhilarated by the fight. Ultimately, Guy was left with no choice but to expend the remainder of his life force to unleash his ultimate technique, Night Guy. This formidable move warped the very fabric of space, striking Madara with tremendous force and inflicting grievous wounds upon him. However, bolstered by the 10 tails' extraordinary regenerative capabilities, Madara swiftly recovered from his injuries. Just as Madara prepared to use the truth-seeking orb to end Guy's life, Naruto appeared just in time to kick the orb away. Startling Madara, it was revealed that Naruto and Sasuke, on the brink of death, encountered the Sage of 6 Paths, who bestowed upon them newfound power. In a bid to counter the strengthened Naruto and Sasuke, Madara absorbed the Divine Tree, subsequently attaining immortality to confront the newly empowered Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, who were endowed with the Sage of 6 Paths abilities. As Uchiha Madara found himself at a disadvantage, his Rinnegan exposed by Sasuke's ocular prowess, he narrowly escaped being sealed by Naruto and Sasuke. In a swift and unexpected maneuver, he seized Kakashi's Sharingan, his left eye, and activated Kimui to transport himself to the dimension of time and space, intent on reclaiming his own Rinnegan, his left eye. Within this realm, Madara recounted to Uchiha Obito the sinister plot he had orchestrated to cause the demise of Rin Noera, thereby plunging Obito into darkness. Subsequently, Madara retrieved another Rinnegan from Obito. Emerging from the dimension, Madara unleashed both the Limbo, Border Jail, and the God Tree's descent upon Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke summoned their abilities to counter the assaults, but this was merely a feint by Madara to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. As Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily occupied, Madara ascended to the moon, activating his Rinne Sharingan on his forehead, officially commencing the infinite Tsukuyomi. The brilliance of the infinite Tsukuyomi illuminated every corner of the world, penetrating even the most obfuscated objects, ensnaring nearly all of humanity in its Jinjutsu. Madara then invoked the God Tree's descent, ensconcing all entrapped souls within its grasp. The infinite Tsukuyomi was successfully enacted, yet Team 7 was spared due to Sasuke's Susanoo. Returning to the terrestrial plane, Madara prepared to eliminate Team 7 personally. However, an unfathomable twist of fate occurred when Black Zetsu, who was meant to embody Madara's will, suddenly betrayed him, piercing Madara's body from behind. Rendered immobile, Madara was inundated with a torrent of high-density chakra, causing his form to swell as Black Zetsu began to merge with him. Thus, the legendary progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was resurrected. Is this truly Kagaya Otsutsuki? The heavens murmured in awe, momentarily bewildered by her presence. Unbeknownst to the combatants, the hidden figure in the sky remained unnoticed as the battle raged on. Kagaya's objective was to utilize the infinite Tsukuyomi to forge an army of white Zetsu and reclaim her chakra, thus planning to annihilate Naruto and his companions who obstructed her, intending to transport all present into her domain. Within Kagaya's realm, Team 7 engaged in combat against her, with Obito, revived by Naruto's aid, joining their ranks. Meanwhile, the 4 Hokages remaining in the original world, by a twist of fate, summoned the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths. The figure in the sky observed the spectral form below with a cold smirk, rising to his feet. At last, the moment has arrived. In a realm of molten lava. After a fierce battle between Kagaya, Naruto, and Sasuke, Black Zetsu advised Kagaya to separate the two, prompting her to employ the Yellow Spring Path to drag Sasuke to the desert world, intending to eliminate Naruto first. Sasuke, with the assistance of Naruto's clones, Obito, and Sakura, eventually returned from the desert world, raising Kagaya's concern. Black Zetsu then urged Kagaya to unleash her chakra without reservation and eliminate their adversaries. Kagaya activated a supergravity field, planning to use the bone-ending technique to finish off Naruto and Sasuke. However, Kakashi and Obito selflessly interposed themselves, with Obito utilizing Kamui to save Kakashi, ultimately sacrificing himself in the process. At this moment, Sasuke's Rinnegan abilities had been fully restored, allowing him to launch a surprise attack on Kagaya. However, Kagaya skillfully utilized her Rinne Sharingan to evade the assault. Naruto, harnessing the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, unleashed 9 variations of the Rasengan, triggering a resonance within Kagaya's chakra, causing a portion of it to spill out and enter a state of frenzy. Subsequently, Kagaya activated the expanding truth-seeking orb, preparing to recreate the world. Yet, at that very instant, Kakashi, empowered by Obito's chakra, manifested his complete Susanoo, and Team 7 united once more to confront their adversary. Under Kakashi's guidance, they executed a final, exquisite collaboration, injuring Kagaya's right shoulder with Kakashi's Kamui Raikiri. As Naruto and Sasuke joined forces to seal her away, Kagaya attempted to unleash the coalescing death bones, but Kakashi intervened with Kamui. She then sought to shift to an icy realm, but was hindered by Sasuke's potential use of Amaterasu, forcing her to evade upwards. In her moment of desperation, she overlooked Sakura above her, who struck her on the head. Although it seemed troublesome, Tenka merely furrowed his brow, feeling the solidity of the space around him. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Tenka traversed the interstitial spaces of reality, arriving at the outer wall of a world. With a thunderous roar, a powerful force shattered a breach in the world, and Tenka entered with poise. With his current strength, it could be said he surpassed all in the shinobi realm. His physical form remained in the 8th gate of death state, leveraging forbidden techniques to siphon the life force of other beings, thereby sustaining his vitality in this state. Although Tenka had yet to master Yin-Yang release, he had reached the pinnacle of natural chakra and the 5 elemental natures. His spatial ninjutsu was exquisite, while not yet comparable to Kagaya Otsutsuki's ability to weave space. He could manipulate the legendary void without issue for a time. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in this world could rival him. Even the Tsukuyomi merely affected him. Before absolute power, all else was but an illusion. Upon entering Kagaya's realm, Tenka witnessed the shocking scene of Kagaya being struck down by Sakura's brutal blow. This was an unpleasant surprise. He had not anticipated that the battle would reach its climax so swiftly upon his arrival. If he had delayed any longer, he might have missed the conclusion entirely. However, it was not too late. Seizing the moment while Kagaya was incapacitated by Sakura's attack, Naruto and Sasuke aimed to invoke the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star, in an attempt to seal her away. Yet, Tenka, who had hurried to the scene, was not merely a spectator. He vanished from sight and reappeared before Naruto, delivering a powerful kick that sent both him and Sasuke flying. "Tenka, brother!" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by Tenka's sudden appearance and his attack. The others mirrored his confusion. "Naruto, leave her to me," Tenka declared, gesturing towards the now normal Kagaya. "Brother, do you know who she is? We must seal her, otherwise, this world will be destroyed," Naruto urgently explained. "Fool!" Sasuke suddenly interjected. "Idiot, Sasuke, what are you saying? Since he has arrived here, he is undoubtedly aware of everything. What you speak of is mere nonsense. If not a fool, then what?" "Oh, Sasuke is indeed correct in his assessment of the world. Given that, why do you seek to impede us?" Naruto, filled with urgency and confusion, inquired. "Naturally, it is for her sake." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Kagaya Otsutsuki, contemplating whether that unique Rinnegan with its 9 tomo could be transplanted onto himself. No. The world dismissed this notion, remarking that the eye on his forehead might adversely affect his image and lacked aesthetic appeal. The world disregarded Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinnegan, offering his critique without regard for her feelings. "I have made my decision," the world declared with a loud voice. "Kagaya, you now face 2 choices. Either submit to me or face death." "Huh? Is this how all humans behave now, in such arrogance?" Kagaya replied softly. "This is not arrogance, but rather the truth. Your actions are motivated by a desire to confront those few individuals of the future, are they not? I can assist you in eliminating them." Upon hearing that, Kagaya's spirit stirred slightly. "Aid me in ruling this world, and I shall help you fend off your enemies." The world tempted Kagaya, but Naruto could no longer contain himself. "Big brother, you say you wish to rule this world?" "Indeed." The world observed Kagaya deep in thought and addressed Naruto. "Do you not desire a world devoid of war? Once I govern this realm, peace shall prevail, and the entire world will be enveloped in tranquility. What do you say, Naruto? Join me in forging a new era." Listening to the world's grandiose rhetoric, Naruto responded earnestly, "To rule this world, all are equal. We must embrace love to maintain peace." "Your perspective is misguided, Naruto. The original Hashirama Senju was just like you. Yet what was the outcome? After his demise, did this world not plunge back into conflict? We should conquer this world with formidable strength. Those who dare oppose us must be slain, until no one remains to resist." "No." Naruto resolutely shook his head. "Such actions would result in countless deaths. Is it not worthwhile to sacrifice a few for the peace of many?" The world retorted. "Or do you intend to achieve a peaceful existence without a single casualty? That is impossible. Even if you were to succeed, once you are gone, everything would revert to its former state. That will not happen. As long as we continue to propagate the true essence of love, this world will know enduring peace." Naruto remained steadfast in his beliefs. "Ah, if that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss," the world sighed softly. "Naruto, since you do not share my views, I am left with no choice but to eliminate you." With that, he dismissed Naruto's cries for consideration. "Kill him. We cannot allow him to obstruct our plans," Black Zetsu interjected. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's suggestion, Kagaya raised her hand, preparing to strike. "It appears you are all unwilling. Thus we shall perish together. Once you are gone, no one will stand in my way. I shall reign supreme over this world, commanding the lives and deaths of all." Seated upon the highest throne, at this moment, the 3 of them returned to Earth, following their original path, heading towards the battlefield. 80 divine air blasts. Each punch-shaped sphere reverberated through space, mercilessly rushing towards the position of Tianxia. "Are they trying to turn me into minced meat?" Tianxia jested, then swung his fists, unleashing a barrage of strikes that clashed with the attacks from Otsutsuki Kagaya. "Let's go lend a hand," Naruto said to Sasuke beside him. "The opponent intends to eliminate us all together, and you still wish to assist him?" Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto halted his movements. His mind flooded with memories of his encounters with Tianxia. From their first meeting at the gates of Konoha, where he was called an idiot, to the second meeting when Tianxia treated him to Ichiraku ramen. Subsequently, as he became acquainted with Yutai and the others, their interactions increased, filled with shared outings, barbecues, and mutual teachings. Naruto's gaze grew resolute. I refused to believe he would do such a thing. I will bring him back to the right path. With that, he charged into the fray. Haha, since you have arrived, I shall deal with you as well, Tianxia declared, directing his assault towards Naruto. Stand down, brother Tianxia. Naruto attempted to dissuade him. Damn it. Faced with Tianxia's relentless onslaught, Naruto was soon wounded. Sasuke cursed under his breath and had no choice but to join the battle to intercept Tianxia. Upon witnessing Naruto and Sasuke's involvement, Otsutsuki Kagaya retreated, tossing her long hair, enveloping Tianxia and his companions within. The hair, like needles, sought their chakra points, aiming to seal their abilities. The trio of Tianxia evaded slowly, eyeing their three foes. And with a mischievous grin, he utilized the shadow clone technique. Though Tianxia was confident in his strength surpassing the three, he understood that they were not easily subdued in a short time. He planned to use his clones to distract Naruto and Sasuke while focusing on Kagaya. What on earth is happening? Yutai pondered, observing the massive tree roots and casually severing them. As he peeled away the outer layers, he revealed a face with tightly closed eyes. Once he set down the slumbering figure, the roots ensnared the sleeping person once more. This must be related to the battlefield, Yuera observed, gazing at the crimson moon in the sky. We need to hasten our pace. When the three arrived at the heart of the battlefield, they were confronted with the horrifying sight of mummies suspended from the tree roots. They casually pushed aside one and recognized a familiar face, Nara Shikamaru. The trio exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. They could hardly fathom that within just a few days, countless ninja from the Allied forces and all of humanity on Earth had been reduced to this state. I hear something. Yutai inclined his ear, catching a faint sound carried by the wind. The three of them, as if grasping at a lifeline, sprinted with all their might. What is this? They beheld four familiar figures and an elderly man floating in midair, confusion washing over them. Konoha ninja, Senju Tobarama exclaimed. It's you. The third Hokage exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the trio. How are you unharmed? Upon hearing the third's explanation, the trio finally comprehended the reason behind it all. It must be because they were not on Earth when the events unfolded during the moon phase. The Sage of Six Paths spoke softly. These esteemed individuals are the first, second, and fourth Hokage? Yakumo gazed at Senju Hashirama and his companions, inquiring about the third Hokage. The third Hokage nodded, addressing the first and second Hokages as their teacher. The esteemed sage of the world. Ah, is he indeed a student of the world? Senju Hashirama mused, nodding in agreement. I recall the teacher was also on Earth. Why have I not seen him? He questioned. He is currently within the realm of his mother, the Sage of Six Paths replied. His eyes closed as he recounted the events transpiring in Kagaya's space. Impossible. The others gasped, unable to fathom the tale spun by the Sage of Six Paths. The teacher would never act in such a manner, Yutei asserted firmly to the sage, while Moon and Yakumo nodded in agreement. Let us hope that is the case. The sage responded to the trio. I shall summon the other shadows, regardless of success or unforeseen circumstances. I can also summon Naruto and the others from the realm of his mother. At this moment, within Kagaya's space, the swordmaster of the flower realm gently released the black blade from his grasp, causing ripples to dance through the air as the weapon vanished, subsequently shaking the very fabric of Kagaya's realm. Here, I hold dominion, Tianxia remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his fingers twitched. A blade of energy materialized, slicing through Kagaya's arm without leaving a trace. What formidable physical defenses, he mused. Then let us see how you withstand this. With a grand gesture, countless blades of energy surged throughout the space, all aimed at Kagaya. Slightly startled, Kagaya contemplated harnessing the power of this world to obliterate the impending onslaught. However, she soon realized an unseen force was constricting the entire realm, rendering it arduous for her to summon its energies. I have stated, this is my domain now, Tianxia proclaimed. Seemingly at ease, yet aware of the immense effort required to maintain the barrier against his opponent's spatial weaving. Even with his time-space ninjutsu, he could not sustain it indefinitely, which only intensified his desire to seize that singular eye. Boom! Kagaya's eyes widened as she activated her Byakugan, unleashing an invisible shockwave that deflected the incoming blades. Huh. Seeing his attack thwarted, Tianxia concentrated the blade energy into a colossal sword, cleaving downwards, causing the entire space to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. Crack! A portal manifested behind Kaguya, who swiftly entered, sealing the space once more. Tianxia's mightiest strike bore no effect. Although he had shaken the entirety of the realm, he was powerless against Kaguya's use of the Yomi's version of her technique. Crack! An arm materialized unexpectedly from behind Tianxia, grasping his neck. Got you. Tianxia grinned ominously, seemingly having anticipated Kaguya's movement as he seized her hand. Blade technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianxia launched a close-range assault. Simultaneously, Kaguya retaliated, her captured hand propelling a bone forward. Their strikes collided almost instantaneously. Under Tianxia's fierce slash, Kaguya's form was cleaved in twain. In contrast, Tianxia's body quaked as his bones reverberated, soon beginning to disintegrate, piece by piece, as if severed by numerous blades. Ah! Sakura instinctively cried out upon witnessing this scene, while Kakashi stared wide-eyed, intently observing the unfolding situation. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the two halves of Kaguya's form to draw together, ultimately merging into one. On the other side, the shattered entity of the world extended delicate tendrils that intertwined, eventually returning to its original state. How troublesome, it cannot be killed. The world mused, oblivious to the fact that it and its counterpart were fundamentally the same. Let them all perish. Kaguya gradually ascended into the sky, gazing down upon the multitude. It seemed she was about to unleash a formidable attack. The world grumbled, showing no concern for her actions. Let it be obliterated. Everything. Multiple dimensions interwove, and then fissures began to appear, culminating in a violent explosion that reverberated throughout the entire spatial layers, turning everything into nothingness, ceasing to exist. The summoning technique, accompanied by the shouts of the gathered, brought forth Naruto and others, summoned from Kaguya's realm by the numerous departed shadows. Is it over? Kakashi murmured. No, not yet. The Sage of Six Paths reminded everyone. The crisis remained. With a crack, the fabric of space shattered, and two disheveled figures fell through, none other than Kaguya and the world. How ruthless, the world uttered, blood incessantly flowing from its mouth. The simultaneous explosions across multiple dimensions had drained a tremendous amount of energy for the world to survive. Yet its entire body was riddled with shards from the spatial detonations. As for Kaguya, due to the self-destructive nature of the space, her Rinne Sharingan had closed from the immense consumption and backlash. Most crucially, in the final moments, the world had grasped her, leaving both with significant injuries. In contrast, Naruto and his companions emerged unscathed, summoned at the last moment due to the sage's intervention, suffering no harm whatsoever. Teacher, Yuta cried out, while Suki and Yakumo fixed their eyes on the world. Ah, it seems you are beginning to understand. In that case, make your choice. Teacher, why must you do this? Isn't everything fine as it is? Yuta continued to implore. Fine. The world softly whispered, lost in buried memories. It harked back to events in the original realm, on Earth. In childhood, the divorce of his parents, a solitary and lonely existence, neglect from teachers, bullying from classmates, oppression. Upon growing up, faced with an unfamiliar society, relentless effort yielded only meager wages. No one befriended him. Seeing his lack of accomplishments, even family abandoned him. Recognizing his plight, his girlfriend turned away in disdain. Subjected to his superior's oppression and his colleagues' ridicule, the entire world seemed to have forsaken him. He existed like an ant, merely surviving. An unexpected journey transported the world to this realm, where he believed a beautiful life would commence. Yet, what unfolded before him was a cannibalistic world. Competing for food alongside other orphans, struggling against human traffickers, fleeing from the raw, desperate gazes of those suffering from hunger and cold. All of this stemmed from weakness. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, to surpass everyone. He refused to remain an ant, crawling beneath others, his life dictated by others, an existence not his own. He aspired to become a deity, a paragon of self-worth in this world, demanding that all submit beneath his feet. He wished to dictate the very essence of life and death. No, this was not what I desired. The world roared in tumult. Since coming to understand this realm, he had tirelessly trained, enduring even the pangs of hunger. Faced with scarcity, he would consume even decaying corpses, for to do otherwise would mean certain starvation. With the acquisition of chakra training methods and the heavenly blade, his resolve intensified. He refused to succumb to the unrelenting days of hunger. As his power grew, so too did his ambitions, sprouting and flourishing. He sought immortality, to dominate this world, to control the fates of life and death, to revel in the splendor of existence. He yearned to become a god. If you refuse to follow me, then perish. The battle was imminent, at the behest of the Six Paths. The various shadows joined forces against him, while Naruto and Sasuke continued their mission to seal Kaguya. Ha ha ha, you think you can stop me with such a feeble effort? The derelicts of an abandoned era laughed maniacally. Do not hold back. He possesses formidable strength, the original Raikage declared. Is that even necessary? Everyone knew of his prowess. He was the first Tsuchikage, lightning flame wave. The tremendous force of lightning and fire obliterated several unsuspecting shadows into ashes. However, apart from a few Hokages, the remaining shadows retained their chakra forms. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their souls remained intact, they could regenerate. Lightning armor, hell spear, an unstoppable force. The original Raikage appeared from behind. Bang! He swiftly retaliated, delivering a devastating punch that shattered his opponent. Then, like a wolf amidst a flock, he wreaked havoc, inflicting no harm upon him. The trio exchanged glances and unleashed their assault, the senses distorted. Wind, lightning, rain, ice. You rushed forward with fury, shouting at Tianxia. As a mighty cry erupted, chakra surged from Tianxia's being, dispersing the surrounding attacks. Bang! Tianxia gently grasped Yu's arm, astonished to discover her betrayal. He spoke softly, yet Yu's eyes blazed a crimson hue, filled with brutality and indifference. Alas, was reviving Yu right or wrong? Observing Yu's frostbitten visage, it was hard to believe how charming and innocent she once was. Ever since her resurrection, influenced by the bloodlust within and an inexplicable power, her spirit had been shrouded. And if this continued, she would inevitably transform into a heartless monster. It seems I have failed, he paused, placing a hand upon Yu's head, lamenting the loss of that once pure essence, now tainted and lost. You hold no value in existence. I can no longer witness the purity of this world. I cannot retain even a trace of goodness within my heart. Bang! No. In the distance, Yuta and Yakumo cried out in anguish, tears cascading like raindrops. Casting aside the headless corpse, he reduced it to ashes. Why? Yuta questioned in torment, but Tianxia had no intention of responding. The shadows are incapable of halting the world. And once again, Kaguya finds herself injured by Naruto and Sasuke, nearly facing ceiling. Boom. As she struggles to overcome her adversaries, Kaguya begins her transformation into a tailed beast. In this new form, resembling that of a rabbit, she gains the ability to unleash truth-seeking orbs, with chakra-infused arms capable of assaulting her foes. However, even in this formidable state, deprived of her Rinne Sharingan, she cannot utilize the celestial powers of the heavenly realm, compounded by her severely damaged space. Thus, even in her tailed beast form, she struggles to contend against the united forces of Naruto and Sasuke. Faced with the imminent threat of being sealed, Kaguya resolves to expand the truth-seeking orbs. The black orbs swell to an unimaginable size, and one can only surmise that beneath this strike, the entire world would face obliteration. With the assistance of Kurama, Naruto gathers a vast amount of natural energy, combining it with all of his chakra, including that of the tailed beasts and the Six Paths Sage power, to form two colossal Raisin Shurikens. Indra's arrow. Sasuke likewise unleashes his full might in a single arrow. Do not forget me. Tenka appears at the center of both sides, standing alone against their most potent assault. At this moment, Naruto has entered Sage mode, and under the pressure of these three formidable forces, Tenka conjures a shadow clone, back to back, to confront what can be deemed the world's most powerful attack. Sage Art. Maximum Thunder Fire Wave, incorporating the five elements and space-time chakra, intertwines lightning and fire to form a tornado, hurtling towards the expanding truth-seeking orb. The moon is not full. An S-class technique capable of cleaving the moon strikes without warning from dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the Raisin Shuriken and Indra's arrow. The violent explosion reverberates across the cosmos, even detectable from the moon by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Once the cataclysmic blast subsides, fissures mar the entire continent, with a massive chasm nearly 1,000 miles wide at its center, from which molten lava surges forth. Who? For voices linger in the atmosphere at this moment. All parties, including Kaguya, have reached their limits, both in chakra and physical prowess. Yet, it is only a matter of time before Kaguya replenishes her chakra, thanks to the existence of the divine tree. Suddenly, Tenka's heart is pierced, and turning back, he sees the tearful visage of Kaguya. At this moment, surrounding him, Hashirama and Tobirama invoke Flying Thunder God, while Aya manipulates Tenka's senses, rendering everything visible and clear. First, Ayam exploits Tenka's weakened state to disrupt his sensory perception, followed by Hashirama using Flying Thunder God to transport Kaguya to his side, launching an unforeseen assault at this critical juncture. Yet, it is not over. The surrounding shadows relentlessly initiate their attacks. Considering Kaguya's capacity to nullify ninjutsu, Tenka is significantly more vulnerable. Devoid of chakra and with severe physical damage, coupled with the inability to activate cellular regeneration, despite Tenka's formidable physique, he becomes increasingly battered. Ultimately, he is sealed by the first and second Tsuchikage using Dust Release. 6 Paths, Heavenly Star. On the other side, with the aid of the shadows, Naruto and his companions seize the opportunity to seal Kaguya, casting the entire world into the void alongside her. At long last, everything seemed to reach its conclusion. Yet was it truly so? Within the cataclysmic realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, the figure of Tenka suddenly opened his eyes, summoning the remnants of his dwindling power to unleash a devastating strike known as the Starfall Blade technique, which transcended the levels of conventional techniques, capable of obliterating an entire planet. The explosion of the infinite Tsukuyomi captured the attention of all those on the ground, but after a prolonged wait, Tenka and the formidable Otsutsuki Kaguya remained conspicuously absent, as if they had vanished from existence along with the cataclysm itself. Despite the turbulence caused by Tenka's actions, the ninja world ultimately restored its peace, returning to a state of normalcy. Tenka's existence appeared to exert little influence on this realm, and life resumed along its original path. In the serene expanse of the cosmos, a few meteors occasionally streaked across the void. Planets continued their rotations, and the stars remained eternally still, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Suddenly, a flash of light darted through the void, stirring ripples that shattered the serene ambience. At the heart of this luminescence was an enormous spaceship, its destination a cerulean planet. At this moment, within the main chamber of the spacecraft, a young man, seemingly around 20, gazed out into the vastness of space. He pondered the approaching blue planet, wondering if his long-lost acquaintances still thrived. Meanwhile, on Earth, a 17-year-old youth with dark hair knelt and smiled at his 10-year-old sister outside a ninja academy. "Don't forget to come pick me up, okay?" she said. "Don't worry, Shaolon," he reassured her before departing the academy and strolling down the bustling street. "Hey you, stop right there." A commanding voice rang out, drawing the attention of passers-by. A silver-haired woman of similar age approached him with fierce determination, striking his shoulder with a resounding clap. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, eliciting a cry from him. "Yuya, be gentle. It's broken, he exclaimed. "You left me and Ina during the last mission, disappearing without a trace. I nearly became a dumpling myself." Yuya, the woman, showed no signs of relinquishing her pursuit of answers. "You're the one who nearly became a dumpling," he muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Yuya's forehead bulged with veins, her silver hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling a vengeful deity. "Yuya, he didn't do it on purpose. Please let him off this time." A soft voice interjected from behind them, belonging to a gentle woman. "Ina, you're always so kind," he responded, trying to curry favor with the beautiful woman adorned with fiery red hair. Just tie him up, pour some syrup on him, and let the ants have their fun," she said with a smile, uttering words that sent shivers down the spine. The onlookers, initially perceiving the girl as delicate and charming, were taken aback by her unexpectedly sinister suggestion. They cast sympathetic glances at the young man, as if envisioning a moss-covered gravestone bearing his name. Why must I have these two teammates?" he lamented, collapsing in despair as life appeared bleak. "Oh, everyone's here." A bright-haired young man appeared, greeting the three with surprise. "Oh, it's just the two of you, Kuruma-ten? Ignoring me, a blatant disregard. You think I cannot handle them, yet I cannot manage you?" In an instant, Kuruma-ten revived and stood tall. "What is the matter? Do you wish to engage in battle?" The young man before them was none other than Boruto Uzumaki, the son of the 7th Hokage Naruto, Uzumaki. Enough of the antics. Lord Hokage has summoned us, said Sarada Uchiha, another companion of Boruto, as they were joined by Mitsuki. The six of them arrived at the Hokage's office, where they encountered Nara Shikadai, who was reporting on a mission. You've arrived just in time. An underground ruin has emerged in the land of rivers, and many who ventured inside have not returned. Your two teams are tasked with investigating the matter. If there are any survivors, bring them back. Naruto, nearing 40, instructed Boruto and Kuruma 10 earnestly. Rest assured, father. Boruto replied seriously, nodding in understanding. Just then, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility. A group of figures appeared on the rooftop, their eyes fixed on a massive dark spot in the sky. Within mere moments, the object descended to about 100 meters above the ground, coming to a halt. They could now discern its form, a colossal black oval-shaped spacecraft, approximately 500 meters in diameter, breathtaking in its presence. What is that? Are aliens attempting to invade Earth? Kuruma 10 wondered, gazing skyward. With the advancement of technology, various man-made satellites had emerged, along with numerous films about extraterrestrials. Suddenly, with a loud hiss, the enormous spacecraft opened a small hatch, and a young man in his 20s slowly descended before them, hovering in midair. Two tall men on circular discs followed him. Who would have thought this world had developed to such a state? The young man mused, surveying Konohagakure. According to my calculations, it has been a century. Who are you? And what brings you to Konoha? Naruto asked gravely, sensing danger from the man before him. Me? The young man replied, retracting his gaze and fixing it on Naruto. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dara Meteor. You may call me Meteor. I hail from the distant Dara star system, specifically from the planet Audience. As for my purpose here, he paused, continuing, it is naturally to conquer this planet and make it a colony of Audience. Upon hearing Meteor's words, Boruto and the others drew their kunai, glaring at him defiantly. The two guards behind Meteor also brandished weapons resembling guns. Colonize our planet. Naruto's eyes glinted ominously at the declaration. Given your demeanor, it seems words will not suffice. Meteor sighed, shaking his head. He then slowly levitated off the ground, his guards following suit. Naruto and the others, uncertain of their opponent's intentions, refrained from intervening as they watched him board the spacecraft. However, it wasn't too long before armed personnel equipped with jetpacks and laser weapons initiated their assault. As hostilities have commenced, hesitation is no longer an option. Boruto and his companions swiftly engage in battle. The ninjas of Konoha join the fray, with the lower-ranked shinobi guiding civilians to safety amidst the chaos. However, due to the enemy's aerial mobility, Konoha finds itself at a disadvantage. Arima 10, wielding the power of wind, soars through the sky, relentlessly striking down foes. Yet, the disparity in numbers proves overwhelming. A stray laser narrowly misses, soon followed by a barrage of dozens more. Boom! A powerful tempest engulfs the skies above Konoha, instantly obliterating hundreds of unsuspecting adversaries. Father, you finally arrived. Arima 10 grimaces, clutching his wound. Useless brat. I told you to train harder. Now you're paying the price. Comes a discontented reprimand. Shadow binding technique. Enlargement. Ninja art. Super beast imitation. In the heart of Konoha, both the younger and older generations of ninjas spring into action, inflicting heavy casualties upon the invaders. Release particle cannon. Meteora observes the battle from the control room, his expression stoic as he coldly commands, proceed. Yes, replies the control staff. Naruto stands atop a building, fixated on the ship above, his demeanor tense and unwavering. Suddenly, a cannon barrel, several meters in diameter, appears directly beneath the vessel, a potent force gathering within before it is unleashed upon Konoha. In response, Naruto activates the Nine-Tails Chakra mode, summoning a massive fiery fox that launches a black-tailed beast bomb towards the ion cannon. What a peculiar ability. Is it a power unique to this world? Meteora muses about Naruto's transformation. But can you withstand just one blow? Can you endure more? The engaged forces seem to receive a command, retreating en masse back to the ship. Is it coming to an end? Arima 10 gazes skyward. The others remain silent, their eyes fixed on the colossal craft above. Crack! Crack! Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, numerous identical cannon ports emerge from the ship's underside, numbering in the hundreds, before unleashing a wave of golden light. Faced with such extensive assault, Naruto finds himself unable to intercept all the attacks. protecting only a fraction of those around him while the rest scramble for cover. The cacophony of explosions rages on for several minutes, and when the smoke finally disperses, Konoha lies in ruins. This time, I shall spare your lives. Inform everyone on this planet. In 3 days, you shall submit to colonization, or I shall not hesitate to eradicate all life upon this world. With that ominous proclamation, the ship slowly ascends, preparing to depart. At that moment, the entire vessel trembles, halting its flight. What is happening? Meteora queries. The ship is ensnared by an unusual gravitational force, rendering it immobile. The control staff frantically manipulates the controls, their faces etched with urgency. Activate the anomalous wave. Without regard for the turmoil, Meteora issues a command. In that instant, the ground fractures, surging towards the ship as if attempting to envelop it. Its father, Uchiha Sarada, exclaims with delight. Yet, the assault does not persist. The debris that had ascended towards the sky begins to plummet back to the earth. Uchiha Sasuke reveals himself, clutching his eyes, his expression one of anguish. Others, including Tai, Onma Ten, Onma Bayun, and Nara Shikamaru, were also in profound agony. My Sharingan, to my astonishment, refused to activate. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Sasuke lamented painfully. This serves as a lesson for you. I hope you refrain from forcing me into unfavorable choices, echoed the voice of Meteor. As they watched the spacecraft depart, some individuals began to regain their composure. What is the meaning of this? Naruto pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Nearby, Nara Shikamaru was also deep in thought. Yet upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of his son's faint smile, he, knowing his son's disposition well, realized that the boy must have contemplated something significant. Speak up, Shikamaru said, beaming as he patted his son's shoulder. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Shikadai candidly shared his observations. I noticed that most of the people around us were bloodline limit users, which is peculiar. I even tried it myself. When utilizing my bloodline limit, I experienced immense pain. It stands to reason that they possess some ability to restrict our bloodline techniques. However, if we refrain from using them, we remain unscathed. Shikamaru considered his son's words and found this possibility highly plausible. The adversary indeed had the capability to counteract their bloodline abilities. Particularly concerning was the implication that their strength would be considerably diminished. While the majority of ninjas were not bloodline limit users, those who were undeniably formidable. The loss of their powers would significantly impair their combat effectiveness. As Konoha lay in ruins after an assault from extraterrestrial forces, news rapidly spread throughout the ninja world. The 5 great shinobi villages convened via video conference to deliberate, yet their discussions yielded little resolution. The enemy's military might was formidable. Should they attempt to form a coalition of ninja forces as they had in the past, they would likely be obliterated in a single strike. Thus, after much discourse, the 5 great shinobi villages resolved to fortify their respective territories, employing geographical advantages to systematically eliminate the foe. Naturally, should any party find themselves in peril, mutual assistance would be rendered. Meanwhile, in Konoha's conference room, a dozen high-ranking officials gathered to devise a strategy. Have we located their lair? Naruto inquired of Sai. In a situation where bloodlines could not be employed, only Sai could effectively scout from the air. Their base was situated beyond Earth, in outer space, and the number of adversaries remained unknown. Sai's words trailed off, yet everyone grasped his implication. Outer space was inhospitable to human life, rendering them incapable of gathering intelligence on the enemy. Moreover, there was a critical complication. The adversary could render them powerless to utilize their bloodlines, a grave predicament. Especially since the departure of the enemy the previous day, bloodline users worldwide found themselves unable to access their abilities, a fact that weighed heavily on Shikamaru's heart. The loss of bloodline users drastically diminishes our combat strength, so we must address this issue before the onset of war, he articulated, pinpointing the crux of the matter. From the remains left by the enemy, I learned that they possess a peculiar device capable of nullifying our bloodlines. Our objective is to destroy that device, stated Yamashiro Aki. However, the pivotal question remained. How could they gain access to outer space? Without entry into that realm, all efforts would be futile, Boruto interjected. I believe I have a solution to this predicament. Both Shikamaru and Shikadai declared simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed their mutual understanding. The 3-day period had elapsed, and it appeared they had chosen to remain obstinate. A sigh escaped from Ryusei, who seemed reluctant to witness this beautiful planet succumb to desolation. Let us take action. With Ryuci's command, countless hatches aboard the ship, which was merely a fraction of a thousandth of the distance from Earth, opened, unleashing a multitude of small vessels, over 1,000 in total. Upon reaching the atmosphere, each small craft released troops equipped with flight devices, with each ship deploying no fewer than 10,000 personnel. Overall, the invading forces vastly outnumbered the ninjas by a factor exceeding 100. The disparity in troop strength was staggering, especially considering that every enemy soldier was armed with laser weapons and possessed the ability to fly, rendering even the most competent genin utterly defenseless. Furthermore, the enemy's weaponry appeared to be uniquely bound, making it impossible to seize and utilize even if captured. As the battle commenced, the allied ninja forces were unequivocally at a disadvantage. The enemy, equipped with detectors affixed to their eyes, could locate their adversaries regardless of their hiding places, and any advantage of terrain was rendered futile. On the moon, a man and a woman gazed down at the Earth, which intermittently flared with bursts of light. The world of the Six Paths was fraught with challenges. May they successfully navigate this crisis. What a pity, lamented Otsutsuki Shurin. Beside him, a red-haired woman cradling a child bore a visage of deep concern, wondering if Ino would be safe. Fear not, Naui, have faith in our daughter. Shurin spoke gently. Let us hope so, the woman replied, casting a loving glance at the sleeping infant. Little one, protect your sister and keep her safe. As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to Earth, unaware that the child had opened his eyes, his azure irises transforming instantaneously to a stark white. In the land of fire, at the edge of a precipice, a young woman in her 20s, garbed in white, with hair cascading in shades of gray to the ground and horns protruding from her head, caught the scent of the divine tree. What is this? Could it be that the Otsutsuki clan has sent another envoy? The flames of war had engulfed the entire ninja world. At that moment, at the Leaf Village's encampment, two factions stood in confrontation. Ryuci reclined in a floating chair, flanked by his two bodyguards. Opposite him stood Naruto, leading the middle generation of the Leaf, while others, including Kakashi, had also joined the fray. Increased the intensity of the assault, Ryuci commanded via video, initiating a new wave of orders. Waves of troops clad in mechanized armor, reminiscent of Iron Man, surged forth, accompanied by the emergence of colossal robots. Aside from Naruto, the remaining fighters eagerly entered the battlefield. You two proceed. Upon hearing the command, the two bodyguards seized their laser guns and soared towards Naruto and his allies on flying discs. Meanwhile, high above Earth, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a group was steadily distancing itself from the surface, ascending towards outer space. A closer inspection revealed the spectral forms of deceased Hokage and Tsuchikage, including the second and third Hokage, the second and third Tsuchikage, the second and fourth Mizukage, the fourth and third Kazekage, and the third Reikage, all bearing flight devices upon their backs. Our task is to obliterate the devices that prevent our bloodline successors from unleashing their abilities. Naturally, if possible, the destruction of the enemy's stronghold is also permissible. Humph, this is the second time, isn't it? The descendants have grown increasingly inept, compelling us, the deceased, to intervene, remarked Senju Tobarama with a hint of discontent. Oh, it seems you possess quite the prowess, the second Mizukage taunted in due course. You, cease your words. We are about to close in on the enemy, Tobarama cautioned. With the Art of Earth release, the third Tsuchikage concealed the figures of the gathered shinobi. However, events did not unfold as anticipated. The group of shadows was detected from several miles away from the spaceship. This is troublesome, the third Tsuchikage expressed. Since we've been discovered, let us charge forth, Tobarama suggested. The group accelerated their pace, only to be thwarted by a barrier that stood firm in the vast void. A beam of white light surged forth, yet the protective membrane showed no signs of disturbance. The third Reikage, employing the Hell Stab technique, also attempted to strike, but to no avail. Boom. At that moment, a barrage of particles exploded towards the gathered shinobi. At this rate, it seems our operation has failed, Shikamaru lamented, gazing at the sky. Where are the reinforcements you spoke of? Boruto inquired of his companion, Mitsuki. Fear not. Uncle Orochimaru is surely preparing to arrive. Mitsuki pointed to a coffin that had risen from the ground. Who is that? Boruto pondered, captivated by the figure with golden hair and a sunlit visage. Just then, a mech wielding a laser sword swung at the dazed Boruto. In a flash, a yellow orb of chakra manifested, sending the mech hurtling backwards. Be cautious, young brother. Minato smiled at Boruto. Why, you are my grandfather. Boruto stammered in disbelief. Grandfather? Minato echoed, equally astonished. Ah, could this be little Naruto's child? You bear a striking resemblance. Kushina, with her flowing red hair, playfully draped her arm over Minato's shoulder. This is, Grandma? Boruto thought, his heart churning at the sight of the woman before him. It appeared war had once again erupted. After a brief exchange, Minato grasped the situation, his expression somber. Haha, what does it matter? We are merely the deceased. And isn't Naruto still around? Kushina remarked nonchalantly. I wish to spend some quality time with my grandson here. I'll leave the rest to you, she said, initiating a light-hearted inquiry into Boruto's romantic life. Reanimation, Senju Hashirama observed the surrounding scene. Oh, Madara. Emerging from the coffin beside him was Uchiha Madara. I never expected to be summoned once more. They certainly possess audacity. Madara spoke in a cold tone, disregarding Hashirama. Damn it, my Rinnegan. Madara exclaimed in shock, realizing he could not activate his bloodline abilities. Not only Madara, but numerous reanimated figures like Deidara, Haiden, Kakazu, and Itachi, who had been summoned during the Fourth Great Ninja War, were equally perplexed by their predicament and inability to utilize their bloodline powers. Allow me to enlighten you all. Orochimaru's voice resonated within their minds. At this moment, within a shadowy cavern, Orochimaru, having entered sage mode, gazed upon the chessboard before him, ready to resume his old endeavors. A truly inept group, upon discovering the truth, has left Ban feeling irate regarding the inability of the countless shinobi under Senju Tobirama to complete their mission. Although he lacks the Rinnegan and even a bloodline limit, he remains a formidable ninja. However, the glaring disparity in strength among them exacerbates his frustration, particularly with the presence of a rather annoying companion. In another battlefield, Naruto has already entered the tailed beast mode combined with sage mode, distributing his chakra among numerous ninjas. Yet, his battle with Uchiha Sasuke has taken a dire turn. As they pierce through the enemy's body, the wounds morph into a liquid state, seamlessly regenerating. Furthermore, the adversary's form can transform into an array of advanced weaponry. Immortal, possessing immense power, and never fatigued, this situation places Naruto and Sasuke in perilous circumstances. Let us wrap this up. Meteor 1 and Meteor 2 waved their hands impatiently. Despite the addition of the Edo Tensei army, the battle prowess of both sides remains disproportionate. Without his bloodline abilities, Uchiha Sasuke, when confronted by the enemy, would have surely perished were it not for Naruto's repeated interventions. Upon receiving the command, the two guards began to transform, each developing an eye on their forehead, one radiating golden light, the other blue. The Rinnegan. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, you seem familiar with such ocular powers. Meteor's nonchalant gaze revealed a hint of curiosity. These are seeds we seized from a human belonging to the Otsutsuki clan when our Dar Empire invaded a planet. However, the trees that sprout from these seeds are excessively nourishing. One planted seed can transform a vibrant life planet into a desolate wasteland. To date, only 5 fruits have been born. Meteor spoke with an air of ease, yet to Naruto and Sasuke, this revelation was earth-shattering. For Otsutsuki Kagaya achieved such formidable strength from merely consuming one. The presence of 5 fruits implies 5 individuals of equal might to Kagaya herself. While both Naruto and Sasuke possess strength comparable to Kagaya's past prowess, the question lingers, who among them can withstand the remaining 3? Especially considering their bloodline abilities are currently inaccessible? Realizing this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, identifying the crux of the issue. If they are unable to utilize their bloodline powers, it stands to reason that their adversaries should be similarly hindered. However, the opposing forces do not appear to be incapacitated. This suggests they may possess means to negate that peculiar device. Despite their conjectures, they found themselves at an impasse, particularly with one opponent radiating golden light, seemingly impervious to any assault, while another split into numerous clones, each as formidable as the original. Their predicament became increasingly precarious. With a resounding crash, an assault launched towards Boruto and his companions, followed by a flash of golden light as an attack manifested beside the distant enemy. Sensing the overwhelming might of their foe, Uzumaki Kunai shielded Boruto and the others, standing alongside Namake's Minato to confront the enemy. That pair of eyes. The group gasped in astonishment. The enemy stood nearly 3 meters tall, imposing and formidable, with the pivotal Rinnegan emblazoned on his forehead. The towering figure extended his hand, drawing forth an irresistible gravitational force that pulled Minato and Kunai closer to him. A flash of yellow light appeared as Minato Namikaze manifested beside the man, holding a Rasengan. However, before any action could be taken, a sudden force of gravity descended, causing Minato to crash into the ground, creating a deep indentation in the earth for several meters around him. The man lifted his foot, intending to step on Minato, when another yellow flash occurred, and Minato vanished from the pit, reappearing several dozen meters away, with a hand resting on his shoulder. Boruto. Truly useless, remarked Yua, observing the pitiful state of Kameton without his bloodline ability. On the side, Ino swiftly threw several kunai, encircling a mech, followed by a series of sealing formulas that enveloped it, igniting it in flames. Did you see that? My Ino is stronger than you, she taunted. Don't provoke him too much. If he becomes a lunatic, it won't bode well for us. We'll have to go comfort him, Ino added, delivering another blow. Watch out. Just as Yue was about to say more, Kameton suddenly tackled him, and a laser pierced through him. Yue stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before him, until Ino's shout snapped him back to reality. Kameton, don't you dare die? Yue yelled, cradling the bleeding body and shaking it anxiously, his eyes filled with worry, although his expression remained as cold as ever. Easy, easy. If you shake me any harder, I really will die, Kameton gasped, managing to utter a few words. Despite his cold demeanor, Yue's eyes shimmered with a hint of joy. Let me handle this. Ino hurriedly activated her medical ninjutsu, facing the sudden enemy. Yue's gaze turned icy, but when he noticed the eye of reincarnation on the opponent's forehead, he momentarily froze, before returning to normal. Before Yue could strike, the slender enemy pointed gently at him, rendering his body immobile while simultaneously clutching at his throat. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood side by side, facing yet another wielder of the Rinnegan. The opponent moved with incredible speed, so swift that had the two not been immortal, they would have perished countless times. Meanwhile, other major nations faced identical foes. It seems this is still insufficient, echoed from the dark underground cavern as Orochimaru appeared before Kabuto. After all these years, you remain unchanged. No progress whatsoever, Kabuto. My lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied, standing and slightly bowing. I quite enjoy my current life. Had it not been for the present situation, I would not have intervened. As he spoke, Kabuto reminisced about the children from the orphanage, a hint of warmth and affection surfacing. Orochimaru smiled faintly. It's a pity to waste a decent assistant. With that, he produced a vial from his sleeve. Is this? Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. I put in a great deal of effort to acquire this. This time, I will personally handle it. Orochimaru said with a sinister grin, beginning to prepare for the impure world reincarnation ritual. At this moment, the battlefield was ablaze, as the shinobi faced heavy casualties against the enemy forces. However, in contrast, the numerous ninjas of Konoha possessed wristwatches that seal away their ninjutsu scrolls, resulting in fewer casualties. Yet, the enemy forces within Konoha are indeed the strongest and most numerous. At this moment, on a battlefield, a coffin unexpectedly erupted from the ground. The ninjas of Konoha recognized it as their reinforcements and paid it no mind, while the enemies, well aware of its significance, unleashed a barrage of lasers in an attempt to obliterate it. However, the lasers failed to destroy the suddenly appearing coffin. Instead, it remained suspended several meters away as if repelled by an unseen force. As the coffin lid opened, the lasers dissipated into the air. A youth with jet black hair and striking features emerged from within. Is this the impure world reincarnation? Who could it be? Orochimaru or Kabuto? Tinka murmured, glancing at the coffin behind him. Congratulations on seeing the light of day again, Tinka, Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind. Interesting, I did not expect you to summon me. Tinka remarked, somewhat taken aback. The situation is as follows, an extraterrestrial invasion, he said, narrowing his eyes as he effortlessly sliced several mechs that dared to approach him. Very intriguing. I shall assist you, Tinka responded readily, much to Orochimaru's surprise. It seems my weaponry is also prepared, he noted, feeling the familiar weight of his black blade at his waist. With a thought, he ascended into the sky, observing the alien forces racing overhead and the plight of the ninjas below. Tinka realized that if things continued this way, the world would inevitably fall under enemy colonization. Entering Sage mode, he unleashed a flurry of sword techniques. Every enemy within Tinka's sensory range was simultaneously reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Whether they were ordinary alien soldiers or mech units, none could escape his onslaught. My power is approximately at 90%, Tinka assessed, reveling in the strength of his current form. Then, let us employ the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Thousands of clones materialized in the air, astonishing all those present. With all 8 gates open, Tinka's chakra reserves rivaled that of the tailed beasts. He could easily produce thousands of clones. It was only a matter of not overextending himself to maintain combat effectiveness. Act independently, Tinka commanded, and his shadow clones dispersed in all directions. Sensing a familiar aura, Tinka furrowed his brow as he glanced toward the distant location of Konoha, promptly heading in that direction. What is this? Tinka soared through the air without concealment, naturally drawing the attention of many, including those who had been reincarnated. However, the same could be said for numerous enemies who also noticed this audacious native. Yet, all who dared to obstruct him met their demise with a single strike, regardless of whether they were individuals, hundreds, or mech squads. He is. As Tinka drew closer from the sky, the cold expression of Yuya finally shifted, disregarding the enemies before him. In contrast to Yuya, a leaner man had no intention of yielding. Instead, he raised a hand to fire a laser. With her body under control, Aina was tending to Armation. And at that moment, no one had the time or capability to assist her. Little did she expect that upon merely glimpsing Tinka, she would face death. Sadness filled Yuya's heart as he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. However, when the anticipated attack did not materialize after counting breaths, Yuya opened his eyes, witnessing the world that should have rushed by. Such cruelty towards a beauty is hardly the demeanor of a gentleman. Tiantian stood before Yuya, obstructing the slightly slender man. Confronted by this sudden enemy, the slender man relinquished his control over Yuya and focused intently on the foe, sensing a profound danger emanating from him. TSK. Has the Rinnegan fallen from grace? Now it is as common as cabbage. Although the slender man was unfamiliar with what cabbage entailed, he understood that the words spoken were assuredly not complimentary, and he raised his hand to unleash his abilities. Bang! The slender man felt a fierce blow to his chest, and in an instant, he was propelled several dozen meters away, unable to discern any of his opponent's movements. Exercising caution, he offered a faint smile to the girl before him, while Tiantian continued toward the heart of Konoha. Yuya watched Tiantian depart, raising his arm as if to beckon him back, but he appeared at a loss for words. Boom! A resounding noise erupted as the slender man emerged from the rubble. Yet his chest was already pierced through. Surprisingly, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Had it not been for the faint signs of breathing, you would have believed him to be a corpse. At that moment, in the center of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke knelt on the ground, blood streaming from his body, while Haruno Sakura tended to his wounds. Meanwhile, Naruto had entered the Nine Tails and Sage of Six Paths mode, exerting all his strength to fend off the adversary, now fragmented into dozens, along with the first enemy who disregarded damage. Lu Xing's expression shifted as he gazed at the approaching light in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. The light descended amongst the foes surrounding Naruto, followed by a series of sounds, each signifying the ejection of an enemy until the cacophony subsided. Oh, how pitiful. Observing the two in their current plight, Tiantian spoke with derision. It is brother Tiantian, Naruto exclaimed, filled with delight at Tiantian's arrival. It's you, came a voice of astonishment. Tiantian turned to see a man hovering not far away, his brow furrowing slightly. The man's tone suggested he recognized Tiantian, yet he could not recall this extraterrestrial visitor. Apparently, you have forgotten that Lu Xing regained his composure and remembers, approximately a century ago. You informed me about the Kekkei Genkai. Upon hearing the man's reminder, Tiantian finally recalled the mysterious youth he had encountered in his formative years. After so many years, it was surprising to find that he had perished. How peculiar it is that there exists a ninjutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased. It seems that after securing this place, I shall put such an ability to good use. You appear to have concluded that your victory is assured, he stated, though their brief acquaintance did not grant the other the liberty to disregard him. Isn't that right? Lu Xing spread his hands, speaking with a hint of resignation. That is indeed true given the current circumstances, yet it seems you have forgotten me. You? Lu Xing scrutinized Tian with a puzzled expression. While I concede that your aura is formidable, it does not alter the present situation. Does it not? In the realm of mystery. A smile emerged as the intricate seals of the heavenly art were formed. Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei, summoning forth the arcane. Under this celestial call, coffins began to rise from the earth, while the meteor observed with keen interest, curious about the spectacle unfolding before him. As the coffins creaked open, numerous familiar figures emerged. The lecherous immortal, Naruto, upon spotting one individual, could not contain his tears. Father, mother, Sasuke whispered, as if responding to a call, turning to see his beloved parents. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, gazing back at him. Not only them, but also the first Hokage, the second Tsuchikage, the second and third Raikage. And the second and third Mizukage were present, alongside Might Guy, Danzo, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hinata Ten, and many other renowned figures from the Warring States period, as well as elite ninjas from various clans. At last, I can once again wield my bloodline abilities, exclaimed Uchiha Sasuke, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding him. Having endured much humiliation recently, not only Sasuke, but others, including the reincarnated, were also able to unleash their powers. In the technological department of Konoha, jubilant voices echoed. Through the Mountain Clan, they had learned of a peculiar sound wave capable of disrupting human functions, rendering some abilities temporarily ineffective. They pondered whether an alternative sound wave could be utilized for interference. After extensive experimentation, they finally succeeded. The time for counterattack had arrived. Oh, my bloodline abilities can be activated once more. The second Mizukage exclaimed with delight. Others too began to explore their regained powers. Initially, they had prepared to launch an assault from beyond the atmosphere, only to be discovered by the enemy and forced to retreat to Earth. However, upon returning, their abilities had once again been rendered unusable. To their astonishment, they now found themselves capable of using them, though they had not completed their original mission, indicating that someone had unraveled the enemy's device capabilities. Since the task has been accomplished by another, let us commence our counteroffensive. With determination, everyone made their way back to their respective villages, eager to lend their strength. Damn it, Amaterasu! Sasuke, invigorated by the restoration of his powers, unleashed the humiliation he had suffered earlier, igniting many of the assailants in a blaze of sudden flames. The colossal Susanoo swept across the battlefield, an unstoppable force. Your minions are about to be eliminated, remarked the celestial observer, watching the chaos unfold. Huh, they are my latest creation from the Dar Empire, the R1000 series. Inherently immortal and infused with the Empire's cutting-edge powers, not so easily defeated, especially with the abilities I have bestowed upon them. To validate the meteor's statement, the second figure once again conjured numerous clones. Although each was slightly weaker individually, every one possessed power on par with the original, once more placing Uchiha Sasuke in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his battle with the first figure, yet the opponent's defenses exceeded Naruto's expectations, rendering his attacks ineffective. As the meteor shrugged off his flowing robe, he declared, "Let me warm up as well. It is a tribute to old acquaintances." With a resounding clash, the meteor's blade met the black sword of the world, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Such power! A glance at the being known as Number One revealed an unsettling similarity in their abilities, prompting thoughts of the bestowal he had mentioned, leaving me pondering its true meaning. Before further confrontation could ensue, a sudden force of gravity emerged, causing the world to stumble precariously, nearly plummeting from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the meteor delivered a powerful strike, sending the world hurtling away. Flying Thunder God, the astonished Minato Namikaze observed his grandson, who bore a striking resemblance to his son. He had anticipated that the opponent had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and at a younger age than himself. "Haha, truly my splendid grandson, Boruto," exclaimed Uzumaki Kushina, joyfully embracing him. However, the adversary was not inclined to allow them any moments of joy, as he unleashed gravity once more, enveloping them all. Amaterasu. At that moment, Sarada Uchiha's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Black flames engulfed the enemy, but before anyone could rejoice, Amaterasu was repelled by a force. The opponent's ability to manipulate both gravity and repulsion made him a formidable foe, causing Minato to furrow his brow. What is there to fear? Our two generations shall fight together. We need not worry about him. Chains emerged from behind. A a manifestation of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit. While I am grateful for the chance to meet that person, I must still punish you, for you caused me great embarrassment in front of him, declared Yuya, breaking free from the opponent's grasp with overwhelming strength, subsequently launching him hundreds of meters away, leaving destruction in his wake. The newly revived Kamada-ten, witnessing this spectacle, resolved never to provoke him again. Suddenly, shards of stone hurtled from afar, but Yuya effortlessly dodged them. Soon after, a contingent of Konoha ninjas approached Yuya like puppets under control, launching their attacks. My body is out of control. Be cautious. One exclaimed. What is happening? Help. The ninjas, faces marked with terror, relentlessly assaulted Yuya, driven by the will of a slender man. We will entangle them. You focus on the enemy. Ino and Kamada-ten arrived to assist Yuya, shielding him from the onslaught. Damn it. Yuya glared fiercely, his eyes turning white, revealing 3 black tomo in his pupils. At last, his strength returned. Uchiha Madara grinned malevolently at the one who had dismembered him countless times. Susanoo. The adversary's speed was astonishing. Although the Rinnegan allowed him to perceive their movements, his body could not keep pace, so this precaution felt necessary. Despite the strain of utilizing this technique in such a state, it remained viable. Would release. Flower Tree World. Although he possessed Sage Mode, he was not as beleaguered as Madara, yet he had still been defeated numerous times. At this very moment, fierce battles raged before the Konoha Disaster Prevention Cave. Led by Tsunade Senju, Kakashi Hitaki, Tsunade Mei, and several other Konoha ninja. Their enemies were the formidable mechanized troops, and even the 3, each possessing the strength of a Hokage, found themselves hard-pressed. At that moment, Naruto, the Nine-Tails Sage, suddenly appeared at the center of the arena, dispersing the numerous mechanical troops with astonishing speed. Are you alright, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto smiled slightly. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, but before Kakashi could finish speaking, he suddenly groaned, glancing at the arm that had pierced his abdomen. You are not Naruto. Tsunade and Konin also realized the deception and pushed back the false Naruto. I am Uzumaki Naruto. The imposter sneered, transforming into a Nine-Tails mode and instantly injuring the other 2. Ha ha ha, foolish natives. Ignoring the 3 fallen individuals, he waved his hand, blasting open the gate outside the disaster shelter. With so many slaves, I can surely fetch a good price. The false Naruto grinned ominously at the hundreds of thousands of captives within. Father, why are you here? Uzumaki Himawari innocently approached, accompanied by her sister, Kuruma Tenten, and a silver-haired boy wielding a blade. Oh, is this the child of that appearance? His father seems to be engaged in a fierce battle with the adults. He can be used as leverage, the imposter thought to himself. With that, he resumed his normal form, embracing Uzumaki Himawari with a kindly expression. Shall I take you to a special place? Don't agree to him, Himawari. He asked the false Naruto. Kakashi, blood trickling from his mouth, cautioned. They are villains. All enemies in disguise, do you understand? Himawari obediently nodded, but just as the imposter attempted to lift her, he was suddenly struck by excruciating pain. 8 trigrams, 82 palms. Uzumaki Himawari swiftly sealed his chakra, leaping away from him. Dissolution technique. In the next moment, the imposter collided directly with Tsunade's ninjutsu. A piercing scream echoed as the imposter transformed into a man with a Rinnegan on his forehead. No, the man's eyes were filled with regret. He possessed the ability to morph into anyone he had touched, acquiring their abilities and strengths. However, he could not become someone identical to himself. He never anticipated his downfall at the hands of 3 young children. With his chakra sealed and an overwhelming drowsiness overtaking him, he succumbed to confusion, ultimately becoming a lifeless corpse. What chaos! This only indicates their weakness. A youth with a 3-tomo Sharingan and another young man with a cloth wrapped around his head strode across the battlefield. Any enemy who dared approach was instantly vanquished, instilling a sense of invincibility in the air. The 2 appeared familiar as they reached a vantage point, observing the fierce battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. High above Konoha, the 2 figures clashed incessantly, their battle stretching on for half an hour, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. I never imagined you could contend with me to this extent. You deserve to witness my true form. With a thunderous roar, an immense surge of chakra erupted, causing the entire realm to tremble, followed by an overwhelming pressure. This transformation did not significantly impact the world, yet it astonished everyone present. His eyes had transformed into the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan, and a singular tomo adorned his forehead. This is the power I acquired from consuming 3 fruits, which in your terms could be described as the Rinne Sharingan. The world furrowed its brows. Although he sensed that his opponent concealed considerable power, he was taken aback to discover that the adversary had devoured 3 divine tree fruits. Seemingly satisfied with the expression on Tianxia's face, or perhaps believing that victory was already predetermined, Liuxing began to speak of the abilities of his eyes. My left eye possesses the ability to bestow powers upon a maximum of 10 individuals. It was only then that Tianxia realized why he had encountered numerous individuals adorned with Rinnegan. They were all endowed with powers by the opponent. My right eye embodies the essence of devouring everything. The eye upon my forehead harbors the power to annihilate all. A scoff escaped Tianxia's lips as he cleaved his foe in half, but to his astonishment, the opponent transformed into 2 entities, one of whom mirrored the second clone, albeit with a Rinnegan adorned with 9 tomo upon its brow. Clearly, the opponent had imparted the abilities of the second clone upon himself. Yet this power seemed incapable of producing the additional 2 9-tomo Rinnegan. Cursed. This ability of the opponent is quite formidable, or perhaps even grotesque, though the exact number of duplicates the adversary could summon remained unknown. The emergence of dozens of clones from the second indicated that he could indeed produce numerous individuals with 9-tomo Rinnegan. I must swiftly eliminate this opponent. I cannot withstand his might. Tianxia was compelled to acknowledge that his own prowess fell short when compared to the individual before him. Sensing Tianxia's predicament, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their ultimate techniques. One summoned the flames of Amaterasu to encircle the area, while the other conjured a colossal-tailed beast bomb from the sky. In a single strike, half of the already devastated Konoha was transformed into a massive crater. Fortunately, the surrounding onlookers had retreated far from the battlefield. The 2 artificial beings, Number 1 and Number 2, were utterly obliterated, their essence evaporated, indirectly demonstrating that immense power could indeed be wielded against their adversary. However, the disparity in combat strength between both sides was insurmountable. They lacked the capacity to confront Liuxing with such overwhelming force. Are 2 more joining the fray? No matter. Let them come. A sinister grin spread across Liuxing's handsome visage, reminiscent of Tianxia's own appearance in life. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled. Boruto and the others struggled to maintain their footing as the ground within a radius of several dozen meters sank beneath them, the gravity here being tenfold that of Earth. Damn it! Boruto, filled with fury, attempted to rise, but the gravity intensified, now 20-fold, forcing him and his companions to the ground, rendering even their fingers immobile. As Liuxing approached, lasers targeted the group. Now is the moment. Minato and Boruto vanished from their original positions, appearing behind their opponent, each wielding a blue orb of light, ultimately merging their energies. Tai Chi Rasengan. In an instant, flesh and blood erupted, transforming the enemy into a mere puddle of muck. Success. The 2 descendants exchanged a glance and a celebratory high-five, their faces radiating warmth akin to sunlight. Cursed. Yui cursed under her breath. After her relentless assault, she was left breathless, while the opponent remained seemingly unscathed. My ability lies in control. I govern everything. The slightly slender man, whom you cannot defeat, finally uttered a phrase that raised a brow from Yui. As Yui launched another attack, the slender man clenched his fist, causing Yui to ascend while countless clumps of earth soared upward, enveloping him, reminiscent of a celestial explosion. Drink! A delicate cry rang out, accompanied by the sound of shattering stones. At that moment, the slender man witnessed a terrifying transformation. The girl before him, whose white pupils adorned with 3 black dots had vanished, was replaced by a pair of swirling eyes and 3 black dots. You possess the power of control. I wield absolute strength. The slender man experienced the same sensation as before, being sent flying once more, yet this time he did not open his eyes. Under the full force of Yui's strike, he was obliterated by immense power, and the ground bore a fist-sized indentation that appeared bottomless at a glance. In the face of absolute speed, everything becomes illusory. The man with a blank expression, who had endured the onslaught from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, finally spoke. Almost immediately, as if affirming his words, Senju Hashirama was sent flying without the ability to retaliate, followed by the shattering of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, under the assertion that speed surpasses strength. That opponent is astoundingly swift. I can hardly discern their movements. Brother, what about you? Ashura inquired of his somewhat indifferent brother. However, Indra's gaze, once filled with disdain, now reflected a hint of challenge. Madara. Senju Hashirama called out, prompting Madara to nod in response. Sage art. Wood release. Wood prison technique. The area of 100 meters was enveloped by the wood release, soon to converge. Despite his uncertainty about the opponent's intentions, the man leapt into the air, preparing to escape this colossal cage. Trying to flee? Heavenly transfer. Madara appeared in the air, blocking the escape route and sending him crashing to the ground. The space and wooden barrier began to shrink. Bolstered by sage techniques, the opponent could not breach the defenses, likely to be compressed into a pulp. Have we succeeded? Senju Hashirama murmured, observing the wooden mass shrink from 100 meters to a mere one. What do you think? A strange voice echoed from behind. Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated the opponent would evade his strike. Before he could react, another familiar voice resounded nearby. Your speed is remarkable, isn't it? Feeling a hand rest upon his shoulder, the man was astonished that someone could appear beside him in such a brief moment. He refrained from attacking Senju Hashirama and vanished from sight. However, before he could ascertain the identity of the person, that familiar hand once again rested on his shoulder. It's a time-space ninjutsu, Ashura declared. The battle is drawing to a close, Indra stated as the outcome was revealed. With the appearance of Senju Tobarama, having unexpectedly marked the opponent with the Flying Thunder God technique, the battle's conclusion became evident. Let us depart. Indra glanced toward the distance, where the heart of Konoha lay. Ashura's expression grew solemn as he gazed in that direction, sensing the presence of several individuals whose power surpassed their own. At the heart of Konoha, the once desolate ruins had vanished, leaving behind a series of craters of varying depths. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. His frustration was understandable. He, along with Naruto and Sasuke, found themselves encircled by the opponent's clones while the original remained an observer. These clones possessed a singular Sharingan eye, bestowing upon them a total of 9 unique abilities: formidable defense, manipulation of gravity, repulsion, acceleration, rapid speed, control over numerous objects, and the capacity to mimic the strength of any adversary they touched. They could transform into colossal giants, wield flames, and morph their bodies into various weapons, straddling the line between reality and illusion. When considering the clones themselves, these 9 abilities multiplied, totaling 10. However, these 10 abilities were not inherent to each clone, but rather shared among all. Utilizing the power granted by the left eye, the opponent endowed their clones with abilities, creating a multitude of them. Yet these clones could not further bestow abilities upon additional clones. Should this cycle continue, resulting in an infinite number of clones, the opponent would be invincible, rendering combat unnecessary. Nevertheless, the presence of 20 entities with such peculiar abilities was sufficient to pose a significant challenge to the trio. From the situation observed, it was evident that the opponent had leveraged the capabilities conferred by their left eye to empower their clones, who in turn possessed unique powers. This indicated that the opponent, relying solely on one Sharingan eye, had nearly overwhelmed the 3 of them. If the powers of the other 2 eyes were unleashed, the magnitude of their strength would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the number of clones had never exceeded 20. However, even so, these were 20 god-level shinobi, nearly at the sage level, each equivalent to Pain's 6 paths, but possessing 3 additional abilities, rendering them even more formidable. Troubled by the ceaseless surge of energy approaching from afar, Ashura resolved without hesitation. You too, keep an eye on the original. I shall handle these. Although the distinction between sage level and god level was merely 1 tier apart, it was enough to create a crushing disparity. This did not imply that one could take on 20. Yet, under Ashura's insistence, Naruto and Sasuke withdrew from the battlefield, transitioning into the flower realm of sword arts. Suddenly, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, where the 20 clones relentlessly assaulted the barrier of the flower realm. This realm was inherently a fusion of space ninjutsu, forming a world of its own, not easily breached. Give it up. To shatter this place, your individual attack power must exceed mine by 5-fold, or I must perish. Otherwise, you shall not escape, Ashura declared. The 20 clones exchanged glances and charged toward him. This is my domain. Ashura sighed softly before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the external world, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, 3 Spiraling Spheres, Sage Art Would Release Giant Technique, would release wooden clone Susanoo, shadow stitching technique, 5 cents manipulation, whether manipulation, be a Kugan, and 8 trigrams air palm. In this moment, after losing their cutting-edge power, the alien forces faced a fierce counterattack from numerous powerful individuals, suffering continuous defeats. After repelling numerous extraterrestrial forces, the group arrived at the heart of Konoha. They understood that unless they vanquished the adversaries before them, their efforts to eliminate the enemy would be futile. With a smirk, they prepared for battle, their eyes reflecting a contempt that disregarded all. As they exchanged glances, they unleashed their attacks, resulting in a cacophony of sparks and thunderous roars. Futile. All of it. Meteor's right eye emanated a spectral glow, absorbing every jutsu within its grasp. The 8th gate of death opened. Might Guy and his son, realizing their techniques were ineffective, accelerated their assault. I told you it's useless. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the eye on Meteor's forehead, annihilating the Might duo, body and soul. It was terrifying. A chill permeated the hearts of the surrounding ninjas and those engaged in battle. Their opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Just then, the flower realm collapsed, and the world returned to its pristine state. I need you to unleash your full potential. I have a way to deal with him. The voice of Tinka resonated in their minds. Though unaware of the method Tinka referred to, they surged forward once more. Wait, I need your strength. The hearts of Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito, and Uzumaki Baruto reverberated with Tinka's call. Not enough. Observing the fading power of the four, Tinka's figure vanished, reappearing on a precipice miles away. Kagaya, I require your strength. Facing the unexpected arrival of Tinka, Kagaya's expression hardened, yet she bestowed her power upon him. Seemingly aware of his intentions. Have you seen my daughter? As Tinka departed, Kagaya finally uttered a phrase. Daughter? Our daughter? Tinka was taken aback. In an instant, a tremendous aura erupted. You scoundrel! Meanwhile, at the center of Konoha, the atmosphere was rife with agitation. You're as bothersome as flies. Perish. The eye on Meteor's forehead unleashed a force 100 times stronger than before. However, strangely, that power rippled through the air and vanished. A flicker of confusion crossed Meteor's face, and he attempted to retreat. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Tinka suddenly tore through the fabric of space, embracing him, and the attack that Meteor had evaded reappeared, piercing through both of them. As the light dissipated, Meteor and Tinka began to disintegrate into ash. Farewell, everyone. Tinka waved goodbye. Tears welled in the eyes of Yuya amidst the crowd. In that final moment, Tinka glanced at her and offered a faint smile. The war had concluded, and the invading extraterrestrials retreated. After a touching farewell, the many transmuters bid their adieus. We must return to our simple lives now. Farewell. Uzumaki Kushina leaned against Namikaze Minato. By the way, my daughter-in-law, my granddaughter, if those two little rascals bully you, just tell me, and I shall teach them a lesson. In the last moment of her disappearance, Uzumaki Kushina uttered a remark that left the crowd in shock, causing Hinata and Uchiha Sarada's faces to flush crimson. As the enigmatic night descended, Yi treaded the path homeward, approaching a bamboo dwelling nestled within the forest. However, as he drew near, he was startled by a voice that was both unfamiliar and yet eerily familiar. How could I be so foolish? It is merely a projection. Yi paused momentarily, then abruptly flung open the door, revealing the person of his dreams. I have returned, he declared with a gentle smile. At that moment, aboard a spacecraft amidst the starry expanse, a figure coughed violently, expelling a few droplets of blood. I nearly met my demise by my own hand. A subordinate entered, bearing 5 lifeless bodies, each marked with a distinctive reincarnation eye upon their foreheads. These are all we could find. The rest have been reduced to mere pulp. The subordinate reported cautiously. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the figure allowed his subordinate to depart. Then, with a flicker of light in his right eye, he consumed the corpses, feeling a semblance of restoration. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the gradually fading azure planet. I shall grant you this favor, old friend. In the realm of power classification, Shinigami, ordinary Shinigami, low-ranking officers, mid-ranking officers, high-ranking officers, vice-captains, captains. Hollow, Jillian, Ajuchas, Vasto Lord. Here, strength is calculated based on Captain Vasto Lord and Vice-Captain Ajuchas. Xiao Tian, remember to return early. The outside world has grown increasingly perilous. Amidst the sparse woods stood a cluster of 3 thatched cottages. Encircling the cottages was a fence, seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. Within the enclosure, vibrant vegetables thrived, glistening with morning dew and appearing extraordinarily appetizing. Outside the fence, an elderly woman with silver hair incessantly admonished a youth of about 12 or 13. "Do not worry. I am quite formidable," the boy replied with a confident smile. "Indeed, you are quite formidable," the old woman chuckled, her tone laced with playful jest. The boy merely smiled in response, unfazed. "Do remember to be cautious and return promptly at noon." "I understand, fret not." He waved goodbye and gradually ventured toward the depths of the forest. The youth was none other than Tianxia. He had not anticipated that after perishing in the world of Naruto, he would be transported to another realm, the world of Shinigami, and in a younger form at that. Having resided in this world for a decade, he had come to grasp the essence of his surroundings. Albeit the precise era remained shrouded in mystery due to the primitive nature of the locale. His purpose for this excursion was to hunt beasts for sustenance. As the elderly woman, devoid of spiritual power, required only water, unlike him. Reflecting on his experiences in the Naruto universe and the ultimate decision to dominate the world, Tianxia could not help but smile wryly. The influences of his past life, coupled with the initial environment of the Naruto world and the expansion of his powers, had led him astray in the end. Now, upon reminiscing about the Naruto world, he felt a sense of relief for not becoming a mere shell of a being, lost in darkness and power. In his 10 years in this world, he had not pondered much. His only desire was to lead a tranquil existence. Subsequently, he encountered the solitary old woman, who took him in, allowing him to experience a love he had never known before. This profound maternal love compelled him to remain by her side, living a simple yet joyful life together. Suddenly, the figure of Tianxia vanished, only to reappear 100 meters away. Over the span of a decade, Tianxia's spiritual pressure had reached the level of a low-ranking officer, and he had even experimented with the Shinigami techniques he had witnessed in his first life on Earth: slash, punch, spirit, and movement. Reflecting on the memories of his previous life, Tianxia, though reluctant to dwell on them, found them increasingly vivid. While some memories were unpleasant, they provided certain insights, such as the overarching narrative of the Shinigami world. Given the environment of his first life, he had immersed himself in these anime, seeking solace for his soul, thus becoming well acquainted with most of them. He vaguely recalled the protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, battling monsters and leveling up until defeating the ultimate foe, Aizen. After which he seemingly reclaimed his Shinigami powers, marking the conclusion of the story. However, despite the narrative's apparent closure, Tianxia sensed that matters were far from simplistic. As the plot harbored significant inconsistencies, a sudden roar shattered Tianxia's reverie, and before him appeared a tiger. "Ah, it is you," he mused with a slight smile, as a sword forged from spiritual energy manifested in his hand. Sensing the impending threat from the human before it, the tiger lowered its head and roared, then unexpectedly leapt to ambush. Moments later, Tianxia calmly grasped the tiger's tail and began his leisurely journey home. Suddenly, the entire space vibrated with a resonant hum. As if a formidable power surged throughout the realm, Tianxia leaned heavily on his knees, the overwhelming pressure nearly rendering him unable to stand upright. This is spiritual pressure. It must have reached the level of Vastord. Although he was uncertain of the exact strength of a Vastord's spiritual pressure, its tumultuous, oceanic force suggested it was indeed formidable. "Oh no, what direction is that?" Tianxia's expression shifted as he abandoned the lifeless tiger and instantaneously accelerated to his utmost limit. What would typically take half an hour was traversed in a mere 20 minutes. Upon his return home, he was met with the sight of his house reduced to ruins and his grandmother lying in the vegetable garden, already beginning to dissolve. Approaching her calmly, he lifted her in silence, his expression eerily composed. "Child, you must live well. And above all, do not seek revenge against them. They are far too powerful." As his grandmother uttered her final words, she completely disintegrated into spiritual particles. "Truly, I merely wish to live a peaceful life for a while. Why must I be provoked?" Tianxia gently shook his head, a look of frustration etched across his face. "Are you forcing me to annihilate everything?" His emotions turned tempestuous, his eyes glowing red. "Why is it so difficult to aspire for an ordinary family?" As he spoke, his teeth ground ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Gazing at the fierce battle in the distance, Tianxia hesitated not a moment longer and soared into the sky, swiftly approaching the conflict's epicenter. where a Shinigami clad in a black robe fought against a hollow adorned with tiny skeletal fragments atop its head. Carlo Pindi, how dare you venture alone into the Soul Society? Are you seeking death? The Shinigami wielding the Zanpakuto spoke coldly. With your abilities, you are hardly worthy of standing against me. Carlo Pindi replied with disdain. Both parties glared at each other, poised to engage once more, when a faint spiritual pressure began to approach. It is the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami, so feeble. Has the Soul Society truly been left unguarded? Carlo Pindi mocked loudly, his gaze fixed on the Shinigami, showing no regard for the newcomer. In contrast, the Shinigami was puzzled, unable to fathom who would dare enter this domain, which was traditionally under his clan's jurisdiction. At that moment, apart from the noble district of Siriidii, the Soul Society was divided into 80 districts, each overseen by various noble families responsible for maintaining order and, of course, their own interests. A voice called out from a house several miles to the east, questioning whether the two had been responsible for its destruction. Before either could respond, the speaker, Tianxia, posed his inquiry. Both Carlo Pindi and the Shinigami were taken aback, realizing the newcomer was not a Shinigami. Yet, from the way Tianxia spoke and his demeanor, Carlo Pindi discerned the general situation and watched with keen interest, eager to see how Tianxia would proceed. Who are you? The Shinigami, unfamiliar with the suddenly appearing Tianxia, felt no inclination to engage with such a seemingly insignificant presence. Did you too destroy my house? Tianxia repeated emotionlessly. The Shinigami frowned, wondering at the newcomer's lack of awareness. Did he not recognize their status? Even if he were ignorant of their identities, could he not sense their spiritual pressure? The Shinigami contemplated whether the lower-ranked official could withstand the intensity of their presence. Both he and Carlo Pindi underestimated Tianxia, perceiving his spiritual pressure as easily extinguishable, akin to a flickering flame. What of it? The Shinigami coldly retorted, teetering on the edge of fury. If I cannot deal with Vashdord, then how dare a mere existence like you question me? He resolved to eliminate Tianxia, but first, he wished to observe what the newcomer intended to do. Then, you are aware of the old man? Tianxia inquired once more. Indeed, the Shinigami replied, his voice resonating with confidence. Then, you shall perish. At this pronouncement, both men were momentarily stunned. Before the Shinigami could unleash his wrath, a burst of snowflakes erupted from his chest. So this is futile. In an instant, Tianxia executed a sword-drawing technique, yet the disparity in their powers was too great. He merely managed to graze the Shinigami. What incredible speed! The Shinigami, seemingly unbothered by the wound on his chest, was instead astonished by Tianxia's swift movement, which he could scarcely comprehend. Tianxia had just employed Shuanpa, a technique that harnessed the energy within to achieve rapid movement. In the realm of Naruto, the world is characterized by an extraordinary mastery of chakra that enables one to soar through the skies. The principles underlying the Shuanpa and Shunshin techniques are nearly identical, differing only in their energy systems. This is the reason why the character, Tianxia, surpasses the reaction speed of the two opponents, thanks to the spiritual pressure emanating from his lower-ranking seat. Although the reasons behind your astonishing speed remain unknown, injuring me will exact a price. Prepare to witness the might of my Zanpakuto. How amusing that I must unleash my Zanpakuto to confront such a foe. Should I commend your caution or deem you cowardly? Taunted Carlo Pindi. Furious, the first seat, Deqian felt a surge of anger but prioritized addressing the unexpected arrival. To remain distracted during battle was truly a recipe for demise. Just as Deqian's spiritual pressure began to rise, he heard Carlo Pindi's mocking voice once more. Then, another voice echoed, Tianke. It resonated as if it had already manifested behind him. How can this be? Deqian turned in disbelief, gazing at Tianxia, astonished that this young boy could wield such formidable swordsmanship. Remarkable indeed, Carlo Pindi remarked with a smirk, seemingly unconcerned about his own precarious position as he witnessed Deqian's impending doom. Oh, what's this? Do you still wish to make a move against me? Carlo Pindi's eyes narrowed at the sight of Tianxia's intense gaze directed at him. Tianxia remained silent, merely observing, his right hand poised upon the hilt of his sword. Do you truly wish to kill me? Carlo Pindi claimed, yet he hesitated to act, though the boy appeared nearly drained of spiritual energy and utterly vulnerable. An instinctive sense of danger gripped him. Very well, I shall spare you this time, he declared before retreating into the shadows. As he watched the figure vanish, Tianxia could no longer contain himself and fell from the heights. However, he did not rest. Instead, he rapidly distanced himself from the area. Sensing several spiritual pressures approaching that were not inferior to that of the Shinigami he had just vanquished. Passing by a thatched cottage, Tianxia cast a lingering glance before disappearing from sight. Since you refuse to allow me a tranquil existence, I shall unleash a tempest. May you embrace my presence. Along the streets, rows of seemingly vibrant yet dilapidated wooden houses lined either side. Few souls traversed the main road, primarily ragged young men, some seeking respite beneath the shade of trees. These young men sauntered languidly down the street, their faces gaunt and their eyes vacant, resembling mere walking corpses. Suddenly, the sound of firm footsteps resonated from the far end of the street, jolting the previously listless crowd into a state of alertness, their eyes igniting with a glimmer of gold. As the noise grew increasingly pronounced, they finally beheld the visage of the approaching figure, a boy of around 12 or 13. Clad in ordinary garb, with a fair and clean countenance and unremarkable eyes, a long blade hanging from his waist. No longer staggering, the crowd regained their composure, their previously vacuous gazes replaced by predatory glints akin to wolves and tigers, openly directed at Tianxia. This was the Eastern District 20, one of the outermost territories of the Soul Society, known for its lax oversight and chaotic environment. This district is rife with malevolence. To survive here, one must possess both ruthlessness and strength. Due to the prevailing chaos, sustenance is scant, and acts of arson, murder, and plunder occur incessantly. This place is a paradise for the wicked, a hell for the virtuous, a haven for the powerful, and a nightmare for the weak. Driven by the environment and competing factions, they remain entrenched in their territory, relying on pillaging and thievery to procure food and essential resources. However, not all factions can secure sustenance. When faced with stronger adversaries, they are often subdued or slaughtered. Those who remain are lawless individuals, resisting control. Among them are also newly deceased souls, some of whom are either killed, aspire to escape to better districts, or fall prey to the existing factions. The sudden appearance of Tianxia has ignited a glimmer of greed in the eyes of these malevolent beings, particularly due to Tianxia's youthful visage and delicate complexion, which promises to satiate their long empty bellies. As for the knife, it is disregarded, perceived merely as a tool of intimidation. Tianxia strides down the street, flanked by predatory gazes. Yet curiously, none dare to strike. They remain motionless, intimidated by the aura she exudes, albeit only slightly. Her presence serves as a warning, indicating that she is not to be trifled with. However, in the face of hunger and greed, their eyes have become clouded, and despite their inexplicable fear of the young girl, they launch their assault. Although these individuals are seasoned in combat, they rely solely on brute courage and raw power, lacking any finesse or technique. Their strength poses no threat to Tianxia. Nonetheless, she has no intention of showing mercy. In a flash, the gleam of her blade extinguishes the lives of the assailants, who collapse into a pool of blood. This scene sends shockwaves through the onlookers nearby, compelling them to flee in fear of being implicated. "Take me to the most powerful faction here," she commands, seizing one of the would-be escapees to lead the way. The captured man, pallid and trembling, guides her in a particular direction. "This is it." He cautiously points to a mansion before them. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupts from all around, and within moments, hundreds gather, providing the man an opportunity to vanish into the crowd. "You killed my men." A voice emerges from within the mansion, belonging to an individual likely the leader of this band. Clad with a blade and emanating a low-level spiritual pressure, he confronts her. "Kid, you seem to know a thing or two." He scoffs at Tianxia's words. Yet, upon noticing her lack of spiritual pressure, he falters momentarily, soon realizing that her weapon must have been scavenged. "In the future, I shall be the sovereign here, boldly revealing my intentions without a care for the world around me." "What? Just based on your mere presence? Seeking death, are you? What nonsense! Let us eliminate this arrogant little brat." As the words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Had the leader not yet spoken, his followers would have likely surged forward to tear the young man apart. Indeed, compared to my subordinates, I, as their leader, possess certain capabilities. A youth standing undaunted before me and hundreds of others is either a fool or exceedingly confident. I suspect it is the latter. Does the opponent possess strength superior to mine? If he is so confident, it implies he has some formidable power or support. Yet, I sense no spiritual pressure emanating from him, suggesting he indeed surpasses me in strength. It is not unheard of for a mere child to be stronger. But such instances are typically confined to noble souls. He would not covet my position. Standing at the entrance, Sakuraji Taotao pondered, unwilling to let his impulsiveness jeopardize his life. However, his subordinates were growing impatient. To have hundreds surrounding a mere boy without taking action would be a source of ridicule. At last, someone led the charge. My intention was to subdue these individuals, but they must first receive a bloody lesson. Otherwise, it would be impossible to subdue these reckless miscreants. The moment the battle commenced, bloodshed erupted, and severed limbs flew through the air, cries filling the atmosphere. Sakuraji Taotao squinted. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 of his men lay dead or wounded. At this juncture, he had no choice but to intervene. Failure to do so would dishearten his followers. Everyone, fall back. With Sakuraji Taotao's command, the crowd dispersed, casting fierce glares at the young man, undeterred by the merciless slaughter he had just enacted. Their lives had been sealed the moment they chose this path. They had no retreat. Only death awaited them if they turned back. The only way to survive was to press forward relentlessly. I must inquire, who might you be? Sakuraji Taotao sought to gather information. I am Yanhuang Tianxia. Let us engage. Yanhuang. I have not heard of that surname in the Soul Society. It seems he is not of noble blood. Are you courting death? Just as Sakuraji Taotao was mulling over this thought, Tiantian's figure appeared before him, the tip of his blade mere centimeters from his throat. Not good. Sakuraji Taotao silently admonished himself, hastily retreating, yet still suffering a superficial cut. Had he not intended to subjugate his opponent, that last strike could have claimed his life. Seeking death. Now aware of Tiantian's general identity, Sakuraji Taotao shed his restraints and unleashed his full power. Although their spiritual pressures were comparable, in terms of speed, strength, and combat skill, Tiantian completely overwhelmed him. In just a few exchanges, Sakuraji Taotao's body was marked with wounds. Allow me to demonstrate the power of my Zanpakuto. Let it devour all. 9 serpents. Hissing and writhing, a massive black serpent with 9 heads emerged before the crowd. This was the initial release of Sakuraji Taotao's Zanpakuto. Behold, the leader's 9-headed serpent. This time, that boy is doomed. With this move, the leader has vanquished the foe. The underlings of Sakuraji Taotao cried out incessantly, extolling their leader's prowess and achievements. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sakuraji Taotao's lips, seemingly relishing the admiration of the crowd. Corrode the enemy, 9 serpents. In his grasp, he wielded a hilt from which extended a long blade resembling the tongues of 9 heads. Under Sakuraji Taotao's command, the 9 serpent heads struck from 9 distinct angles. The fluid seeping from their mouths dripped to the ground, leaving behind a wisp of green smoke and a small corroded pit. Should this liquid come into contact with a person, the consequences would be dire. Mutilation at best. Obliteration at worst. Although the world had yet to awaken their Zanpakuto, facing such an opponent was sufficient to rely on one's own speed and skill to overwhelm the adversary. With a swift flash, the blade sliced through the air, severing all 9 serpent heads. Ha! My 9 serpents are not so easily defeated. Sakuraji Taotao boasted with a triumphant laugh. Indeed, the severed parts quickly regenerated, sprouting 9 new heads. Bored with this farcical spectacle, the world had no desire to continue the charade. Suddenly, with a series of rapid strikes, the figure of the world vanished, leaving only the sight of their leader being relentlessly propelled through the air. After enduring a barrage of blows, Sakuraji Taotao finally landed on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Boom! With a powerful strike, the world cleaved the earth, creating a gaping chasm several meters deep and over 10 meters long, visible to all. Words were futile in the face of absolute strength. The world had become the leader, commanding hundreds of subordinates and overseeing dozens of streets. His actions were motivated solely by the pursuit of better cultivation. Currently, he lacked the accumulation of time, as his spiritual power was too feeble. Thus, he required a place for training where he could focus entirely on his cultivation without undue concern. However, circumstances often diverged from one's expectations. Due to his actions, his gang suffered significant losses, prompting several other factions in the Eastern District 20 to unite and retaliate. 3 factions in total, each possessing strength comparable to those subjugated by the world. Of these, 2 wielded their own Zanpakuto, while the third, although lacking an awakened Zanpakuto, was the strongest among them. Faced with the approaching adversaries, the world could not afford to turn a blind eye. for that would render all his efforts in vain. Leading his subordinates. Both sides confronted each other. Old Tao, I never imagined you would be defeated by such a young upstart and choose to submit. What a disgrace to our Eastern District 20, spoke one of the leaders, Daitong. Laughter erupted, and the faces of Sakuragi Tao Tao's subordinates flushed crimson. Though they dared not reveal their feelings, acutely aware of the world's power. Why waste words? Let us eliminate them, exclaimed a darkly menacing figure. The leader known as Lan Min beside him stood a tall, silent man with a dull demeanor, known as the Bull, who, through sheer strength, surpassed the other two. Do not squander time, strike together. Should you lose, surrender or perish. Tianxia stood at the center of the arena, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the three adversaries. What an unpleasant little brat, Lan Min remarked darkly. You, who are oblivious to your own limitations, shall learn your lesson from me. Datong, wielding his Zanpakuto, swiftly appeared before him, raising his blade high. Yet, before it could descend, he was launched backward. I told you to act in unison. Tianxia commanded once more. This time, however, none dared to speak. The speed of their opponent was overwhelming. Not even the three leaders could discern the slightest hint of movement. Exchanging glances, they realized they had encountered an insurmountable barrier, yet the moment demanded action. Tear everything apart. Windwolf. From the shadows, Yuming declared. In contrast to the other two, the Bull of Might advanced with deliberate steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Datong was enveloped in a gale, embodying the ferocity of a wolf. His speed and strength significantly heightened. Meanwhile, Lan Min vanished from sight, eluding all perception. Datong was the first to close in, his claws slicing through the air, creating ripples in the atmosphere. Clang! Tianxiao intercepted the strike with his blade, and at that moment, Lan Min emerged from Datong's shadow, launching a lethal thrust with breathtaking speed. The Bull of Might, now close at hand, roared and leaped, leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Faced with this trio's onslaught, Tianxia exhibited no sign of tension, remaining composed. As he witnessed the bull's forceful strike, he intensified his own power, sending Datong flying. He then moved with greater swiftness toward the now exposed Lan Min, realizing the peril of the situation and the threat to his life. Lan Min retreated decisively. After fending off the two attackers, Tianxiao raised his sword above his head, and with a resounding clash, the blades met, causing the ground beneath to crater under the immense force. The other two, seizing the opportunity, attempted to eliminate Tianxia. Sakuragi Tao Tao remained motionless, not out of a desire to let the other three dispose of their classmate, but because he understood Tianxia's prowess. Should the latter engage earnestly, the trio would not withstand even a second strike. Looks like I may soon have three more companions, he mused inwardly. Not bad. You possess the potential to serve as my subordinates. After forcefully repelling the bull, Tianxia murmured softly, then struck horizontally with his blade. The flash of his sword sent the three adversaries staggering back, inflicting significant wounds and plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Now surrender or die. Tianxia gazed meaningfully at the trio. After all, he needed to cultivate his skills and could not afford to act recklessly, for that would be counterproductive. The three before him held considerable strength and potential, making them suitable candidates for his retinue. In this realm governed by nobility, possessing one's own Zanpakuto and comprehending its initial release signified true talent. Naturally, should they refuse, Tianxia would not hesitate to eliminate them. Boss. Unexpectedly, the first to submit was the sturdy bull, who humbly declared, You are more formidable than I. You are my superior. With that, he fell silent. The leader of this assembly was Lan Min, a figure whose demeanor was shrouded in darkness. Although it was immediately apparent that he was no paragon of virtue, Tianxiao remained unfazed, placing his faith solely in absolute strength. He believed that as long as he possessed power, he need not fear any cunning schemes from his adversaries. The other two chose submission as well. Datong, though reluctant, had no choice but to follow suit. Thus, the matter concluded, and all factions within the Eastern District 20 fell under Tianxia's control. He named the merged gang Tianxia Society, a title both flamboyant and befitting. Months slipped by, and before Tianxia could fully immerse himself in cultivation, a group arrived at his doorstep. Who are they? Tianxia inquired of the individuals before him. Sir, they are the external overseers of the esteemed Ichika family from the Suriidii, replied Sakuragi Tao Tao. The Ichika family? What brings them to us? Tao Tao exchanged glances with his companions and explained, This territory falls under their jurisdiction. They regularly extract wealth, provisions, and women from here. I see, Tianxia pondered before stating. In that case, let us go out to greet them. Surely, this is the leader of the Tianxia society. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. Upon their initial meeting, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile approached with deference. Indeed, I am but a humble servant, Tianxia replied with a modest smile, offering a shallow bow. Please, allow me to make way for you, he said, stepping aside. Tea, though simple, is offered. I hope it meets your satisfaction, Tianxia called to his subordinates. I am not so finicky, the overseer remarked after sipping the tea, and then stated plainly, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Of course. I have prepared everything for you, Tianxia responded, gesturing for his subordinates to present the inventory list. Ah, this is most generous, the overseer exclaimed upon receiving the second list. His smile widening, revealing his evident delight. It is only fitting, Tianxia replied graciously. Well, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. The overseer announced after some idle chatter. I shall see you off. Tianxia respectfully escorted him to the entrance. As he watched the overseer depart, the smile faded from Tianxia's face. He realized that his current strength was still insufficient to rival these noble figures, compelling him to humble himself. Yet, in the future, he was determined to return the favor tenfold. Just as he prepared to turn back, Tianxia's gaze fell upon two youths in the distance. Sensing a formidable spiritual pressure emanating from them, individuals worthy of cultivation. Let us keep an eye on those two, he instructed, recognizing the importance of their potential. Sir, why extend such courtesy to mere commoners? One of the servants in the departing Ichika entourage questioned the overseer. Ah, that youth is not to be underestimated. He will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future, the overseer replied, revealing his insight. Two subordinates exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disdain, as if to question what achievements could possibly arise from such a base existence. However, they dared not contradict their leader's words and remained silent. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed, and the spiritual pressure in the world had reached the level of mid-ranking officers. Not only that, but they had also thoroughly mastered several forms of binding techniques, significantly enhancing their strength. On this particular day, an unfamiliar spiritual pressure emerged nearby, exuding an aura of devastation and lethal intent. This was the spiritual pressure of a hollow. This force bore a striking resemblance to a Minos Grande and was exceedingly discreet. Had it not been for his keen perception of spiritual energy, he might not have noticed its presence at all. Without notifying anyone else, he ventured alone to the source of the spiritual pressure, where he found a boy of about 15 or 16 quietly standing, as if aware that someone had dared to approach. The hollow before him was humanoid, its mask no larger than the palm of a hand, but most significantly, it bore a blade at its waist. While most hollows took on animal forms, only a select few manifested as humanoids, whose potential surpassed that of their animal counterparts. A hollow could become humanoid through two means, either by achieving a mask or by becoming a vastalord. This underscored the innate talent of humanoid hollows. Notably, this one had begun the process of mass transformation without even having faced a Minos Grande, indicating immense potential. The Soul Reaper boy gripped the hilt of his sword with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness. The hollow regarded him with a single word. Their identities were clear, and what remained was the inevitable clash. This was the consequence of an encounter between a Soul Reaper and a hollow. With a resounding clash, the boy blocked a sudden strike that appeared before him. The overwhelming force and spiritual pressure made his arms sink. Shunpa, he exclaimed, elucidating the reason for the opponent's sudden disappearance, silently acknowledging that this hollow was indeed no ordinary foe. The hollow was somewhat taken aback. From its perspective, the boy's spiritual pressure suggested he would be easily defeated in one strike, yet he had managed to withstand it. After failing to land a hit, the hollow vanished from sight, activating its Shunpa ability once more. A flurry of strikes followed, yet the boy remained unscathed, while the hollow retreated to the sidelines. At that moment, the hollow's gaze shifted from indifference to earnestness. Though it had faced Soul Reapers before, none had remained unharmed under its assault, even those with stronger spiritual pressure and released Zanpakuto. You are worthy of knowing my name. I am Daikamoka. And you? The sudden shift in demeanor caught the boy off guard, and he responded, I am Yanhuang Tianxia. Very well, let the true battle commence. A flash of light erupted from Daikamoka's hand, shooting towards the boy. This was a Zero. Bakuto number 33, Sakatsui. The boy raised his hand with ease, effortlessly deflecting the hollow's attack. With a fierce yell, Daikamoka executed a downward slash, but the boy deftly redirected the attack, then lunged towards his opponent's chest. Daikamoka extended his left hand, seizing the boy's weapon with his hardened skin, while his other hand swung the blade down. In response to this fierce maneuver, the boy surprisingly extended his palm to grasp at the attack as well. Daikamoka cast a cold smile, intensifying the strength in his hand. To his astonishment, the opponent effortlessly caught his Zanpakuto. With both combatants gripping each other's weapons, they exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously retreated, only to collide once more. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their shin and gidao clashing incessantly, leaving the ground in disarray. After a quarter of an hour, they paused in their battle. One began to gather spiritual pressure while the other recited a spell. Daikamocha's spiritual pressure gradually turned black, while on the other side, Tianxia completed his incantation for the 73rd spell of Guodab, the double lotus song fire drop. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a voice echoed, proclaiming, "Next time we meet, I will defeat you." With a glance at the chaotic ground, Tianxia turned and departed. Due to their deliberate control of spiritual pressure, they had not attracted the attention of the Soul Reapers. However, once Tianxia vanished, a man appeared at the scene. He appeared to be in his 20s, with a small wooden stick clenched in his mouth, and, most notably, a hairstyle reminiscent of an airplane. Podal? How intriguing. Leonie would surely find this fascinating. As time drifted by, decades slipped away in the blink of an eye. Tianxia couldn't help but reflect on how valueless time seemed in this world, as he now found himself of an age equivalent to that of his previous existence. "Sir, there has been an incident." A panicked voice echoed from outside. "What is it?" Tianxia replied coldly, slightly irritated by the interruption from his subordinate. Sakuraji Taotao wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain whether it was from fear or urgency. "It's like this. Recently, we have observed some peculiar phenomena in our district." "Peculiar phenomena?" Tianxiao inquired with interest as he took a seat. "About a year ago, individuals began to disappear in our jurisdiction. Initially, we paid it no mind, as such occurrences are not uncommon in our line of work. However, as time passed, the number of disappearances increased, and notably, all those who vanished possessed spiritual power. The two boys you were concerned about have also gone missing just a few days ago." Sakuraji Taotao kept his head lowered, fully aware that despite the youth before him showing no overtly ruthless tendencies, he dared not let his guard down. The occasional aura of murderous intent resembling a sea of corpses, coupled with the indifferent gaze, instilled a profound fear within him. "Oh, is that so?" Although two promising prospects had gone missing, Tianxia displayed no emotion, seemingly indifferent to the situation. "In the coming days, maintain vigilance and caution. I am curious to see what this is all about." Upon receiving the orders, Sakuraji Taotao turned to withdraw, while Tianxia narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Night soon descended. Tianxia stood atop the roof of the main hall, surveying his surroundings with heightened awareness. Sensing a slight disturbance in spiritual pressure, he vanished from sight. In a house several miles away, Tianxia gazed gravely at an article of clothing before him. Touching the tatami mat, he noted it still retained warmth, and faint remnants of dissipating spiritual pressure lingered nearby. Intrigued by the stillness surrounding him, Tianxia displayed a curious expression, eager to uncover the truth of this matter. In the 58th chapter of Binding the Way, Tianxia, relying on the remnants of spiritual pressure, began his pursuit. What is this? Within his perception, there was a spiritual pressure reminiscent of the deceased, yet it felt strangely foreign and eerie. It was unmistakably evident that the spiritual pressure of the departed was swiftly diminishing, while the bizarre pressure was on the rise. Eventually, the essence of the deceased vanished entirely. Were it not for the lingering spiritual presence, it would have been impossible to trace the hidden entity's whereabouts. Is it devouring spirits? Tianxia murmured to himself as he hastened toward the source of the spiritual pressure. Given his current speed, even a captain-level opponent would struggle to match him, and within mere moments, he caught up. What was before him was an entity neither human nor ghost, leaving Tianxia perplexed. "It is you, my lord," the figure proclaimed, adorned with multiple tentacles, a bone-like mask, and blades hanging from its form. "Tushi?" Upon hearing the vaguely familiar voice, Tianxia hesitated. "It is I," the tentacled creature rasped. Tushi was one of the youths Tianxia had once deemed promising. He could hardly believe the grotesque transformation he now witnessed. "What do you think, my lord?" My spiritual pressure is now on par with yours. Tianxia shook his head, feeling a pang of regret. After all, he had once mentored the two, and it was disheartening to see Tushi in such a state. What about Chilian? He inquired. Ah, I have consumed him, Tushi replied. Is that so? Tianxia responded calmly. Indeed, we are but inconsequential beings in your eyes. Yet now, I possess power that rivals yours. Tushi's tone was laced with madness. Who is responsible for this? Tianxia pressed, unwilling to squander any more time. That master is exceedingly powerful. To him, you are not but an insect. Is that so? Tianxia remained noncommittal. To repay your teachings, allow me to grant you a funeral. Devour everything. Corrupt burial. Oh, have we reached this point already? Originally, Tushi had not even wielded a Zanpakuto, but now, his state was indeed peculiar, infused with both Shinigami and hollow spiritual pressure. Upon unleashing his Zanpakuto, Tushi lost all semblance of humanity, expanding to a size of several meters. Resembling a grotesque toad, with his tentacles multiplying and enlarging. My lord, accept my affection. A long tentacle lunged toward Tianxia, who had yet to react when an overwhelming force emanated from the tentacle's opening. This powerful suction was so intense that even Tianxia struggled to maintain his footing, being drawn towards the appendage. Drawn blade technique. A flash of light surged forth, severing all tentacles in its path, even cleaving the ground in two. Although he had merely wounded a captain-level opponent a century prior, it did not imply that the drawn blade technique lacked potency, at the very least. A single strike would unleash an attack power nearing tenfold. Tell me, where is the person you mentioned? Haha, since you wish to know, I shall tell you. But you will certainly meet your demise. Casting a glance at the fallen Tushi, Tianxia proceeded in the direction indicated. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived before a massive boulder, sensing an unusually strange spiritual pressure emanating from it. With a thunderous roar, the scene unfolded. Without the slightest concealment, he shattered the massive boulder and stepped boldly into the realm. The individual known as Tux had gone missing days prior, yet the earliest disappearance dated back a year, suggesting there could be many similar entities to Tux. Indeed, shortly after entering the cavern, a multitude of hollows emerged. However, the most formidable among them possessed merely the spiritual pressure of a seated officer, easily vanquished by Tianxia in a single strike. Thus, he advanced, slaying foes along the way, until he reached an expansive subterranean chamber. This space was filled with a variety of experimental apparatuses, as well as individuals and hollows submerged in test tubes and on laboratory tables. Approaching, he picked up a sheet of paper from the table, the contents of which astonished him. It detailed how Soul Reapers could acquire hollow abilities, how hollows could gain Soul Reaper powers, and whether the two could merge. How surprising. ISNT it. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? I hold high expectations for you. An elderly man with graying hair approached from behind Tianxia. His complexion was ashen, resembling tree bark, yet his eyes shone with a golden radiance. I find this topic intriguing, but I have no interest in you. You are too unappealing, Tianxia replied. Is that so? The elder responded calmly. Are you a Soul Reaper? A hollow? Or perhaps something else entirely? I am neither a Soul Reaper nor a hollow. I am merely a seeker of truth. I yearn to understand what would transpire if a Soul Reaper and a hollow were to unite, and what power such an existence would wield. I have high hopes for you, and wish to collaborate. Oh, I see. Is that the reason you lured me here? Indeed, I have observed you closely. You possess great potential. What do you require? Tianxia pondered for a moment before asking. Upon hearing this, the elder recognized that Tianxia had agreed to collaborate. I seek individuals with spiritual power, as well as hollows very well, but do not allow anyone to discover this place. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you first, Tianxia warned coldly. Ha, that is only natural, the elder chuckled, his face breaking into a smile. I am called Motododo, but you may refer to me as Motododo. Oh, not just to take off. I shall remember that. A century drifted by, during which Tianxia devoted his time to cultivation and observing Motododo's experiments. He shared his insights regarding the Soul Reaper mask, the Hollow mask, and theories on breaking the barriers between the two, hoping the elder could soon develop an entity akin to the Hogyoku. However, given the current state of research, it was evident that results would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years. After all, Tianxia was only familiar with certain theories. Yet, he was patient enough to wait, as the enhancement of his spiritual pressure and the growth of his power were significantly altering his lifespan. Damn it, have these hollows entered their mating season? Why are they all rushing into the Soul Society? Sakuragi shouted in frustration at the last hollow. Meanwhile, Tianxia gazed into the distant sky of Konoha, his mind swirling with thoughts. Since a while ago, hollows had been opening black cavities to enter the Soul Society. Initially, only 1 or 2 appeared, and their spiritual pressure matched that of ordinary Soul Reapers. As time progresses, an increasing number of hollows have arrived here, each possessing varying degrees of spiritual pressure, with the most formidable reaching the level of Ichukas. A sense of foreboding fills Tianxia's mind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air. In an instant, the entire space becomes laden with an oppressive weight, affecting everyone within a 1,000-mile radius. Those devoid of spiritual pressure fare better, while the weak are instantly crushed and transformed into spirit particles. Over 90% of the inhabitants in the area find themselves prostrated on the ground, unable to withstand the immense pressure. How is this possible? Tianxia kneels, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat quickly soaking his garments. This malevolent spiritual pressure is tenfold stronger than any captain-level force he has previously encountered. With a fierce determination, Tianxia slowly rises against the tremendous pressure, each step accompanied by the creaking of his bones. I must take my leave. You shall guard this place, he instructs, as he employs a Shuinpa to diminish the distance to a point. However, he has barely moved when another wave of spiritual pressure, equal to the previous one, sweeps across the area. Yet this time, there is no sense of oppression. Rather, the earlier weight has dissipated. Tianxia surmises that a Soul Reaper has intervened on their behalf, prompting him to accelerate to his utmost speed. After a full half-hour, Tianxia nears his destination. Confronted by such a formidable presence, he retracts his spiritual pressure within himself and stealthily approaches. He finds refuge in a thicket, observing a clearing ahead where 9 figures stand, 3 hollows and 6 Soul Reapers. The leader of the hollows is a young man, approximately 30 years old, clad in black, his overwhelming spiritual pressure radiating outward with unwavering intensity. Flanking him are 2 attendants, one wielding a Zanpakuto that measures 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width, while the other is none other than Carlo Bindi, a name on Tianxia's kill list. On the opposing side, the leader of the Soul Reapers is an imposing figure, standing over 2 meters tall. To his left and right stand a disheveled middle-aged man with prominent brows and an attractive woman dressed in red, her demeanor cold and severe. The fourth is a youth sporting a pompadour, a small stick dangling from his mouth. The fifth wields a long weapon resembling a guandao, approximately 4 meters in length, though its blade is surprisingly small. The sixth appears scruffy, sporting an unkempt explosion of hair and wearing glasses. From the spiritual pressure emanating from these individuals, it is evident that they are all formidable experts, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary Vasto lords. Makadu, do you truly wish to instigate war? Bellows the burly Soul Reaper. War? The black-clad hollow replies coldly. This is merely a massacre of hollows against Soul Reapers. At this declaration, the faces of the Soul Reapers flush with anger. Can we not coexist peacefully? The burly Soul Reaper implores. Will there ever be a day of peace between hollows and Soul Reapers? If such a day were to arrive, it would signify the annihilation of one side. The hollow retorts. If that is the case, then let us battle. The spiritual pressure radiating from the burly Soul Reaper surges dramatically, overpowering the defiant hollow before him. Choose wisely, he warns. The figure clad in black effortlessly opened a void, casting a glance towards the hidden Tianxia as he turned. A mere gaze was sufficient to send Tianxia into the depths of despair, as if plummeting into the abyss of hell, rendering him unable to extricate himself. His eyes began to glaze over, and it seemed that death would soon claim him. A muffled groan escaped his lips, abruptly rousing Tianxia from his stupor, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations, surpassing even that of his former self in another realm. Isn't this what makes it interesting? Tianxia smiled faintly, unfazed by the formidable presence before him, for he believed that one day he would surpass this adversary. During Tianxia's moment of distraction, a group of figures, both spirits and Shinigami, departed, leaving only 2 individuals behind. One was a fellow with a small wooden stick in his mouth and a pompadour hairstyle, while the other was a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and thick eyebrows. Oh, this lad, is he the one you mentioned who possesses abilities akin to mine? Remarked the middle-aged man with the coarse brows. At this moment, the 2 approached Tianxia, who had regained his composure. He was not surprised that they had discovered him. Despite his excellent concealment, the disparity in strength was too pronounced. "Hey, why don't you demonstrate that technique you used last time? What was it called? Broken path?" inquired the pompadour-haired one. Upon hearing this, Tianxia deduced that they must have witnessed his confrontation with Di Kamo Ka. Broken path number 33, Song Hua Zue. Although uncertain of their intentions, Tianxia complied, eager to discern their purpose. "This is, indeed," exclaimed the coarse-browed man, astonished. "I had thought I was the only one to discover this, reveling in the notion that I would pioneer a new combat ability for the Shinigami, only to find that someone else has already conceived it." His spirits began to wane. "Brother Ilian, you can't possibly be succumbing to despair like this," encouraged the pompadour-haired one from the side. How could that be? "I am Ilian," the coarse-browed man declared, regaining his confidence. "Youngster, you refer to this ability as Broken Path. Indeed, it falls under the category of attack. Hence it is a Broken Path technique. So, are there other forms as well?" the coarse-browed man inquired, perplexed. Tianxia had no intention of withholding information. "Yes, there are also Binding Path and Healing Path." "Binding Path, I can infer, but what precisely is Healing Path?" "Healing Path is utilized for recovery." Upon hearing this, the pompadour-haired Shinigami was rendered speechless. He had been researching methods to mend injuries and had made some progress, such as a healing spring, contemplating whether it could be transformed into a commonly used ability for Shinigami. Yet now, a youth had emerged who seemed to have succeeded in this endeavor. "Broken Path? Binding Path? Healing Path?" the coarse-browed man murmured, repeatedly reciting these terms. "I collectively refer to these as ghostly paths," Tianxia stated. "Ghostly paths?" The coarse-browed man's eyes lit up. If I can refine these three abilities, the combat prowess of the Shinigami will surely see a significant enhancement. By the way, I heard from Tianxialang that you once employed Broken Path number 73. Have you truly developed 73 Broken Paths?" The coarse-browed man's gaze was fixed intently on Tianxia, and beside him, the pompadour-haired Shinigami mirrored this fascination. In their eyes, should the other party truly achieve this milestone, they could extend their influence, and the other could potentially become one of them. However, Tianxia shook his head, asserting that it was merely an appealing name. At present, he had only grasped 5 basic techniques of destruction and binding, while his understanding of the return technique remained purely theoretical. Upon hearing Tianxia's words, the two felt a blend of disappointment and relief. The disappointment stemmed from the loss of a formidable method to empower the Grim Reaper, which would undoubtedly result in significant casualties in the impending conflict. Conversely, the relief arose from the realization that the other party was not as monstrous as they had envisioned. Their actions remained unique, and their accomplishments were immeasurable. "Young man, would you be interested in joining us?" inquired the thick-browed middle-aged man. To him, Tianxia's current achievements warranted membership in their ranks, and his strength did not appear weak. "No need," Tianxia replied, shaking his head in refusal. "I have no intention of becoming a Grim Reaper just yet, and my strength remains insufficient." He then produced a piece of paper and handed it to the other. "What is this?" The thick-browed man looked at Tianxia with mild astonishment, for the paper contained records of various destruction and binding techniques. In Tianxia's view, the other party had already conducted research and developed their own techniques, thereby diminishing the potential enhancement of the Grim Reaper's strength. Moreover, this gesture would serve as a favor to the other party. Crucially, none of the techniques listed exceeded the level of 80. Given this, we shall not press further. "Should you require anything, feel free to find us at the Siriadii," he said, and after exchanging a few hurried words, the two departed, seemingly eager to experiment. Watching the two vanish into the distance, Tianxia glanced at the place where the black-clad figure had disappeared before turning away. "It is time to venture forth," he murmured to the sky. At this moment, his spiritual pressure had reached the level of a seated officer, nearing that of a vice-captain. Although the Soul Society was governed by nobles, rendering commoners unqualified to become Grim Reapers, this very circumstance allowed many commoners with Reaper abilities to roam the Soul Society. Of course, due to resources, lineage, and heritage, some commoners possessed remarkable strength, yet they paled in comparison to the Grim Reapers. "During my time here, Sakuraji Taotao will oversee everything, you know?" Tianxia surveyed the 3 subordinates below. Although the 4 had yet to comprehend their Bankai, their spiritual pressure was not significantly inferior to Tianxia's, though their actual combat prowess was incomparable. "Yes." At the sight of Tianxia's indifferent gaze, the 3 felt a tightening in their hearts and hastily agreed. Tianxia paid little heed to their thoughts. As long as he was alive, they would refrain from making bold moves. After gathering his belongings, he took up the Zanpakuto he had recently solidified and turned to leave. Despite his spiritual pressure nearing that of a vice captain and the emergence of his Zanpakuto, it was peculiar that he still could not communicate with it to initiate its Shirkai. Tianxia gave it little thought, believing that when the time was right, his Zanpakuto would fulfill his wishes. Due to the world's population dynamics, both the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo appeared desolate. Tianxia had now departed from the densely populated area and ventured into the outskirts. In stark contrast to the relatively bustling center of Soul Society, the vast lands surrounding it appeared desolate, reminiscent of a primordial forest. This place, devoid of human presence and activity for years, is teeming with wild beasts, thus justifying its title as a primeval wilderness. However, those who consider themselves somewhat formidable often linger here, for this territory lies beyond the jurisdiction of the noble Shinigami, and it offers an abundance of sustenance, with the only threat being the occasional hollow. After all, the current number of Shinigami is insufficient to manage such an expansive area. In the present world, hollows roam freely, as the Hueco Mundo and Soul Society represent two extremes of existence, with the former constantly seeking to invade the latter. Seated beneath a large tree, the protagonist, Tianxia, nibbles on his rations while gazing at his Zanpakuto. This weapon, resembling the one from his previous life, embodies the same form as the Black Blade in the realm of severance. As memories of the Zanpakuto's attributes flood his mind, he recalls that its shape and abilities are forged from the very essence of a Shinigami's soul. A Shinigami gains strength by knowing the name bestowed upon their Zanpakuto and engaging in a mental dialogue with it. Born alongside the Shinigami, the Zanpakuto exists in a cycle of life and death with them. Dialogue. Tianxia furrows his brow while toying with the sword. He has attempted this before, yet it seems as though his Zanpakuto is utterly unresponsive. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a group of individuals approaching, armed with an array of weapons. From the moment Tianxia entered this forest, he sensed someone watching him. He had chosen to ignore it, only to find himself encircled. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he gazes at a young man stepping forth from the crowd. The youth, appearing to be in his 20s, is clad in a mix of black and white, with a Zanpakuto hanging at his waist. What piques Tianxia's curiosity is the young man's spiritual pressure, which is at the level of a vice captain. Although the nobles disdain the commoners and are reluctant to share training materials, there are indeed prodigies among the populace. If the Central Spiritual Arts Academy were established, these individuals would likely become Shinigami rather than remaining hidden, representing a significant combat force. Are you a Shinigami? One of the newcomers inquires. No. Ah, then it matters not. Attack. Tianxia had anticipated further dialogue, yet he was taken aback when they launched an immediate assault. Although surprised, he quickly assessed that most of them were ordinary individuals who, despite possessing spiritual pressure, lacked the ability to wield it effectively. Your subordinates are no match for me. With a swift motion, Tianxia dispatched the last assailant to the ground, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the enemy's next move. You have harmed my brother. Thus, you must face my retribution. Prepare yourself. As the adversary unleashed a powerful strike, Tianxia narrowed his eyes, channeling greater strength into his response. For the young man's spiritual pressure still surpassed his own. However, upon their clash, a look of confusion crossed Tianxia's face. Not bad, the youth taunted, brandishing his Zanpakuto and launching a relentless series of strikes at Tianxia. Until this moment, the world had come to a complete understanding, leaving some in a state of bemusement. He had initially believed that his opponent possessed a Zanpakuto with spiritual pressure equivalent to that of a vice captain and thought him a worthy adversary. Little did he know that the other party was utterly incapable of harnessing their spiritual energy to manifest corresponding combat prowess. At this point, he began to question how the opponent could even possess a Zanpakuto. It was likely that the opponent had no idea how to wield spiritual power. Even the appearance of a Zanpakuto was probably a mere fluke. His three subordinates had awakened their Zanpakuto, a feat attributed to their connections with the Shinigami. Otherwise, their status as commoners would have left them ignorant of such matters, relying solely on their own explorations. The opponent is formidable. Everyone retreat. I will hold them off. He shouted frantically at the others, his expression tinged with panic. Coupled with the opponent's clumsy combat techniques, he found it hard to fathom how this youth managed to lead his group to survival. As he observed his subordinates fleeing, the youth gripped his weapon tightly, vowing to slay them, declaring that they would have to pass over his fallen body to do so. Faced with the sight of a youth seemingly unafraid of death, he couldn't help but chuckle, perceiving the opponent as somewhat foolish. "What are you laughing at? Let me tell you, you may strike me, but you cannot mock me." "Oh, and why is that?" he inquired curiously. Because the youth lowered his zanpakuto and scratched his head, finally uttering, "There is no reason. You simply cannot mock me, or I will fight you to the death. I warn you, when I lose my mind, even I fear myself." He shook his head and sheathed his zanpakuto, having lost the will to continue fighting. "What is your name?" he asked as he settled back onto the grass. "My name is Fengyu," the youth replied. "Fengyu, you say? Why do you not remain in the gathering area?" he questioned. "The gathering area? I have grown up here and have never ventured outside," came the youth's response. "Is that so?" He stood again, addressing the youth. "This world is vast. You should explore it rather than remain here. With your potential, surely there are those who would appreciate you." "No, I will not leave. My kin are here. I must protect them." Fengyu resolutely shook his head. "In that case, it seems our paths diverge. Until we meet again," he waved as he gradually departed. "Wait, that direction is dangerous." As he noticed the figure of the other fading from view, Fengyu suddenly shouted. He waved his hand in acknowledgement, but did not alter his course. "Damn it! Do such creatures exist in the realm of the Shinigami?" He gripped his bloodied zanpakuto, surrounded by dozens of humanoid beasts at his feet, whose physicality and speed surpassed that of ordinary Shinigami. Yet these humanoid creatures lacked the intelligence of beasts, knowing only slaughter. "I recall a captain with a dog's head. That fellow seemed to possess humanity," he mused, stroking his chin, though he recognized that he still bore some semblance of intelligence. Unbeknownst to him, he was currently confronting a branch of the whole spirit extension race, when a soul, due to its sins in life, fell into the path of beasts yet did not perish. It would assume a beastly form in the soul society. However, there were exceptional beings among them, such as the werewolf clan, who possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. Whether possessing human intelligence or lacking it, in the eyes of humanity, these beings are deemed not of their kind. Consequently, when confronted with such creatures, particularly those resembling humans, death incarnates resort to slaughter. To them, this act represents an affront to their shared form. Thus, the majority of these humanoid beasts have been exterminated, leaving only a scant few. Now, even these remnants face resolution at the hands of the world. A humanoid wolf flickered and vanished, prompting the world to pursue without hesitation. Approximately half an hour later, the werewolf ahead came to a halt. Was this an encirclement? At that moment, figures with canine heads and human bodies emerged from the surrounding woods. They were the rare species of beastmen known as werewolves, who retained their intelligence despite their animal forms. "Clearly, you are not the same as those beasts." Observing the clarity in their gazes, the world realized that these beings possessed wisdom. Death incarnate, the werewolf who had drawn the world in wore a sinister countenance, exuding murderous intent as he uttered those two words. Anyone with a sound mind could discern the enmity towards death incarnate, and he, it seemed, had been gravely mistaken. Annihilate the death incarnate. With a fierce cry, the pack of werewolves began to transform. Their human shapes dissolved, revealing ferocious wolves driven solely by the desire to kill. The beastly werewolves, in their hybrid forms, surpassed their previous capabilities in spiritual pressure, physical strength, power, and speed by several folds. Confronted by the onslaught of dozens of beastified werewolves, the world remained unfazed, casually wielding the blade with a technique known as blossoming of 100 flowers. In the blink of an eye, the encircling half-beasts lay vanquished, with only a few resilient ones remaining. The rest were reduced to mere pulp. The werewolf who had lured the world watched in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that in an instant, his kin had been extinguished. With both parents slain by death incarnate, he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against them. Defying the counsel of his clan's leader, he had led his fellow tribesmen in a hunt for death incarnate. By sheer misfortune, they encountered the world, intent on ensnaring him within their deadly trap. However, he had gravely underestimated the world's prowess. In an instant, he found himself the sole survivor. Bereft of comrades. "Ah, I shall kill you," the werewolf roared, transforming into a wild wolf and vanishing in a flash. Clang! Their claws clashed, forcing the world to retreat under the weight of the werewolf's tremendous strength. Though he was aware of the stakes, the world felt no remorse. He would spare no one who dared to strike against him. Ah! The werewolf howled in madness, disregarding the world's counterattacks, and soon, his body was riddled with wounds. With a deft maneuver, he evaded an assault and sent the werewolf flying with a kick, leisurely advancing forward. A sudden sigh echoed, startling the world as he turned to see an elder, unbeknownst to him until that moment, standing a mere 20 meters away. The elder, a humanoid wolf, leaned on a cane and addressed the world. "May I ask, would you consider sparing my kin?" The elder halted at a respectful distance. "They wish to kill me." With that statement, he lapsed into silence. The meaning of his words was unmistakable. He intended to kill me, and I naturally felt compelled to retaliate. Alas, why can we not coexist in harmony? The world shook its head. I had no interest in you at all, yet when death comes knocking at my door, I cannot refrain from offering assistance. The elder of the wolfmen sighed. "If it is thus, then you shall meet your demise." The previously amiable expression vanished, replaced by a visage of bloodthirsty savagery. "Indeed, your predicament is self-inflicted," I lamented, as it seems fitting that the wolf people lead a meager existence, akin to beasts. Hidden within this forest, a ferocious howl erupted, and the former wolfman vanished, replaced by a massive black wolf towering 5 meters high. "I wonder if your flesh tastes similar to that of a wolf. I shall certainly find out after this battle," I mused, licking my lips. In response to my provocation, the gigantic wolf grew irate. It launched itself forward, shaking the very ground beneath us. I brandished my blade to block its assault, but a single strike sent me sprawling. "Impressive strength, yet is this all you possess? If so, your fate is sealed," I continued to taunt. The colossal wolf roared, its eyes ablaze with fury, as it unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with its massive claws. In a mere quarter of an hour, the surrounding trees lay felled, and the ground was cratered. The combatants were evenly matched. My clothing was tattered, bearing 3 deep claw marks. Yet fortunately, I had diligently refined my body while absorbing spiritual energy. Otherwise, I might have sustained severe injuries. Conversely, the wolfman bore numerous deep gashes, exposing bone. "Quickly leave this place. Remember to take the clan far from here," the elder commanded. "Why?" the villagers questioned loudly. "There is no time for questions. Depart at once." "Do you not heed my orders?" the elder roared. The villagers exchanged glances, and one, filled with resentment, shot me a venomous glare before departing. "A wise choice," I complimented. "Huh, I cannot guarantee your survival, but for the safety of my kin, I shall risk everything to slay you." The elder seized a staff embedded in the ground, revealing it as a weapon, his Zanpakuto. Moonhowl, the king of the silver wolves. The heavens shifted, the sun vanished, replaced by a radiant moon. The once towering black wolf faded, revealing a colossal silver wolf exceeding 10 meters in height. A resounding howl echoed for miles, prompting the villagers to look back, witnessing a gigantic wolf howling to the heavens, alongside a blade radiating brilliance beyond comprehension. Half an hour later, when the villagers returned, they beheld their leader lying lifeless in a pool of blood, his body severed. No matter who you are, I shall kill you. Whether it takes 100 years or 1,000, I will avenge you. That old wolf is formidable, I thought, instinctively placing a hand over my chest, where a dull ache persisted. In facing the elder's desperate strike, my heart nearly bore the brunt of his assault. However, the near miss resulted in the elder's head being severed, though I held little interest in his flesh. After all, he was quite repulsive. Have you heard? Jingjai has been challenged. The formidable Matsumo Kuhara of the Quiet Pavilion is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Who would dare challenge him? Rumor has it that a young girl, identifying herself as Yachu Yunohana, has declared her intention to confront various factions and master all schools of thought, regardless of her identity. The prospect of such excitement is enough to draw the attention of many. As Tianxia strolled through the streets, he overheard the hurried conversations of passers-by and felt compelled to witness the spectacle himself. A throng of onlookers was converging on a single location, and upon Tianxia's arrival, he found the entrance and surrounding courtyard crowded with spectators. Unable to find a vantage point, he ascended into the air, drawing the gaze of many below. From his aerial perspective, he could discern the scene unfolding within the courtyard. At its center stood 2 figures, a man of late middle age with his hair tied back, and a young girl, perhaps 14 or 15, with her hair cascading freely. Judging by their spiritual pressures, both seemed to possess comparable strength, likely at the level of a lieutenant. Suspended in midair, Tianxia caught the attention of the competitors, who exchanged glances without uttering a word or making any moves. This silence began to irritate the crowd, who grew increasingly vocal in their impatience. "Hurry up and fight. Don't waste our time," one voice shouted. "Why aren't they engaging? Is Matsumo Kuhara really unable to best her?" Another speculated. "Who knows? The tension on his face suggests it's quite possible." A student interjected, defending his teacher's prowess. "Hey, you insolent brat. How dare you speak?" Erupted a chorus of indignation from the crowd, and chaos ensued. The atmosphere thick with tension as it seemed a confrontation was imminent. With a bead of sweat forming on his brow, Matsumo Kuhara instinctively blinked, and in that fleeting moment, Yuichiro Yanhuang had already positioned her weapon against his throat. "I concede," he uttered, facing an opponent much younger than himself. His expression clouded with disappointment in front of such a large audience. "You must face the consequences of your defeat," Yuichiro stated coldly. "What?" Before Matsumo Kuhara could fully grasp her words, his head was severed from his body. "Someone's been killed. Run." After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into chaos, surging toward the exit in a panic. Yet, those outside were oblivious to the events within, pushing forward and colliding, resulting in a stampede. In contrast to the bottleneck at the entrance, those positioned along the sides remained relatively safe. Yuichiro Yanhuang surveyed the scene with a chilling smile, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty grin as she gazed at the fallen body beside her, resembling a demon incarnate. This was the infamous Yuichiro Yanhuang, a stark contrast to the mere cunning nature she had once been rumored to possess. It seemed undeniable that she had transformed into a true villain. Tianxia reflected that during the duel, even in defeat, he could never have imagined her resorting to such lethal measures. Once again, the question arises, did the opponent, after undergoing a transition from a witch to a lady? At this moment of idle contemplation, Yuichiro Unohana has already presented herself before the world. "Let us engage in battle," she declares. What? Taken aback by the sudden challenge, the world hesitates, then promptly retorts, "You lack the qualifications at present." Currently, the spiritual pressure of the world has ascended to the level of a vice-captain, comparable in strength to that of a captain. Given the opponent's seated officer level of spiritual pressure, even if they were to battle beyond their means, they would not stand a chance. Haha. Whether we fight or not is not for you to decide. Yuichiro Unohana replies with a chilling smile, drawing her blade to strike without mercy. The stance she adopts suggests that if the world cannot withstand her assault, she would not hesitate to eliminate them swiftly. Humph. The world dismisses her with a smirk, retreating rapidly to a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Observing Unohana suspended in midair, the world contemplates departure, but that would not come easily. Noticing her relentless pursuit, the world accelerates, vanishing from sight in mere moments. "You think escaping me is that simple?" Yuichiro Unohana counters, also quickening her pace. Thus, they engage in a game of chase, covering vast distances in mere instants. Recognizing her unwavering determination to follow, the world decides against continuing their journey. Since she seeks confrontation, it is time to demonstrate the disparity that lies between them. "Have you finally come to a halt?" Unohana taunts with a mocking smile, convinced that the world must be at its limit. "Prepare to receive my strike." Without further ado, a slash approaches. "Since you are so eager for battle, allow me to enlighten you on our differences." To her astonishment, the world extends a hand to grasp her Zanpakuto. How is this possible? Unohana's face betrays disbelief, her calm demeanor shattering in the face of this unexpected turn. This cannot be. She withdraws her weapon, launching into a frenzied assault that persists for a quarter of an hour, employing no less than a dozen different sword styles. Bored with the skirmish, the world nonchalantly points, piercing her right shoulder before retreating. What use is mastering numerous styles? Proficiency in one is far superior. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. The world cannot help but express this sentiment, observing Unohana's stunned reaction as she lowers her head in confusion, memories flooding back. Seeing her state, the world loses interest in lingering and turns to leave. However, to his surprise, she follows closely, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Do you truly wish for me to end your life?" Her words are laced with a hint of murderous intent. Yet, Unohana remains unfazed, gazing resolutely at the world. "I will follow you relentlessly until I can defeat you. My goal remains unchanged. I shall challenge you, seeking to merge all styles into my being." Is that so? The world instinctively rubs his chin, eyeing the young beauty before him, still in her formative years. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Absolutely. Very well then. If that is your desire, I shall indulge you. Having a youthful companion by my side is rather pleasing to the eye. Upon hearing Tianxia's teasing remarks, Mao Zihua haughtily snorted, declaring that it would depend on whether he possessed the fortune to withstand her might, warning him to beware lest one day her strength surpass his, and she would eliminate him. Faced with Mao Zihua's blatant threat, Tianxia shrugged nonchalantly, appearing unfazed. Strike. Yes, precisely that. Aim for his lower region. Use your left elbow, you fool. She's targeting your side. Dodge swiftly. Gouge his eyes. Sever his ears. Tianxia gazed in exasperation at the raucous crowd below, utterly perplexed by their thoughts. This was a contest, not an underground brawl. Moreover, did they not fear that their jeering might provoke the combatants to retaliate against them as well? In Tianxia's view, such a possibility seemed quite high. Given Mao Zihua's current temperament, she might very well turn this place into a bloodbath post-bout. With a resounding thud, after hundreds of exchanges, one self-proclaimed master of a martial faction fell beneath Mao Zihua's blade. However, upon vanquishing her opponent, she shifted her gaze towards the onlookers. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the crowd, causing nearly everyone present to cower in fear, some even losing control of their bowels. The atmosphere grew pungent, reeking of dread. Tianxia swiftly distanced himself, evading the impending stench. As the contest concluded, the two resumed their journey. Why did you not slay them? Tianxia inquired. Them? Mao Zihua pondered briefly before comprehending. Do you wish for me to be hunted down by those specters of death? No, I merely find it curious that you, with your temperament, would spare them. Tianxia replied sheepishly. Humph, my current strength is still insufficient for self-preservation. When the time comes that I stand against those clan leaders, I shall deal with them if they displease me, Mao Zihua asserted, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. Tianxia nodded in understanding. The clan leaders she referred to were the aristocratic heads, those of captain-level stature, as there was yet no formal concept of a captain at this time. Your prowess is progressing swiftly. I believe in a few centuries, you shall reach that level, Tianxia remarked softly. And you? In response to Mao Zihua's inquiry, Tianxia contemplated for a moment before stating, though I have attained the vice-captain level, according to my aspirations, it will also take me centuries to reach my goal. Vice-captain level? Mao Zihua queried, looking at Tianxia, eager to grasp the meaning behind his words. Tianxia did not withhold any information, elucidating his classifications of the powers of the Shinigami and the Hollow. By your account, I am merely a seated officer at present? Indeed, however, once you liberate your Zanpakuto, you will possess strength equal to that of a vice-captain, Tianxia affirmed. Upon hearing this, Mao Zihua felt a stir of confusion within her. Tianxia spoke of possessing vice-captain strength, yet not of having power equivalent to hers. Did this imply that although he was a vice-captain, he wielded power that surpassed that rank? As Tianxia contemplated their forthcoming journey, Mao Zihua mulled over his words when a group of armed individuals suddenly obstructed their path. These were no ordinary warriors. Emblazoned upon their garments was a large character signifying kill. Who were these people? While Tianxia was puzzled, Mao Zihua recognized the assembly before them as members of the Killing Flow. The Blade Arc Killing Flow? Upon hearing the words of Mao Zihua, the world nearly erupted in laughter. Truly, such a name is indeed peculiar. The sorceress, Mao Zihua Baiqianliu. One individual appeared to inquire, yet spoke with certainty. It seems your objective is me. Are you suggesting your leader is filled with trepidation? Indeed. He remains as cowardly as before. Humph. The man who spoke snorted coldly, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, causing a throng to encircle Mao Zihua. Meanwhile, the world had already sidestepped, preparing to observe the spectacle. With mere rabble like you, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Mao Zihua snorted, drawing her blade in retaliation. Yet, she underestimated these individuals. A dozen men moved as one, enveloping Mao Zihua entirely. As she struck at one, the others simultaneously unleashed their assaults. Most crucially, each of them was a relentless force, employing lethal moves with no mercy towards their foes, nor towards themselves. Initially, Mao Zihua was thrown off balance by such onslaughts, but as she regained her composure, she began to exhibit her combat prowess. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Mao Zihua demonstrated to these adversaries what true combat entails, what genuine blade artistry signifies. Injured, the world cast a glance at a wound upon an opponent. Just a trifling matter. Mao Zihua paid no heed to the world, The true mastermind had yet to reveal themselves, and this was hardly the time for relaxation. Haha, you remain as fierce as ever. A young man in his 20s, sporting a small mustache and wielding a blade, approached with a smile. You two are consistently insufferable, Mozihua retorted without courtesy. What? Do you intend to eliminate me by blocking my path this time? Is that not an obvious statement? I have awaited this day for quite some time. Then let it commence. Without further ado, the enemies faced each other with palpable animosity. It was evident they harbored deep-seated grudges. The techniques were bizarrely vicious. Having spent considerable time together, the world had gleaned Mozihua's style, as well as that of her adversary. Each strike was lethal. The angles and maneuvers executed a murderous blade technique to its zenith. This was a pure killing art, existing solely for the purpose of murder. Although Mozihua held the upper hand in strength, those strange techniques proved to be quite taxing, leaving several wounds upon her form. Would you like me to assist? The world called out from the sidelines, though his expression of amusement betrayed his words. Such minor opponents cannot possibly trouble me, Mozihua replied while parrying. Really? It seems you are on the verge of succumbing. Fear not, I shan't demand your life in return. Upon hearing the world's words, Mozihua hesitated for an instant, allowing her foe to seize the opportunity, resulting in yet another injury to her body. Damn it, that bastard. Mozihua silently cursed. Only then did she realize that this fellow, despite his occasional expressionless demeanor and cold-bloodedness, possessed an unexpectedly devious mind. Regardless, they were comrades now. It was one thing not to offer assistance, but to mock her from the sidelines was intolerable. Your friend is quite amusing, the young man with the mustache remarked, his tone laced with evident sarcasm. Go to hell, bastard. In response to the provocations from both sides, Miao Zhihua erupted with fervor, her strikes fierce and unyielding, imbued with an undercurrent of lethal intent. The battle raged for half an hour, culminating in a victory for Miao Zhihua, albeit a Pyrrhic one. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, exhausting her last ounce of strength to sit beside Tianxia, casually delivering a kick to her opponent. What enmity do you hold against that fellow? She pointed at the lifeless figure of the little mustachioed man. Humph, we once coexisted in the same realm, but this rogue conspired against me from behind, only to receive a thorough beating in return. Ever since, we have been at odds. Miao Zhihua succinctly recounted the tale of their rivalry. Oh, is that so? Tianxia replied, still intrigued. What else could it be? Miao Zhihua retorted with a hint of irritation. Tianxia chuckled mischievously. You, my friend, are quite shameless. I initially thought you were. What? Tianxia leaned in, urgency etched on her face. Nothing, Miao Zhihua deflected, a flicker of unease coursing through her as she gazed at the proximity of Tianxia's face. What do you mean nothing? Tianxia gestured dismissively. TSK, how ominous and terrifying, Tianxia observed, glancing into the dark abyss of the cave before them. You aren't truly that cowardly, are you? Miao Zhihua shot a glance at Tianxia, knowing that if she dared to affirm, a wave of mockery would surely follow. Throughout their journey, Miao Zhihua had been thoroughly exasperated by Tianxia's flowery words and eccentric behavior. Had she not been resolute in her desire to vanquish her opponent, she would have long since fled. I really wish to venture inside. I have a foreboding feeling, Tianxia said uncertainly, gazing into the cavernous entrance. Humph. For someone who claims to master all schools of thought, no threat can daunt me, especially not a mere cave, Miao Zhihua retorted disdainfully. Hey, are you really going in? Why not we leave this place and explore elsewhere? Tianxia suggested. You are the one who insisted on coming here. What does it mean to arrive yet hesitate to enter? Fine. Tianxia sighed, noticing Miao Zhihua's displeasure. As they delved deeper, the surroundings became an impenetrable darkness, void of any discernible features. Suddenly, a light flickered forth. Miao Zhihua turned to Tianxia, who was conjuring a glowing orb atop her finger. How did you do that? Miao Zhihua inquired with curiosity. It is merely a special application of spiritual energy, Tianxia replied nonchalantly. Having spent some time together, Miao Zhihua had begun to comprehend Tianxia's temperament. The latter's aloof demeanor signaled a recurrence of her peculiar mood, prompting Miao Zhihua to refrain from further inquiries. Miao Zhihua found herself puzzled by Tianxia's character. One moment cold and distant, the next whimsical, as if she possessed a dual nature. This duality stemmed from the external environment. At her core, Tianxia was an optimistic soul, having always embraced life with hope. Yet, in the face of human malice and societal oppression, she had grown silent, indifferent, and dismissive. This aspect of her personality had not transformed with her reincarnation. Rather, it had intensified. In most instances, the world appears indifferent. However, in the presence of friends, one occasionally reveals a different facet of their heart, sharing humorous remarks and engaging in antics that evoke both laughter and exasperation. After a moment, Tianxia remarked that if one is willing, he could impart knowledge, thereby enhancing one's strength and ensuring a more secure existence. No, thank you. I prefer to engage in combat rather than resort to such peculiar techniques. Maohua declined without a second thought. Following her rejection, Tianxia fell silent, and the two continued forward in silence. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at a cavern. The cavern, roughly 20 meters in diameter, was circular in shape. At first glance, the entire space was utterly bare, leaving them feeling as though their journey had been in vain. Disappointed, Maohua had anticipated some intriguing occurrence. In contrast, Tianxiao observed the cavern with utmost seriousness, occasionally running his hands along the surrounding walls and floor. Have you discovered something? Maohua inquired, noticing Tianxiao's actions. This location seems to bear signs of being artificially excavated, Tianxia replied, instinctively tapping his fingers against the surface. The sound resonated differently from the rest of the cavern, prompting a shared glance between them. Subsequently, Tianxia took a decisive step forward and struck the outer stone wall. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, revealing a passageway that they cautiously entered. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they found themselves in another cavity, this one twice the size of the previous one. Moreover, the entire space resembled an immense altar. What is this place? Why does it seem so bizarre? Maohua expressed her bewilderment, casting a glance at Tianxia, whose expression mirrored her own confusion. However, while Maohua casually surveyed the surroundings, Tianxia focused intently on the altar beneath their feet, sensing that this seemingly altar-like structure resembled a ceiling formation. Reaching the center of the altar, he gazed at the central dot, gently placing his hand upon it before pressing down firmly. A ghostly light emanated from the crevice, followed by a powerful suction that drew both of them into its depths. Subterranean, nearly 1,000 meters below, lay a cavern approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. At its center resided a colossal creature, characterized by a singular enormous eye, a humanoid form, and a tail covered in scales. Surrounding it were iron chains, several meters thick, binding it securely in place. Upon their arrival, the first sight that greeted Tianxiao and Maohua was the towering monster before them. What is this creature? Maohua exclaimed, astonished at the sight. It is a hollow. The malevolent spiritual pressure radiating from the being and the bony mask upon its forehead confirmed this. Yet, in proportion to its massive body, the mask, measuring half a meter, seemed insignificant, almost easily overlooked. A hollow? Could it be an ajuchis? Maohua questioned, uncertainty in her voice. No, it is not an ajuchis, Tianxia replied, shaking his head. Not. Maohua felt puzzled, scrutinizing the immense creature once more. In her understanding, if it had evolved into a vasto lord, its stature would resemble that of a typical human. Yet this being was disproportionately large. Had it not been for the overwhelming spiritual pressure exceeding that of Akiyuka's emanating from the creature, she would have mistaken it for an unusually large Jillian, for only a Jillian could possess such imposing stature. Alas, it must be a variant. This was the sole conclusion that Tianxia could draw. The cyclopean monster opened its eye, unleashing a foul stench from its cavernous maw that nearly overwhelmed the two. At long last, someone had discovered this place. How many years had it been? A century, perhaps a millennium. Cursed Spirit King, the cyclopean monster bellowed, its voice reverberating through the surroundings, causing a droning sensation in Tianxia and the other's ears. It was not until several minutes had passed that the monster ceased its roaring and turned its gaze upon Tianxia and his sage eye. I have expended my last vestiges of strength to leave a gap in the seal, and after nearly a millennium, someone has finally appeared. Upon hearing the creature's words, the two realized that their presence here was orchestrated by it. One of you shall be consumed first, while the other will serve as a vessel. With that, the cyclopean monster opened its gaping maw, and a violent suction pulled his sage eye towards it, catching her entirely off guard. Tianxia snorted dismissively, vanishing from his position and reappearing above the cyclopean monster, executing a swift and lethal strike. A piercing scream erupted, as the creature's eye was evidently grievously injured, blood gushing forth, and its suction ceased along with its cries. Yet, in mere moments, the wound began to heal and regenerate. The expressions of both were grim. The creature's power was evidently formidable, compounded by its regenerative abilities, rendering it even more troublesome. Cursed insect, were it not for these chains incessantly siphoning my spiritual energy, how could you have wounded me? The cyclopean monster roared, its spiritual pressure intensifying to the level of Vasto Lord. However, Tianxiao astutely perceived that the creature's spiritual pressure was gradually diminishing, the cause being the very chains that bound it. Cursed be you. You have enraged me. I shall consume you all. With a gaping maw, a suction several times more potent than before emerged, instantly engulfing the two into its belly. Within the pitch-black confines of its interior lay a vague, dark mist. Upon contact with Tianxia and Hisagi, the mist began to devour and erode their spiritual energy. We are now inside its belly, Hisagi stated calmly. You seem remarkably unfazed, Tianxia remarked, intrigued by her demeanor. Your tranquility suggests you must possess a means of escape. Hisagi smiled slightly. Indeed, I do have a solution. As these words left his lips, a formidable spiritual pressure radiated from Tianxia, rivaling that of the cyclopean monster. Skybreaker. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of energy that cleaved through the surrounding space. When light once again illuminated the area, the two found themselves returned to the original void, while the cyclopean monster lay lifeless before them. How did your spiritual pressure suddenly surge so dramatically? It is merely a method of storing spiritual energy, allowing me to save myself when my energy is depleted or in times of crisis. As they conversed, a pulling force emerged from above, and by the time their vision cleared, they had returned to the altar. Let us proceed. As the world waved a hand in dismissal, it cast a glance toward a nearby corner before departing. After the two figures vanished, a voice echoed in the hollow emptiness, expressing a certain confidence in their safety, questioning whether they feared perishing in this desolate place. Humph, I have guarded that individual for a millennium. Who knows how long I must wait for his spiritual energy to wane and for death to claim him. Furthermore, with that individual sealing the space with an additional layer, we are unable to enter. It would be better to let him escort them inside himself, believing he can manipulate the seals. He is merely courting his own demise. From the depths of the darkness emerged two figures. One was bald, while the other, a youth adorned in resplendent attire with a rooster-like hairstyle, appeared. Are you certain you wish to proceed to the Blade Sanctuary? The bald man inquired gravely. Indeed, replied the resolute youth, casting his gaze toward a distant point. The opponent is formidable. I am aware, yet I cannot refrain from going. Very well, the bald man conceded with a nod, but I shall intervene in times of crisis. Not long after, the bald man voiced his concern. The resolute youth paused momentarily, then continued onward as if he had not heard. The challenger was indeed powerful. Even from afar, the bald man could sense the overwhelming spiritual pressure and a subtle hint of threat. However, for the youth, who sought mastery over all styles and relished the thrill of battle, even death would merely reflect his own inadequacy. Upon reaching their destination and disclosing their intentions, the battle commenced spontaneously. In terms of spiritual pressure and mastery of the blade, the youth found himself unable to contend. The outcome of the battle had been predetermined from the outset. His defeat was merely a matter of time. Such arrogance, daring to engage me so carelessly, prepare to perish. The opponent, a burly middle-aged man, easily evaded the youth's strike and appeared at his side, delivering a swift downward slash. With his right hand extended, the youth could not retract in time, for the enemy's attack was already closing in. At that moment, a flash of light erupted as a dark blade emerged from the youth's left sleeve, striking towards the heart of the middle-aged man like a venomous serpent. Clearly, faced with such a predicament, the middle-aged man realized that continuing his assault would lead to mutual destruction. Thus, he refrained from such folly. However, as the middle-aged man retreated, he found himself confronted by the youth's relentless onslaught, each strike lethal, forsaking all defense. A deep gash marred the middle-aged man's shoulder. You have successfully provoked my ire. Initially held back by the fear of collateral damage, the middle-aged man now seethed with rage at being wounded by one he deemed weaker. In an instant, his spiritual pressure surged threefold, and his blade transformed into a trident aimed at the youth. Given that the middle-aged man's strength already surpassed that of the youth, coupled with a sudden release of power in a surprise attack, the youth could barely evade, only managing to narrowly avoid a fatal blow. Just as the trident was about to connect, the bald man intervened, blocking the strike with a single hand. You are to measure your skill with the blade, not merely your raw power, he stated coldly. You seek death, the middle-aged man retorted, offering no further response as he retaliated with a swift thrust. In a fit of foolishness, the world shook its head as one approached their adversary with increasing speed, delivering a swift kick that sent them flying. A thunderous crash ensued. The surrounding buildings crumbled, and the onlookers scattered, yet they remained, seemingly resolved to witness the unfolding spectacle. Cursed little brat. A robust middle-aged man emerged unscathed from the rubble. What a foul stench, he muttered, though his words reached the ears of the crowd. Wah! The divine trident of 10,000 solutions. After invoking this power, the man's spiritual pressure surged anew, and the trident glimmered ominously, emanating a sharp aura. Die! He bellowed, swinging the massive trident, summoning a torrent of water that surged beneath his feet, sweeping towards his opponent. The velocity of the water was such that even steel would be pulverized in its embrace. 8,000 streams, let me now reveal to you my blade's flow. My technique encompasses two forms. One is sheer force, which you have already witnessed. Upon hearing these words, the Shinigami, Mao no Hana, recalled the strike that had cleaved a single-eyed monster in two. Now, I shall unveil the second transformation, the path of merging power and speed. With a swift motion, he unleashed his blade, the formidable intent slicing through the encircling water. In an instant, a cascade of brilliant blade light enveloped the middle-aged man, transforming into a lotus radiating with deadly luminescence. As the flower bloomed, anguished cries echoed throughout the street. As the last words of the flower faded, the screams abruptly ceased, and the lotus dissipated. The onlookers instinctively turned their gaze, only to find that the former middle-aged man had vanished, leaving behind a gruesome pile of flesh and a Zanpakuto. Ugh! Some witnesses, horrified by the sight, began to retch, while others regarded the figure of Tenka with profound awe. Who dares to commit murder here? At that moment, a plump youth approached, accompanied by two attendants, his attire indicating that he was a noble of this domain, a Shinigami. What is the meaning of this? You were the ones who initiated the violence, weren't you? The rotund figure confronted Tenka. We were merely engaged in a legitimate contest. There's nothing wrong with that. Tenka replied with a smile. Nothing wrong. How could that be? The fat man stepped closer to Tenka, his voice booming, saliva flying. I'll tell you this. If you want to avoid trouble, let this young lady accompany me, he said, pointing at Mao no Hana. Tenka casually produced a handkerchief, delicately wiping his brow. Didn't you hear me? Or do you wish for me to take action? The crowd, now brimming with curiosity, anticipated how this fierce individual would respond. Would he plead for mercy, flee, or take another course of action? Casting aside the handkerchief, Tenka swiftly delivered a kick, sending the rotund man crashing into a wall several dozen meters away, breathless. You have killed young Master Tu and Xiao? He is the heir of the Yamato clan. The two formerly arrogant attendants, upon witnessing their master's demise, were struck with horror. Just wait. Prepare for the retaliation of the Yamato clan, they threatened, dragging the fat man's lifeless body as they retreated. We must leave at once. It will soon be too late. The members of the Yamato clan are all nefarious individuals. If you kill their kin, you will surely meet your demise. Flee swiftly. The onlookers reacted, urging the two to depart hastily, revealing the notorious reputation of the Yamato clan. What say you? Are you inclined to accompany me on a journey? Ignoring the chattering crowd, Tianxia smiled invitingly at Monohana. Monohana smiled faintly, as if recalling something, and replied, no problem. Thus, the two followed their departing attendants, leaving behind a throng of murmuring spectators. This lad is bound for misfortune, an elder sighed. Indeed, these accursed nobility of the great river, a middle-aged man muttered bitterly. Be cautious, do not let them overhear. The old man hastily intervened. Behind this assembly, a youth of 15 or 16 years, brandishing a Zanpakuto, stood vigilantly, fixated on the figures of Tianxia and Monohana. The boy bore a resolute expression, his skin slightly tanned, and his eyes shimmered with a flicker of fire. What do you intend to do? Monohana inquired as they traversed the path. Those of ill character shall naturally be exterminated, Tianxia replied with a sanguine smile. Oh, are you not fearful of being hunted down by the royal enforcers? Monohana countered. The royal enforcers? Upon hearing Monohana's words, Tianxia shook his head and refrained from further comment. Although his memories of the Shinigami did not encompass the royal family or its exclusive enforcers, having dwelled in the Soul Society for centuries, He was aware that the current Soul Society was governed by a royal enforcement squad. Certainly, due to the composition of its members. The nobility of the Soul Society was tasked with managing sporadic hollow incursions. At this moment, Siriati merely served as a residence for a cluster of nobles, without any separation from Rakangai, save for a desolate expanse in between. As Tianxia and Munahana approached the territory of the opposing clan, preparing to confront them directly, a wave of intense heat washed over them from behind. Munahana was suddenly startled, taking a defensive stance, completely unaware of an approaching presence. Tianxia, however, calmly turned around, having sensed the following presence since their departure. Noticing the absence of any aggressive intent, he chose to disregard it. Challenging the order of the Soul Society is intolerable, the youth declared resolutely. What is your name? Ignoring the boy's idle chatter, Tianxiao inquired about his identity. The youth paused for a moment and then responded, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Oh, Tianxiao nodded and then asked, do you intend to obstruct my path? I cannot abide any who defy rules and order, the boy asserted. You speak of the rules and order of the Soul Society? Tianxia gestured towards the noble residences surrounding them. They are the representatives of justice, the embodiment of rules. Governed by the Soul King's enforcement squad, Yamamoto stated earnestly. It seems you have relayed something quite amusing, Tianxia laughed heartily. Just as Yamamoto was on the brink of erupting, Tianxia interjected, pointing toward the estate of the Yamato clan. What of these filthy beings? And what of the so-called royal enforcement squad? What weight do their words carry? With a fierce voice, Tianxia declared, what is the royal family? And by what authority do they claim to dictate the rules? I assert that my own words constitute the true order. Humph, a boorish rogue. I am ashamed to converse with you, Yamamoto retorted, drawing his zanpakudo. I hope you can survive beneath my blade. All things under heaven turn to ashes, and the flowing blade is like fire. The searing flames surged upwards in an instant, forcing those dozens of meters away to retreat. Tianxia, called out Hozuki, casting a glance at him before looking toward Yamamoto, a glimmer of resolve crossing her eyes. She, the 8,000 streams of Hozuki, would not yield to anyone. Is the blade, known as the strongest of the fire-type Zanpakudo, truly that formidable? Tianxia seemed to question, or perhaps lament. Under Yamamoto's control, the flames roared, a deluge of fire crashing forth like a tidal wave, suffocating all in its wake. Child's play. With a sweep of his spirit-infused hand, the surrounding flames dissipated instantly. A tempest of fire erupted as dozens of fire dragons surged forth, charging towards Tianxia. Disappointed, Tianxia shook his head at their flamboyance. With a mere flick of his blade, the fire dragons and flames were cleaved asunder. A moment of carelessness. Yamamoto wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and ascended, wielding a fiery blade. A golden katana, towering over 10 meters, stood in the air, absorbing all surrounding flames, leaving only the resplendent blade visible, devoid of any fire. Now, this is becoming interesting, isn't it? Tianxia smiled as he soared into the sky. Witness the swordsmanship of my own creation. Yamamoto grasped the hilt of his sword and bellowed, commanding the golden blade to descend. The art of drawing the sword. Tianxia bent low to grasp his blade, and in an instant, a dazzling radiance enveloped everything. Boom. The combat had already drawn the attention of nearby nobles, but with this strike, the entire Suritii was alerted to the unfolding events, prompting them to investigate. Oh no. The head of the Yamato clan, who had merely been observing the battle, found himself caught off guard as the aftermath of their clash swept through his courtyard. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The important revelation awaited. As the dust settled, a cleaved stone chamber was revealed below, inside which lay a bound maiden. TSK, this is nobility. This is the justice you speak of, witnessing the twilight. Tianxia could not help but mock Yamamoto. Yamamoto remained silent, leaping down to rescue the maiden and release her from her spiritual confinement. You scoundrels! The maiden, having just been freed, soared upwards, brimming with wrath. How dare you kidnap me? I shall slay you all. She aimed to strike, but was intercepted by Tianxia. What do you think you are doing? She snapped angrily. Will you not reveal yourself? Tianxia cast a sidelong glance towards the shadows. Ah, discovered, came a flippant voice, and a youth with a bony mask appeared. I never expected a hollow to show up here. Has the Soul Society truly been overrun by them? Tianxia offered his scathing remarks without reservation. My apologies, Yamato clan leader. It seems I have implicated you. At this, many Shinigami looked on in astonishment. Originally intending to leverage this chaos to incite disorder within the Shihoin clan and the Soul Society, it was unfortunate for Karobandi, who, despite his words, wore no semblance of regret, instead sporting a look of malicious delight. "I shall not join this game any longer," Karobandi declared, opening a dark portal and departing. The onlookers were left helpless, as the current Siriadii lacked the means to defend against such incursions, allowing enemies to come and go as they pleased. After all, the Soul Society had yet to master the technology of dark portals, and the Sinkaman merely connected to the real world, still in its infancy. As for the pursuit, that would be sheer folly. Venturing into the hollow realm would be akin to courting punishment. "Alas, we have arrived too late," remarked Korinji Tenjiro with a nonchalant demeanor. "It appears that war is on the horizon." Yuruchi Shihoin, burdened with a formidable scythe, spoke gravely. The defection of the Yamato clan has had a profound impact on the Soul Society. No one could have anticipated such a betrayal, where a Soul Reaper and a Hollow have allied. The critical issue lies in the abduction of the eldest daughter of the Shihoin family. As one of the 5 distinguished noble families, the fate of the Yamato clan is all but sealed. War is imminent, and under the leadership of the Royal Special Forces. All noble families, along with civilians wielding Soul Reaper powers, have been summoned to prepare for a grand conflict. The outbreak of war came unexpectedly, within just a few days. The nobles of the Soul Society and the combat-capable civilians were gathered. Through meticulous preparations, the Dimensional Gate was opened to the fringes of the Soul Society and the Hollow Realm. It was only then that the world witnessed the current strength of the Soul Society, embodied by the 8 members of the Royal Special Forces, the captain, Rengoku, the member, Shihoin Yuruchi, the red-clad woman, Unohana, the burly middle-aged man, Ikaku, the pompadoured Korinji Tenjiro, the explosive-haired Nanao, the bald soldier, Ayase, and the rooster-headed Tenketsu. A legion of approximately 5,000, composed of both nobles and civilians, was assembled. While this may not represent the entirety of the Soul Society's might, it certainly comprised all those capable of combat on the surface. Contrary to expectations, the tens of thousands of Soul Reapers were absent. Upon reflection, this era still operates under a feudal slave society, with the global population barely reaching several tens of millions. Among them, those capable of spiritual pressure are exceedingly rare, and their combat prowess is far inferior to that of the nobles. Comparatively, the number of hollows was likewise substantial, as they devour one another to augment their strength, ensuring their numbers do not exceed those of the Soul Reapers. The war erupted abruptly. Shortly after the arrival of Tinka, the hollows made their appearance. At first glance, their numbers surpassed those of the Soul Reapers, totaling around tens of thousands, half of which were ordinary hollows, while the remainder included a significant portion of Jillians. Among the remaining were a few Ajuchas and a scant number of Vasto Lords. The leader of this hollow faction was someone Tinka had encountered before, the black-clad hollow, who, according to Korinji Tenjiro, was the captain of the Royal Hollow Guard. Standing just behind him were 10 members of the same guard, all of whom were Vasto Lords. A step further back were 2 formidable Ajuchas, one of whom was the infamous Charybdis. Additionally, there were nearly 10 unmasked Vasto Lords, most of whom bore damaged masks. Including the captain's 2 subordinates, the count of Vasto Lords swelled to around 20. As for the Ajuchas, there were approximately 1,000, while the Soul Reaper side, including the 8 members of the Royal Special Forces, boasted a mere 15 captains and only a few hundred vice-captains, with the rest being even less significant. Without any pleasantries exchanged, the 2 factions launched into combat. At this moment, Tenka was flanked by Urahara and his 4 subordinates, all nearing vice-captain level, along with a host of lesser allies, totaling over a dozen individuals. Caution is paramount. Do not be distracted by the world's admonitions, for one must deftly eliminate the approaching adversaries. In this tumultuous battlefield, the preservation of oneself is of utmost importance. Even the formidable Mayuka has been compelled to conceal her true prowess, as being targeted could lead to dire consequences. Not even the mighty dare to claim survival in such circumstances. Despite this, a singular Ajuchas has discerned their small group. "Come forth, little insects, and enter my belly." An ominous figure resembling a mantis grinned malevolently as it approached, feigning fear in its demeanor toward the world, particularly as it relentlessly pressed the attack. It nearly succeeded in dispatching its foes, yet suffered no harm itself. This beast roared in frustration, yet failed to inflict even a scratch upon its adversary. The world pretended to exert itself in battle, while its gaze remained fixed upon the core of the conflict. There, the clash would dictate the fates of both the Shinigami and the Hollows, ultimately determining the destiny of this realm. The captain of the Royal Special Forces, a towering figure of 2 meters, stood resolutely. Neither side had yet unleashed their Zanpakuto. The black-clad Hollow appeared to be at ease, while the muscular man unleashed a barrage of furious strikes. A burly man named Irian, with thick brows, and the red-clad Iraku each engaged one of the Royal Hollow Guard members. Among this assembly, the world also spotted Yamamoto, who was contending with a formidable Vasto Lord. One of the captain's subordinates, however, he appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion. Another, wielding a 4-meter-long Wandao, stood alone against 2 foes, and the world recognized him as the contemporary heir of the Shihuan clan. The remaining members each confronted the other Vasto Lords, superficially. The higher-ranking side seemed to be at a disadvantage, yet they managed to hold their ground. In stark contrast, the mid-tier and lower ranks faced a different reality. Confronted by numerous Ajuchas, the Shinigami's forces were woefully insufficient in strength. Against Jillian, even the unshackled Shinigami found it arduous to deliver a fatal blow, let alone contend with the multitude of lesser Hollows. The battlefield clearly indicated that the Shinigami were at a significant disadvantage, and the course of events reflected this grim reality. With a multitude of lower-ranking Shinigami falling in battle, the World's side had already endured attacks from 3 Ajuchas. "Eliminate them," commanded the world, swiftly dispatching the Ajuchas that had entertained him for so long. Mayuka, single-handedly confronting 1 Ajuchas, maintained the upper hand without even unleashing her Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Sakuragi and his companions were poised to resolve their own confrontation with an Ajuchas at any moment. At that instant, yet another Ajuchas emerged, bearing a resemblance to a deer. Unaware of the world's swift execution of an Ajuchas, this new foe was met with a sudden flash of energy. With a swift slice, the Hollow was cleaved in 2, the dazzling blade's radiance surging toward the deer-like Hollow, who stood frozen in shock. The brilliance of the blade intensified in her sight, her eyes widening in terror. She had not anticipated that her first battle would culminate in her demise. Just as calamity loomed, a humanoid Hollow intervened, blocking the fatal strike. Although described as humanoid, it was more accurately a creature with a human head and serpent-like body. Under the perception of the world, the opponent's spiritual pressure has reached the pinnacle of the Ajuchas, yet they remain untransformed. "My lord," Lucy exclaimed in surprise, seemingly recognizing the Hollow before her. As the number of Soul Reapers dwindled while the Hollows multiplied, the world no longer intended to conceal its power and unleashed a full-force strike with a swift draw of the blade. The sheer strength of this blow captured the attention of both Hollows and Soul Reapers within a radius of several miles. The once jubilant expression on Lucy's face vanished, replaced by terror. It was not only her. The serpent-human Hollow blocking her path felt a jolt of dread, the weight of death looming heavy. Both the Soul Reapers and Hollows understood that the 2 Hollows facing this strike were likely doomed. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A formidable spiritual pressure erupted from the serpent-human Hollow, a force akin to that of a Vastalord-level Hollow sweeping through the area. With a clang, a Zanpakuto intercepted the attack. Nonetheless, the opposing Hollow bore a wound as a consequence. In that moment, the appearance of the serpent-human Hollow dissipated, revealing a haughty woman clad in white. "Lord Du-One, are you unharmed?" Lucy rushed forward, concern etched on her face, but the icy Hollow named Du-One merely waved her hand dismissively. This truly made the world sigh in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his lethal strike would catalyze the emergence of a Vastalord-level adversary. It is known that an Ajuchas at its peak possesses a power comparable to that of a formidable Hollow that has yet to transform. The opponent had successfully ascended, their spiritual pressure increasing nearly tenfold. Coupled with the manifestation of their blade, it could be said that they now possessed the strength to contend with the world. On another front, Mizuka finally activated her Shurikai. Just as she had dealt with 1 Ajuchas, 2 more appeared. Not only her, but also Sakuragi and the other 3 faced 2 additional Ajuchas-level Hollows. Although both sides could hold their ground for a time, it was evident that their defeat and demise were imminent. "Soul Reaper, what is your name?" came the cold voice of Du-One. The world withdrew its gaze. "Yanhuang." "Yanhuang?" A sharp pain pierced Du-One's mind as a hazy memory flashed before him. At that very moment, seeing the opponent lost in thought, The world showed no mercy, swinging the blade toward them. Clang. Before the attack could reach its target, a figure intervened, a humanoid hollow of Ajucha's level, Daikamocha. We meet again. Let us continue our unfinished battle.